It was a battered old book bound in red buckram. He found it when he was 12 years old on an upper shelf in his father's library, and against all the rules, he took it to his bedroom to read by candlelight, when the rest of the rambling Elizabethan house was flooded with darkness. That was how young Mortimer always thought of it. His own room was a little isolated cell, in which, with stolen candle ends, he could keep the surrounding darkness at bay, while everyone else had surrendered to sleep and allowed the outer night to come flooding in. By contrast with those unconscious ones, his elders, it made him feel intensely alive in every nerve and fibre of his young brain. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall below, the beating of his own heart, the long-drawn rhythmical ah of the sea on the distant coast, all filled him with a sense of overwhelming mystery. And, as he read, the soft thud of a blinded moth striking the wall above the candle would make him start and listen like a creature of the woods at the sound of a cracking twig. The battered old book had the strangest fascination for him, though he never quite grasped the thread of the story. It was called The Midnight Express, and there was one illustration on the 50th page at which he could never bear to look. It frightened him. Young Mortimer never understood the effect of that picture on him. He was an imaginative but not neurotic youngster, and he avoided that 50th page as he might have hurried past a dark corner on the stairs when he was 6 years old, or as the grown man on the lonely road in The Ancient Mariner, who, having once looked round, walks on and turns no more his head. There was nothing in the picture, apparently, to account for this haunting dread. Darkness, indeed, was almost its chief characteristic. It showed an empty railway platform, at night lit by a single dreary lamp, an empty railway platform that suggested a deserted and lonely junction in some remote part of the country. There was only one figure on the platform, the dark figure of a man, standing almost directly under the lamp, with his face turned away toward the black mouth of a tunnel, which, for some strange reason, plunged the imagination of the child into a pit of horror. The man seemed to be listening. His attitude was tense, expectant, as though he were awaiting some fearful tragedy. There was nothing in the text, so far as the child could read and could understand, to account for this waking nightmare. He could neither resist the fascination of the book, nor face that picture in the stillness and loneliness of the night. He pinned it down to the page facing it with 2 large pins, so that he should not come upon it by accident. Then he determined to read the whole story through. But always, before he came to page 50, he fell asleep, and the outlines of what he had read were blurred, and the next night he had to begin again, and again before he came to the 50th page. He fell asleep. He grew up and forgot all about the book and the picture. But halfway through his life, at that strange and critical time when Dante entered the dark wood, leaving the direct path behind him, he found himself, a little before midnight, waiting for a train at a lonely junction. And, as the station clock began to strike 12, he remembered like a man waking from a long dream. There, under the single dreary lamp, on the long glimmering platform, was the dark and solitary figure that he knew. Its face was turned away from him toward the black mouth of the tunnel. It seemed to be listening, tense, expectant, just as it had been 38 years ago. But he was not frightened now as he had been in childhood. He would go up to that solitary figure, confront it, and see the face that had so long been hidden, so long averted from him. He would walk up quietly and make some excuse for talking to it. He would ask it, for instance, if the train was going to be late. It should be easy for a grown man to do this. But his hands were clenched when he took the first step, as if he too were tense and expectant. Quietly, but with the old vague instincts awakening, he went toward the dark figure under the lamp. past it, swung round abruptly to speak to it, and saw, without speaking, without being able to speak, it was himself staring back, as in some mocking mirror, his own eyes alive in his own white face. Looking into his own eyes, alive. The nerves of his heart tingled as though their own electric currents would paralyze it. A wave of panic went through him. He turned, gasped, stumbled, broke into a blind run, out through the deserted and echoing ticket office, onto the long moonlit road behind the station. The whole countryside seemed to be utterly deserted. The moonbeams flooded it with the loneliness of their own deserted satellite. He paused for a moment, and heard, like the echo of his own footsteps, the stumbling run of something that followed over the wooden floor within the ticket office. Then he abandoned himself shamelessly to his fear, and ran, sweating like a terrified beast, down the long white road between the two endless lines of ghostly poplars, each answering another, into what seemed an infinite distance. On each side of the road there was a long straight canal, in which one of the lines of poplars was again endlessly reflected. He heard the footsteps echoing behind him. They seemed to be slowly but steadily gaining upon him. A quarter of a mile away, he saw a small white cottage by the roadside, a white cottage with two dark windows and a door that somehow suggested a human face. He thought to himself that if he could reach it in time, he might find shelter and security, escape. The thin, implacable footsteps echoing his own were still some way off, when he lurched, gasping, into the little porch, rattled the latch, thrust at the door, and found it locked against him. There was no bell or knocker. He pounded on the wood with his fists until his knuckles bled. The response was horribly slow. At last, he heard heavier footsteps within the cottage. Slowly they descended the creaking stair. Slowly the door was unlocked. A tall, shadowy figure stood before him, holding a lighted candle in such a way that he could see little either of the holder's face or form. But to his dumb horror, there seemed to be a cerecloth wrapped around the face. No words passed between them. The figure beckoned him in. As he obeyed, it locked the door behind him. Then, beckoning him again without a word, the figure went before him up the crooked stair, with the ghostly candle casting huge and grotesque shadows on the whitewashed walls and ceiling. They entered an upper room, in which there was a bright fire burning, with an armchair on either side of it, and a small oak table, on which there lay a battered old book, bound in dark red buckram. It seemed as though the guest had been long expected, and all things were prepared. The figure pointed to one of the armchairs, placed the candlestick on the table by the book, for there was no other light but that of the fire, and withdrew without a word, locking the door behind him. Mortimer looked at the candlestick. It seemed familiar. The smell of the guttering wax brought back the little room in the old Elizabethan house. He picked up the book with trembling fingers. He recognized it at once, though he had long forgotten anything about the story. He remembered the ink stain on the title page, and then, with a shock of recollection, he came on the 50th page, which he had pinned down in childhood. The pins were still there. He touched them again, the very pins which his trembling childish fingers had used so long ago. He turned now to the beginning. He was determined to read it to the end now, and discover what it was all about. He felt that it must all be set down there in print, and though in childhood he could not understand it, he would be able to fathom it now. It was called The Midnight Express, and as he read the first paragraph, it began to dawn upon him slowly, fearfully, inevitably. It was the story of a man who in childhood long ago had chanced upon a book in which there was a picture that frightened him. He had grown up and forgotten it, and one night upon a lonely railway platform he had found himself in the remembered scene of that picture. He had confronted the solitary figure under the lamp, recognized it, and fled in panic. He had taken shelter in a wayside cottage and had been led to an upper room, found the book awaiting him, and had begun to read it right through to the very end at last. And this book too was called The Midnight Express, and it was the story of a man who in childhood... It would go on forever and forever and forever. There was no escape. But when the story came to the wayside cottage for the third time, a deeper suspicion began to dawn upon him. Slowly, fearfully, inevitably. Although there was no escape, he could at least try to grasp more clearly the details of the strange circle, the fearful wheel in which he was moving. There was nothing new about the details. They had been there all the time, but he had not grasped their significance. That was all. The strange and dreadful being that had led him up the crooked stair. Who and what was that? The story mentioned something else that had escaped him. The strange host who had given him shelter was about his own height. Could it be that he also... And was this why the face was hidden? At the very moment when he asked himself that question, he heard the click of the key in the locked door. The strange host was entering, moving toward him from behind, casting a grotesque shadow, larger than human, on the white walls in the guttering candlelight. It was there, seated on the other side of the fire facing him, with a horrible nonchalance, as a woman might prepare to remove a veil. It raised its hands to unwind the cerecloth from its face. He knew to whom it would belong, but would it be dead or living? There was no way but one. As Mortimer plunged forward and seized the tormentor by the throat, his own throat was gripped with the same brutal force. The echoes of their strangled cry were indistinguishable, and when the last confused sounds died out together, the stillness of the room was so deep that you might have heard the ticking of the old grandfather clock and the long-drawn rhythmical of the sea on a distant coast 38 years ago. But Mortimer had escaped at last. Perhaps, after all, he had caught the Midnight Express. It was a battered old book, bound in red buckram. Mr. Spallner put his hands over his face. There was the feeling of movement in space, the beautifully tortured scream, the impact and tumbling of the car with wall, through wall, over and down like a toy, and him hurled out of it. Then silence. The crowd came running. Faintly where he lay, he heard them running. Where the crowd came from, he didn't know. He struggled to remain aware, and then the crowd faces hemmed in upon him, hung over him like the large glowing leaves of down-bent trees. How swiftly a crowd comes, he thought, like the iris of an eye compressing in out of nowhere. A siren, a police voice, movement. Blood trickled from his lips, and he was being moved into an ambulance. Someone said, "Is he dead?" And someone else said, "No, he's not dead." And a third person said, "He won't die. He's not going to die." And he saw the faces of the crowd beyond him in the night, and he knew by their expressions that he wouldn't die. And that was strange. He saw a man's face, thin, bright, pale. The man swallowed and bit his lips, very sick. There was a small woman, too, with red hair and too much red on her cheeks and lips, and a little boy with a freckled face. Others' faces, an old man with a wrinkled upper lip, an old woman with a mole upon her chin. They had all come from where? Out of alleys and out of hotels and out of streetcars, and seemingly out of nowhere they came. The crowd looked at him, and he looked back at them and did not like them at all. There was a vast wrongness to them. He couldn't put his finger on it. They were far worse than this machine-made thing that happened to him now. The ambulance doors slammed. Through the windows he saw the crowd looking in. That crowd that always came so fast, so strangely fast, to form a circle, to peer down, to probe, to gawk, to question, to point, to disturb, to spoil the privacy of a man's agony by their frank curiosity. The car wheels spun in his mind for days, one wheel, 4 wheels spinning and whirring around and around. He knew it was wrong, something wrong with the wheels and the whole accident, and the running feet and the curiosity. The crowd faces mixed and spun into the wild rotation of the wheels. He awoke. "How do you feel?" asked the doctor. The wheels faded away. Mr. Spallner looked around. "Fine, I guess." He tried to find words about the accident. "Doctor." "Yeah?" "Do accidents make people, well, a little off? Temporarily, sometimes." He lay staring up at the doctor. "Does it hurt your time sense?" "Panic sometimes does." "Makes a minute seem like an hour, or maybe an hour seem like a minute?" "Yes." "Let me tell you then. The crowd got there too quickly. 30 seconds after the smash, they were all standing over me and staring at me. It's not right they should run that fast so late at night." "You only think it was 30 seconds, said the doctor. "It was probably 3 or 4 minutes. Your senses—" "Yeah, I know. My senses. The accident. But I was conscious. I remember one thing that puts it all together and makes it funny. God, so damn funny. The wheels of my car upside down. The wheels were still spinning when the crowd got there. The front wheels. Wheels don't spin very long. Friction cuts them down. And these were really spinning." "Oh, you're confused," said the doctor. "I'm not confused. That street was empty. Not a soul in sight. And then the accident and the wheels still spinning and all those faces over me, quick, in no time. And the way they looked down at me, I knew I wouldn't die." "Simple shock," said the doctor, walking away into the sunlight. "I seem to have a penchant for accidents," he said in his office 2 weeks later. It was late afternoon. His friend sat across the desk from him listening. "I got out of hospital this morning, and first thing on the way home we detoured round a wreck. There was a crowd." "Things run in cycles," said Morgan. "But it was funny, you must admit." "I must admit. Now, how about a drink?" They talked on for half an hour or more. All the while they talked, at the back of Spallner's brain a small watch ticked, a watch that never needed winding. It was the memory of a few little things, wheels and faces. At about 5:30 there was a hard metal noise in the street. Morgan nodded and looked out and down. "What'd I tell you? Cycles. A truck and a cream-colored Cadillac." Spallner walked to the window. He was very cold, and as he stood there he looked at his watch, at the small second hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. People running. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. From all over people came running. 15, 16, 17, 18 seconds. More people, more cars, more horns blowing. Curiously distant, Spallner looked upon the scene as an explosion in reverse. The fragments of the detonation sucked back to the point of impulsion. 19, 20, 21 seconds, and the crowd was there. Spallner made a gesture down at them, wordless. The crowd had gathered so fast. He saw a woman's body a moment before the crowd swallowed it up. Spallner was out of the door, Morgan after him, and down the stairs as rapidly as possible. "Come along, hurry! Take it easy, you're not a well man." They walked out under the street. Spallner pushed his way forward. He thought he saw a red-headed woman with too much red color on her cheeks and lips. "There!" he said wildly to Morgan. "Did you see her?" "See who?" "Oh, damn it, she's gone. The crowd closed in." He saw another familiar face. A little freckled boy ran away and vanished among the people. "Is she dead?" a voice asked. "Is she dead?" "She's dying," someone else replied. "She'll be dead before the ambulance arrives." They shouldn't have moved her. They shouldn't have moved her. All the crowd faces, familiar yet unfamiliar, bending over, looking down, looking down. Spallner came back out, and Morgan caught hold of him before he fell. "They moved her, Morgan. Someone moved her.
You should never move a traffic victim. It kills them. It kills them. Yeah, that's the way with people, the idiots.
Spallner arranged the newspaper clippings carefully. Morgan looked at them.
What's the idea? Ever since your accident, you think every traffic scramble is part of you. What are these?
Clippings of motor car crack-ups and photos. I hired a clipping service while I was in hospital to go back through the newspapers. Look at them. Not at the cars, said Spallner, but at the crowds around the cars. He pointed. Here. This woman is in both pictures. 10 years apart.
Coincidence. The woman happened to be there once in 1976 and once in 1986.
A coincidence may be, but 12 times over a period of 10 years, when the accidents occurred as much as 3 miles from one another? Oh, no. Here. He dealt out a dozen photographs. She's in all of these. And why does she wear the same clothes in pictures taken over a period of a decade?
I'll be damned, so she does.
And why was she standing over me the night of my accident 2 weeks ago? They had a drink. Morgan went over the files.
What does all this add up to?
I don't know, said Spallner, except that there's a universal law about accidents. Crowds gather. They always gather. And like you and me, people have wondered year after year why they gathered so quickly, and how. I know the answer. Here it is. He flung the clippings down. It frightens me. They always show up together. At a fire or an explosion or on the sidelines of war, at any public demonstration of this thing called death. Vultures, hyenas, or saints. I don't know which they are. I just don't know. But I'm going to the police with it this evening. It has gone on long enough. One of them shifted that woman's body today. They shouldn't have touched her. It killed her. He placed the clippings in a briefcase. Morgan got up and slipped into his coat. Spallner clicked the briefcase shut. Oh, I just happened to think.
What?
Maybe they wanted her dead. Spallner took it slow driving downtown. He was rather shocked, but not surprised somehow, when the truck came rolling out of an alley straight at him. He was just congratulating himself on his keen sense of observation and talking out what he would say to the police in his mind when the truck smashed into the car Morgan had lent him. He was forced back and forth in several lightning jerks. Then all motion stopped, and only pain filled him up. He heard their feet running and running and running. He fumbled with the car door. It clicked. He fell out upon the pavement drunkenly and lay ear to the asphalt, listening to them coming. It was like a great rainstorm, with many drops, heavy, light, and medium, touching the earth. Weakly, expectantly, he rode his head up and looked. The crowd was there. He tried to move, and he realized something was wrong with his spine. He hadn't felt much at the impact, but his spine was hurt. He didn't dare move. Someone said, "Give me a hand. We'll roll him over and lift him into a more comfortable position." Spallner's brain burst apart. "No, don't move me. You idiots, you'll kill me, don't." Hands took hold of him. They started to lift him. He cried out, and nausea choked him up. They straightened him out into a ramrod of agony. 2 men did it. One of them was thin, bright, pale, alert, a young man. The other man was very old and had a wrinkled upper lip. A familiar voice said, "Is he dead?" Another voice, a memorable voice, responded, "No, not yet, but he will be dead before the ambulance arrives." They were all around him, these judges and jurors with the faces he had seen before. Through his pain he counted their faces. The freckled boy, the red-haired, red-cheeked woman, an old woman with a mole on her chin. "I know what you're here for," he thought. "You're here just as you're at all accidents, to make certain the right ones live and the right ones die. That's why you lifted me. You knew it would kill. You knew I'd live if you left me alone."
And that's the way it's been since time began when crowds gather. You murder much easier this way. Your alibi is very simple. You didn't know it was dangerous to move a hurt man. You didn't mean to hurt him.
Who are you? Where do you come from? And how do you get here so soon? You're the crowd that's always in the way, using up good air that a dying man's lungs are in need of, using up space he should be using to lie in alone, tramping on people to make sure they die. That's you. I know all of you. Eyes inverted over him, faces. Somewhere a siren. The ambulance was coming. But looking at the faces, the construction, the cast, the form of the faces, Spallner saw it was too late. He read it in their faces. They knew. He tried to speak. A little bit got out.
It looks like I'll be joining up with you. I guess I'll be a member of your group now.
He closed his eyes, then waited for the coroner. Craven came out past the Achilles statue in the thin summer rain. It was only just after lighting up time, but already the cars were lined up all the way to the Marble Arch, and the sharp, acquisitive faces peered out ready for a good time with anything possible which came along. Craven went bitterly by with the collar of his mackintosh tight around his throat. It was one of his bad days. All the way up the park he was reminded of passion. But you needed money for love. All that a poor man could get was lust. Love needed a good suit, a car, a flat somewhere, or a good hotel. It needed to be wrapped in cellophane. He was aware all the time of the stringy tie beneath the mackintosh and the frayed sleeves. He carried his body about with him like something he hated. There were moments of happiness in the British Museum reading room, but the body called him back. He bore as his only sentiment the memory of ugly deeds committed on park chairs. People talked as if the body died too soon. That wasn't the trouble to Craven at all. He remembered a dream he had woken 3 times trembling from. He had been alone in the huge, dark, cavernous burying ground of all the world. Every grave was connected to another under the ground. The globe was honeycombed for the sake of the dead, and on each occasion of dreaming he had discovered anew the horrifying fact that the body doesn't decay. There are no worms and dissolution. Under the ground the world was littered with masses of dead flesh ready to rise again, with their warts and boils and eruptions. He had lain in bed and remembered, as tidings of great joy, that the body after all was corrupt. He came into the Edgware road walking fast. The guardsmen were out in couples, great languid, elongated beasts, the bodies like worms in their tight trousers. He hated them, and hated his hatred, because he knew what it was, envy. He was aware that every one of them had a better body than himself. Indigestion creased his stomach. He felt sure that his breath was foul. But who could he ask? Sometimes he secretly touched himself here and there with scent. It was one of his ugliest secrets. Why should he be asked to believe in the resurrection of this body he wanted to forget? Sometimes he prayed at night. A hint of religious belief was lodged in his breast like a worm in a nut, that his body at any rate should never rise again. He knew all the side streets around the Edgware road only too well. When a mood was on, he simply walked until he was tired, squinting at his own image in the windows of Salmon and Gluckstein and the ABCs. So he noticed at once the posters outside the disused theatre in Culpar Road. The theatre had been built in 1920 by an optimist who thought the cheapness of the site would more than counterbalance its disadvantage of lying a mile outside the conventional theatre zone. But no play had ever succeeded, and it was soon left to gather rat holes and spider webs. The covering of the seats was never renewed, and all that ever happened to the place was the temporary false life of an amateur play or a trade show. Craven stopped and read. The home of the silent film. The first season of Primitives was announced. A highbrow phrase. There would never be a second. Well, the seats were cheap, and it was perhaps worth a shilling to him, now that he was tired, to get in somewhere out of the rain. Craven bought a ticket and went into the darkness of the stalls. In the dead darkness, a piano tinkled something monotonously recalling Mendelssohn. He sat down in a gangway seat and could immediately feel the emptiness all around him. On the screen, a large woman in a kind of toga wrung her hands, then wobbled with curious jerky movements towards a couch. Sometimes she seemed to dissolve altogether into dots and flashes and wiggly lines. A subtitle said, "Pompilia, betrayed by her lover Augustus, seeks an end to her troubles." Craven began at last to see. A dim waste of stalls. There were not 20 people in the place. A few couples whispering with their heads touching, and a number of lonely men like himself, wearing the same uniform of the cheap mackintosh. They lay about at intervals like corpses, and again Craven's obsession returned, the toothache of horror. He thought miserably, I am going mad. Other people don't feel like this. Even a disused theatre reminded him of those interminable caverns where the bodies were waiting for resurrection. A slave to his passion, Augustus calls for yet more wine. A gross, middle-aged Teutonic actor lay on an elbow, with his arm round a large woman in a shift. The spring song tinkled ineptly on, and the screen flickered like indigestion. Somebody felt his way through the darkness, scrabbling past Craven's knees, a small man. Craven experienced the unpleasant feeling of a large beard brushing his mouth. There was a long sigh as the newcomer found the next chair, and on the screen events had moved with such rapidity that Pompilia had already stabbed herself, or so Craven supposed, and lay still and buxom among her weeping slaves. A low, breathless voice sighed out close to Craven's ear. "What's happened? Is she asleep?" "No, dead. Murdered," the voice asked with keen interest. I don't think so. Stabbed herself." Nobody said hush. Nobody was enough interested to object to a voice. They drooped among the empty chairs in attitudes of weary inattention. The film wasn't nearly over yet, but the small bearded man in the next seat seemed to be interested only in Pompilia's death. The fact that he had come in at that moment apparently fascinated him. Craven heard the word coincidence twice, and he went on talking to himself about it in low, out-of-breath tones. Absurd when you come to think of it. And then, no blood at all. Craven didn't listen. He sat with his hands clasped between his knees, facing the fact that he was in danger of going mad. He had to pull himself up, take a holiday, see a doctor. God knew what infection moved in his veins. He became aware that his bearded neighbor had addressed him directly. "What?" he asked impatiently. What did you say?" There would be more blood than you could imagine." What are you talking about?" When the man spoke to him, he sprayed him with damp breath. There was a little bubble in his speech like an impediment. He said, "When you murder a man..." "This was a woman," Craven said impatiently. "That wouldn't make any difference. It's got nothing to do with murder anyway. And that doesn't signify." They seemed to have got into an absurd and meaningless wrangle in the dark. "I know, you see," the little bearded man said in a tone of enormous conceit. "Do what?" "About such things," he said with guarded ambiguity. Craven turned and tried to see him clearly. Was he mad? Was this a warning of what he might become, babbling incomprehensibly to strangers in cinemas? He thought, by God, no. Trying to see, I'll be sane yet. I will be sane. He could make out nothing but a small black hump of a body. The man was talking to himself again. He said, "Talk, such talk. They'll say it was all for £50. That's a lie. It's reasons and reasons. They always take the first reason. Never look behind 30 years of reasons. Such simpletons." So this was madness. So long as he could realize that, he must be sane himself, relatively speaking. Not so sane perhaps as the seekers in the park or the guardsmen in the Edgware road, but saner than this. It was like a message of encouragement as the piano tinkled on. Then again the little man turned and sprayed him. Killed herself, you say, but who's to know that? Not a mere question of what hand holds the knife. He laid a hand suddenly and confidingly on Craven's. It was damp and sticky. Craven said with horror, as a possible meaning came to him, "What are you talking about?" I know, the little man said. A man in my position gets to know almost everything. "What is your position?" Craven said, feeling the sticky hand on his, trying to make up his mind whether he was being hysterical or not. After all, there were a dozen explanations. It might be treacle. A pretty desperate one, you'd say. Sometimes the voice almost died in the throat altogether. The little man began to titter knowingly. He was talking to himself again. It would have been easy to ignore him altogether if it had not been for those sticky hands which he now removed. He seemed to be fumbling at the seat in front of him. His head had a habit of lolling sideways, like an idiot child's. He said distinctly and irrelevantly, "Bayswater tragedy." "What was that?" Craven said sharply. He'd seen those words on a poster before he entered the park. "Huh? About the tragedy." "To think they call Cullen Mews Bayswater." Suddenly the little man began to cough. Turning his face towards Craven and coughing right at him, it was like vindictiveness. The voice said brokenly, "Let me see. My umbrella." He was getting up. "You didn't have an umbrella." My umbrella," he repeated. And he seemed to lose the word altogether. He went scrabbling out past Craven's knees. Craven let him go. But before he had reached the billowy, dusty curtains of the exit, the screen went blank and bright. The film had broken, and somebody immediately turned up one dirt-choked chandelier above the circle. It shone down just enough for Craven to see the smear on his hands. This wasn't hysteria. This was a fact. He wasn't mad. He had sat next to a madman who in some muse, what was the name? Colin. Craven jumped up and made his own way out. The black curtain flapped in his mouth. But he was too late. The man had gone, and there were 3 turnings to choose from. He chose instead a telephone box and dialed with an odd sense for him of sanity and decision, 999. It didn't take 2 minutes to get the right department. They were interested and very kind. Yes, there had been a murder in a mews, Cullen Mews. A man's neck had been cut from ear to ear with a bread knife, a horrid crime. He began to tell them how he had sat next to the murderer in a cinema. It couldn't be anyone else. There was blood on his hands, and he remembered with repulsion as he spoke the damp beard. There must have been a terrible lot of blood. But the voice from the yard interrupted him. No, it was saying. "We have the murderer. No doubt of it at all. It's the body that's disappeared." Craven put down the receiver. He said to himself aloud, "Why should this happen to me? Why to me?" He was back in the horror of his dream. The squalid, darkening street outside was only one of the innumerable tunnels connecting grave to grave where the imperishable bodies lay. He said, "It was a dream. A dream." And leaning forward, he saw in the mirror above the telephone his own face sprinkled by tiny drops of blood like dew from a scent spray. He began to scream, "I won't go mad. I won't go mad. I'm sane. I won't go mad." Presently a little crowd began to collect, and soon a policeman came. From almost the first moment that I entered the big room clutching my bottle, my attention was riveted upon a girl who was there. I say a girl, but in fact she was considerably older than I was, 30 at least, I should suppose. She was very blonde and slender, almost ethereal. She had the greenest eyes I'd ever seen, or have ever seen since, and the biggest too. She wore white boots which went right up under her dress. If this girl worked in my bank, I'd certainly not seen her there. We were never introduced or anything like that, but I simply couldn't bother about anyone else who was there.
male or female. I simply gravitated towards and around her. In the end she said, "Hello, you look unhappy." I nodded. That was partly because I was shy and speechless. "Come and sit by me," she said, "and have a drink." Well, the drink was the usual dreadful stuff that you get at parties where everyone's mucking in, but 3 or 4 glasses, each of something different, gave me more confidence, and in the end I was conversing with the girl quite intelligently. We had all kinds of things in common, like books and films and concerts, which I used to go in for at that time as much as I could, and in no time at all I was in 7th heaven. It was absolutely the first time in my life that I had entered that region, and as it happens, it was more or less the last time also. The rest of them were making more and more noise until it was exactly like the bank, or like the sort of tavern my father used to look for. In the end, my girl said, "Let's explore." We went upstairs and entered what I suppose was the parents' bedroom. We sat together on the bed. "I say," I said, "who are you?" "I'm Laura," she said. She did tell me her other name, but I'm keeping that to myself. She even told me her address and telephone number, and of course I should have written them down, but I supposed them to be burned on my brain forever, as one does at that age. "I'm Andrew," I said, and she smiled at me mysteriously. So I put my arm around her shoulders and should have liked to turn out the light, but I knew the door was unlocked and did not dare to go so far as to lock it. She was wearing a thin greeny dress with a pattern on it like waves. I'd never seen a dress like it, but, why, it's impossible to describe. "Andrew," she said, looking at me with her enormous eyes, "I do love you." Oh, let me tell you, it was the supreme moment of my entire life, though I didn't realize that at the time. But then she cried, "Andrew, I must go and telephone. I'd quite forgotten. You made me forget." "Oh, you will come back," I gasped out. Of course it was dangerous for her to leave the room at all. That was obvious enough. Even so, her reply astonished me. "I shall always come back," was what she said. She pulled up her boots and flitted out. Laura didn't come back. In the end, it seemed quite certain that she must have heard something on the telephone which had made her leave at once. I did not care to ask anyone. I was downcast enough on the way home, and it became worse when I realized that I'd forgotten both Laura's exact address and her telephone number. However, I knew her name right enough, and I remembered the name of the road she'd given me. Immediately I reached my digs, I looked Laura up in the communal telephone directory and found that the page was missing. It was not that it had been torn out, though the other chaps often did that. I examined the binding, and it seemed that that particular page had never been there. I slept not one wink that night between rapture and regret. Well, in the end, I left the banking floor, and I was given a more confidential job of toting records from place to place. It was inevitable that I saw more of the world, though I didn't always like what I saw. On several occasions I even thought of marrying, and the different girls seemed quite keen to have me, but each time I drew back at the last moment. Most men value their freedom, of course, but it was really Laura that was the trouble with me. She'd transfix me. I could never get her out of my thoughts, though you may think this odd because I believe it was as much as 8 or 10 years before I saw or heard of her again. I was in Paris and strolling through the Parc Monceau on business, when all among the prams and nursemaids I saw her on a seat. My heart turned over. I was all but sick with the shock. "Hello," she said. "You look unhappy." "I am," I said. "It's your fault. You must know that." She smiled in that way which so confused me. "In which case, we'll go and have a drink and make it up." "Oh, you must be cold." I couldn't help saying it because she was wearing very much the same dress and the same sort of boots. And it was a blustery day in Paris with rain every now and then, and worse undoubtedly to come. "I've been waiting too," she said reproachfully. She never added much to that. We wandered off across the park to a funny little place in a side street. On the way, though really it wasn't far, we passed a ghastly street accident, or perhaps it was something worse. I tried not to look at it, and as she said nothing, of course I didn't. We began mixing our drinks again in the same unwise way, and talking about all those things we had in common, though, naturally, we both went to fewer films and concerts and read fewer books than before. Oh, but that applies to almost everyone. I realized with a little shiver she might well be 40 by now, or at least 38. I can only say that she did not look it. She looked devastating, in a slightly peculiar way. In the end, I began eating as well as drinking, though she would only nibble. While I was in the middle of one of those hashed-up mock steaks, the patron came up in his red apron and whispered into Laura's ear. She rose instantly. "Excusez-moi," she said absent-mindedly, and as if I'd been a Frenchman. Well, she pulled herself together and added, "Back in a moment," smiling her smile. Then, before I could get out a word, she walked quickly out of the cafe. Oh, yes, this time I tore right after her, but the patron clutched at me and held me back by brute force. I suppose he was frightened for his bill, but alternatively it might have been that he knew something I didn't. I mooched miserably about in the chilly drizzle for, I dare say, an hour and a half, trying to keep the cafe entrance under observation. But I knew in my bones that Laura would not return. Not there, anyway. Not then. Within only a couple of years, I got down at last to proposing marriage, and Cecilia Susan accepted me at once. I was perfectly determined to work at the marriage, and obviously it was only fair that I should, but Laura stood more hopelessly in the light than I had supposed possible. I never said a word about her to Cecilia Susan. It would have sounded so utterly unrealistic. Nor were things helped by the fact that our two children, only a year apart actually, died in an accident at the nursery school. I'm sure you heard about it, or read about it at the time. There were questions in Parliament and a big inquiry, at which we both gave evidence. In the end, Cecilia Susan left me for a more practical chap 10 years younger than I was, and 8 years younger than she was. There was a quick divorce, and I've never seen or heard of Cecilia Susan since. All this time I was working for these new people, having left the bank soon after the Park Monceau business. It's a funny sort of job, but it pays a lot better, and it's occasionally quite exciting. There was a meeting at a big hotel near, well, I won't name it. It was in the north of Italy. That'll give you the picture. Not actually in the town either, as I say. The gathering was international, cosmopolitan, all those things. And believe me, it was pretty tense. By then I was accustomed to almost anything. But suddenly I'd had enough, and I went out for a breather. I hate a packed room. I went downstairs, and there at a table in the lounge sat Laura. She was looking out through the big window at all the snow and ice and tempest. I did not say that she was dressed in exactly the same way, not at all, but it was a version of the same garb in every detail, and she looked, well, ageless might be the best word. I stood back. I was petrified. It had been a terrible afternoon upstairs, if I'm to be honest about it, and now here in the dusk was this. In the end, Laura turned and saw me. "You do look unhappy," she said. "Come and sit by me." Well, I could hardly cut and run. In any case, we're all virtually snowed up. But needless to say, I did not want to do anything of the kind. Calm judgment was useless where Laura was concerned. I find it almost always is useless. She filled a glass from a big decanter of red wine. It was as if the glass had been set there for me and waiting. "Wine of oblivion," said Laura, smiling. "At least this time we seem not to propose mixing them, and inevitably by now we no longer read books at all, or bothered ourselves with films and concerts or anything like that." "How long are you staying?" I asked, with one part of my mind still on the drifting snow. "It doesn't matter," said Laura. "There will be future occasions." I laughed, and everyone in the lounge looked up, except for the very old and the very deaf. "The intervals are a bit on the long side," I said. "One day there won't be a second to spare," she replied in a matter-of-fact way. I expect I stared at her like a fool. "Now, if you like," she said. Well, I suppose I continued to stare. In my work I'd become ready with conventional words, but only with those. "Come and see," she said, with that all-dissolving smile of hers. "Do you mind carrying the wine?" I followed her upstairs, back upstairs where I was concerned,
In the conference room there seemed to be total silence, which was absurd and impossible. She wove in and out on the first floor of the hotel, then pushed open a dingy and ill-painted door, not up to the general standard of the place, and held it for me to pass through, with the big decanter in one hand and the 2 big wine glasses slipping about in the other. Beyond was a very big corridor, ill-lighted and with battered bedroom doors on either side. There were holes in the carpet and big cracks in the plaster of the ceiling, through which things might emerge when most people had gone to bed. One could not help thinking of that. Plainly it was a wing which had been virtually closed, and not only for the off-season, one would suggest. I marvelled that Laura should, as I presumed, sleep there and dwell there. Before long I was unable to reconcile so long a corridor with the outside of the building, as I'd glimpsed it for a moment on arrival. On and on and on I tramped after her, tripping over the ragged carpet, coping with my slithery burdens. She opened a door to our left. I felt immediately that it might have been any door. She stood at the portal, smiling. Really, she was much too lightly clad for the dreadful chill of that corridor, where the central heating had been so long turned off. In her wavy dress, she looked more like the sea in summer, though deep and mighty. But you wouldn't possibly understand what I mean. You would have had to be there. One day perhaps you will be. I could only just see into the room. By the few glimmering lights in the corridor, totally insufficient for modern hotel visitors, I could discern in the room only rotting woodwork and huge worms and soiled rags on the floor. "Come in and have a drink with me," begged Laura. "Then I can look after you properly." After a second or two of silence between us, she gently added, "You might call me your guardian angel." No one should think I made a fool of myself. Not at all. I'd been very fully trained in self-control. I set down the heavy decanter on the threshold, and though one of the glasses fell from my hand as I stooped, it did not shatter. I by no means broke into a panicky rush, but at the most what my late father, who came very much into my mind at that moment, would have called a fast jog-trot, which sufficed perfectly well, though I don't know what might have happened if by mistake I had run in the wrong direction. Naturally, I've not again seen Laura as yet. I keep telling myself to stop worrying, because such things are not decided by us, but for us. The road begins to rise in a series of gentle curves, passing through pleasing groves of olive and vines. 5 kilometres on the left is the fork for Florence. To the right may be seen the Tower of Sacrifice, 470 steps, built in 1535 by Niccolo da Ferramano. Superstitious fear left the tower intact when in 1549 the surrounding village was completely destroyed. Triumphantly, Caroline lifted her finger from the fine italic type. There was nothing to mar the success of this afternoon. For the first time, she had taken the Italian guidebook Neville was always urging on her, and hesitatingly, haltingly, she had managed to piece out enough of the language to choose a route that took in 4 well-thought-of frescoes, 2 universally admired campaniles, and 1 wooden crucifix in a village church quite a long way from the main road. It was not, after all, such a bad thing that a British Council meeting had kept Neville in Florence. Perhaps there would just be time to add this tower to her dutiful collection. What was it called? She bent to the guidebook again, carefully tracing the text with her finger to be sure she was translating it correctly word by word. But this time her moving finger stopped abruptly at the name of Niccolo da Ferramano. There had risen in her mind a picture. No, not a picture, a portrait of a thin white face with deep-set eyes that stared intently into hers. Why a portrait, she asked, and then she remembered. It had been about 3 months ago, just after they were married, when Neville had first brought her to Florence. He himself had already lived there for 2 years, and during that time had been at least as concerned to accumulate Tuscan culture for himself as to disseminate English culture to the Italians. She had been proud to accompany Neville to castles and palaces privately owned to which his work gave him entry, and there to gaze with what she hoped was pleasure, on the undiscovered Raphael, the Titian that had hung on the same wall ever since it was painted, the Giotto fresco under which the family that had originally commissioned it still said their prayers. It had been on one of these pilgrimages that she had seen the face of the young man with the black eyes. In a castle at the top of a hill, she had followed Neville dutifully along a gallery lined with 5 centuries of family portraits, listening politely, while in his light, well-bred voice he had told her some intimate anecdotes of history. And, involuntarily, she had let her eyes wander round the room. It was thus that her eye was caught by a face on the other side, and forgetting what was due to politeness, she caught her husband's arm and demanded, "Neville, who's that girl over there?" But he was pleased with her. He said, I'm glad you picked that one out. It's generally thought to be the best thing in the collection. A bronze Zeno, of course." And they went over to have a look at it. The picture was painted in rich pale colours, a green curtain, a blue dress, a young face with calm brown eyes under plaits of honey-gold hair. Caroline read out the name under the picture. Giovanni da Ferramano, 1531 to 1549. That was the year the village was destroyed, she remembered now, sitting in the car by the roadside. But then she had exclaimed, "Neville, she was only 18 when she died." "Oh, they married young in those days," Neville commented, and Caroline said in surprise, "Oh, was she married?" It had been the radiantly virginal character of the face that had caught her inattention. "Yes, she was married," Neville answered, and added, Look at the portrait beside her." And this was when Caroline had seen the pale young man. There were no clear light colours in this picture. There was only the whiteness of the face, the blackness of the eyes, the hair, the clothes, and the glint of gold letters on the pile of books, on which the young man rested his hand. Underneath this picture was written, "Portrait of an unknown gentleman." "Do you mean he's her husband? Surely they'd know if he was, instead of calling him an unknown gentleman." "Oh, he's Niccolo da Ferramano, all right. I've seen another portrait of him somewhere, and it's not a face one would forget. But there's apparently some queer scandal about him, and though they don't turn his picture out, they won't mention his name. Last time I was here, the old Count himself took me through the gallery. I asked him about little Giovanna and her husband. It was horribly clear that I shouldn't have asked. He said either she was lost or she was damned, but which word it was I can never be sure. The portrait of Niccolo he just ignored altogether." "What was wrong with Niccolo, I wonder?" "Oh, I don't know, but I can guess. Do you notice the lettering on those books up there under his hand? It's all in Hebrew or Arabic. Undoubtedly the unmentionable Niccolo dabbled in black magic." Caroline shivered. "I don't like him," she said. "Let's look at Giovanna again." And they'd moved back to the first portrait, and Neville had said casually, "Do you know, she's rather like you." Caroline put the guidebook back in the pigeonhole under the dashboard and drove carefully along the gentle curves until she came to the fork for Florence on the left. On the top of a little hill to the right stood a tall, round tower. There was no other building in sight. Caroline knew that she wanted to take the fork to the left, to Florence and home and Neville, and, said an urgent voice inside her, for safety. This voice so much shocked her that she got out of the car and began to trudge up the dusty track towards the tower. The tower was built of narrow red bricks, and only thin slits pierced its surface, right at the top where Caroline could see some kind of narrow platform encircling it. Before her was an arched doorway. "I'm just going to have a quick look," she assured herself again, and then she walked in. She was in an empty room with a low arched ceiling. A narrow stone staircase clung to the wall and circled round the room to disappear through a hole in the ceiling. "There ought to be a wonderful view at the top," said Caroline firmly to herself, and she laid her hand on the rusty rail and started to climb, and as she climbed she counted. 39, 40, 41, she said, and with the 41st step she came through the ceiling and saw over her head, far, far above, the deep blue evening sky, a small circle of blue framed in a narrowing shaft round which the narrow staircase spiraled. There was no inner wall. Only the rusty railing protected the climber on the inside. "It's getting dark very quickly," said Caroline at the 150th step. "I know what the tower is like now. It would be much more sensible to give up and go home." At the 269th step, her hand moving forward on the railing met only empty space. For an interminable second she shivered, pressing back to the hard brick on the other side. Then, hesitatingly, she groped forwards, upwards, and at last her fingers met the rusty rail again, and again she climbed. At the 375th step, the rail, as her moving hand clutched it, crumbled away under her fingers. "I'd better just go by the wall," she told herself, and now her left hand traced the rough brick as she climbed up and up. 422, 423, counted Caroline with part of her brain. "I really ought to go down now," said another part. "I wish, I want to go down now." But she could not. It would be silly to give up, she told herself, desperately trying to rationalize what drove her on. Just because one's afraid. And then she had to stifle that thought too. And there was nothing left in her brain but the steadily mounting tally of the steps. 470, said Caroline aloud. And then she stopped abruptly, because the steps had stopped too. There was nothing ahead but a piece of broken railing barring her way, and the sky, drained now of all its colour, was still some 20 feet above her head. "But how idiotic," she said to the air. "The whole thing's absolutely pointless." And then the fingers of her left hand, exploring the wall beside her, met not brick, but wood. She turned to see what it was, and there in the wall, level with the top step, was a small wooden door. "So it does go somewhere after all," she said, and she fumbled with the rusty handle. The door pushed open, and she stepped through. She was on a narrow stone platform about a yard wide. It seemed to encircle the tower. The platform sloped downwards away from the tower, and its stones were smooth and very shiny. And this was all she noticed, before she looked beyond the stones and down. She was immeasurably, unbelievably high and alone, and the ground below was a world away. It was not credible, not possible, that she should be so far from the ground. All her being was suddenly absorbed in the single impulse to hurl herself from the sloping platform. "I cannot go down any other way," she said. And then she heard what she said, and stepped back, frenziedly clutching the soft rotten wood of the doorway, with hands sodden with sweat. "There is no other way," said the voice in her brain. "There is no other way." "This is vertigo," said Caroline. "I've never had it before, but I know what it is, and it's vertigo." She closed her eyes and kept very still, and felt the cold sweat running down her body. "I shall be all right now," she said at last, and carefully she stepped back through the doorway, onto the 470th step, and pulled the door shut before her. She looked up at the sky swiftly darkening with night. Then, for the first time, she looked down into the shaft of the tower, down to the narrow, unprotected staircase, spiralling round and round and round and round, and disappearing into the dark. She screamed, "I can't go down!" She began to cry, shuddering with the pain of her sobs. It could not be true that she had brought herself to this peril, that there could be no safety for her unless she could climb down the menacing stairs. At last she stopped crying and said, "Now I shall go down. 1, she counted, and her right hand tearing at the brick wall, she moved first one and then the other foot down to the second step. 2, she counted, and then she thought of the depth below her, and stood still, stupefied with terror. The stone beneath her feet, the brick against her hand, were two frail protections for her exposed body. They could not save her from the voice that repeated that it would be easier to fall. Abruptly, she sat down on the step. 2, she counted again, and spreading both her hands tightly against the step on each side of her, she swung her body off the second step, down onto the third. 3, she counted, then 4, then 5, pressing closer and closer into the wall, away from the empty drop on the other side. At the 21st step, she said, I think I can do it now." She slid her right hand up the rough wall and slowly stood upright. Then with the other hand she reached for the railing. It was now too dark to see, but it was not there. For timeless time she stood there, knowing nothing but fear. 21, she said. 21, 21. Over and over again, but she could not step onto the 22nd step. Something brushed her face. She knew it was a bat and not a hand that touched her, but still it was horror beyond conceivable horror. And it was this horror, without any sense of moving from dread to safety, that at last impelled her down the stairs. 23, 24, 25, she counted, and around her the air was full of whispering, skin-stretched wings. If one of them should touch her again, she must fall. 26, 27, 28. The skin of her right hand was torn and hot with blood, for she would never lift it from the wall, only press it slowly down and force her rigid legs to move from the knowledge of each step to the peril of the next. So Caroline came down the dark tower. She could not think. She could know nothing but fear. Only her brain remorselessly recorded the tally. 501, it counted. 502, and 3, and 4, and 5.
Story 1. Room 7. I closed my eyes tightly. I didn't feel afraid. Not then. Fear came later. No, I wasn't afraid, but I wanted to think.
Perhaps you don't believe in ghosts. I'm not sure that I believe in them. I'm not sure that I saw a ghost that night. But if I didn't see a ghost, what did I see? I was returning from a business trip to the north. I lived near London then. It was winter. The roads were covered with ice, and I had to drive slowly and carefully. I was still a long way from home when it got dark. Then my car lights began to fail. It was too dangerous to stay on the main road. I turned off into a quiet country road. After a few kilometres, I saw a road sign, Millom. 5 minutes later, I was driving along a narrow street. There were a few shops with bright lights, and I could see a garage at the end of the street. I stopped there and explained my problem. The man looked at my car lights. "I'll repair them in the morning," he said. "Is there a hotel in Millom?" I asked. "There's the Goat at the top of the street," he said. "We don't have many visitors in Millom in the winter. Tell Mr. Richards I sent you. He'll look after you." I thanked him and took my suitcase out of the car. Then I walked back up the street to the Goat. It was an old building. The hotel office was just inside the front door. A big man came through another door at the back of the office and smiled at me in a friendly way. "Mr. Richards?" I asked. "Yes," he answered. "Can I help you?" I explained that my car was at the garage. "I need a meal and a room for the night," I said. "The meal isn't a problem," he said. "Dinner will be ready in an hour. But this is a small hotel. We've only got 6 bedrooms, and they're all full." The door opened again, and a little woman walked quickly into the room. "This is my wife," Richards explained. He turned to her and said, "I was telling our visitor that we're full tonight, Liz. His car's at the garage, and he wants dinner and a bed for the night." "There's room 7, Tom," she said. "But we don't," he began. "We can't send him away on a night like this," his wife said. "I'll make the bed in room 7. "I'm giving you trouble, I'm afraid," I said. "It's no trouble, Mr. Saunders," I said. "I'm John Saunders. "It's no trouble, Mr Saunders. We don't use room 7 much. There's nothing wrong with it." She gave her husband a look when she said that. He didn't reply. Room 7 was on the top floor, above the other bedrooms. It felt quite cold, but there was an electric fire. It will soon get warm, I thought, and it's beautifully quiet up here. I'll sleep well tonight. It wasn't a big room. There was a bed, a cupboard, and a wash basin behind the door. Between the wash basin and the cupboard was a big, straight-backed chair. I washed, and then went down to dinner. I enjoyed my meal, and then I went to the bar. I talked to Richards and some of his friends until I began to feel sleepy. "I think I'll go up to bed now," I said. "Good night then, Mr Saunders," Richards said. "I hope you'll be comfortable. Sleep well." I don't know how long I slept. Something woke me. It wasn't a noise. The bedroom was quiet, but something strange was happening. The light on my bedside table wasn't on, but part of the room was slowly becoming light. My bed was in the dark. I couldn't see the cupboard or the wash basin, but I could see the big chair. I could see its seat, its arms, its legs, and its tall, straight back. It was shining at me out of the dark. I closed my eyes tightly. I didn't feel afraid. Not then. Fear came later. No, I wasn't afraid, but I wanted to think and to shut out that strange light. I dreamt it, I thought. Of course, I drank too much in the bar after dinner, and I was dreaming. I decided to count slowly up to 50, and then to open my eyes again. 40, 41. I was counting the numbers very slowly when I heard it. Somebody was breathing in the room. This was not a dream. A thief, perhaps. I opened my eyes. Now, a man was sitting in the chair. He was old and he had white hair, but he was sitting up straight. His bright eyes were looking at me. I tried to speak, but no words came. I wanted to say, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" but I couldn't. I told myself not to be afraid. He was too old to hurt me, but his eyes were frightening. They never moved. He lifted his left hand and pointed his finger at me. Now his eyes were very sad, and suddenly I wasn't afraid of him. When he spoke, his voice was tired. "I never knew," he said. "But you do." His hand dropped. Suddenly I could speak. "What do I know?" I asked. "Who are you? What?" Before I could complete the question, he and the light disappeared. A voice woke me. "Here's a cup of tea, Mr Saunders. Your breakfast will be ready in half an hour." Richards put the tea on my bedside table and went out quickly. I thought about my strange visitor. Did I dream it all? I decided not to worry Mr. and Mrs. Richards with a mystery that they couldn't solve. I had my breakfast. Then I went into the hotel office to pay my bill. Mrs. Richards was sitting at the desk. She smiled and gave me the bill. "Did you sleep well?" I looked up to answer her. I saw a picture on the wall behind her. The white hair, the strong face, and the bright eyes were terribly familiar to me. I pointed at the picture. "Who's that?" I asked. She looked at the picture and turned back quickly. "It's Tom's father. He lived with us here at the Goat. He died 5 years ago, in the room that you slept in last night. That's why Tom didn't want you to have room 7. But you—" I stopped. She was speaking again. "There were some silly stories about Room 7, Mr. Saunders," she said. "One or two nervous visitors thought that the room was haunted. A ghost isn't good for a hotel, so Tom's father decided to sleep there. He didn't believe in ghosts, so he went up to bed at his usual time, but—" "Yes," I said. "What happened?" "I took tea up for him the next morning," she said, "and I found him in that big chair, cold and dead. Of course, he was an old man. His heart just failed suddenly." I picked up my case. "Mrs. Richards," I said. She wasn't listening to me. She smiled and said, "So we never discovered the mystery of Room 7, and I don't believe that anybody will. It's just a silly story." I paid the bill, said goodbye, and walked quickly down the street towards the garage. The voice of an old man seemed to follow me.
"I never knew," it said. "Was Room 7 haunted? I never knew. But you do. You know now. Don't you?"
Story 2. Mrs. Wood Comes Home. There were curtains at the windows. The house didn't look empty. "Are you still there, Mrs. Wood?" I thought.
I always went to Porchester for my holidays. It's a quiet little town, full of interesting old buildings, and I was studying its history. I'm not a rich man, and I can't stay in hotels, but Jack Thompson invited me to stay in his pretty little house in 4 Street. He and I were at school together. I had some very happy times with him and his wife Annie until Mrs. Wood came home. That year I went to Porchester as usual. It was a fine spring afternoon when I arrived. We went for a walk, and I took photographs of the church. That night after supper, we sat talking by the fireside. "Tell me all the news," I said. Jack smiled. "Life moves very slowly here, Bill," he said. "We've got a new doctor, Dr. Warren, if that interests you." "Everything about Porchester interests me," I said. "Tell me more." "Mrs. Wood has gone away," Annie said. "Mrs. Wood?" I said. "Where did she live?" Annie smiled at me. "In the house across the street, the one with the big tree in front of the windows. She's very old. She didn't go out very much because she can't walk very well." "I often thought that somebody was looking out of an upstairs window," I said, "but the tree covers part of it." "Mrs. Wood spent most of her time looking out of that window." Jack spoke angrily, and I was surprised. "She was lonely, Jack," Annie said. "She liked to watch people. She wanted to know what was happening outside." "She was lonely because she was rude to people," said Jack. "She was very rude to you, remember?" "We agreed not to talk about that again," said Annie. "Just before Christmas, Bill, she went to stay with her son in Australia. I always felt sorry for her." "I feel sorry for her son," Jack said. "It won't be very nice for him, with that old woman in his house. But I hope she stays with him forever. I don't want her back here." I could see that they were both becoming angry. I was surprised, but I asked about the new doctor, and we didn't talk about Mrs. Wood again. I went to bed quite early, but I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about Jack and Annie. Why were they so angry about Mrs. Wood? Annie was, I thought, as angry as Jack, but she was trying to hide her feelings. I got out of bed, went to the window, and looked across the street at Mrs. Wood's house. The moon was shining brightly, and I could see the front of the house clearly. The leaves of the big tree moved slowly in the wind. There were curtains at the windows. The house didn't look empty. "Are you still there, Mrs. Wood?" I thought. Then I saw the curtain at one of the upstairs windows move. Mrs. Wood was watching me. I turned away from the window and jumped into bed. I lay there in the dark and felt very, very frightened. Slowly I grew calmer. "You were wrong," I said to myself. "You only thought that curtain moved. The wind pushed the leaves across the window, and if Mrs. Wood is there, she can't hurt you. She's a lonely old woman. You're a strong, healthy man. What are you afraid of?" But she's not in her house. She's in Australia with her son. I felt better then, but I didn't sleep for a long time. And in my dreams I was trying to escape from a strange, dark house. An old woman was watching me. I felt tired and unhappy when I woke up the next morning. My holiday was starting badly. I washed and dressed. Then I opened my bedroom window. I took a photograph of Mrs. Wood's house before I went downstairs. Jack was alone in the kitchen. "What's the matter?" he asked. "You look tired." "I didn't sleep very well." "Annie had bad dreams too," he said. "She's staying in bed. She was dreaming about that old woman who lived across the road." We didn't talk much while we ate. After breakfast I said, "Why did you get angry last night when you were talking about Mrs. Wood?" "Annie tried to help her," he said slowly. "She went shopping for her, and often cooked for her. She sat and talked to her, or she sat and listened to her. The old woman prefers to talk, not listen." "Did you go across there with Annie?" I asked. "No," he said. "I never liked her. One day Annie came back looking tired and ill. I asked her what was wrong. Mrs. Wood was very rude to her and frightened her. Annie never went there again. She couldn't forget." Jack's story wasn't very clear, but I understood the general meaning. The old woman knew that Jack didn't like her. Jack is a good, kind man, but she hated him. She didn't listen to Annie.
"You're as bad as your husband," she shouted at her. "I'll get you both out of your house."
I waited until Jack finished speaking. Then I said, "Mrs. Wood is a terrible old woman, but she can't hurt you. Why don't you just forget about her?" Jack looked at me. "Why didn't you sleep last night?" I didn't enjoy my holiday. Jack and Annie were kind to me, but at night they didn't sit talking by the fireside. They stood and looked through their front window at Mrs. Wood's house. And each night, from my bedroom, I thought I saw her face at her window. I was glad when my holiday finished. Now I could escape from Portchester. A few days after I got home, the postman delivered my holiday photographs. Usually I enjoyed looking at them, but this time I was afraid to open the packet. At last I opened it. Slowly I searched through the photographs. Then I found the one that I feared to see. There it was, the photograph of Mrs. Wood's house. I felt sick. Everything was clear and bright. The garden, the tree, the front door. And, at an upstairs window, an old woman's face was looking through the glass. I was holding the photograph when the door of my flat flew open. Jack ran into the room. I tried to hide the photograph, but he pulled it out of my hand.
"There she is," he said. "That thing is Mrs. Wood."
"But, Jack, that's not possible. She's a long way away." He stopped me. I shall never forget his words, or the terrible look on his face as he spoke.
"Mrs. Wood died in Australia on your first day in Porchester," he said. "We heard the news after you left."
"But how do you explain—" I pointed to the photograph.
"I can't," he said. "I only know that she came home."
A new fear came over me. "Annie!" I shouted. "Jack, how is Annie? Does she know that Mrs. Wood came home?" He looked old and ill. I thought that he was going to fall. I put my hand on his arm and guided him to a chair. At last he spoke, but his voice was weak.
"Last night there was a knock at our door," he said. "Annie went to open it. I was in the kitchen, but I could hear her voice. I shall never forget her cry. 'Mrs. Wood,' she said, 'you've come home.' I ran to the door. Annie lay there, dead. She died of fear."
Story 3. A Ghost in the Garden. Knock, knock, knock. There, at the bedroom window, slow, heavy knocks.
I worked hard in the city all my life. Then, when I was 60 years old, I decided to stop. I wanted to live in the country, with a big garden where I could grow flowers and vegetables. My wife agreed. She was born in the country and wanted a quiet life. So, we started to look for a house. We travelled a long way to look at houses. When we saw a for sale sign, we stopped. But none of the buildings pleased us. We searched for months and became very tired. At last, we found the house of our dreams. In a small village, about 80 kilometres from the city, we discovered Samways. Nobody was living there, and it was just right for us. It was built of stone. It was warm, sunny, and comfortable. Between the front of the house and the quiet village street was a little garden. At the back, there was a bigger garden, full of fruit trees and flowers. We moved into Samways in the late spring. It was an old house, and it needed a lot of work. We bought tables, chairs, cupboards, and beds. We had to get curtains, too. We were careful that everything looked nice. This was our home now, for the rest of our lives. The garden was wild when we arrived, but we worked hard, and by the end of August, our garden was almost as beautiful as our house. One afternoon in September, I was working alone in the garden. My wife was in the house making some tea. I heard her calling to me through the open window of the living room. "Henry," she called, "tea's ready, and we've got a visitor. Father Barnes has come to see us." Father Barnes was the village priest. This was his first visit to our house. "I'm glad that you've come," I said.
"It's a beautiful old house," the priest answered. "Everybody in the village is pleased that you're living here. You're making a wonderful difference to the house and garden." "Thank you," I said. "When we've had tea, you must have a look at the big garden at the back." "I'd like to do that," he answered. "I'm very interested in gardens, but I don't get much time to work in mine." "You must be busy," Joan said. "Do you visit most people in the village?" "I think the village priest should know everybody," he said. "I knew that you and Mr. Chapman were busy, so I haven't come to see you before today, but I've noticed you both in church." While we had tea, we talked about the village. Father Barnes told us a lot about its history. Joan and I both liked him. He seemed to be a good, kind man, and a good priest. After we finished our tea, we went into the garden. Father Barnes knew quite a lot about gardens too, and that pleased us. Gardeners enjoy talking about their gardens. Then we walked back towards the house. "Do you know how your house got its strange name?" he said. "No," said Joan. "Do you know?" "It was built by a man called Samways," Father Barnes said. "In the country, a house is often given the name of its builder. Elijah Samways built your house more than 200 years ago. He was a rich man, and he built it for himself." "Did he have a family?" I asked. "No," Father Barnes said. "He lived here alone, without wife or children. He had one old servant, a man." "What happened when he died?" Joan asked. "His house was sold," Father Barnes said. "Nobody with his name has lived here since then. But now you've bought his house, and its name is still Samways. That's quite nice, isn't it?" We agreed that it was. Then I remembered something. "We've got one other big job in the garden," I said. "Look at this tree." I pointed at a big tree near the wall of the house. Its branches were nearly touching our bedroom window. "We'll have to cut it down," I said. "It's too near the house. It will be dangerous when the winter winds come." Before Father Barnes could reply, Joan spoke. "Oh, no, Henry," she said. "We've talked about this before." She turned to the priest. "Tell him that he's wrong, Father. It's a beautiful, healthy tree. It's wrong to cut it down." The priest looked at the tree for a long time. "I must say that I agree with Mrs. Chapman," he told me. "It's a beautiful tree. I don't think it's dangerous. You can cut those top branches if they're too long, but I don't think you should cut the tree down. It was growing here before Elijah Samways built the house." "We won't do anything in a hurry," I said. "We'll wait until winter comes. Then we'll decide." Winter came late that year. The long, hot summer was followed by a warm, dry autumn, and I didn't think about the big tree. Then, in early November, the winds began and the rain came. We sat in our comfortable living room during the day. We read books and listened to music. At night, we had our evening meal and went to bed early. Sometimes, during the day, I put on my raincoat and went into the garden. I couldn't do any work there, but I watched the big tree. In the strong wind, the branches looked like arms moving high above my head. They seemed to send a message to me, but I couldn't read their signs.
One day I stood out there longer than usual, and Joan called to me from the house. "Henry, what are you doing out there in the rain?" "I'm coming, dear," I answered. But before I returned to the house, I climbed up the tree. I cut the 2 branches that were near our bedroom window. Father Barnes was right, I thought. The tree was strong and healthy. There was no need to cut it down. But I felt safer when those branches were shorter. I told Joan, and she smiled at me. "I'm so glad that you agree, Henry," she said. "Now take off your wet coat." At the end of November, the winter storms got worse. We lay in bed at night and listened to them. We fell asleep at last with the sound of the wind in our ears. And when we were sleeping, it was in our dreams. On November 30th, I can't forget that date. I woke up in the middle of the night. Joan was sitting up in bed. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Can't you sleep?" "Shh, shh, listen," she said. I listened, but I could only hear the sound of the wind. "What's the matter?" I asked her again. "What are you afraid of?" "There's a noise," she said. "I can't hear it now, but it woke me up. Somebody was knocking at the window." "Joan, dear, don't be silly," I said. "You were dreaming. Lie down and go to sleep." "I'm not being silly, Henry," she said. "Somebody, or something, is knocking at that window." I got out of bed. "I'll go down to the kitchen and make you a hot drink," I said. "You're too nervous to sleep." Before I could open the bedroom door, she called to me. "I'm coming too, Henry. Don't leave me here. Listen." And this time I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. There, at the bedroom window, slow, heavy knocks, loud enough to hear above the sound of the wind. Knock, knock, knock. I moved towards the window. Then I stopped. I was afraid to pull back the curtains. I was afraid to look through the window. While I stood there, Joan spoke again. "It's all right, Henry," she said. "I know what it is. Those long branches are knocking against the window in the wind." But the branches were too short to reach the window now. Before I could say anything, she pulled back the curtains. Then she screamed, and my heart seemed to stop. The face of an old man was looking through the window. His long white hair was moving in the wind, and he was holding up his hands. He began to hit them against the window. Knock! Knock! "Dear God!" I cried. "Shut him out!" I pulled the curtains across the window and put my arm around Joan. "Come with me," I said. "We'll go down to the kitchen." She put her hand in mine, and I took her to the door. "His eyes, Henry," she said. "Did you notice his eyes? They were sad, terribly sad eyes, Henry." Daylight came at last. The wind was weaker now, and the morning was cold and bright. At 9 o'clock I telephoned Father Barnes. He came and listened to our story. "An old man's face, you say?" he asked. "With long, white hair?" "Yes," I said. "Did he seem angry?" asked Father Barnes. "Did he want to frighten you?" "Oh, no." Joan answered the question before I could speak. "No, Father, he seemed to be asking for help. I'm sorry we didn't help him. We were too frightened." The priest spoke gently. "Of course you were afraid.
but I think that perhaps you can help him."
"How?" I asked. "You seem to know something about the man, so please tell us. If this terrible thing happens again, we won't be able to stay in this house."
"I think I can solve the mystery," he said. "Elijah Samways lived here with one old servant. I told you that, but I didn't tell you the rest of the story. One night, thieves killed Elijah Samways and stole all his money. The thieves were never caught. The old servant, Robert Forrester, was accused of letting them into the house. 'I'm innocent,' he said. 'I was asleep all night.' But nobody believed him. He was a poor old man with no family and no friends. And they hanged him in this garden from a branch of the big tree. They hanged an innocent man."
"You believe that he was innocent?" I asked.
"I do now. I believe that he was wrongly accused," said the priest. "He came to you last night to ask for help."
"Why did he come last night?" I asked.
"It was November 30th, said Father Barnes. "They hanged Robert Forrester on that date 200 years ago."
"How can we help him?" asked Joan.
"We must show him that we believe in his innocence."
"But how can we tell him?" asked Joan.
"Follow me," said Father Barnes. And he took us into the garden to the big tree. "They buried Robert Forrester here."
"Here?" I said. "But this isn't holy ground."
"No," said the priest, "but we'll make this holy ground. We'll pray for Robert Forrester."
The priest got down on his knees, and Joan and I did the same. He prayed for Robert Forrester, and we prayed with him. He prayed for that innocent man. He asked God to forgive Robert Forrester's enemies. Then he took off the cross that he wore round his neck. He planted it in the ground. Now the ground was holy.
"He'll rest now,"
said the priest. And we went back into the quiet house.
End of CD 1. CD 2. Story 4. Roger Wingate's new car. A voice spoke very quietly. It was, or it seemed to be, a woman's voice. "Turn right, here," it said.
"How much?" he asked. The answer surprised and pleased Roger. The car was big, but the price was low. "And it's only a year old," he said.
"That's right," said the man at the garage. 1 year old. We know the man who owned it. We sold it to him. Now we're selling it for him. He's decided to stop driving. We've looked after it since it was new. It's a good car. At this price, it's a very good car."
Roger thought hard. The garage man was right. It was a good car, and the price was very, very good. "I'll buy it," he said. "I'll come for it tomorrow evening when I leave the office." So the next evening he sat behind the wheel of his big new car. He drove carefully through the city traffic. When he reached the main road out of the city, he drove faster. The car lights lit the dark road far in front of him. Roger Wingate was very pleased with his new car. He had to stop at the traffic lights because they were red. He listened happily to the music on the car radio. Suddenly, his heart jumped. A voice spoke very quietly. It was or it seemed to be, a woman's voice.
"Turn right here,"
it said. For a minute, Roger thought that the voice came from the radio. He was alone in the car, but the radio was still playing music. And when the voice spoke again, it spoke into his ear. It didn't come from the radio. It seemed to come from the passenger seat next to him.
"Turn right here,"
it said again. It was the voice of a young woman, a clear, light voice. He turned to look at the seat, but the seat was empty, of course. There was nothing to fear, but Roger Wingate was afraid. Other sounds came from behind him. The drivers of the other cars were angry. Roger looked at the traffic lights. They were green now. He drove away slowly, and the cars went past him. The drivers shouted angrily at him. But Roger was not thinking about the angry drivers. The sound of that quiet voice was still in his ears.
"Turn right here."
He began to think about the road that went to the right. It seemed to be a quiet street, but it wasn't the way to his house, so he never turned right at the traffic lights. Roger's wife, Claire, was very pleased with the new car. She thought it was much more comfortable than their old one. "We'll take my mother out with us at the weekend," she said. "We'll take some food and go to the seaside. That will be fun, won't it, Roger?" He didn't answer. He was looking at the new car through their living room window. "Won't it be fun?" she asked again. "What? Oh, yes, of course," he said. "I'll enjoy that." "I can't understand you, Roger," she said. "What's the matter? You've just bought this lovely car and you don't seem very pleased." "I'm sorry, Claire," he said. "I've got a difficult job at the office and I was thinking of that." He didn't tell her about the voice in the new car. Roger left home early the next morning. On his way to the office, he went to see his old friend Bill Harper. Bill worked on a newspaper, and he wasn't easily surprised by anything. He listened to Roger's story quietly. Then he asked him a question. "You don't know that street, then?" "No," said Roger. "If you turn right at those traffic lights, you're in a quiet, narrow little street," said Bill. "There are a few trees on each side and some nice houses. It's called Monmouth Road." "Have you been there, Bill?" "Once," answered Bill. "About a year ago." "You do believe me," said Roger. "You believe that I heard that voice?" "You believe that you heard it," said Bill. "That's the important thing." Bill went to a cupboard and took out a small cassette recorder. He gave it to Roger. "Carry that in your car on your way home tonight," he said. "Switch it on just before you reach the traffic lights. Switch it off when you're past the traffic lights. Bring it back to me tomorrow morning and we'll listen to the cassette together. Promise not to play the cassette before you bring it back." "I'll do what you say," said Roger. "I need help, Bill. That voice was real to me. It seemed to have a message for me. I don't know what the message was, but—" Bill smiled at him. "It's all right, Roger. I know you're worried about this. I believe your story. I'll help you if I can. We're old friends, remember. Use that cassette recorder on the way home and bring it back tomorrow." The next morning, Roger put the cassette recorder down on Bill's desk. His face was white. "Yes," he said. "Yes, you needn't ask me. I heard it. Just like last night. But Did this thing hear it? He pointed at the cassette recorder as he spoke. If it didn't, you won't believe me. Sit down, Bill said. Let's listen to the cassette. We don't know yet what's on it. When we've heard it, we can try to solve your mystery. Roger sat uncomfortably on the front of his chair. I didn't use the car radio last night, he said. I didn't want too much noise on the cassette. Good, said Bill. I forgot to tell you not to switch on the radio. I'm glad you thought of that. Bill switched the recorder on, and the cassette began to play. At first, they heard only the sounds of the moving car and the road under the wheels. I opened the car window, Roger explained. I needed fresh air. Shh! Be quiet, said Bill. I guessed that. Then there was less noise from the car. It was running very quietly. I was slowing down, said Roger. The traffic lights were red. I knew that I had to stop. Quiet, Roger. I understand what's happening. Roger closed his eyes and sat back in his chair. He was nervous. No, he was afraid. He was afraid that there was no voice on the cassette. Perhaps the recorder didn't work, he thought. Perhaps something went wrong and Bill won't believe me. Then every evening I'll be afraid. I'll be afraid of the time when the voice will speak. And one evening when it speaks, I'll do it. I'll drive my car into the mystery and danger waiting for me in Monmouth Road. Oh, God. The voice must speak now on the cassette. Bill has to believe me. He has to help me. On the cassette, the noise of the car disappeared. The car was at the traffic lights. For a second, there was almost no sound. Then came the clear, light voice and that terrible order. Turn right here. You heard it, Roger shouted. Bill, you believe me. You must believe me now. Bill switched off the cassette recorder. He turned to Roger and spoke very quietly. I heard it. I believe you, Roger. She's young. I thought she was. What do you mean? Not now, Roger. I'll explain later. When you've finished at the office, come round here for me. I'm going to travel back with you tonight. The car left the city streets behind. Roger drove faster. Bill sat next to him. Neither man spoke. They were nervous, waiting. They saw the traffic lights in front of them. A green light shone towards them. What shall I do if the light stays green? Said Roger. I've had to stop at it for the past 2 nights. It won't make any difference, said Bill. She'll speak to you sooner if the light stays green. How do you know? Shh! Don't talk, just listen. Then do what she tells you. They were nearly at the traffic lights, and the light was still green. Roger's mouth was dry, and he could hear the sound of his heart. He looked quickly at his friend. Bill was watching the green light. Turn right here! It was the same voice, but clearer and stronger. Now, said Bill, into Monmouth Road, and watch for trouble. Roger turned the wheel. The big car turned into the quiet little road. A few streetlights formed small lakes of yellow in the darkness. The trees threw deep shadows across the fronts of the houses and onto the road. A girl was standing in the darkness, under one of the trees. Then the lights of the car fell on her. They could see her clearly. She shone against the blackness of the night. She was young, 20, 25 perhaps, beautiful, dressed for a party or a dance. This is it, Bill said. Be very careful, Roger. The girl threw herself into the road in front of the car. Roger pulled hard at the wheel. The car hit the tree, then stopped. Roger jumped out of the car. He shouted in a crazy voice, "My God! I've hit her! I've killed her! Bill! Bill! Where are you? Help!" Bill was by his side. His voice was quiet. "It's all right, Roger. Don't be afraid. You haven't hurt her. Look, the road is empty. Quiet now. Be quiet. It's all right." "But where's she gone?" said Roger. "I saw her. She was standing there. You saw her too. Then she—" "Yes, I saw her. And I saw what she did. But she's not here now, Roger. Quiet now. I'll get a taxi. The garage will come for your car. You can't drive it." "I feel better now." Roger put down his empty coffee cup. "Please, tell us what you know, Bill." "Yes, Bill, please explain," Claire said. "It's been a terrible night. You and Roger were lucky to escape unhurt." "We were." Bill spoke very slowly. "Yes, I think she wanted to kill somebody, but I'm not sure she wanted to kill us. I'm not sure of anything." "Tell us. Please tell us." "I'll try, but it's very difficult. This is a story that I shall never write. Nobody will believe it. I've been in Monmouth Road before. I told you that, Roger, didn't I?" "Yes," replied Roger. "Once, you said. But why did you go there?" "I didn't want to tell you before," said Bill. "Now I must tell you." He was silent for a minute, thinking. "I knew that girl," he said at last. "You did?" said Roger. "How? Who is she?" "Wait, please, listen. Her name is—" Bill stopped speaking. Then he started again. "Her name was Kathleen Henson. She was killed in Monmouth Road. But you didn't kill her, Roger. She was killed about a year ago. Her picture was in the newspapers. My paper had a big picture of her. That's how I knew her tonight." "I don't remember anything about it." "I work for a newspaper, Roger," said Bill. "I remember these things. Kathleen Henson lived with her father and mother in a house on Monmouth Road. One night she was going to a dance with her boyfriend. She was ready, but he wasn't there yet, so she went into the street to wait for him." Again he stopped speaking. "What happened next, Bill?" said Claire. "Nobody can be quite sure," he said. "She stood there and she waited. A car came down Monmouth Road. She thought it was her boyfriend's car, so she ran out into the street. But the car didn't stop. The driver was a stranger. He didn't know that she was waiting for somebody. He didn't slow down. He couldn't. It was too late. He hit her and killed her." "What a terrible thing!" cried Claire. "Yes, it was," said Bill. "The police decided that it was an accident. My newspaper sent me to Monmouth Road. I asked a lot of questions, but I couldn't discover any new facts. Now you know why I knew the girl. I've never forgotten her." "But, Bill, why did Kathleen Henson speak to me?" asked Roger. "Why did she order me to drive down Monmouth Road?" "Your car was the car that killed her," said Bill. "Listen to me, Roger. Don't ever drive that car again."
Story 5. A Friend of the Family. "Mrs. Frobisher," she said, "this is very kind of you. I've come home again, you know."
I know you won't like it, but we can't refuse. Cecily Frobisher passed a letter to her husband as she spoke. They were sitting at the breakfast table in their big, comfortable kitchen. "Read it, Frederick," she said. "Then you'll see how difficult it is. Susan Blake wants her daughter to stay with us, and I can't refuse." "I know how much you like Susan," said her husband. "I like her too, but I don't like her husband. He's a terrible man. I don't trust him. He tells lies." "I don't trust him either," said Cecily, "but Terence Blake isn't coming here to stay. Please read the letter, Frederick. Then you'll understand. Their daughter, Isabel, must come." Frederick Frobisher read Susan Blake's letter carefully. Susan's husband, Terence, had a well-paid job in Canada, and they needed the money. He was in Canada already, and she wanted to join him there. But Isabel was only 16, and she was still at school. Her mother wanted her to stay at school in England until she was 18. Could Isabel live with the Frobishers until then? The Frobishers were the only real friends that Susan had. Isabel's grandparents were all dead. Frederick Frobisher passed the letter back to his wife. "I feel sorry for Susan," he said. "I do too, Frederick," said Cecily. "She must join Terence soon. This is the first good job that he's had for years." "And if she doesn't join him, he'll do something silly," said Frederick. "He'll lose the job. You can't trust him. His wife doesn't trust him." Frederick was angry. "He wasn't honest with us when he sold us this house." "That was 10 years ago," Cecily said, "and we've been very happy here." He smiled at her. "We've always been happy together, my dear, and this is a lovely house, but Terence Blake told lies about it, and the price was too high." "Perhaps he didn't want to sell it," she said. "His parents lived here. Blakes have lived here for hundreds of years." "He had to sell it. He was stupid and spent all his money, so he had to sell the house." Cecily put her hand on her husband's arm. "Let's stop talking about Terence now, dear. I agree with you about him, but what shall I tell Susan?" Frederick Frobisher was quiet for a minute. Then he said slowly, "I've told you already. I feel sorry for Susan. I'd like to help her." "Then shall I tell her that Isabel can come?" Her husband looked at his watch. "It's late," he said. "I should be at work." He turned to his wife. "You'd like the girl to come here, wouldn't you?" he asked. "Yes, Frederick," she said. "I haven't seen Isabel for a long time, but she was a nice little girl. It will be fun to have her with us, and she is a friend of the family." Frederick smiled. "Write today, Cecily. Invite her to come. We'll try to make her happy." He left the kitchen and closed the door after him. She heard him walk across to his library. He was writing a new book. He worked in the library every morning. "Isabel won't be in the way," she said to herself. "The house is big. There's plenty of room for all of us." About a month later, on a dark December evening, Cecily Frobisher waited in the hall alone. Her husband was on his way to the railway station to meet Isabel Blake's train. She looked round the hall. A warm fire was burning, and all the lights were on. She wanted the house to welcome Isabel. Then she suddenly felt ill. She could hear the sound of her heart in her chest, and her head was hurting her. She sat down in a chair near the fire. "Cecily Frobisher, you are a silly woman," she said to herself. "You're nervous because a 16-year-old girl is coming to stay with you. How silly! What are you afraid of? You have a loving husband who writes very popular books. You have a beautiful home. You're well and happy. Now, rest until Isabel arrives." She fell asleep in her comfortable chair by the warm fire, and she dreamed. In her dream, she could see herself asleep in the chair, and she saw the library door open. An old woman came through the door. She was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was white. She walked slowly across the hall to the fire, and turned her face to the sleeping woman. Her mouth opened. "Don't!" Cecily cried out. "Don't speak! Don't speak to me! I won't listen to you!" Her own shout woke her. She jumped to her feet. The hall was empty. Then the front door opened, and she heard a girl's voice. "I know the way in. I can walk around this house in the dark." Frederick and Isabel came towards her. He was carrying the girl's suitcase and smiling. "The train was late, Cecily. It's a cold, wet night. Take Isabel up to her room. I'll bring her suitcase up, then we'll have dinner. I'm sure Isabel is hungry." Isabel was tall, dark, and quite thin. Her eyes were bright and excited. She spoke quickly, but she wasn't nervous. "Mrs. Frobisher," she said, "this is very kind of you. I've come home again, you know." Her words were polite. Cecily tried to answer them, but she felt uncomfortable. She felt strange in her own house. Was this girl the visitor, or was she? Isabel looked round the hall. "It's different," she said. "You've made changes." "Well, we've—" began Cecily. "Of course it's full of light and it's warm," said Isabel. "We never had a fire in the hall. It was too expensive." "But you're rich." "No," said Cecily. She tried to speak quietly. "No, Isabel, we aren't rich. We have enough." "Which room are you giving me?" Again, Isabel didn't wait to hear Cecily's words. "You'll sleep in the big front bedroom. It has a lovely view of the garden. I thought you'd like—" "Yes, thank you," said Isabel. "That always was my room. Don't come up with me. I know the way." And she ran up the stairs. Frederick followed slowly with her suitcase in his hand. Cecily stood and watched them. When Frederick returned to the hall, his wife was looking into the fire. He came towards her, and she turned round. "I've made a great mistake, Frederick," she said. "Oh, it's too soon to say that," he said. "Everything's strange. We like a quiet life. It'll be all right." He was trying to calm her, but he was nervous too. After a week, Cecily became more hopeful. Perhaps Isabel's visit wasn't a mistake. The girl helped with the cooking. She joined in the conversation at meals. She went to bed early, and she was often upstairs in her room. She seemed happy in her new life. "I'm afraid you must be lonely," Cecily said to her one day. They were in the kitchen. Lunch was nearly ready. "You'll make friends when you go to your new school. It's a lonely life for a young girl in this big house." "Lonely?" Isabel smiled at her. "I'm not lonely, Mrs. Frobisher. I can't be lonely here." "That's kind of you, my dear." Cecily was pleased. "But you do need friends of your own age." "I don't need any young friends. I already have all the friends that I need here." "Thank you, dear," said Cecily. "But Frederick and I are much too old to be—" "Oh, I wasn't thinking of you and your husband." "What do you mean, Isabel?" "Who—" The girl left the room before Cecily could finish her question. Cecily heard her laugh softly as she walked across the hall. After supper that night, Frederick and Cecily Frobisher sat by the fire. Isabel was upstairs in her room. Cecily spoke first, very quietly. She was afraid to speak loudly. "You don't look well, Frederick," she said. "What's the matter?"
"It's difficult to explain, Cecily," he said. "It's silly of me, I know, but I haven't been able to write since Isabel came here."
"But she doesn't make a noise. I sometimes think that she's too quiet."
"Oh, no, it's not Isabel."
He stopped. He looked afraid. "Tell me, Frederick. Please tell me."
"I must be quiet and alone when I'm writing a book," he said. "You know that. So, my library is very important to me. It's big and quiet and comfortable. My books are there. I can sit at my desk and write for hours."
"I know, dear, but nothing has changed. You go into the library every morning after breakfast, and you stay there until lunch."
"Yes," he said, "and I haven't written anything. Oh, I've tried, but I can't think about my work. I'm not alone in there."
"Not alone? What do you mean, Frederick? I never come into the library when you're busy. I'm sure Isabel doesn't. Does she?"
"No, she hasn't been in. But when I sit in my writing chair, I can hear a voice. I think it's a woman's voice, an old woman's voice. She's talking, but I can't hear the words. The room doesn't seem to belong to me now. My desk isn't mine. My chair isn't mine. Nothing in my library is mine."
"Frederick, stop!" cried Cecily. "You're frightening me. You need a rest, a holiday. We must—" She stopped speaking as a shadow fell across her face. She looked up. Isabel was standing on the stairs. "What do you want? Why are you moving so quietly?" Fear made Cecily's voice angry. "I always move quietly," the girl answered. Was she smiling at them? "You like the house to be quiet? I was thirsty. I came down to get a glass of water." "Then get it and go back to your room." "Yes, Mrs. Frobisher." A minute later, Isabel returned from the kitchen. She put the glass down and stood between them. "You never saw my grandmother, did you?" she said.
"I didn't," Frederick answered, "and I don't think my wife did. We didn't visit this house when you lived here. Your mother came to stay with us once or twice, but we didn't come here."
"My grandmother lived here with us when I was a little girl. I loved her very much. She told me a lot of stories about the house. It's very old, you know. She died here. Then my father lost his money, and you bought our house."
"It was very sad for you, Isabel," said Frederick, "but—"
"Oh, don't be sorry for me. I'm back now. My grandmother promised me, 'This house will be yours,' she said." Isabel smiled again. Nobody spoke for a minute or two. Then she said, "Can I use your library, Mr. Frobisher? It was my grandmother's special room. She didn't like other people to use it, except me. She liked me to sit in there with her. I sat there and listened to her stories. I'll be very quiet. I was always quiet in there."
"But I don't think—" "No."
Frederick stopped. He looked across at his wife. Her hands were covering her face. "Don't try to decide now," said Isabel. "You can give me your answer in the morning. I must go to bed now. Oh, I nearly forgot. Here's a photograph of my grandmother. I brought it downstairs with me. I'm sure it will interest you, Mrs. Frobisher." Isabel pushed the photograph into Cecily's hands. "Look at it. Perhaps you know the face." Cecily looked at the photograph. Her face went white, and her cry of fear rang through the quiet room. It was a picture of the old woman from her dream. The Frobishers didn't sleep that night. They lay in bed and talked in quiet voices. "What can we do, Frederick?" said Cecily. "She must go away. She's pushing us out of our house." "She's not going to get me out." "But she's not alone. That terrible old woman is here helping her. Remember what Isabel said. Her grandmother promised her the house. She'll take it away from us."
"That's impossible," said Frederick. "It's our house. We bought it. And how can the old woman be here? She's dead."
"Then why aren't you alone in the library? Who's in there with you? Why did I know the woman in that photograph?"
"But Cecily—"
"Shh! Listen." They heard the library door open. Then it closed. Slow footsteps crossed the hall. Somebody, or something, climbed the stairs. They heard the footsteps go past their bedroom door. Then Isabel's bedroom door opened and closed. And in the darkness, they could hear voices. Cecily took her husband's hand. "Take me away tomorrow, Frederick. I'm frightened." "We'll go tomorrow morning, my dear. But Isabel must come with us. We can't leave her here alone." When it was light, Frederick dressed. "Put some things in a suitcase," he said. "We can stay at the hotel in the village for a day or two. I'll wake Isabel." Before Cecily was ready, he was back. "Hurry," he said. "Leave that suitcase. Isabel isn't in her room." "Not in her room? Where is she?" Frederick hurried his wife downstairs and out of the house before he answered. "The library door's locked. I can't get in. But Isabel's in there. And she's talking to someone." He drove to the village and left Cecily at the hotel. "You'll be safe here," he said. "Wait until I come back." "Where are you going, Frederick?" "I'm going to get a police officer and the doctor," he said. "Then I'm going back to our house. If it is our house." The police officer looked closely at the lock on the library door. "I shall have to break a window and climb into the room," he said. "That lock is too strong to break." Frederick Frobisher and the doctor waited in the hall in front of the library door. They heard the sound of breaking glass. They heard the key turn, and the door opened. "Come in, doctor," said the police officer. "No, not you, Mr. Frobisher. It's not nice in there." Frederick could hear the sound of his heart while he waited, and he could hear noises in the library. The police officer spoke. A chair was moved. The doctor said something. The minutes seemed like hours. Then the library door opened again and the doctor came out. He put a hand on Frederick's arm and took him to a chair at the other end of the hall. "She's dead, Mr. Frobisher," he said. "She's sitting in the big writing chair." "How old is she?" 16, Doctor. She had her 16th birthday just before she came to live with us." 16? Then what's happened to her? Her hair is white, and her face is the face of an old woman.
Story 6. A birthday card for Mrs. Rogers. I walked slowly up the garden path of number 91. I searched through my bag, but I couldn't find any letters for that address.
I picked up my bag of letters, left the post office and started my long ride through the streets of Hilwick. It was 7 o'clock on a sunny summer morning. The bright morning made me happy. But there was another reason for my happiness. My wife and I were from London. But when Hilwick was looking for a postman, I decided to take the job. Now, 6 weeks later, we had a comfortable little house with a good garden. We liked the quiet, sleepy little town, and we already had some friends. I've always liked my work. I like fresh air and exercise, and people need postmen to carry their letters safely. The business life of the country stops if letters aren't delivered, but I really like delivering the private letters. People write to their old friends. Adult children write to their parents. Boys write to the girls they love. It makes me happy to carry these letters. I was thinking of all those things as I rode my bicycle down Gold Street on that bright summer morning. Most of the buildings were shops and offices, and I delivered letters to them all. My bag was much lighter when I turned left into Church Road. Not many of the houses in Church Road had letters that morning, so I soon arrived at the last house, number 92. I had 3 letters for that address. When I opened the gate to the front garden, I heard a voice. "You've forgotten my letter, postman?" The voice came from the garden of number 91. A woman was standing in front of the door of that house. "Wait a minute," I answered. "I'll deliver these letters to number 92, then I'll come back." I pushed the letters through the letterbox of number 92. And then I walked slowly up the garden path of number 91. I searched through my bag, but I couldn't find any letters for that address. The woman stood waiting for me with a little smile on her face. She seemed sure that I had a letter for her. She put out her hand, and I could see a big gold ring on her finger. Her grey hair was bright in the sunlight. She was wearing a dark green dress and shiny shoes. I searched through my bag again. "Perhaps it's a card," she said. "Sometimes he sends me a letter, and sometimes he sends me a card." Her voice was soft, and her big brown eyes watched me. "A card or a letter," she said, "from my son in America. He lives there now, but he never forgets my birthday. It's my birthday today, postman." "I hope you'll have a happy—" I wanted her to be happy. I wanted her to have her letter, but I knew that I didn't have one for her. "Please look again, postman," she said. "A letter or card for Mrs. Emily Rogers of 91 Church Road." I looked through my bag again. I knew there was no mistake. There was nothing for Mrs. Rogers, but I didn't want to make her sad. I felt angry with her son. It was wrong of him to forget his mother's birthday. I couldn't tell her that, but that's what I thought. At last I had to speak. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Rogers. There's nothing here for you. Perhaps tomorrow. I'm sorry." The happy smile was gone, and I saw tears in her eyes. Suddenly she looked very small and very old. "Something's happened to him," she said. Her voice was very weak. "He's never forgotten before." She turned away from me. When I reached the gate, I looked back. The front door of number 91 was closing. I delivered the rest of the letters and cards in my bag, and I returned to the post office. My morning's work was finished, and I was free until 6 o'clock that evening. Then I had to go to the railway station with the letters that were posted in Hilwick. I started to ride my bicycle down Sheep Street, but I stopped at a little cafe for a cup of coffee. What a sad birthday for Mrs. Rogers. I wanted to make her happy again. But how? Then I had an idea. I went to a newspaper shop where they sold birthday cards. I chose a card for Mrs. Rogers. I chose the birthday card very carefully. It was a copy of a picture by Turner, the great English painter. Inside, there was a simple message: Happy birthday. Below the message I wrote, For Mrs. Rogers, I hope that I shall bring you a card from your son tomorrow. Then I signed my name and added, Your postman. I felt better after that. It wasn't a birthday card from her son, of course, but it was a card on her birthday. Somebody was thinking about her. At the bottom of Gold Street, I turned left into Church Road. A big lorry was parked outside one of the houses. The traffic wasn't moving, and I had to wait. I thought about the day's problems while I waited. Why wasn't I at home now, working in my garden? Why was I trying to look after Mrs. Rogers? And why haven't I seen her before? I asked myself. I've worked in Hilwick and delivered letters in Church Road for 6 weeks now, but there haven't been any letters for number 91. I haven't seen Mrs. Rogers at her door, or in her garden. It's strange. But I had no answers. The traffic began to move, and I rode to Mrs. Rogers' house. I got off my bicycle at her garden gate. While I walked up the garden path, I tried to solve another problem. Shall I push the card through the letterbox and walk away? I asked myself. No, that's not very friendly. It's her birthday. She'll want to talk to somebody. So I knocked loudly on her door. I held the card out in front of me, and I waited for the door to open. You won't get an answer there, postman. The voice came from the next garden. A woman was looking at me. She lived in number 92, and her name was Sparson. I knew this from her letters. I don't understand, I said. That house is empty, she said. I've got a birthday card for Mrs. Rogers, I said. It's her birthday today. I know it is, she said. Or, I know it was. Was? I asked. What do you mean? Number 91 is empty. Nobody's lived there for a year. But I saw Mrs. Rogers this morning. She was waiting for me. She told me about her birthday. She was hoping for a card from her son. He lives in America. He did live in America? Mrs. Sparson's voice seemed louder. A year ago today, Mrs. Rogers was waiting for a birthday card from her son. He never forgot her birthday. The card didn't arrive. But later that day, she had a phone call from New York. Her son was dead, killed in a car accident. What terrible news, I said. And on her birthday? It was, said Mrs. Sparson. She died that evening of a broken heart. I stood there for a minute. Then I put Mrs. Rogers' birthday card in my pocket, and I walked slowly to the garden gate.
The Upper Berth by F. Marion Crawford. Read by William Dufries. Somebody asked for the cigars. We had talked long, and the conversation was beginning to languish. The tobacco smoke had got into the heavy curtains, the wine had got into those brains which were liable to become heavy, and it was already perfectly evident that unless somebody did something to rouse our oppressed spirits, the meeting would soon come to its natural conclusion, and we, the guests, would speedily go home to bed and most certainly to sleep. No one had said anything very remarkable. It may be that no one had anything very remarkable to say. Jones had given us every particular of his last hunting adventure in Yorkshire. Mr. Tompkins of Boston had explained at elaborate length those working principles by the due and careful maintenance of which the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad not only extended its territory, increased its departmental influence, and transported livestock without starving them to death before the day of actual delivery, but also had for years succeeded in deceiving those passengers who bought its tickets into the fallacious belief that the corporation aforesaid was really able to transport human life without destroying it. Signor Tombola had endeavored to persuade us, by arguments which we took no trouble to oppose, that the unity of his country in no way resembled the average modern torpedo. Carefully planned, constructed with all the skill of the greatest European arsenals, but, when constructed, destined to be directed by feeble hands into a region where it must undoubtedly explode, unseen, unfeared, and unheard, into the illimitable wastes of political chaos. It is unnecessary to go into further details. The conversation had assumed proportions which would have bored Prometheus on his rock. We had sat at table for hours. We were bored. We were tired, and nobody showed signs of moving. Somebody called for cigars. We all instinctively looked towards the speaker. Brisbane was a man of 35 years of age, and remarkable for those gifts which chiefly attract the attention of men. He was a strong man. The external proportions of his figure presented nothing extraordinary to the common eye, though his size was above the average. He was a little over 6 feet in height, and moderately broad in the shoulder. He did not appear to be stout, but, on the other hand, he was certainly not thin. His small head was supported by a strong and sinewy neck. Of his features I need say little. His head is small, his hair is thin, his eyes are blue, his nose is large, he has a small mustache and a square jaw. Everybody knows Brisbane, and when he asked for a cigar, everybody looked at him. "It is a very singular thing," said Brisbane. Everybody stopped talking. Brisbane's voice was not loud, but possessed a peculiar quality of penetrating general conversation and cutting it like a knife. Everybody listened. Brisbane, perceiving that he had attracted their general attention, lit his cigar with great equanimity. "It is very singular," he continued, "that thing about ghosts. People are always asking whether anybody has seen a ghost. I have." "Bosh! What, you? You don't mean to say so, Brisbane. Well, for a man of his intelligence." A chorus of exclamations greeted Brisbane's remarkable statement. Everybody called for cigars, and Stubbs, the butler, suddenly appeared from the depths of nowhere with a fresh bottle of dry champagne. The situation was saved. Brisbane was going to tell a story. "I am an old sailor," said Brisbane, "and as I have to cross the Atlantic pretty often, I have my favorites. Most men have their favorites. I have seen a man wait in a Broadway bar for 3/4 of an hour for a particular car which he liked. I believe the barkeeper made at least 1/3 of his living by that man's preference. I have a habit of waiting for certain ships when I am obliged to cross that duck pond. It may be a prejudice, but I was never cheated out of a good passage but once in my life. I remember it very well. It was a warm morning in June, and the custom-house officials, who were hanging about waiting for a steamer already on our way up from the quarantine, presented a peculiarly hazy and thoughtful appearance. I had not much luggage, I never have. I mingled with a crowd of passengers, porters, and officious individuals in blue coats and brass buttons, who seemed to spring up like mushrooms from the deck of a moored steamer to obtrude their unnecessary services upon the independent passenger. I hastened on board. The Kamtschatka was one of my favorite ships. I say was, because she emphatically no longer is. I cannot conceive of any inducement which could entice me to make another voyage in her. Yes, I know what you were going to say. She is uncommonly clean in the run aft. She has enough bluffing off in her bows to keep her dry, and the lower berths are most of them double. She has a lot of advantages, but I won't cross in her again. Excuse the digression. I got on board. I hailed a steward whose red nose and redder whiskers were equally familiar to me. 105, lower berth, said I, in the businesslike tone peculiar to men who think no more of crossing the Atlantic than taking a whiskey cocktail at downtown Delmonico's. The steward took my portmanteau, greatcoat, and rug. I shall never forget the expression of his face. Not that he turned pale, but from his expression I judged that he was either about to shed tears, to sneeze, or to drop my portmanteau. As the latter contained 2 bottles of particularly fine old sherry, presented to me for my voyage by my old friend Snigginson Van Pickens, I felt extremely nervous. But the steward did none of these things. I'm damned, said he in a low voice, and led the way. I supposed my Hermes, as he led me to the lower regions, had had a little grog, but I said nothing and followed him. 105 was on the port side, well aft. There was nothing remarkable about the stateroom. The lower berth, like most of those upon the Kamtschatka, was double. There was plenty of room. There was the usual washing apparatus, calculated to convey an idea of luxury. There were the usual inefficient racks of brown wood, in which it is more easy to hang a large-sized umbrella than the common toothbrush of commerce. Upon the uninviting mattresses were carefully folded together those blankets which a great modern humorist has aptly compared to cold buckwheat cakes. The question of towels was left entirely to the imagination. The glass decanters were filled with a transparent liquid, faintly tinged with brown, but from which an odor less faint, but not more pleasing, ascended to the nostrils like a far-off seasick reminiscence of oily machinery. Sad-colored curtains half-closed the upper berth. The hazy June daylight shed a faint illumination upon the desolate little scene. Ugh, how I hate that stateroom. The steward deposited my traps and looked at me as though he wanted to get away, probably in search of more passengers and more fees. It is always a good plan to start in favor with those functionaries, and I accordingly gave him certain coins there and then. "I'll try and make you comfortable all I can," he remarked, as he put the coins in his pocket. Nevertheless, there was a doubtful intonation in his voice which surprised me. Possibly his scale of fees had gone up, and he was not satisfied. But on the whole, I was inclined to think that, as he himself would have expressed it, he was the better for a glass. I was wrong, however, and did the man injustice. Nothing especially worthy of mention occurred during that day. We left the pier punctually, and it was very pleasant to be fairly under way, for the weather was warm and sultry, and the motion of the steamer produced a refreshing breeze. Everybody knows what the first day at sea is like. People pace the decks and stare at each other, and occasionally meet acquaintances whom they did not know to be on board. There is the usual uncertainty as to whether the food will be good, bad, or indifferent, until the first 2 meals have put the matter beyond a doubt. There is the usual uncertainty about the weather, until the ship is fairly off Fire Island. The tables are crowded at first, and then suddenly thinned. Pale-faced people spring from their seats and precipitate themselves towards the door, and each old sailor breathes more freely as his seasick neighbor rushes from his side, leaving him plenty of elbow room and an unlimited command over the mustard. One passage across the Atlantic is very much like another, and we who cross very often do not make the voyage for the sake of novelty. Whales and icebergs are indeed always objects of interest, but, after all, one whale is very much like another whale, and one rarely sees an iceberg at close quarters. To the majority of us, the most delightful moment of the day on board an ocean steamer is when we have taken our last turn on deck, have smoked our last cigar, and having succeeded in tiring ourselves, feel at liberty to turn in with a clear conscience. On that first night of the voyage, I felt particularly lazy, and went to bed in 1:05 rather earlier than I usually do. As I turned in, I was amazed to see that I was to have a companion. A portmanteau, very like my own, lay in the opposite corner, and in the upper berth had been deposited a neatly folded rug with a stick and umbrella. I had hoped to be alone, and I was disappointed, but I wondered who my roommate was to be, and I determined to have a look at him. Before I had been long in bed, he entered. He was, as far as I could see, a very tall man, very thin, very pale, with sandy hair and whiskers and colourless grey eyes. He had about him, I thought, an air of rather dubious fashion, the sort of man you might see in Wall Street, without being able precisely to say what he was doing there, the sort of man who frequents the Café Anglais, who always seems to be alone and who drinks champagne. You might meet him on a racecourse, but he would never appear to be doing anything there either. A little overdressed, a little odd. There are 3 or 4 of his kind on every ocean steamer. I made up my mind that I did not care to make his acquaintance, and I went to sleep saying to myself that I would study his habits in order to avoid him. If he rose early, I would rise late. If he went to bed late, I would go to bed early. I did not care to know him. If you once know people of that kind, they are always turning up. Poor fellow. I need not have taken the trouble to come to so many decisions about him, for I never saw him again after that first night in 105. I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly waked by a loud noise. To judge from the sound, my roommate must have sprung with a single leap from the upper berth to the floor. I heard him fumbling with the latch and bolt of the door, which opened almost immediately, and then I heard his footsteps as he ran at full speed down the passage, leaving the door open behind him. The ship was rolling a little, and I expected to hear him stumble or fall, but he ran as though he were running for his life. The door swung on its hinges with the motion of the vessel, and the sound annoyed me. I got up and shut it, and groped my way back to my berth in the darkness. I went to sleep again, but I have no idea how long I slept. When I awoke, it was still quite dark, but I felt a disagreeable sensation of cold, and it seemed to me that the air was damp. You know the peculiar smell of a cabin which has been wet with sea-water. I covered myself up as well as I could and dozed off again, framing complaints to be made the next day, and selecting the most powerful epithets in the language. I could hear my roommate turn over in the upper berth. He had probably returned while I was asleep. Once I thought I heard him groan, and I argued that he was seasick. That is particularly unpleasant when one is below. Nevertheless, I dozed off and slept till early daylight. The ship was rolling heavily, much more than on the previous evening, and the grey light which came in through the porthole changed in tint with every movement, according as the angle of the vessel's side turned the glass seawards or skywards. It was very cold, unaccountably so for the month of June. I turned my head and looked at the porthole, and saw to my surprise that it was wide open and hooked back. I believe I swore audibly. Then I got up and shut it. As I turned back, I glanced at the upper berth. The curtains were drawn close together. My companion had probably felt cold as well as I. It struck me that I had slept enough. The stateroom was uncomfortable, though, strange to say, I could not smell the dampness which had annoyed me in the night. My roommate was still asleep. Excellent opportunity for avoiding him, so I dressed at once and went on deck. The day was warm and cloudy, with an oily smell on the water. It was 7 o'clock as I came out, much later than I had imagined. I came across the doctor, who was taking his first sniff of the morning air. He was a young man from Ireland, a tremendous fellow with black hair and blue eyes, already inclined to be stout. He had a happy-go-lucky, healthy look about him, which was rather attractive. "Fine morning," I remarked by way of introduction. "Well," said he, eyeing me with an air of ready interest, "it's a fine morning, and it's not a fine morning. I don't think it's much of a morning." "Well, no, it is not so very fine," said I. "It's just what I call fugly weather," replied the doctor. It was very cold last night, I thought," I remarked. However, when I looked about, I found that the porthole was wide open. I had not noticed it when I went to bed, and the stateroom was damp, too. "Damp?" said he. "Whereabouts are you?" 105. To my surprise, the doctor started visibly and stared at me. "What is the matter?" I asked. "Oh, nothing," he answered. "Only everybody has complained of that stateroom for the last 3 trips." "Well, I shall complain too," I said. "It has certainly not been properly aired. It is a shame." "I don't believe it can be helped," answered the doctor. "I believe there is something— Well, it is not my business to frighten passengers." "You need not be afraid of frightening me," I replied. "I can stand any amount of damp. If I should get a bad cold, I will come to you." I offered the doctor a cigar, which he took and examined very critically. "It is not so much the damp," he remarked. "However, I dare say you will get on very well. Have you a roommate?" "Yes, a deuce of a fellow, who bolts out in the middle of the night and leaves the door open." Again the doctor glanced curiously at me. Then he lit the cigar and looked grave. "Did he come back?" he asked presently. "Yes, I was asleep, but I waked up and heard him moving. Then I felt cold and went to sleep again. This morning I found the porthole open." "Look here," said the doctor quietly. "I don't care much for this ship. I don't care a rap for her reputation. I tell you what I will do. I have a good-sized place up here. I will share it with you, though I don't know you from Adam." I was very much surprised at the proposition. I could not imagine why he should take such a sudden interest in my welfare. However, his manner as he spoke of the ship was peculiar. "You are very good, Doctor," I said, "but really, I believe even now the cabin could be aired or cleaned out or something. Why do you not care for the ship?" "We are not superstitious in our profession, sir," replied the doctor. "But the sea makes people so. I don't want to prejudice you, and I don't want to frighten you, but if you'll take my advice, you will move in here. I would as soon see you overboard," he added earnestly, "as know that you or any other man was to sleep in 105. "Good gracious, why?" I asked. "Just because on the last 3 trips, the people who have slept there actually have gone overboard," he answered gravely. The intelligence was startling and exceedingly unpleasant, I confess. I looked hard at the doctor to see whether he was making game of me, but he looked perfectly serious. I thanked him warmly for his offer, but told him I intended to be the exception to the rule by which everyone who slept in that particular stateroom went overboard. He did not say much, but looked as grave as ever, and hinted that, before we got across, I should probably reconsider his proposal. In the course of time we went to breakfast. at which only an inconsiderable number of passengers assembled, I noticed that one or two of the officers who breakfasted with us looked grave. After breakfast, I went into my stateroom in order to get a book. The curtains of the upper berth were still closely drawn. Not a word was to be heard. My roommate was probably still asleep. As I came out, I met the steward whose business it was to look after me. He whispered that the captain wanted to see me, and then scuttled away down the passage as if very anxious to avoid any questions. I went toward the captain's cabin and found him waiting for me. "Sir," said he, "I want to ask a favor of you." I answered that I would do anything to oblige him. "Your roommate has disappeared," he said. "He is known to have turned in early last night. Did you notice anything extraordinary in his manner?" The question, coming as it did in exact confirmation of the fears the doctor had expressed half an hour earlier, staggered me. "You don't mean to say he has gone overboard?" I asked. "I fear he has," answered the captain. "Oh, this is the most extraordinary thing," I began. "Why?" he asked. "Well, he is the fourth, then," I exclaimed. In answer to another question from the captain, I explained, without mentioning the doctor, that I had heard the story concerning 105. He seemed very much annoyed at hearing that I knew of it. I told him what had occurred in the night. "What you say," he replied, "coincides almost exactly with what was told me by the roommates of two of the other three. They bolt out of bed and run down the passage. Two of them were seen to go overboard by the watch. We stopped and lowered boats, but they were not found. Nobody, however, saw or heard the man who was lost last night, if he is really lost. The steward, who is a superstitious fellow, perhaps, and expected something to go wrong, went to look for him this morning and found his berth empty, with his clothes lying about just as he had left them. The steward was the only man on board who knew him by sight, and he has been searching everywhere for him. He has disappeared. Now, sir, I want to beg you not to mention the circumstances to any of the passengers. I don't want the ship to get a bad name, and nothing hangs about an ocean-goer like stories of suicides. You shall have your choice of any one of the officers' cabins you like, including my own, for the rest of the passage. Is that a fair bargain?" "Very," said I, "and I am much obliged to you. But since I am alone and have the stateroom to myself, I would rather not move. If the steward will take out that unfortunate man's things, I would as lief stay where I am. I will not say anything about the matter, and I think I can promise you that I will not follow my roommate." The captain tried to dissuade me from my intention, but I preferred having a stateroom alone to being the chum of any officer on board. I do not know whether I acted foolishly, but if I had taken his advice, I should have had nothing more to tell. There would have remained the disagreeable coincidence of several suicides occurring among men who had slept in the same cabin, but that would have been all. That was not the end of the matter, however, by any means. I obstinately made up my mind that I would not be disturbed by such tales, and I even went so far as to argue the question with the captain. There was something wrong about the stateroom, I said. It was rather damp. The porthole had been left open last night. My roommate might have been ill when he came on board, and he might have become delirious after he went to bed. He might even now be hiding somewhere on board and might be found later. The place ought to be aired and the fastening of the port looked to. If the captain would give me leave, I would see that what I thought necessary were done immediately. "Of course you have a right to stay where you are, if you please," he replied, rather petulantly. "But I wish you would turn out and let me lock the place up and be done with it." I did not see it in the same light, and left the captain, after promising to be silent concerning the disappearance of my companion. The latter had had no acquaintances on board and was not missed in the course of the day. Towards evening I met the doctor again, and he asked me whether I had changed my mind. I told him I had not. "Then you will, before long," he said, very gravely. We played whist in the evening, and I went to bed late. I will confess now that I felt a disagreeable sensation when I entered my stateroom. I could not help thinking of the tall man I had seen on the previous night, who was now dead, drowned, tossing about in the long swell, 200 or 300 miles astern. His face rose very distinctly before me as I undressed, and I even went so far as to draw back the curtains of the upper berth, as though to persuade myself that he was actually gone. I also bolted the door of the stateroom. Suddenly I became aware that the porthole was open and fastened back. This was more than I could stand. I hastily threw on my dressing gown and went in search of Robert, the steward of my passage. I was very angry, I remember, and when I found him I dragged him roughly to the door of 105 and pushed him towards the open porthole. "What the deuce do you mean, you scoundrel, by leaving that port open every night? Don't you know it is against the regulations? Don't you know that if the ship heeled and the water began to come in, 10 men could not shut it? I will report you to the captain, you blackguard, for endangering the ship." I was exceedingly wroth. The man trembled and turned pale, and then began to shut the round glass plate with the heavy brass fittings. "Why don't you answer me?" I said roughly.
If you please, sir," faltered Robert. "There's nobody on board as can keep this here port shut at night. You could try it yourself, sir. I ain't a-going to stop any longer on board of this vessel, sir. I ain't indeed. But if I was you, sir, I'd just clear out and go and sleep with the surgeon or something I would. Look here, sir. Is that fastened what you may call securely or not, sir? Try it, sir. See if it will move a hinge."
I tried the port and found it perfectly tight.
"Well, sir,"
continued Robert triumphantly,
"I wager my reputation as a A1 steward that in half an hour it will be open again. Fastened back, too, sir. That's the awful thing. Fastened back."
I examined the great screw and the looped nut that ran on it. "If I find it open in the night, Robert, I will give you a sovereign. It is not possible. You may go."
"Sovereign, did you say, sir? Very good, sir. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Pleasant repose, sir, and all manner of enchanting dreams, sir."
Robert scuttled away, delighted at being released. Of course, I thought he was trying to account for his negligence by a silly story intended to frighten me, and I disbelieved him. The consequence was that he got his sovereign, and I spent a very peculiarly unpleasant night. I went to bed, and 5 minutes after I had rolled myself up in my blankets, the inexorable Robert extinguished the light that burned steadily behind the ground-glass pane near the door. I lay quite still in the dark, trying to go to sleep, but I soon found that impossible. It had been some satisfaction to be angry with the steward, and the diversion had banished that unpleasant sensation I had at first experienced when I thought of the drowned man who had been my chum. But I was no longer sleepy, and I lay awake for some time, occasionally glancing at the porthole, which I could just see from where I lay, and which, in the darkness, looked like a faintly luminous soup plate suspended in blackness. I believe I must have lain there for an hour, and, as I remember, I was just dozing into sleep when I was roused by a draught of cold air, and by distinctly feeling the spray of the sea blown upon my face. I started to my feet, and not having allowed in the dark for the motion of the ship, I was instantly thrown violently across the stateroom upon the couch which was placed beneath the porthole. I recovered myself immediately, however, and climbed upon my knees. The porthole was again wide open and fastened back. Now, these things are facts. I was wide awake when I got up, and I should certainly have been waked by the fall had I still been dozing. Moreover, I bruised my elbows and knees badly, and the bruises were there on the following morning to testify to the fact, if I myself had doubted it. The porthole was wide open and fastened back. A thing so unaccountable that I remember very well feeling astonishment rather than fear when I discovered it. I at once closed the plate again and screwed down the loop nut with all my strength. It was very dark in the stateroom. I reflected that the port had certainly been opened within an hour after Robert had at first shut it in my presence, and I determined to watch it and see whether it would open again. Those brass fittings are very heavy and by no means easy to move. I could not believe that the clamp had been turned by the shaking of the screw. I stood, peering out through the thick glass at the alternate white and gray streaks of the sea that foamed beneath the ship's side. I must have remained there a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, as I stood, I distinctly heard something moving behind me in one of the berths. And a moment afterwards, just as I turned instinctively to look, though I could of course see nothing in the darkness, I heard a very faint groan. I sprang across the stateroom and tore the curtains of the upper berth aside, thrusting in my hands to discover if there were anyone there. There was someone. I remember that the sensation as I put my hands forward was as though I were plunging them into the air of a damp cellar, and from behind the curtains came a gust of wind that smelled horribly of stagnant seawater. I laid hold of something that had the shape of a man's arm, but was smooth and wet and icy cold. But suddenly, as I pulled, the creature sprang violently forward against me, a clammy, oozy mass, as it seemed to me, heavy and wet, yet endowed with a sort of supernatural strength. I reeled across the stateroom, and in an instant the door opened and the thing rushed out. I had not had time to be frightened, and quickly recovering myself, I sprang through the door and gave chase at the top of my speed, but I was too late. 10 yards before me I could see, I am sure I saw it, a dark shadow moving in the dimly lighted passage, quickly as the shadow of a fast horse thrown before a dog-cart by the lamp on a dark night. But in a moment it had disappeared, and I found myself holding on to the polished rail that ran along the bulkhead where the passage turned towards the companion. My hair stood on end, and the cold perspiration rolled down my face. I am not ashamed of it in the least. I was very badly frightened. Still, I doubted my senses, and pulled myself together. It was absurd, I thought. The Welsh rarebit I had eaten had disagreed with me. I had been in a nightmare. I made my way back to my stateroom and entered it with an effort. The whole place smelled of stagnant seawater, as it had when I had waked on the previous evening. It required my utmost strength to go in and grope among my things for a box of wax lights. As I lighted a railway reading lantern, which I always carry in case I want to read after the lamps are out, I perceived that the porthole was again open, and a sort of creeping horror began to take possession of me which I never felt before, nor wished to feel again. But I got a light and proceeded to examine the upper berth, expecting to find it drenched with seawater. But I was disappointed. The bed had been slept in, and the smell of the sea was strong, but the bedding was as dry as a bone. I fancied that Robert had not had the courage to make the bed after the accident of the previous night. It had all been a hideous dream. I drew the curtains back as far as I could and examined the place very carefully. It was perfectly dry. But the porthole was open again. With a sort of dull bewilderment of horror, I closed it and screwed it down, and thrusting my heavy stick through the brass loop, wrenched it with all my might till the thick metal began to bend under the pressure. Then I hooked my reading lantern into the red velvet at the head of the couch and sat down to recover my senses, if I could. I sat there all night, unable to think of rest, hardly able to think at all. But the porthole remained closed, and I did not believe it would now open again without the application of a considerable force. The morning dawned at last, and I dressed myself slowly, thinking over all that had happened in the night. It was a beautiful day, and I went on deck, glad to get out into the early, pure sunshine and to smell the breeze from the blue water, so different from the noisome, stagnant odor of my stateroom. Instinctively I turned aft, towards the surgeon's cabin. There he stood, with a pipe in his mouth, taking his morning airing precisely as on the preceding day. "Good morning," said he quietly, but looking at me with evident curiosity. "Doctor, you were quite right," said I. "There is something wrong about that place." "I thought you would change your mind," he answered, rather triumphantly. "You have had a bad night, eh? Shall I make you a pick-me-up? I have a capital recipe." "No, thanks," I cried, "but I would like to tell you what happened." I then tried to explain as clearly as possible precisely what had occurred, not omitting to state that I had been scared as I had never been scared in my whole life before. I dwelt particularly on the phenomenon of the porthole, which was a fact to which I could testify, even if the rest had been an illusion. I had closed it twice in the night, and the second time I had actually bent the brass in wrenching it with my stick. I believe I insisted a good deal on this point. "You seem to think I am likely to doubt the story," said the doctor, smiling at the detailed account of the state of the porthole. "I do not doubt it in the least. I renew my invitation to you. Bring your traps here and take half my cabin." "Come and take half of mine for one night," I said. "Help me to get at the bottom of this thing." "You'll get to the bottom of something else if you try," answered the doctor. "What?" I asked. "The bottom of the sea. I am going to leave this ship. It is not canny." "Then you will not help me to find out—" "Not I," said the doctor quickly. "It is my business to keep my wits about me, not to go fiddling about with ghosts and things." "Do you really believe it is a ghost?" I inquired, rather contemptuously. But as I spoke, I remembered very well the horrible sensation of the supernatural which had got possession of me during the night. The doctor turned sharply on me. "Have you any reasonable explanation of these things to offer?" he asked. "No, you have not." "Well, you say you will find an explanation. I say that you won't, sir, simply because there is not any." "But, my dear sir," I retorted, "do you, a man of science, mean to tell me that such things cannot be explained?" "I do," he answered stoutly. "And, if they could, I would not be concerned in the explanation." I did not care to spend another night alone in the stateroom, and yet I was obstinately determined to get at the root of the disturbances. I do not believe there are many men who would have slept there alone after passing 2 such nights, but I made up my mind to try it if I could not get anyone to share a watch with me. The doctor was evidently not inclined for such an experiment. He said he was a surgeon, and that, in case any accident occurred on board, he must be always in readiness. He could not afford to have his nerves unsettled. Perhaps he was quite right, but I am inclined to think that his precaution was prompted by his inclination. On inquiry, he informed me that there was no one on board who would be likely to join me in my investigations, and after a little more conversation, I left him. A little later I met the captain and told him my story. I said that, if no one would spend the night with me, I would ask leave to have the light burning all night, and would try it alone. "Look here," said he. "I will tell you what I will do. I will share your watch myself, and we will see what happens. It is my belief that we can find out between us. There may be some fellow skulking on board who steals a passage by frightening the passengers. It is just possible that there may be something queer in the carpentering of that berth. I suggested taking the ship's carpenter below and examining the place, but I was overjoyed at the captain's offer to spend the night with me. He accordingly sent for the workman and ordered him to do anything I required. We went below at once. I had all the bedding cleared out of the upper berth, and we examined the place thoroughly to see if there was a board loose anywhere, or a panel which could be opened or pushed aside. We tried the planks everywhere, tapped the flooring, unscrewed the fittings of the lower berth, and took it to pieces. In short, there was not a square inch of the stateroom which was not searched and tested. Everything was in perfect order, and we put everything back in its place. As we were finishing our work, Robert came to the door and looked in.
"Well, sir, find anything, sir?"
he asked, with a ghastly grin. "You were right about the porthole, Robert," I said, and I gave him the promised sovereign. The carpenter did his work silently and skillfully, following my directions. When he had done, he spoke.
"I'm a playman, sir," he said. "But it's my belief you had better just turn out your things and let me run half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of this cabin. There's no good never came of this cabin yet, sir, and that's all about it. There's been 4 lives lost out of here to my own remembrance, and that in 4 trips. Better give it up, sir. Better give it up."
"I will try it for one more night," I said.
Better give it up, sir. Better give it up. It's a precious bad job,"
repeated the workman, putting his tools in his bag and leaving the cabin. But my spirits had risen considerably at the prospect of having the captain's company, and I made up my mind not to be prevented from going to the end of the strange business. I abstained from Welsh rarebit and grog that evening, and did not even join in the customary game of whist. I wanted to be quite sure of my nerves, and my vanity made me anxious to make a good figure in the captain's eyes. The captain was one of those splendidly tough and cheerful specimens of seafaring humanity whose combined courage, hardihood, and calmness in difficulty leads them naturally into high positions of trust. He was not the man to be led away by an idle tale, and the mere fact that he was willing to join me in the investigation was proof that he thought there was something seriously wrong, which could not be accounted for on ordinary theories, nor laughed down as common superstition. To some extent, too, his reputation was at stake, as well as the reputation of the ship. It is no light thing to lose passengers overboard, and he knew it. About 10 o'clock that evening, as I was smoking a last cigar, he came up to me and drew me aside from the beat of the other passengers who were patrolling the deck in the warm darkness.
"This is a serious matter, Mr. Brisbane," he said. "We must make up our minds either way, to be disappointed or to have a pretty rough time of it. You see, I cannot afford to laugh at the affair, and I will ask you to sign your name to a statement of whatever occurs. If nothing happens tonight, we'll try it again tomorrow and next day. Are you ready?"
So we went below and entered the stateroom. As we went in, I could see Robert, the steward, who stood a little further down the passage, watching us, with his usual grin, as though certain that something dreadful was about to happen. The captain closed the door behind us and bolted it.
"Supposing we put your portmanteau before the door," he suggested. "One of us can sit on it. Nothing can get out then. Is the port screwed down?"
I found it as I had left it in the morning. Indeed, without using a lever as I had done, no one could have opened it. I drew back the curtains of the upper berth so that I could see well into it. By the captain's advice, I lighted my reading lantern and placed it so that it shone upon the white sheets above. He insisted upon sitting on the portmanteau, declaring that he wished to be able to swear that he had sat before the door. Then he requested me to search the stateroom thoroughly, an operation very soon accomplished, as it consisted merely in looking beneath the lower berth and under the couch below the porthole. The spaces were quite empty. "It is impossible for any human being to get in," I said, "or for any human being to open the port."
"Very good,"
said the captain calmly. If we see anything now, it must be either imagination or something supernatural. I sat down on the edge of the lower berth. Now, the first time it happened, said the captain, crossing his legs and leaning back against the door, was in March. The passenger who slept here in the upper berth turned out to have been a lunatic. At all events, he was known to have been a little touched, and he had taken his passage without the knowledge of his friends. He rushed out in the middle of the night and threw himself overboard before the officer who had the watch could stop him. We stopped and lowered a boat. It was a quiet night. Just before that, heavy weather came on, but we could not find him. Of course, his suicide was afterwards accounted for on ground of his insanity. I suppose that often happens, I remarked, rather absently. Not often, no, said the captain. Never before in my experience, though I have heard of it happening on board of other ships. Well, as I was saying, that occurred in March, on the very next trip. What are you looking at? He asked, stopping suddenly in his narration. I believe I gave no answer. My eyes were riveted upon the porthole. It seemed to me that the brass loop nut was beginning to turn very slowly upon the screw, so slowly, however, that I was not sure it moved at all. I watched it intently, fixing its position in my mind and trying to ascertain whether it changed. Seeing where I was looking, the captain looked too. "It moves," he exclaimed, in a tone of conviction. "No, it does not," he added, after a minute. "If it were the jarring of the screw," said I, "it would have opened during the day, but I found it this evening jammed tight as I left it this morning." I rose and tried the nut. It was certainly loosened, for by an effort I could move it with my hands. "The queer thing," said the captain, "is that the second man who was lost is supposed to have got through that very port. We had a terrible time over it. It was in the middle of the night and the weather was very heavy. There was an alarm that one of the ports was open and the sea running in. I came below and found everything flooded, the water pouring in every time she rolled, and the whole port swinging from the top bolts, not the porthole in the middle. Well, we managed to shut it, but the water did some damage. Ever since that, the place smells of seawater from time to time. We suppose the passenger had thrown himself out, though the Lord only knows how he did it. The steward kept telling me that he cannot keep anything shut here. Upon my word, I can smell it now. Cannot you?" he inquired, sniffing the air suspiciously. "Yes, distinctly," I said, and I shuddered as that same odor of stagnant seawater grew stronger in the cabin. "Now, to smell like this, the place must be damp," I continued. "And yet, when I examined it with the carpenter this morning, everything was perfectly dry. It is most extraordinary. Hello!" My reading lantern, which had been placed in the upper berth, was suddenly extinguished. There was still a good deal of light from the pane of ground glass near the door, behind which loomed the regulation lamp. The ship rolled heavily, and the curtain of the upper berth swung far out into the stateroom and back again. I rose quickly from my seat on the edge of the bed, and the captain, at the same moment, started to his feet with a loud cry of surprise. I had turned with the intention of taking down the lantern to examine it when I heard his exclamation, and immediately afterwards his call for help. I sprang towards him. He was wrestling with all his might with the brass loop of the port. It seemed to turn against his hands in spite of all his efforts. I caught up my cane, a heavy oak stick I always used to carry, and thrust it through the ring and bore on it with all my strength. But the strong wood snapped suddenly, and I fell upon the couch. When I rose again, the port was wide open, and the captain was standing with his back against the door, pale to the lips.
"There is something in that berth,"
he cried, in a strange voice, his eyes almost starting from his head.
"Hold the door while I look. It shall not escape us, whatever it is."
But instead of taking his place, I sprang upon the lower bed and seized something which lay in the upper berth. It was something ghostly, horrible beyond words, and it moved in my grip. It was like the body of a man long drowned, and yet it moved, and had the strength of 10 men living. But I gripped it with all my might, the slippery, oozy, horrible thing. The dead white eyes seemed to stare at me out of the dusk. The putrid odor of rank sea-water was about it, and its shiny hair hung in foul, wet curls over its dead face. I wrestled with the dead thing. It thrust itself upon me and forced me back and nearly broke my arms. It wound its corpse's arms about my neck, the living death, and overpowered me, so that I, at last, cried aloud and fell, and left my hold. As I fell, the thing sprang across me and seemed to throw itself upon the captain. When I last saw him on his feet, his face was white and his lips set. It seemed to me that he struck a violent blow at the dead being, and then he, too, fell forward upon his face with an inarticulate cry of horror. The thing paused an instant, seeming to hover over his prostrate body, and I could have screamed again for very fright, but I had no voice left. The thing vanished suddenly, and it seemed to my disturbed senses that it made its exit through the open port. Though how that was possible, considering the smallness of the aperture, is more than anyone can tell. I lay a long time upon the floor, and the captain lay beside me. At last I partially recovered my senses and moved, and instantly I knew that my arm was broken, the small bone of the left forearm near the wrist. I got upon my feet somehow, and with my remaining hand I tried to raise the captain. He groaned and moved, and at last came to himself. He was not hurt, but he seemed badly stunned. "Well, do you want to hear any more?" "There is nothing more. That is the end of my story. The carpenter carried out his scheme of running half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of 105, and if ever you take a passage in the Kamtschatka, you may ask for a berth in that stateroom. You will be told that it is engaged. Yes, it is engaged by that dead thing." I finished the trip in the surgeon's cabin. He doctored my broken arm and advised me not to fiddle about with ghosts and things any more. The captain was very silent, and never sailed again in that ship, though it is still running. And I will not sail in her either. It was a very disagreeable experience, and I was very badly frightened, which is a thing I do not like. That is all. That is how I saw a ghost. If it was a ghost. It was dead, anyhow.
The Lost Ghost by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Read by Liza Ross. Mrs. John Emerson, sitting with her needlework beside the window, looked out and saw Mrs. Rhoda Meserve coming down the street, and knew at once by the trend of her steps and the cant of her head that she meditated turning in at her gate. She also knew by a certain something about her general carriage a thrusting forward of the neck, a bustling hitch of the shoulders, that she had important news. Rhoda Meserve always had the news as soon as the news was in being, and generally Mrs. John Emerson was the first to whom she imparted it. The two women had been friends ever since Mrs. Meserve had married Simon Meserve and come to the village to live. Mrs. Meserve was a pretty woman, moving with graceful flirts of ruffling skirts, her clear-cut, nervous face, as delicately tinted as a shell, looked brightly from the brim of a black hat at Mrs. Emerson in the window. Mrs. Emerson was glad to see her coming. She returned the greeting with enthusiasm, then rose hurriedly, ran into the cold parlor, and brought out one of the best rocking chairs. She was just in time, after drawing it up beside the opposite window, to greet her friend at the door. "Good afternoon," said she. "I declare I'm real glad to see you. I've been alone all day. John went to the city this morning. I thought of coming over to your house this afternoon, but I couldn't bring my sewing very well. I'm putting the ruffles on my new black dress skirt." "Well, I didn't have a thing on hand except my crochet work," responded Mrs. Meserve, "and I thought I'd just run over a few minutes." "I'm real glad you did," repeated Mrs. Emerson. "Take your things right off. Here, I'll put them on my bed in the bedroom. Take the rocking chair." Mrs. Meserve settled herself in the parlor rocking chair, while Mrs. Emerson carried her shawl and hat into the little adjoining bedroom. When she returned, Mrs. Meserve was rocking peacefully and was already at work, hooking blue wool in and out. "That's real pretty," said Mrs. Emerson. "Yes, I think it's pretty," replied Mrs. Meserve. "I suppose it's for the church fair?" "Yes, I don't suppose it'll bring enough to pay for the worsted, let alone the work, but I suppose I've got to make something." "How much did that one you made for the fair last year bring?" 25 cents. "It's wicked, ain't it?" "I rather guess it is. I wish those that bought such things for 25 cents had to make them. Guess they'd sing another song." "Well, I suppose I oughtn't to complain as long as it is for the Lord, but sometimes it does seem as if the Lord didn't get much out of it." "Well, it's pretty work," said Mrs. Emerson, sitting down at the opposite window and taking up her dress skirt. The two women rocked and sewed and crocheted in silence for 2 or 3 minutes. They were both waiting. Mrs. Meserve waited for the other's curiosity to develop in order that her news might have, as it were, a befitting stage entrance. Mrs. Emerson waited for the news. Finally, she could wait no longer. "Well, what's the news?" said she. "Well, I don't know as there's anything very particular," hedged the other woman, prolonging the situation. "Yes, there is. You can't cheat me," replied Mrs. Emerson. "Now, how do you know?" "By the way you look." Mrs. Meserve laughed consciously and rather vainly. "Well, Simon says my face is so expressive I can't hide anything more than 5 minutes, no matter how hard I try," said she. "Well, there is some news. Simon came home with it this noon. He heard it in South Dayton. He had some business over there this morning. The old Sargent place is let." Mrs. Emerson dropped her sewing and stared. "You don't say so." "Yes, it is." "Who to?" "Why, some folks from Boston that moved to South Dayton last year. They haven't been satisfied with the house they had there. It wasn't large enough. The man has got considerable property and can afford to live pretty well. He's got a wife and his unmarried sister in the family. The sister's got money, too. He does business in Boston, and it's just as easy to get to Boston from here as from South Dayton, and so they're coming here. You know, the old Sargent house is a splendid place." "Yes, it's the handsomest house in town, but—" "Oh, Simon said they told him about that, and he just laughed. Said he wasn't afraid, and neither was his wife and sister. Said he'd risk ghosts rather than little tucked-up sleeping rooms without any sun, like they've had in the Dayton house. Said he'd rather risk seeing ghosts than risk being ghosts themselves. Simon said they said he was a great hand to joke. "Oh, well," said Mrs. Emerson, "it is a beautiful house, and maybe there isn't anything in those stories. I never took much stock in them. All I thought was, if his wife was nervous, nothing in creation would hire me to go into a house that I'd ever heard a word against of that kind," declared Mrs. Meserve with emphasis. "I wouldn't go into that house if they would give me the rent. I've seen enough of haunted houses to last me as long as I live." Mrs. Emerson's face acquired the expression of a hunting hound. "Have you?" she asked in an intense whisper. "Yes, I have. I don't want any more of it." "Before you came here?" "Yes, before I was married, when I was quite a girl." Mrs. Meserve had not married young. Mrs. Emerson had mental calculations when she heard that. "Did you really live in a house that was—" she whispered fearfully. Mrs. Meserve nodded solemnly. "Did you really ever see anything?" Mrs. Meserve nodded. "You didn't see anything that did you any harm?" "No, I didn't see anything that did me harm, looking at it in one way. But it don't do anybody in this world any good to see things that haven't any business to be seen in it. You never get over it." There was a moment's silence. Mrs. Emerson's features seemed to sharpen. "Well, of course, I don't want to urge you," said she, "if you don't feel like talking about it. But maybe it might do you good to tell it out, if it's on your mind, worrying you." "I try to put it out of my mind," said Mrs. Meserve. "Well, it's just as you feel." "I never told anybody but Simon," said Mrs. Meserve. "I never felt as if it was wise, perhaps. I didn't know what folks might think. So many don't believe in anything they can't understand that they might think my mind wasn't right. Simon advised me not to talk about it. He said he didn't believe it was anything supernatural, but he had to own up that he couldn't give any explanation for it to save his life. He had to own up that he didn't believe anybody could. Then he said he wouldn't talk about it. He said lots of folks would sooner tell folks my head wasn't right than to own up they couldn't see through it." "I'm sure I wouldn't say so," returned Mrs. Emerson reproachfully. "You know better than that, I hope." "Yes, I do," replied Mrs. Meserve. "I know you wouldn't say so, and I wouldn't tell it to a soul if you didn't want me to." "Well, I'd rather you wouldn't. I won't speak of it even to Mr. Emerson. I'd rather you wouldn't even to him. I won't." Mrs. Emerson took up her dress skirt again. Mrs. Meserve hooked up another loop of blue wool. Then she began. "Of course," said she, "I ain't going to say positively that I believe or disbelieve in ghosts, but all I can tell you is what I saw. I can't explain it. I don't pretend I can, for I can't. If you can, well and good, I shall be glad, for it will stop tormenting me as it has done and always will otherwise. There hasn't been a day nor a night since it happened that I haven't thought of it, and always I have felt the shivers go down my back when I did." "That's an awful feeling," Mrs. Emerson said. "Ain't it? Well, it happened before I was married, when I was a girl and lived in East Wilmington. It was the first year I lived there. You know my family all died 5 years before that, I told you." Mrs. Emerson nodded. "Well, I went there to teach school, and I went to board with a Mrs. Amelia Dennison and her sister, Mrs. Bird. Abby, her name was, Abby Bird. She was a widow. She had never had any children. She had a little money. Mrs. Dennison didn't have any, and she had come to East Wilmington and bought the house they lived in. It was a real pretty house, though it was very old and run down. It had cost Mrs. Bird a good deal to put it in order. I guess that was the reason they took me to board. I guess they thought it would help along a little. I guess what I paid for my board about kept us all in victuals. Mrs. Bird had enough to live on if they were careful, but she had spent so much fixing up the old house that they must have been a little pinched for a while. Anyhow, they took me to board, and I thought I was pretty lucky to get in there. I had a nice room, big and sunny and furnished pretty, the paper and paint all new, and everything as neat as wax. Mrs. Dennison was one of the best cooks I ever saw, and I had a little stove in my room, and there was always a nice fire there when I got home from school. I thought I hadn't been in such a nice place since I lost my own home, until I had been there about 3 weeks. I had been there about 3 weeks before I found it out, though I guess it had been going on ever since they had been in the house, and that was most 4 months. They hadn't said anything about it, and I didn't wonder, for they had just bought the house and been to so much expense and trouble fixing it up. Well, I went there in September. I'd begun my school the first Monday. I remember it was a real cold fall. There was a frost the middle of September, and I had to put on my winter coat. I remember when I came home that night, I took off my coat downstairs and laid it on the table in the front entry. It was a real nice coat, heavy black broadcloth trimmed with fur. Mrs. Bird called after me as I went upstairs that I ought not to leave it in the front entry for fear somebody might come in and take it. But I only laughed and called back to her that I wasn't afraid. I never was much afraid of burglars. Well, though it was hardly the middle of September, it was a real cold night. I remember my room faced west, and the sun was getting low, and the sky was a pale yellow and purple, just as you see it sometimes in the winter when there's going to be a cold snap. I rather think that was the night the frost came the first time. I know Mrs. Dennison covered up some flowers she had in the front yard anyhow. I remember looking out and seeing an old green plaid shawl of hers over the verbena bed. There was a fire in my little wood stove. Mrs. Bird made it, I know. She was a real motherly sort of woman. She always seemed to be the happiest when she was doing something to make other folks happy and comfortable. Mrs. Dennison told me she'd always been so. She said she had coddled her husband within an inch of his life. "It's lucky Abby never had any children," she said, "for she would have spoilt them." Well, that night I sat down beside my nice little fire and ate an apple. There was a plate of nice apples on my table. Mrs. Bird put them there. I was always very fond of apples. Well, I sat down and ate an apple and was having a beautiful time, and thinking how lucky I was to have got board in such a place with such nice folks, when I heard a queer little sound at my door. It was such a little hesitating sort of sound that it sounded more like a fumble than a knock, as if someone very timid, with very little hands, was feeling along the door, not quite daring to knock. For a minute I thought it was a mouse, but I waited, and it came again, and then I made up my mind it was a knock, but a very little scared one, so I said, "Come in." But nobody came in, and then presently I heard the knock again. Then I got up and opened the door, thinking it was very queer, and I had a frightened feeling without knowing why. Well, I opened the door, and the first thing I noticed was a draught of cold air, as if the front door downstairs was open, but there was a strange, close smell about the cold draught. It smelled more like a cellar that had been shut up for years than out of doors. Then I saw something. I saw my coat first. The thing that held it was so small that I couldn't see much of anything else. Then I saw a little white face, with eyes so scared and wishful that they seemed as if they might eat a hole in anybody's heart. It was a dreadful little face, with something about it which made it different from any other face on earth, but it was so pitiful that somehow it did away a good deal with the dreadfulness. And there were 2 little hands, spotted purple with the cold, holding up my winter coat, and a strange little faraway voice said, "I can't find my mother." "For heaven's sake," I said, "who are you?" Then the little voice said again, "I can't find my mother." All the time I could smell the cold, and I saw that it was about the child, That cold was clinging to her, as if she had come out of some deadly cold place. Well, I took my coat. I did not know what else to do, and the cold was clinging to that. It was as cold as if it had come off ice. When I had the coat, I could see the child more plainly. She was dressed in one little white garment, made very simply. It was a nightgown, only very long, quite covering her feet, and I could see dimly through it her little thin body mottled purple with the cold. Her face did not look so cold. That was a clear waxen white. Her hair was dark, but it looked as if it might be dark only because it was so damp, almost wet, and might really be light hair. It clung very close to her forehead, which was round and white. She would have been very beautiful if she had not been so dreadful. "Who are you?" says I again, looking at her. She looked at me with her terrible, pleading eyes and did not say anything. "What are you?" says I. Then she went away. She did not seem to run or walk like other children. She flitted, like one of those little filmy white butterflies that don't seem like real ones, they're so light and move as if they had no weight. But she looked back from the head of the stairs. "I can't find my mother," said she, and I never heard such a voice. "Who is your mother?" says I. But she was gone. Well, I thought for a moment I should faint away. The room got dark, and I heard a singing in my ears. Then I flung my coat onto the bed. My hands were as cold as ice from holding it, and I stood in my door and called first Mrs. Bird and then Mrs. Dennison. I didn't dare go down over the stairs where that had gone. It seemed to me I should go mad if I didn't see somebody or something like other folks on the face of the earth. I thought I should never make anybody hear, but I could hear them stepping about downstairs, and I could smell biscuits baking for supper. Somehow the smell of those biscuits seemed the only natural thing left to keep me in my right mind. I didn't dare go over those stairs. I just stood there and called, and finally I heard the entry door open, and Mrs. Bird called back, "What is it? Did you call, Miss Arms? Come up here. Come up here as quick as you can, both of you," I screamed out. "Quick, quick, quick." I heard Mrs. Bird tell Mrs. Dennison, "Come quick, Amelia. Something is the matter in Miss Arms's room." It struck me even then that she expressed herself rather queerly, and it struck me as very queer indeed when they both got upstairs, and I saw that they knew what had happened, or that they knew of what nature the happening was. "What is it, dear?" asked Mrs. Bird, and her pretty, loving voice had a strained sound. I saw her look at Mrs. Dennison, and I saw Mrs. Dennison look back at her. "For God's sake," says I, and I never spoke so before, "for God's sake, what was it brought my coat upstairs?" "What was it like?" asked Mrs. Dennison, in a sort of failing voice, and she looked at her sister again, and her sister looked back at her. "It was a child I have never seen here before. It looked like a child," says I, "but I never saw a child so dreadful, and it had on a nightgown and said she couldn't find her mother. Who was it? What was it?" I thought for a minute Mrs. Dennison was going to faint, but Mrs. Bird hung on to her and rubbed her hands and whispered in her ear. She had the cooingest kind of voice, and I ran and got her a glass of cold water. I tell you, it took considerable courage to go downstairs alone, but they had set a lamp on the entry table so I could see. I don't believe I could have spunked up enough to have gone downstairs in the dark, thinking every second that child might be close to me. The lamp and the smell of the biscuits baking seemed to sort of keep my courage up, but I tell you I didn't waste much time going down those stairs and out into the kitchen for a glass of water. I pumped as if the house was afire, and I grabbed the first thing I came across in the shape of a tumbler. It was a painted one that Mrs. Dennison's Sunday school class gave her, and it was meant for a flower vase. Well, I filled it, and then ran upstairs. I felt every minute as if something would catch my feet, and I held the glass to Mrs. Dennison's lips while Mrs. Bird held her head up, and she took a good long swallow. Then she looked hard at the tumbler. "Yes," says I know I got this one, but I took the first I came across, and it isn't hurt a mite." "Don't get the painted flowers wet," says Mrs. Dennison very feebly. "They'll wash off if you do." "I'll be real careful," says I. I knew she set a sight by that painted tumbler. The water seemed to do Mrs. Dennison good, for presently she pushed Mrs. Bird away and sat up. She had been laying down on my bed. "I'm all over it now," says she, but she was terribly white, and her eyes looked as if they saw something outside things. Mrs. Bird wasn't much better, but she always had a sort of settled, sweet, good look that nothing could disturb to any great extent. I knew I looked dreadful, for I caught a glimpse of myself in the glass, and I would hardly have known who it was. Mrs. Dennison, she slid off the bed and walked sort of tottery to a chair. "I was silly to give way so," says she. "No, you wasn't silly, sister," says Mrs. Bird. "I don't know what this means any more than you do, but whatever it is, no one ought to be called silly for being overcome by anything so different from other things which we have known all our lives." Mrs. Dennison looked at her sister, then she looked at me, then back at her sister again, and Mrs. Bird spoke as if she had been asked a question. "Yes," says she, "I do think Miss Arms ought to be told. That is, I think she ought to be told all we know ourselves." "That isn't much," said Mrs. Dennison, with a dying-away sort of sigh. She looked as if she might faint away again any minute. She was a real delicate-looking woman, but it turned out she was a good deal stronger than poor Mrs. Bird. "No, there isn't much we do know," says Mrs. Bird, "but what little there is, she ought to know. I felt as if she ought to when she first came here." "Well, I didn't feel quite right about it," said Mrs. Dennison, "but I kept hoping it might stop, and anyway, that it might never trouble her. And you had put so much in the house, and we needed the money, and I didn't know but she might be nervous and think she couldn't come, and I didn't want to take a man boarder. And aside from the money, we were very anxious to have you come, my dear," says Mrs. Bird. "Yes," says Mrs. Dennison, "we wanted the young company in the house. We were lonesome, and we both of us took a great liking to you the minute we set eyes on you." And I guess they meant what they said, both of them. They were beautiful women, and nobody could be any kinder to me than they were, and I never blamed them for not telling me before, and, as they said, there wasn't really much to tell. They hadn't any sooner fairly bought the house and moved into it than they began to see and hear things. Mrs. Bird said they were sitting together in the sitting-room one evening when they heard it the first time. She said her sister was knitting lace. Mrs. Dennison made beautiful knitted lace, and she was reading the Missionary Herald. Mrs. Bird was very much interested in mission work, when all of a sudden they heard something. She heard it first, and she laid down her Missionary Herald and listened. And then Mrs. Dennison, she saw her listening, and she drops her lace. "What is it you are listening to, Abby?" says she. Then it came again, and they both heard, and the cold shivers went down their backs to hear it, though they didn't know why. "It's the cat, isn't it?" says Mrs. Bird. "It isn't any cat," says Mrs. Dennison. "Oh, I guess it must be the cat. Maybe she's got a mouse," says Mrs. Bird, real cheerful, to calm down Mrs. Dennison, for she saw she was most scared to death, and she was always afraid of her fainting away. Then she opens the door and calls, "Kitty, Kitty, Kitty." They had brought their cat with them in a basket when they came to East Wilmington to live. It was a real handsome tiger cat, a Tommy, and he knew a lot. Well, she called, "Kitty, Kitty, Kitty," and sure enough the kitty came, and when he came in the door, he gave a big yawl that didn't sound unlike what they had heard. "There, sister, here he is. You see it was the cat," says Mrs. Bird. "Poor kitty." But Mrs. Dennison, she eyed the cat, and she gave a great screech. "What's that? What's that?" says she. "What's what?" says Mrs. Bird, pretending to herself that she didn't see what her sister meant. "Something's got hold of that cat's tail," says Mrs. Dennison. "Something's got hold of his tail. It's pulled straight out, and he can't get away. Just hear him yawl." "It isn't anything," says Mrs. Bird. But even as she said that, she could see a little hand holding fast to that cat's tail. And then the child seemed to sort of clear out of the dimness behind the hand, and the child was sort of laughing then, instead of looking sad, and she said that was a great deal worse. She said that laugh was the most awful and the saddest thing she ever heard. Well, she was so dumbfounded that she didn't know what to do, and she couldn't sense at first that it was anything supernatural. She thought it must be one of the neighbors' children who had run away and was making free of their house and was teasing their cat, and that they must be just nervous to feel so upset by it. So she speaks up sort of sharp. "Don't you know that you mustn't pull the kitty's tail?" says she. "Don't you know you hurt the poor kitty? And she'll scratch you if you don't take care. Poor kitty, you mustn't hurt her." And with that, she said, the child stopped pulling that cat's tail and went to stroking her, just as soft and pitiful, and the cat put his back up and rubbed and purred as if he liked it. The cat never seemed a mite afraid, and that seemed queer, for I'd always heard that animals were dreadfully afraid of ghosts, but then that was a pretty harmless little sort of ghost. Well, Mrs. Bird said the child stroked that cat, while she and Mrs. Dennison stood watching it and holding on to each other, for no matter how hard they tried to think it was all right, it didn't look right. Finally, Mrs. Dennison, she spoke. "What's your name, little girl?" says she. Then the child looks up and stops stroking the cat and says she can't find her mother, just the way she said it to me. Then Mrs. Dennison, she gave such a gasp that Mrs. Bird thought she was going to faint away, but she didn't. "Well, who is your mother?" says she. But the child just says again, "I can't find my mother. I can't find my mother." "Where do you live, dear?" says Mrs. Bird. "I can't find my mother," says the child. Well, that was the way it was. Nothing happened. Those two women stood there hanging on to each other, and the child stood in front of them, and they asked her questions, and everything she would say was, "I can't find my mother." Then Mrs. Bird tried to catch hold of the child, for she thought, in spite of what she saw, that perhaps she was nervous, and it was a real child, only perhaps not quite right in its head, that had run away in her little nightgown after she'd been put to bed. She tried to catch the child. She had an idea of putting a shawl around it and going out. She was such a little thing she could have carried her easy enough, and trying to find out to which of the neighbors she belonged. But the minute she moved toward the child, there wasn't any child there. There was only that little voice, seeming to come from nothing, saying, "I can't find my mother." And presently that died away. Well, that same thing kept happening, or something very much the same. Once in a while, Mrs. Bird would be washing dishes, and all at once the child would be standing beside her with the dish towel, wiping them. Of course, that was terrible. Mrs. Bird would wash the dishes all over. Sometimes she didn't tell Mrs. Dennison, it made her so nervous. Sometimes when they were making cake, they would find the raisins all picked over. And sometimes little sticks of kindling wood would be found laying beside the kitchen stove. They never knew when they would come across that child, and always she kept saying over and over that she couldn't find her mother. They never tried talking to her, except once in a while Mrs. Bird would get desperate and ask her something, but the child never seemed to hear it. She always kept right on saying that she couldn't find her mother. After they had told me all they had to tell about their experience with the child, they told me about the house and the people that had lived there before they did. It seemed something dreadful had happened in that house, and the land agent had never let on to them. I don't think they would have bought it if he had, no matter how cheap it was, for even if folks aren't really afraid of anything, they don't want to live in houses where such dreadful things have happened that you keep thinking about them. I know after they told me I should never have stayed there another night if I hadn't thought so much of them, no matter how comfortable I was made, and I never was nervous either. But I stayed. Of course, it didn't happen in my room. If it had, I could not have stayed. "What was it?" asked Mrs. Emerson, in an awed voice. It was an awful thing. That child had lived in the house with her father and mother 2 years before. They had come, or the father had, from a real good family. He had a good situation. He was a salesman for a big leather house in the city, and they lived real pretty, with plenty to do with. But the mother was a real wicked woman. She was handsome as a picture, and they said she came from good sort of people enough in Boston, but she was bad clean through, though she was real pretty spoken, and most everybody liked her. She used to dress out and make a great show, and she never seemed to take much interest in the child, and folks began to say she wasn't treated right. The woman had a hard time keeping a maid. For some reason, one wouldn't stay. They would leave and then talk about her awfully, telling all kinds of things. People didn't believe it at first, then they began to. They said that the woman made that little thing, though she wasn't much over 5 years old and small and babyish for her age, do most of the work, what there was done. They said the house used to look like a pigsty when she didn't have help. They said the little thing used to stand on a chair and wash dishes, and they'd seen her carrying in sticks of wood most as big as she was, many a time, and they'd heard her mother scolding her. The woman was a fine singer and had a voice like a screech owl when she scolded. The father was away most of the time, and when that happened, he had been away out west for some weeks. There had been a married man hanging about the mother for some time, and folks had talked some, but they weren't sure there was anything wrong, and he was a man very high up with money, so they kept pretty still for fear he would hear of it and make trouble for them, and of course nobody was sure, though folks did say afterward that the father of the child had ought to have been told. But that was very easy to say. It wouldn't have been so easy to find anybody who would have been willing to tell him such a thing as that, especially when they weren't any too sure. He set his eyes by his wife, too. They said all he seemed to think of was to earn money to buy things to deck her out in, and he about worshipped the child, too. They said he was a real nice man. The men that are treated so bad mostly are real nice men. I've always noticed that. Well, one morning, that man that there had been whispers about was missing. He had been gone quite a while, though, before they really knew that he was missing, because he had gone away and told his wife that he had to go to New York on business and might be gone a week, and not to worry if he didn't get home, and not to worry if he didn't write, because he should be thinking from day to day that he might take the next train home, and there would be no use in writing. So the wife waited, and she tried not to worry until it was 2 days over the week. Then she ran into a neighbor's and fainted dead away on the floor, and then they made inquiries and found out that he had skipped, with some money that didn't belong to him, too. Then folks began to ask where was that woman, and they found out, by comparing notes, that nobody had seen her since the man went away. But 3 or 4 women remembered that she had told them that she thought of taking the child and going to Boston to visit her folks. So when they hadn't seen her around and the house shut, they jumped to the conclusion that was where she was. They were the neighbors that lived right around her, but they didn't have much to do with her, and she'd gone out of her way to tell them about her Boston plan, and they didn't make much reply when she did. Well, there was this house shut up, and the man and woman missing, and the child. Then all of a sudden, one of the women that lived the nearest remembered something. She remembered that she had waked up 3 nights running thinking she heard a child crying somewhere, and once she waked up her husband, but he said it must be the Bisbee's little girl, and she thought it must be. The child wasn't well and was always crying. It used to have colic spells, especially at night. So she didn't think any more about it until this came up. Then all of a sudden she did think of it. She told what she had heard, and finally folks began to think they had better enter that house and see if there was anything wrong. Well, they did enter it, and they found that child dead, locked in one of the rooms. Mrs. Dennison and Mrs. Bird never used that room. It was a back bedroom on the second floor. Yes, they found that poor child there, starved to death and frozen, though they weren't sure she had frozen to death, for she was in bed with clothes enough to keep her pretty warm when she was alive. But she had been there a week, and she was nothing but skin and bone. It looked as if the mother had locked her into the house when she went away and told her not to make any noise for fear the neighbors would hear her and find out that she herself had gone. Mrs. Dennison said she couldn't really believe that the woman had meant to have her own child starved to death. Probably she thought the little thing would raise somebody, or folks would try to get in the house and find her. Well, whatever she thought, there the child was, dead. But that wasn't all. The father came home right in the midst of it. The child was just buried, and he was beside himself, and he went on the track of his wife, and he found her, and he shot her dead. It was in all the papers at the time. Then he disappeared. Nothing had been seen of him since. Mrs. Dennison said that she thought he had either made way with himself or got out of the country. Nobody knew, but they did know there was something wrong with the house. I knew folks acted queer when they asked me how I liked it when we first came here, says Mrs. Dennison, but I never dreamed why till we saw the child that night. I never heard anything like it in my life, said Mrs. Emerson, staring at the other woman with awestruck eyes. I thought you'd say so, said Mrs. Meserve. You don't wonder that I ain't disposed to speak light when I hear there's anything queer about a house, do you? No, I don't, after that, Mrs. Emerson said. But that ain't all, said Mrs. Meserve. Did you see it again? Mrs. Emerson asked. Yes, I saw it a number of times before the last time. It was lucky I wasn't nervous, or I never could have stayed there, much as I liked the place, and much as I thought of those two women. They were beautiful women and no mistake. I loved those women. I hope Mrs. Dennison will come and see me sometime. Well, I stayed, and I never knew when I'd see that child. I got so I was very careful to bring everything of mine upstairs and not leave any little thing in my room that needed doing, for fear she would come lugging up my coat or hat or gloves, or I'd find things done when there'd been no live being in the room to do them. I can't tell you how I dreaded seeing her, and worse than the seeing her was the hearing her say, I can't find my mother. It was enough to make your blood run cold. I never heard a living child cry for its mother that was anything so pitiful as that dead one. It was enough to break your heart. She used to come and say that to Mrs. Bird oftener than to anyone else. Once I heard Mrs. Bird say she wondered if it was possible that the poor little thing couldn't really find her mother in the other world, she had been such a wicked woman. But Mrs. Dennison told her she didn't think she ought to speak so, nor even think so, and Mrs. Bird said she shouldn't wonder if she was right. Mrs. Bird was always very easy to put in the wrong. She was a good woman, and one that couldn't do things enough for other folks. It seemed as if that was what she lived on. I don't think she was ever so scared by that poor little ghost as much as she pitied it, and she was most heartbroken because she couldn't do anything for it, as she could have done for a live child. It seems to me sometimes as if I should die if I can't get that awful little white robe off that child and get her in some clothes and feed her and stop her looking for her mother, I heard her say once, and she was in earnest. She cried when she said it. That wasn't long before she died. Now I am coming to the strangest part of it all. Mrs. Bird died very sudden. One morning, it was Saturday and there wasn't any school, I went downstairs to breakfast, and Mrs. Bird wasn't there. There was nobody but Mrs. Dennison. She was pouring out the coffee when I came in. "Why, where's Mrs. Bird?" says I. "Abby ain't feeling very well this morning," says she. "There isn't much the matter, I guess, but she didn't sleep very well, and her head aches, and she's sort of chilly, and I told her I thought she'd better stay in bed till the house gets warm." It was a very cold morning. "Maybe she's got cold," says I. "Yes, I guess she has," says Mrs. Dennison. "I guess she's got cold. She'll be up before long. Abby ain't one to stay in bed a minute longer than she can help." Well, we went on eating our breakfast, and all at once a shadow flickered across one wall of the room and over the ceiling, the way a shadow will sometimes when somebody passes the window outside. Mrs. Dennison and I both looked up, then out of the window. Then Mrs. Dennison, she gives a scream. "Why, Abby's crazy," says she. "There she is, out this bitter cold morning. And... She didn't finish, but she meant the child. For we were both looking out, and we saw, as plain as we ever saw anything in our lives, Mrs. Abby Bird walking off over the white snowpath with that child holding fast to her hand, nestling close to her as if she had found her own mother. "She's dead," says Mrs. Dennison, clutching hold of me hard. "She's dead. My sister is dead." She was. We hurried upstairs as fast as we could go, and she was dead in her bed, and smiling as if she was dreaming, and one arm and hand was stretched out as if something had hold of it, and it couldn't be straightened even at the last. It lay out over her casket at the funeral. "Was the child ever seen again?" asked Mrs. Emerson in a shaking voice. "No," replied Mrs. Meserve. "That child was never seen again after she went out of the yard with Mrs. Bird."
Man's Size in Marble by E. Nesbit. Read by Nigel Anthony. Although every word of this story is as true as despair, I do not expect people to believe it. Nowadays, a rational explanation is required before belief is possible. Let me then at once offer the rational explanation, which finds most favour among those who have heard the tale of my life's tragedy. It is held that we were under a delusion, Laura and I, on that 31st of October, and that this supposition places the whole matter on a satisfactory and believable basis. The listener can judge, when he too has heard my story, how far this is an explanation, and in what sense it is rational. There were three who took part in this, Laura and I, and another man. The other man still lives and can speak to the truth of the least credible part of my story. I never knew in my life what it was to have as much money as I required to supply the most ordinary needs of life: good colours, canvases, brushes, books, and cab fares. And when we were married, we knew quite well that we should only be able to live at all by strict punctuality and attention to business. I used to paint in those days, and Laura used to write, and we felt sure we could keep the pot at least simmering. Living in town was out of the question, so we went to look for a cottage in the country, which should be at once sanitary and picturesque. So rarely do these two qualities meet in one cottage that our search was for some time quite fruitless. We tried advertisements, but most of the desirable rural residences which we did look at proved to be lacking in both essentials. And when a cottage chanced to have drains, it always had stucco as well, and was shaped like a tea caddy. And if we found a vine or rose-covered porch, corruption invariably lurked within. Our minds got so befogged by the eloquence of house agents and the rival disadvantages of the fever traps and outrages to beauty which we had seen and scorned, that I very much doubt whether either of us, on our wedding morning, knew the difference between a house and a haystack. But when we got away from friends and house agents on our honeymoon, our wits grew clear again, and we knew a pretty cottage when at last we saw one. It was at Brenzes, a little village set on a hill over against the southern marshes. We had gone there from the seaside village where we were staying to see the church, and 2 fields from the church we found this cottage. It stood quite by itself, about 2 miles from the village. It was a long, low building with rooms sticking out in unexpected places. It was a bit of stonework, ivy-covered and moss-grown. Just 2 old rooms, all that was left of a big house that had once stood there. And round this stonework the house had grown up. Stripped of its roses and jasmine, it would have been hideous. As it stood, it was charming, and after a brief examination, we took it. It was absurdly cheap. The rest of our honeymoon we spent in grubbing about in second-hand shops in the county town, picking up bits of old oak and Chippendale chairs for our furnishing. We wound up with a run up to town and a visit to Liberty's, and soon the low oak-beamed lattice-windowed rooms began to be home. There was a jolly old-fashioned garden, with grass paths, and no end of hollyhocks and sunflowers and big lilies. From the window you could see the marsh pastures, and beyond them the blue, thin line of the sea. We were as happy as the summer was glorious, and settled down into work sooner than we ourselves expected. I was never tired of sketching the view and the wonderful cloud effects from the open lattice, and Laura would sit at the table and write verses about them, in which I mostly played the part of foreground. We got a tall old peasant woman to do for us. Her face and figure were good, though her cooking was of the homeliest. But she understood all about gardening, and told us all the old names of the coppices and cornfields, and the stories of the smugglers and highwaymen, and better still, of the things that walked, and of the sights which met one in lonely glens of a starlit night. She was a great comfort to us, because Laura hated housekeeping as much as I loved folklore, and we soon came to leave all the domestic business to Mrs. Dorman, and to use her legends in little magazine stories, which brought in a pretty penny. We had 3 months of married happiness, and did not have a single quarrel. One October evening, I had been down to smoke a pipe with the doctor, our only neighbour, a pleasant young Irishman. Laura had stayed at home to finish a comic sketch of a village episode for the monthly Marplot. I left her laughing over her own jokes, and came in to find her a crumpled heap of pale muslin, weeping on the window-seat. "Good heavens, my darling, what's the matter?" I cried, taking her in my arms. She leaned her little dark head against my shoulder, and went on crying. I had never seen her cry before. We had always been so happy, you see, and I felt sure some frightful misfortune had happened. "What is the matter? Do speak." "It's Mrs. Dorman," she sobbed. "What has she done?" I inquired, immensely relieved. She says she must go before the end of the month, and she says her niece is ill. She's gone down to see her now, but I don't believe that's the reason, because her niece is always ill. I believe someone has been setting her against us. Her manner was so queer." "Never mind, Pussy," I said. "Whatever you do, don't cry, or I shall have to cry too, to keep you in countenance, and then you'll never respect your man again." She dried her eyes obediently on my handkerchief, and even smiled faintly. "But you see," she went on, "it is really serious, because these village people are so sheepy, and if one won't do a thing, you may be quite sure none of the others will. And I shall have to cook the dinners and wash up the hateful, greasy plates, and you'll have to carry cans of water about and clean the boots and knives, and we shall never have any time for work, or earn any money or anything. We shall have to work all day, and only be able to rest when we're waiting for the kettle to boil." I represented to her that even if we had to perform these duties, the day would still present some margin for other toils and recreations, but she refused to see the matter in any but the greyest light. She was very unreasonable, my Laura, but I could not have loved her any more if she had been as wise as Solomon. "I'll speak to Mrs. Dorman when she comes back, and see if I can't come to terms with her," I said. "Perhaps she wants a rise in her salary. It will be all right. Let's walk up to the church." The church was a large and lonely one, and we loved to go there, especially upon bright nights. The path skirted a wood, cut through it once, and ran along the crest of the hill through 2 meadows, and round the churchyard wall, over which the old yews loomed in black masses of shadow. This path, which was partly paved, was called the bier balk, for it had long been the route by which the corpses had been carried, on their biers, to burial. The churchyard was richly treed, and was shaded by great elms, which stood just outside and stretched their majestic arms in benediction over the happy dead. A large low porch let one into the building by a Norman doorway, and a heavy oak door, studded with iron. Inside, the arches rose into darkness, and between them the reticulated windows, which stood out white in the moonlight. In the chancel, the windows were of rich glass, which showed in faint light their noble colouring, and made the black oak of the choir pews hardly more solid than shadows. But on each side of the altar lay a grey marble figure of a knight in full plate armour, lying upon a low slab, with hands held up in everlasting prayer. And these figures, oddly enough, were always to be seen if there was any glimmer of light in the church. Their names were lost, but the peasants told of them that they had been fierce and wicked men, marauders by land and sea, who had been the scourge of their time, and had been guilty of deeds so foul that the house they had lived in, the big house, by the way, that had stood on the site of our cottage, had been stricken by lightning and the vengeance of heaven. But for all that, the gold of their heirs had bought them a place in the church. Looking at the bad, hard faces reproduced in the marble, this story was easily believed. The church looked at its best and weirdest on that night, for the shadows of the yew trees fell through the windows upon the floor of the nave and touched the pillars with tattered shade. We sat down together without speaking, and watched the solemn beauty of the old church, with some of that awe which inspired its early builders. We walked to the chancel and looked at the sleeping warriors. Then we rested some time on the stone seat in the porch, looking out over the stretch of quiet, moonlit meadows, feeling in every fibre of our being the peace of the night and of our happy love, and came away at last with a sense that even scrubbing and blackleading were but small troubles at their worst. Mrs. Dorman had come back from the village, and I at once invited her to a tete-a-tete. "Now, Mrs. Dorman," I said, when I had got her into my painting room, "what's all this about your not staying with us?" "I should be glad to get away, sir, before the end of the month," she answered, with her usual placid dignity. "Have you any fault to find, Mrs. Dorman?" "None at all, sir. You and your lady have always been most kind, I'm sure." "Well, what is it? Are your wages not high enough?" "No, sir. I gets quite enough." "Then why not stay?" "I'd rather not. My niece is ill." "But your niece has been ill ever since we came." No answer. There was a long and awkward silence. I broke it. "Can't you stay for another month?" I asked. "No, sir. I'm bound to go by Thursday." And this was Monday. "Well, I must say, I think you might have let us know before. There's no time now to get anyone else, and your mistress is not fit to do heavy housework. Can't you stay till next week?" "I might be able to come back next week." I was now convinced that all she wanted was a brief holiday, which we should have been willing enough to let her have, as soon as we could get a substitute. "But why must you go this week?" I persisted. "Come, out with it." Mrs. Dorman drew the little shawl which she always wore tightly across her bosom, as though she were cold. Then she said, with a sort of effort, "They say, sir, as this was a big house in Catholic times, and there was a many deeds done here." The nature of the deeds might be vaguely inferred from the inflection of Mrs. Dorman's voice, which was enough to make one's blood run cold. I was glad that Laura was not in the room. She was always nervous, as highly strung natures are, and I felt that these tales about our house, told by this old peasant woman, with her impressive manner and contagious credulity, might have made our home less dear to my wife. "Tell me all about it, Mrs. Dorman," I said. "You needn't mind about telling me. I'm not like the young people who make fun of such things." Which was partly true. "Well, sir," she sank her voice, "you may have seen in the church, beside the altar, 2 shapes." "You mean the effigies of the knights in armour?" I said cheerfully. "I mean them 2 bodies, drawed out, man's size in marble," she returned. And I had to admit that her description was 1,000 times more graphic than mine, to say nothing of a certain weird force and uncanniness about the phrase, "drawed out, man's size in marble." "They do say, as on All Saints' Eve them 2 bodies sits up on their slabs and gets off of them, then walks down the aisle in their marble." Another good phrase, Mrs. Dorman. "And as the church clock strikes 11, they walks out of the church door and over the graves and along the bier balk. And if it's a wet night, there's the marks of their feet in the morning." "And where do they go?" I asked, rather fascinated. "They comes back here to their home, sir. And if anyone meets them—" "Well, what then?" I asked. But no, not another word could I get from her, save that her niece was ill, and she must go. After what I had heard, I scorned to discuss the niece, and tried to get from Mrs. Dorman more details of the legend. I could get nothing but warnings. "Whatever you do, sir, lock the door early on All Saints' Eve, and make the cross sign over the doorstep and on the windows." "But has anyone ever seen these things?" I persisted. "That's not for me to say. I know what I know, sir." "Well, who was here last year?" "No one, sir. The lady as owned the house only stayed here in summer, and she always went to London a full month afore the night. And I'm sorry to inconvenience you and your lady, but My niece is ill and I must go on Thursday. I could have shaken her for that absurd reiteration of that obvious fiction, after she had told me her real reasons. She was determined to go, nor could our united entreaties move her in the least. I did not tell Laura the legend of the shapes that walked in their marble, partly because a legend concerning our house might perhaps trouble my wife, and partly, I think, from some more occult reason. This was not quite the same to me as any other story, and I did not want to talk about it till the day was over. I had very soon ceased to think of the legend, however. I was painting a portrait of Laura against the lattice window, and I could not think of much else. I had got a splendid background of yellow and grey sunset, and was working away with enthusiasm at her face. On Thursday, Mrs. Dorman went. She relented at parting, so far as to say, "Don't put yourself about too much, ma'am, and if there's any little thing I can do next week, I'm sure I shan't mind." From which I inferred that she wished to come back to us after Halloween. Up to the last, she adhered to the fiction of the niece with touching fidelity. Thursday passed off pretty well. Laura showed marked ability in the matter of steak and potatoes, and I confess that my knives and the plates, which I insisted upon washing, were better done than I had dared to expect. Friday came. It is about what happened on that Friday that this is written. I wonder if I should have believed it, if anyone had told it to me. I will tell the story of it as quickly and plainly as I can. Everything that happened on that day is burnt into my brain. I shall not forget anything, nor leave anything out. I got up early, I remember, and lighted the kitchen fire, and had just achieved a smoky success when my little wife came running down, as sunny and sweet as the clear October morning itself. We prepared breakfast together, and found it very good fun. The housework was soon done, and when brushes and brooms and pails were quiet again, the house was still indeed. It is wonderful what a difference one makes in a house. We really missed Mrs. Dorman quite apart from considerations concerning pots and pans. We spent the day in dusting our books and putting them straight, and dined gaily on cold steak and coffee. Laura was, if possible, brighter and gayer and sweeter than usual, and I began to think that a little domestic toil was really good for her. We had never been so merry since we were married, and the walk we had that afternoon was, I think, the happiest time of all my life. When we had watched the deep, scarlet clouds slowly pale into leaden grey against a pale green sky, and saw the white mists curl up along the hedgerows in the distant marsh, we came back to the house, silently, hand in hand. "You are sad, my darling," I said, half jestingly, as we sat down together in our little parlour. I expected a disclaimer, for my own silence had been the silence of complete happiness. To my surprise, she said, "Yes, I think I am sad. Or rather, I am uneasy. I don't think I'm very well. I have shivered 3 or 4 times since we came in. And it is not cold, is it?" "No," I said, and hoped it was not a chill caught from the treacherous mists that roll up from the marshes in the dying light. "No," she said. She did not think so. Then, after a silence, she spoke suddenly. "Do you ever have presentiments of evil?" "No," I said, smiling, "and I shouldn't believe in them if I had." "I do," she went on. "The night my father died, I knew it, though he was right away in the north of Scotland." I did not answer in words. She sat looking at the fire for some time in silence, gently stroking my hand. At last she sprang up, came behind me and, drawing my head back, kissed me. "There, it's over now," she said. "What a baby I am. Come, light the candles, and we'll have some of these new Rubinstein duets." And we spent a happy hour or two at the piano. At about 10:30, I began to look for the good-night pipe, but Laura looked so white that I felt it would be brutal of me to fill our sitting-room with the fumes of strong Cavendish. "I'll take my pipe outside," I said. "Let me come too." "No, sweetheart, not tonight. You're much too tired. I shan't be long. Get to bed, or I shall have an invalid to nurse tomorrow, as well as the boots to clean." I kissed her and was turning to go, when she flung her arms round my neck and held me as if she would never let me go again. I stroked her hair. "Come, pussy. You're overtired. The housework has been too much for you." She loosened her clasp a little and drew a deep breath. "No. We've been very happy today, Jack, haven't we? Don't stay out too long." "I won't, my dearie." I strolled out of the front door, leaving it unlatched. What a night it was. The jagged masses of heavy dark cloud were rolling at intervals from horizon to horizon, and thin white wreaths covered the stars. Through all the rush of the cloud river, the moon swam, breasting the waves, and disappearing again in the darkness. When now and again her light reached the woodlands, they seemed to be slowly and noiselessly waving in time to the swing of the clouds above them. There was a strange grey light over all the earth. The fields had that shadowy bloom over them, which only comes from the marriage of dew and moonshine, or frost and starlight. I walked up and down, drinking in the beauty of the quiet earth and the changing sky. The night was absolutely silent. Nothing seemed to be abroad. There was no scurrying of rabbits or twitter of the half-asleep birds. And though the clouds went sailing across the sky, the wind that drove them never came low enough to rustle the dead leaves in the woodland paths. Across the meadows I could see the church tower standing out black and grey against the sky. I walked there, thinking over our 3 months of happiness, and of my wife, her dear eyes, her loving ways. Oh, my little girl, my own little girl. What a vision came then of a long, glad life for you and me together. I heard a bell beat from the church. 11 already. I turned to go in, but the night held me. I could not go back into our little warm rooms yet. I would go up to the church. I felt vaguely that it would be good to carry my love and thankfulness to the sanctuary whither so many loads of sorrow and gladness had been borne by the men and women of the dead years. I looked in at the low window as I went by. Laura was half lying on her chair in front of the fire. I could not see her face. Only her little head showed dark against the pale blue wall. She was quite still. Asleep, no doubt. My heart reached out to her as I went on. There must be a God, I thought, and a God who was good. How otherwise could anything so sweet and dear as she have ever been imagined? I walked slowly along the edge of the wood. A sound broke the stillness of the night. It was a rustling in the wood. I stopped and listened. The sound stopped too. I went on, and now distinctly heard another step than mine. Answer mine, like an echo. It was a poacher or a wood stealer, most likely, for these were not unknown in our Arcadian neighbourhood. But whoever it was, he was a fool not to step more lightly. I turned into the wood, and now the footsteps seemed to come from the path I had just left. It must be an echo, I thought. The wood looked perfect in the moonlight. The large dying ferns and the brushwood showed, where, through thinning foliage, the pale light came down. The tree trunks stood up like Gothic columns all around me. They reminded me of the church, and I turned into the bier balk and passed through the corpse gate between the graves to the low porch. I paused for a moment on the stone seat where Laura and I had watched the fading landscape. Then I noticed that the door of the church was open, and I blamed myself for having left it unlatched the other night. We were the only people who ever cared to come to the church except on Sundays, and I was vexed to think that through our carelessness the damp autumn airs had had a chance of getting in and injuring the old fabric. I went in. It will seem strange, perhaps, that I should have gone halfway up the aisle before I remembered, with a sudden chill, followed by as sudden a rush of self-contempt, that this was the very day and hour when, according to tradition, the shapes drawed out man-size in marble began to walk. Having thus remembered the legend, and remembered it with a shiver, of which I was ashamed, I could not do otherwise than walk up towards the altar, just to look at the figures, as I said to myself. Really, what I wanted was to assure myself, first, that I did not believe the legend, and secondly, that it was not true. I was rather glad that I had come. I thought now I could tell Mrs. Dorman how vain her fancies were, and how peacefully the marble figures slept on through the ghastly hour. With my hands in my pockets, I passed up the aisle. In the grey, dim light, the eastern end of the church looked larger than usual, and the arches above the two tombs looked larger too. The moon came out and showed me the reason. I stopped short. My heart gave a leap that nearly choked me, and then sank sickeningly. The bodies, drawed out man-size, were gone, and their marble slabs lay wide and bare in the vague moonlight that slanted through the east window. Were they really gone? Or was I mad? Clenching my nerves, I stooped and passed my hand over the smooth slabs and felt their flat, unbroken surface. Had someone taken the things away? Was it some vile practical joke? I would make sure anyway. In an instant I had made a torch of a newspaper, which happened to be in my pocket, and lighting it, held it high above my head. Its yellow glare illumined the dark arches and those slabs. The figures were gone, and I was alone in the church. Or was I alone? And then a horror seized me, a horror indefinable and indescribable, an overwhelming certainty of supreme and accomplished calamity. I flung down the torch and tore along the aisle and out through the porch, biting my lips as I ran to keep myself from shrieking aloud. Oh, was I mad? Or what was this that possessed me? I leapt the churchyard wall and took the straight cut across the fields, led by the light from our windows. Just as I got over the first stile, a dark figure seemed to spring out of the ground. Mad still with that certainty of misfortune, I made for the thing that stood in my path, shouting, "Get out of my way, can't you?" But my push met with a more vigorous resistance than I'd expected. My arms were caught just above the elbow and held as in a vice. And the raw-boned Irish doctor actually shook me. "Would you?" he cried, in his own unmistakable accents. "Would you, then?" "Let me go, you fool!" I gasped. "The marble figures have gone from the church. I tell you they've gone." He broke into a ringing laugh. I'll have to give you a draught tomorrow, I see. You've been smoking too much and listening to old wives' tales. I tell you, I've seen the bare slabs. Well, come back with me. I'm going up to old Palmer's, his daughter's ill. We'll look in at the church and let me see the bare slabs. You go if you like, I said, a little less frantic for his laughter. I'm going home to my wife. Rubbish, man, said he. You think I'll permit that? Are you to go saying all your life that you've seen solid marble endowed with vitality? And me to go all my life saying you were a coward? No, you shan't do it. The night air, the human voice, and I think also the physical contact with this 6 feet of solid common sense, brought me back a little to my ordinary self. And the word coward was a mental shower bath. Come on, then, I said sullenly. Perhaps you're right. He still held my arm tightly. We got over the stile and back to the church. All was still as death. The place smelt very damp and earthy. We walked up the aisle. I'm not ashamed to confess that I shut my eyes. I knew the figures would not be there. I heard Kelly strike a match. Here they are, you see, right enough. You've been dreaming or drinking. Asking your pardon for the imputation. I opened my eyes. By Kelly's expiring match, I saw 2 shapes lying in their marble, on their slabs. I drew a deep breath and caught his hand. I'm awfully indebted to you, I said. It must have been some trick of light. Or I have been working rather hard, perhaps that's it. You know, I was quite convinced they were gone. I'm aware of that, he answered rather grimly. You'll have to be careful of that brain of yours, my friend, I assure you. He was leaning over and looking at the right-hand figure, whose stony face was the most villainous and deadly in expression. By Jove, he said. Something has been afoot here. This hand is broken. And so it was. I was certain that it had been perfect the last time Laura and I had been there. Perhaps someone has tried to remove them, said the young doctor. That won't account for my impression, I objected. Too much painting and tobacco will account for that well enough. Come along, I said. Or my wife will be getting anxious. You'll come in and have a drop of whiskey and drink confusion to ghosts and better sense to me. I ought to go up to Palmer's, but it's so late now I'd best leave it till the morning, he replied. I was kept late at the Union, and I've had to see a lot of people since. All right, I'll come back with you. I think he fancied I needed him more than did Palmer's girl. So, discussing how such an illusion could have been possible, and deducing from this experience large generalities concerning ghostly apparitions, we walked up to our cottage. We saw, as we walked up the garden path, that bright light streamed out of the front door, and presently saw that the parlour door was open too. Had she gone out? Come in, I said, and Dr. Kelly followed me into the parlour. It was all ablaze with candles. Not only the wax ones, but at least a dozen guttering, glaring tallow dips, stuck in vases and ornaments in unlikely places. Light, I knew, was Laura's remedy for nervousness. Poor child. Why had I left her? Brute that I was. We glanced round the room, and at first we did not see her. The window was open, and the draught set all the candles flaring one way. Her chair was empty, and her handkerchief and book lay on the floor. I turned to the window. There, in the recess of the window, I saw her. Oh, my child, my love, Had she gone to that window to watch for me? And what had come into the room behind her? To what had she turned with that look of frantic fear and horror? Oh, my little one. Had she thought that it was I whose step she heard, and turned to meet? What? She had fallen back across the table in the window, and her body lay half on it, and half on the window seat, and her head hung down over the table. The brown hair loosened and fallen to the carpet. Her lips were drawn back, and her eyes wide open. They saw nothing now. What had they seen last? The doctor moved towards her, but I pushed him aside and sprang to her, caught her in my arms and cried, "It's all right, Laura. I've got you safe, wifey." She fell into my arms in a heap. I clasped her and kissed her, and called her by all her pet names. But I think I knew all the time that she was dead. Her hands were tightly clenched. In one of them she held something fast. When I was quite sure that she was dead, and that nothing mattered at all any more, I let him open her hand to see what she held. It was a grey marble finger.
Luella Miller by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Read by Liza Ross. Close to the village street stood the one-story house in which Luella Miller, who had an evil name in the village, had dwelt. She had been dead for years, yet there were those in the village who, in spite of the clearer light which comes on a vantage point from a long-past danger, half believed in the tale which they had heard from their childhood. In their hearts, although they scarcely would have owned it, was a survival of the wild horror and frenzied fear of their ancestors who had dwelt in the same age with Luella Miller. Young people even would stare with a shudder at the old house as they passed, and children never played around it, as was their wont around an untenanted building. Not a window in the old Miller house was broken. The panes reflected the morning sunlight in patches of emerald and blue, and the latch of the sagging front door was never lifted, although no bolt secured it. Since Luella Miller had been carried out of it, the house had had no tenant, except one friendless old soul who had no choice between that and the far-off shelter of the open sky. This old woman, who had survived her kindred and friends, lived in the house 1 week. Then one morning no smoke came out of the chimney, and a body of neighbors, a score strong, entered and found her dead in her bed. There were dark whispers as to the cause of her death, and there were those who testified to an expression of fear so exalted that it showed forth the state of the departing soul upon the dead face. The old woman had been hale and hearty when she entered the house, and in 7 days she was dead. It seemed that she had fallen a victim to some uncanny power. The minister talked in the pulpit with covert severity against the sin of superstition. Still the belief prevailed. Not a soul in the village but would have chosen the almshouse rather than that dwelling. No vagrant, if he heard the tale, would seek shelter beneath that old roof, unhallowed by nearly half a century of superstitious fear. There was only one person in the village who had actually known Luella Miller. That person was a woman well over 80, but a marvel of vitality and unextinct youth. She had never married, and had lived alone for years in a house across the road from Luella Miller's. This woman had none of the garrulousness of age, but never, in all her life, had she ever held her tongue for any will save her own, and she never spared the truth when she essayed to present it. She it was who bore testimony to the life, evil, though possibly wittingly or designedly so, of Luella Miller, and to her personal appearance. When this old woman spoke, and she had the gift of description, although her thoughts were clothed in the rude vernacular of her native village, one could seem to see Luella Miller as she had really looked. According to this woman, Lydia Anderson by name, Luella Miller had been a beauty of a type rather unusual in New England. She had been a slight, pliant sort of creature, as ready with a strong yielding to fate, and as unbreakable as a willow. She had glimmering lengths of straight fair hair, which she wore softly looped round a long, lovely face. She had blue eyes full of soft pleading, little slender, clinging hands, and a wonderful grace of motion and attitude. Luella Miller used to sit in a way nobody else could, if they sat up and studied a week of Sundays, said Lydia Anderson. And it was a sight to see her walk. If one of them willows over there on the edge of the brook could start up and get its roots free of the ground and move off, it would go just the way Luella Miller used to. She had a green shot silk she used to wear, too, and a hat with green ribbon streamers, and a lace veil blowing across her face and out sideways, and a green ribbon flying from her waist. That was what she came out bride in when she married Erastus Miller. Her name before she was married was Hill. There was always a sight of L's in her name, married or single. Erastus Miller was good-looking, too, better looking than Luella. Sometimes I used to think that Luella wasn't so handsome after all. Erastus just about worshipped her. I used to know him pretty well. He lived next door to me, and we went to school together. Folks used to say he was waiting on me, but he wa'n't. I never thought he was except once or twice, when he said things that some girls might have suspected meant something. That was before Luella came here to teach the district school. It was funny how she came to get it. Her folks said she hadn't any education, and that one of the big girls, Lottie Henderson, used to do all the teaching for her, while she sat back and did embroidery work on a cambric pocket handkerchief. Lottie Henderson was a real smart girl, a splendid scholar, and she just set her eyes by Luella, as all the girls did. Lottie would have made a real smart woman, but she died when Luella had been here about a year. Just faded away and died. Nobody knew what ailed her. She dragged herself to that schoolhouse and helped Luella teach till the very last minute. The committee all knew how Luella didn't do much of the work herself, but they winked at it. It wasn't long after Lottie died that Erastus married her. I always thought he hurried it up because she wasn't fit to teach. One of the big boys used to help her after Lottie died, but he hadn't much government, and the school didn't do very well, and Luella might have had to give it up, for the committee couldn't have shut their eyes to things much longer. The boy that helped her was a real, honest, innocent sort of fella, and he was a good scholar, too. Folks said he overstudied, and that was the reason he was took crazy the year after Luella married. But I don't know. And I don't know what made Erastus Miller go into consumption of the blood the year after he was married. Consumption wa'n't in his family. He just grew weaker and weaker, and went almost bent double when he tried to wait on Luella, and he spoke feeble like an old man. He worked terrible hard till the last, trying to save up a little to leave Luella. I've seen him out in the worst storms on a wood sled. He used to cut and sell wood, and he was hunched up on top looking more dead than alive. Once I couldn't stand it. I went over and helped him pitch some wood on the cart. I was always strong in my arms. I wouldn't stop for all he told me to, and I guess he was glad enough for the help. That was only a week before he died. He fell on the kitchen floor while he was getting breakfast. He always got the breakfast and let Luella lay abed. He did all the sweeping and the washing and the ironing and most of the cooking. He couldn't bear to have Luella lift her finger, and she let him do for her. She lived like a queen for all the work she did. She didn't even do her sewing. She said it made her shoulder ache to sew. And poor Erastus's sister Lily used to do all her sewing. She wasn't able to either. She was never strong in her back, but she did it beautifully. She had to suit Luella. She was so dreadful particular. I never saw anything like the faggoting and hemstitching that Lily Miller did for Luella. She made all Luella's wedding outfit and that green silk dress after Maria Babbitt cut it. Maria, she cut it for nothing, and she did a lot more cutting and fitting for nothing for Luella, too. Lily Miller went to live with Luella after Erastus died. She gave up her home, though she was real attached to it and wasn't a mite afraid to stay alone. She rented it, and she went to live with Luella right away after the funeral. Then this old woman, Lydia Anderson, who remembered Luella Miller, would go on to relate the story of Lily Miller. It seemed that on the removal of Lily Miller to the house of her dead brother to live with his widow, the village people first began to talk. This Lily Miller had been hardly past her first youth, and a most robust and blooming woman, rosy-cheeked, with curls of strong black hair, overshadowing round, candid temples and bright, dark eyes. It was not 6 months after she had taken up her residence with her sister-in-law that her rosy color faded and her pretty curves became wan hollows. White shadows began to show in the black rings of her hair, and the light died out of her eyes. Her features sharpened, and there were pathetic lines at her mouth, which yet wore always an expression of utter sweetness and even happiness. She was devoted to her sister. There was no doubt that she loved her with her whole heart and was perfectly content in her service. It was her sole anxiety lest she should die and leave her alone. The way Lily Miller used to talk about Luella was enough to make you mad and enough to make you cry, said Lydia Anderson. I've been in there sometimes toward the last, when she was too feeble to cook, and carried her some blancmange or custard, something I thought she might relish, and she'd thank me, and when I asked her how she was, say she felt better than she did yesterday, and asked me if I didn't think she looked better. Dreadful, pitiful, and say poor Luella had an awful time taking care of her and doing the work. She wasn't strong enough to do anything, when all the time Luella wa'n't lifting her finger, and poor Lily didn't get any care, except what the neighbors gave her, and Luella eat up everything that was carried in for Lily. I had it real straight that she did. Luella used to just sit and cry and do nothing. She did act real fond of Lily, and she pined away considerable, too. There were those that thought she'd go into a decline herself. But after Lily died, her Aunt Abby Mixter came, and then Luella picked up and grew as fat and rosy as ever. But poor Aunt Abby begun to droop, just the way Lily had, And I guess somebody wrote to her married daughter, Mrs. Sam Abbott, who lived in Bar, for she wrote her mother that she must leave right away and come and make her a visit. But Aunt Abby wouldn't go. I can see her now. She was a real good-looking woman, tall and large, with a big square face and a high forehead that looked of itself kind of benevolent and good. She just tended out on Luella as if she'd been a baby, and when her married daughter sent for her, she wouldn't stir 1 inch. She'd always thought a lot of her daughter, too, but she said Luella needed her, and her married daughter didn't. Her daughter kept writing and writing, but it didn't do any good. Finally she came, and when she saw how bad her mother looked, she broke down and cried, and all but went on her knees to have her come away. She spoke her mind out to Luella, too. She told her that she'd killed her husband and everybody that had anything to do with her, and she'd thank her to leave her mother alone. Luella went into hysterics, and Aunt Abby was so frightened that she called me after her daughter went. Mrs. Sam Abbott, she went away fairly crying out loud in the buggy. The neighbors heard her, and well she might, for she never saw her mother again alive. I went in that night when Aunt Abby called for me, standing in the door with her little green checked shawl over her head. I can see her now. "Do come over here, Miss Anderson," she sung out, kind of gasping for breath. I didn't stop for anything. I put over as fast as I could, and when I got there was Luella, laughing and crying all together, and Aunt Abby trying to hush her, and all the time she herself was white as a sheet and shaking so she could hardly stand. "For the land's sakes, Mrs. Mixter," says I, "you look worse than she does. You ain't fit to be up out of your bed." "Oh, there ain't anything the matter with me," says she. Then she went on talking to Luella. There, don't, poor little lamb," says she. "Aunt Abby is here. She ain't going away and leave you. Don't, poor little lamb." "Do leave her with me, Mrs. Mixter, and you get back to bed," says I, for Aunt Abby had been layin' down considerable lately, though somehow she contrived to do the work. "I'm well enough," says she. "Don't you think she had better have the doctor, Miss Anderson?" "The doctor?" says I. "I think you had better have the doctor. I think you need him much worse than some folks I could mention." And I looked right straight at Luella Miller, laughing and crying and going on as if she was the center of all creation. All the time she was acting so, seemed as if she was too sick to sense anything, she was keeping a sharp lookout as to how we took it out of the corner of one eye. I see her. You could never cheat me about Luella Miller. Finally, I got real mad, and I run home and I got a bottle of valerian I had, and I poured some boiling hot water on a handful of catnip, and I mixed up that catnip tea with most half a wine-glass of valerian, and I went with it over to Luella's. I marched right up to Luella, a-holding out of that cup, all smoking. "Now," says I, "Luella Miller, you swaller this." What is it? Oh, what is it?" she sort of screeches out. Then she goes off a-laughing enough to kill. "Poor lamb, poor little lamb," says Aunt Abby, standing over her, all kind of tottery, and trying to bathe her head with camphor. "You swaller this right down," says I, and I didn't waste any ceremony. I just took hold of Luella Miller's chin, and I tipped her head back, and I caught her mouth open with laughing, and I clapped that cup to her lips, and I fairly hollered at her, "Swaller, swaller, swaller!" And she gulped it right down. She had to, and I guess it did her good. Anyhow, she stopped crying and laughing, and let me put her to bed, and she went to sleep like a baby inside of half an hour. That was more than poor Aunt Abby did. She lay awake all that night, and I stayed with her, though she tried not to have me, said she wasn't sick enough for watchers. But I stayed, and I made some good cornmeal gruel, and I fed her a teaspoon every little while, all night long. It seemed to me as if she was just dying from being all wore out. In the morning, as soon as it was light, I run over to the Bisbees and sent Johnny Bisbee for the doctor. I told him to tell the doctor to hurry, and he'd come pretty quick. Poor Aunt Abby didn't seem to know much of anything when he got there. You couldn't hardly tell she breathed, she was so used up. When the doctor had gone, Luella came into the room, looking like a baby in her ruffled nightgown. I can see her now. Her eyes were as blue, and her face all pink and white like a blossom, and she looked at Aunt Abby in the bed, sort of innocent and surprised. "Why," says she, "Aunt Abby ain't got up yet?" "No, she ain't," says I, pretty short. "I thought I didn't smell the coffee," says Luella. "Coffee?" says I. "I guess if you have coffee this morning, you'll make it yourself." "I never made the coffee in all my life," says she, dreadful astonished. "Erastus always made the coffee as long as he lived, and then Lily, she made it, and then Aunt Abby made it. I don't believe I can make the coffee, Miss Anderson." "You can make it or go without, just as you please," says I. "Ain't Aunt Abby going to get up?" says she. "I guess she won't get up," says I, sick as she is. I was getting madder and madder. There was something about that little pink and white thing standing there and talking about coffee when she had killed so many better folks than she was, and had just killed another, that made me feel most as if I wished somebody would up and kill her before she had a chance to do any more harm. "Is Aunt Abby sick?" says Luella, as if she was sort of aggrieved and injured. "Yes," says I. "She's sick, and she's going to die. And then you'll be left alone, and you'll have to do for yourself and wait on yourself or do without things." I don't know, but I was sort of hard. But it was the truth, and if I was any harder than Luella Miller had been, I'll give up. I ain't never been sorry that I said it. Well, Luella, she up and had hysterics again at that, and I just let her have 'em. All I did was to bundle her into the room on the other side of the entry, where Aunt Abby couldn't hear her, if she went past it. I don't know but she was. And set her down hard in a chair and told her not to come back into the other room, and she minded. She had her hysterics in there till she got tired. When she found out that nobody was coming to coddle her and do for her, she stopped. At least, I suppose she did. I had all I could do with poor Aunt Abby, trying to keep the breath of life in her. The doctor had told me that she was dreadful low, and give me some very strong medicine to give to her in drops real often, and told me real particular about the nourishment. Well, I did as he told me, real faithful, till she wa'n't able to swaller any longer. Then I had her daughter sent for. I had begun to realize that she wouldn't last any time at all. I hadn't realized it before, though I spoke to Luella the way I did. The doctor, he came, and Mrs. Sam Abbott. But when she got there, it was too late. Her mother was dead. Aunt Abby's daughter just give one look at her mother laying there, then she turned sort of sharp and sudden and looked at me. "Where is she?" says she, and I knew she meant Luella. "She's out in the kitchen," says I. "She's too nervous to see folks die. She's afraid it will make her sick." The doctor, he speaks up then. He was a young man. Old Dr. Park had died the year before, and this was a young fella just out of college. "Mrs. Miller is not strong," says he, kind of severe, "and she is quite right in not agitating herself." You are another, young man. She's got her pretty claw on you, thinks I. But I didn't say anything to him. I just said over to Mrs. Sam Abbott that Luella was in the kitchen. And Mrs. Sam Abbott, she went out there, and I went too. And I never heard anything like the way she talked to Luella Miller. I felt pretty hard to Luella myself, but this was more than I ever would have dared to say. Luella, she was too scared to go into hysterics. She just flopped. She seemed to just shrink away to nothing in that kitchen chair, with Mrs. Sam Abbott standing over her and talking and telling her the truth. I guess the truth was most too much for her, and no mistake, because Luella presently actually did faint away, and there wasn't any sham about it, the way I always suspected there was about them hysterics. She fainted dead away, and we had to lay her flat on the floor, and the doctor, he came running out, and he said something about a weak heart, dreadful fierce to Mrs. Sam Abbott, but she wa'n't a mite scared. She faced him just as white as even Luella was laying there looking like death, and the doctor feeling of her pulse. "Weak heart?" says she. "Weak heart? Weak fiddlesticks! There ain't nothing weak about that woman. She's got strength enough to hang on to other folks till she kills 'em. Weak? It was my poor mother that was weak. This woman killed her as sure as if she'd taken a knife to her." But the doctor, he didn't pay much attention. He was bending over Luella, laying there, with her yellow hair all streaming, and her pretty pink and white face all pale, and her blue eyes like stars gone out. And he was holding on to her hand and smoothing her forehead, and telling me to get the brandy in Aunt Abby's room. And I was sure as I wanted to be that Luella had got somebody else to hang on to, now Aunt Abby was gone. And I thought of poor Erastus Miller, and I sort of pitied the poor young doctor, led away by a pretty face, and I made up my mind I'd see what I could do. I waited till Aunt Abby had been dead and buried about a month, and the doctor was going to see Luella steady, and folks were beginning to talk. Then one evening, when I knew the doctor had been called out of town and wouldn't be round, I went over to Luella's. I found her all dressed up in a blue muslin with white polka dots on it, and her hair curled just as pretty, and there wasn't a young girl in the place could compare with her. There was something about Luella Miller seemed to draw the heart right out of you, but she didn't draw it out of me. She was settin' rockin' in the chair by her sitting-room window, and Maria Brown had gone home. Maria Brown had been in to help her, or rather to do the work, for Luella wa'n't helped when she didn't do anything. Maria Brown was real capable, and she didn't have any ties. She wa'n't married and lived alone, so she'd offered. I couldn't see why she should do the work any more than Luella. She wasn't any too strong, but she seemed to think she could, and Luella seemed to think so too. So she went over and did all the work, washed and ironed and baked, while Luella sat and rocked. Maria didn't live long afterward. She began to fade away, just the same fashion the others had. Well, she was warned, but she acted real mad when folks said anything. Said Luella was a poor abused woman, too delicate to help herself, and they'd ought to be ashamed. And if she died helping them that couldn't help themselves, she would. And she did. "I suppose Maria has gone home," says I to Luella, when I'd gone in and sat down opposite her. "Yes, Maria went half an hour ago, after she had got supper and washed the dishes," says Luella in her pretty way. "I suppose she's got a lot of work to do in her own house tonight," says I, kind of bitter. But that was all thrown away on Luella Miller. It seemed to her right that other folks that weren't any better able than she was herself should wait on her, and she couldn't get it through her head that anybody should think it wa'n't right. "Yes," says Luella, real sweet and pretty. "Yes, she said she had to do her washing tonight. She has let it go for a fortnight along of coming over here." "Why don't she stay home and do her washing instead of coming over here and doing your work, when you are just as well able and enough sight more so than she is to do it?" says I. Then Luella, she looked at me like a baby who has a rattle shook at it. She sort of laughed, as innocent as you please. "Oh, I can't do the work myself, Miss Anderson," says she. "I never did. Maria has to do it." Then I spoke out. "Has to do it?" says I. "Has to do it? She don't have to do it either. Maria Brown has her own home and enough to live on. She ain't beholden to you to come over here and slave for you and kill herself." Luella, she just sat and stared at me, for all the world like a doll baby that was so abused that it was coming to life. "Yes," says I, "she's killing herself. She's going to die, just the way Erastus did, and Lily, and your Aunt Abby. You're killing her just as you did them. I don't know what there is about you, but you seem to bring a curse," says I. "You kill everybody that is fool enough to care anything about you and do for you." She stared at me, and she was pretty pale. "And Maria ain't the only one you're going to kill," says I. "You're going to kill Dr. Malcolm before you're done with him." Then a red color came flaming all over her face. "I ain't going to kill him either," says she, and she begun to cry. "Yes, you be," says I. Then I spoke as I had never spoke before. You see, I felt it on account of Erastus. I told her that she hadn't any business to think of another man after she'd been married to one that had died for her, that she was a dreadful woman, and she was, that's true enough. But sometimes I've wondered lately if she knew it, if she wa'n't like a baby with scissors in its hand, cutting everybody without knowing what it was doing. Luella, she kept getting paler and paler, and she never took her eyes off my face. There was something awful about the way she looked at me and never spoke one word. After a while, I quit talking, and I went home. I watched that night, but her lamp went out before 9 o'clock, and when Dr. Malcolm came driving past and sort of slowed up, he see there wa'n't any light, and he drove along. I saw her sort of shy out of meeting the next Sunday, too, so he shouldn't go home with her, and I begun to think maybe she did have some conscience after all. It was only a week after that Maria Brown died. Sort of sudden at the last, though everybody had seen it was coming. Well, then there was a good deal of feeling and pretty dark whispers. Folks said the days of witchcraft had come again, and they were pretty shy of Luella. She acted sort of offish to the doctor, and he didn't go there, and there wasn't anybody to do anything for her. I don't know how she did get along. I wouldn't go in there and offer to help her. Not because I was afraid of dying like the rest, but I thought she was just as well able to do her own work as I was to do it for her, and I thought it was about time that she did it and stopped killing other folks. But it wa'n't very long before folks began to say that Luella herself was going into a decline, just the way her husband and Lily and Aunt Abby and the others had. And I saw myself that she looked pretty bad. I used to see her going past from the store with a bundle, as if she could hardly crawl. But I remembered how Erastus used to wait and tend when he couldn't hardly put one foot before the other, and I didn't go out to help her. But at last, one afternoon, I saw the doctor come driving up like mad with his medicine chest, and Mrs. Babbitt came in after supper and said that Luella was real sick. "I'd offer to go in and nurse her," says she, "but I've got my children to consider, and maybe it ain't true what they say, but it's queer how many folks that have done for her have died. I didn't say anything, but I considered how she had been Erastus's wife and how he had set his eyes by her, and I made up my mind to go in the next morning, unless she was better, and see what I could do. But the next morning I see her at the window, and pretty soon she came stepping out as spry as you please, and a little while afterward Mrs. Babbitt came in and told me that the doctor had got a girl from out of town, a Sarah Jones, to come there, and she said she was pretty sure that the doctor was going to marry Luella. I saw him kiss her in the door that night myself, and I knew it was true. The woman came that afternoon, and the way she flew around was a caution. I don't believe Luella had swept since Maria died. She swept and dusted and washed and ironed. Wet clothes and dusters and carpets were flying over there all day, and every time Luella set her foot out when the doctor went there was that Sarah Jones helping of her up and down the steps, as if she hadn't learned to walk. Well, everybody knew that Luella and the doctor were going to be married, but it wasn't long before they began to talk about his looking so poorly, just as they had about the others, and they talked about Sarah Jones, too. Well, the doctor did die, and he wanted to be married first, so as to leave what little he had to Luella, but he died before the minister could get there, and Sarah Jones died a week afterward. Well, that wound up everything for Luella Miller. Not another soul in the whole town would lift a finger for her. There got to be a sort of panic. Then she began to droop in good earnest. She used to have to go to the store herself, for Mrs. Babbitt was afraid to let Tommy go for her, and I've seen her going past and stopping every 2 or 3 steps to rest. Well, I stood it as long as I could, but one day I see her coming with her arms full and stopping to lean against the Babbitt fence, and I run out and took her bundles and carried them to her house. Then I went home and never spoke one word to her, though she called after me, dreadful kind of pitiful. Well, that night I was taken sick with a chill, and I was sick as I wanted to be for 2 weeks. Mrs. Babbitt had seen me run out to help Luella, and she came in and told me I was going to die on account of it. I didn't know whether I was or not, but I considered I had done right by Erastus's wife. That last 2 weeks, Luella, she had a dreadful hard time, I guess. She was pretty sick, and as near as I could make out, nobody dared go near her. I don't know as she was really needing anything very much, for there was enough to eat in her house, and it was warm weather, and she made out to cook a little flour gruel every day, I know, but I guess she had a hard time, she that had been so petted and done for all her life. When I got so I could go out, I went over there one morning. Mrs. Babbitt had just come in to say she hadn't seen any smoke, and she didn't know but what it was somebody's duty to go in, but she couldn't help thinking of her children, and I got right up, though I hadn't been out of the house for 2 weeks, and I went in there, and Luella, she was laying on the bed, and she was dying. She lasted all that day and into the night, but I sat there after the new doctor had gone away. Nobody else dared to go there. It was about midnight that I left her for a minute to run home and get some medicine I'd been taking, for I had begun to feel rather bad. It was a full moon that night, and just as I started out of my door to cross the street back to Luella's, I stopped short, for I saw something. Lydia Anderson, at this juncture, always said with a certain defiance that she did not expect to be believed, and then proceeded in a hushed voice. I saw what I saw, and I know I saw it, and I will swear on my deathbed that I saw it. I saw Luella Miller and Erastus Miller and Lily and Aunt Abby and Maria and the doctor and Sarah all going out of her door, and all but Luella shone white in the moonlight, and they were all helping her along till she seemed to fairly fly in the midst of them. Then it all disappeared. I stood a minute with my heart pounding. Then I went over there. I thought of going for Mrs. Babbitt, but I thought she'd be afraid. So I went alone, though I knew what had happened. Luella was laying real peaceful, dead on her bed. This was the story that the old woman, Lydia Anderson, told. But the sequel was told by the people who survived her, and this is the tale which has become folklore in the village. Lydia Anderson died when she was 87. She had continued wonderfully hale and hearty for one of her years until about 2 weeks before her death. One bright moonlight evening, she was sitting beside a window in her parlor when she made a sudden exclamation and was out of the house and across the street before the neighbor who was taking care of her could stop her. She followed as fast as possible and found Lydia Anderson stretched on the ground before the door of Luella Miller's deserted house, and she was quite dead. The next night there was a red gleam of fire athwart the moonlight, and the old house of Luella Miller was burned to the ground. Nothing is now left of it, except a few old cellar stones and a lilac bush, and in summer a helpless trail of morning glories among the weeds, which might be considered emblematic of Luella herself.
The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. Read by William Dufries, Liza Ross, and Garrick Hagan.
Statement of Joel Hetman, Jr. I am the most unfortunate of men. Rich, respected, fairly well educated, and of sound health, with many other advantages usually valued by those having them and coveted by those who have them not. I sometimes think that I should be less unhappy if they had been denied me, for then the contrast between my outer and my inner life would not be continually demanding a painful attention. In the stress of privation and the need of effort, I might sometimes forget the somber secret ever baffling the conjecture that it compels. I am the only child of Joel and Julia Hetman. The one was a well-to-do country gentleman, the other a beautiful and accomplished woman to whom he was passionately attached, with what I now know to have been a jealous and exacting devotion. The family home was a few miles from Nashville, Tennessee, a large, irregularly built dwelling of no particular order of architecture, a little way off the road in a park of trees and shrubbery. At the time of which I write, I was 19 years old, a student at Yale. One day, I received a telegram from our father of such urgency that, in compliance with its unexplained demand, I left at once for home. At the railway station in Nashville, a distant relative awaited me to apprise me of the reason for my recall. My mother had been barbarously murdered. Why and by whom none could conjecture, but the circumstances were these. My father had gone to Nashville, intending to return the next afternoon. Something prevented his accomplishing the business in hand, so he returned on the same night, arriving just before the dawn. In his testimony before the coroner, he explained that having no latchkey and not caring to disturb the sleeping servants, he had, with no clearly defined intention, gone round to the rear of the house. As he turned an angle of the building, he heard a sound as of a door gently closed, and saw in the darkness, indistinctly, the figure of a man which instantly disappeared among the trees of the lawn. A hasty pursuit and brief search of the grounds, in the belief that the trespasser was someone secretly visiting a servant, proving fruitless, he entered at the unlocked door and mounted the stairs to my mother's chamber. Its door was open, and stepping into black darkness, he fell headlong over some heavy object on the floor. I may spare myself the details. It was my poor mother, dead of strangulation by human hands. Nothing had been taken from the house. The servants had heard no sound, and, excepting those terrible finger marks upon the dead woman's throat, dear God, that I might forget them, no trace of the assassin was ever found. I gave up my studies and remained with my father, who, naturally, was greatly changed. Always of a sedate, taciturn disposition, he now fell into so deep a dejection that nothing could hold his attention. Yet anything, a footfall, the sudden closing of a door, aroused in him a fitful interest. One might have called it an apprehension. At any small surprise of the senses, he would start visibly and sometimes turn pale, then relapse into a melancholy apathy deeper than before. I suppose he was what is called a nervous wreck. As to me, I was younger then than now. There is much in that. Youth is Gilead, in which is balm for every wound. Oh, that I might again dwell in that enchanted land. Unacquainted with grief, I knew not how to appraise my bereavement. I could not rightly estimate the strength of the stroke. One night, a few months after the dreadful event, my father and I walked home from the city. The full moon was about 3 hours above the eastern horizon. The entire countryside had the solemn stillness of a summer night. Our footfalls and the ceaseless song of the katydids were the only sound, aloof. Black shadows of bordering trees lay athwart the road, which, in the short reaches between, gleamed a ghostly white. As we approached the gate to our dwelling, whose front was in shadow and in which no light shone, my father suddenly stopped and clutched my arm, saying, hardly above his breath, God, what is that?" "I hear nothing," I replied. "But see, he said, pointing along the road directly ahead. I said, "Nothing is there. Come, father, let us go in. You are ill." He had released my arm, and was standing rigid and motionless in the center of the illuminated roadway, staring like one bereft of sense. His face in the moonlight showed a pallor and fixity inexpressibly distressing. I pulled gently at his sleeve, but he had forgotten my existence. Presently he began to retire backward, step by step, never for an instant removing his eyes from what he saw, or thought he saw. I turned half round to follow, but stood irresolute. I do not recall any feeling of fear, unless a sudden chill was its physical manifestation. It seemed as if an icy wind had touched my face and enfolded my body from head to foot. I could feel the stir of it in my hair. At that moment my attention was drawn to a light that suddenly streamed from an upper window of the house. One of the servants, awakened by what mysterious premonition of evil who can say, and in obedience to an impulse that she was never able to name, had lit a lamp. When I turned to look for my father, he was gone. And in all the years that have passed, no whisper of his fate has come across the borderland of conjecture from the realm of the unknown.
Statement of Caspar Grattan. Today I am said to live. Tomorrow, here in this room, will lie a senseless shape of clay that all too long was I. If anyone lift the cloth from the face of that unpleasant thing, it will be in gratification of a mere morbid curiosity. Some doubtless will go further and inquire, who was he? In this writing I supply the only answer that I am able to make. Caspar Grattan. Surely that should be enough. The name has served my small need for more than 20 years of a life of unknown length. True, I gave it to myself, but lacking another, I had the right. In this world, one must have a name. It prevents confusion, even when it does not establish identity. Some, though, are known by numbers, which also seem inadequate distinctions. One day, for illustration, I was passing along a street of a city far from here, when I met two men in uniform, one of whom, half pausing and looking curiously into my face, said to his companion, "That man looks like 767. Something in the number seemed familiar and horrible. Moved by an uncontrollable impulse, I sprang into a side street and ran until I fell exhausted in a country lane. I have never forgotten that number, and always it comes to memory attended by gibbering obscenity, peals of joyless laughter, the clang of iron doors. So I say a name, even if self-bestowed, is better than a number. In the register of the potter's field, I shall soon have both. What wealth! Of him who shall find this paper I must beg a little consideration. It is not the history of my life. The knowledge to write that is denied me. This is only a record of broken and apparently unrelated memories, some of them as distinct and sequent as brilliant beads upon a thread, others remote and strange, having the character of crimson dreams with interspaces blank and black, witch fires glowing still and red in a great desolation. Standing upon the shore of eternity, I turn for a last look landward over the course by which I came. There are 20 years of footprints fairly distinct, the impressions of bleeding feet. They lead through poverty and pain, devious and unsure, as of one staggering beneath a burden. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow. Ah, the poet's prophecy of me, how admirable, how dreadfully admirable. Backward beyond the beginning of this Via Dolorosa, this epic of suffering with episodes of sin. I see nothing clearly. It comes out of a cloud. I know that it spans only 20 years, yet I am an old man. One does not remember one's birth. One has to be told. But with me, it was different. Life came to me full-handed and dowered me with all my faculties and powers. Of a previous existence I know no more than others, for all have stammering intimations that may be memories and may be dreams. I know only that my first consciousness was of maturity in body and mind, a consciousness accepted without surprise or conjecture. I merely found myself walking in a forest, half-clad, footsore, unutterably weary and hungry. Seeing a farmhouse, I approached and asked for food, which was given me by one who inquired my name. I did not know, yet knew that all had names. Greatly embarrassed, I retreated, and, night coming on, lay down in the forest and slept. The next day I entered a large town which I shall not name, nor shall I recount further incidents of the life that is now to end, a life of wandering, always and everywhere haunted by an overmastering sense of crime in punishment of wrong, and of terror in punishment of crime. Let me see if I can reduce it to narrative. I seem once to have lived near a great city, a prosperous planter, married to a woman whom I loved and distrusted. We had, it sometimes seems, one child, a youth of brilliant parts and promise. He is at all times a vague figure, never clearly drawn, frequently altogether out of the picture. One luckless evening, it occurred to me to test my wife's fidelity in a vulgar, commonplace way familiar to everyone who has acquaintance with the literature of fact and fiction. I went to the city, telling my wife that I should be absent until the following afternoon. But I returned before daybreak and went to the rear of the house, purposing to enter by a door with which I had secretly so tampered that it would seem to lock, yet not actually fasten. As I approached it, I heard it gently open and close, and saw a man steal away into the darkness. With murder in my heart, I sprang after him, but he had vanished without even the bad luck of identification. Sometimes now I cannot even persuade myself that it was a human being. Crazed with jealousy and rage, blind and bestial with all the elemental passions of insulted manhood, I entered the house and sprang up the stairs to the door of my wife's chamber. It was closed, but having tampered with its lock also, I easily entered, and, despite the black darkness, soon stood by the side of her bed. My groping hands told me that although disarranged, it was unoccupied. She is below, I thought, and, terrified by my entrance, has evaded me in the darkness of the hall. With the purpose of seeking her, I turned to leave the room, but took a wrong direction. The right one. My foot struck her, cowering in a corner of the room. Instantly, my hands were at her throat, stifling a shriek. My knees were upon her struggling body, and there, in the darkness, without a word of accusation or reproach, I strangled her till she died. There ends the dream. I have related it in the past tense, but the present would be the fitter form, for again and again the somber tragedy reenacts itself in my consciousness. Over and over I lay the plan, I suffer the confirmation, I redress the wrong. Then all is blank, and afterward the rains beat against the grimy window panes, or the snows fall upon my scant attire. The wheels rattle in the squalid streets where my life lies in poverty and mean employment. If there is ever sunshine, I do not recall it. If there are birds, they do not sing. There is another dream, another vision of the night. I stand among the shadows in a moonlit road. I am aware of another presence, but whose I cannot rightly determine. In the shadow of a great dwelling, I catch the gleam of white garments. Then the figure of a woman confronts me in the road. My murdered wife. There is death in the face. There are marks upon the throat. The eyes are fixed on mine with an infinite gravity, which is not reproach, nor hate, nor menace, nor anything less terrible than recognition. Before this awful apparition, I retreat in terror, a terror that is upon me as I write. I can no longer rightly shape the words. See, Now I am calm, but truly there is no more to tell. The incident ends where it began, in darkness and in doubt. Yes, I am again in control of myself. The captain of my soul. But that is not respite. It is another stage and phase of expiation. My penance, constant in degree, is mutable in kind. One of its variants is tranquility. After all, it is only a life sentence. To hell for life. That is a foolish penalty. The culprit chooses the duration of his punishment. Today, my term expires. To each and all, the peace that was not mine.
Statement of the late Julia Hetman, through the medium, by Rolles. I had retired early, and fallen almost immediately into a peaceful sleep, from which I awoke with that indefinable sense of peril which is, I think, a common experience in that other, earlier life. Of its unmeaning character, too, I was entirely persuaded, yet that did not banish it. My husband, Joel Hetman, was away from home. The servants slept in another part of the house. But these were familiar conditions. They had never before distressed me. Nevertheless, the strange terror grew so insupportable that, conquering my reluctance to move, I sat up and lit the lamp at my bedside. Contrary to my expectation, this gave me no relief. The light seemed rather an added danger, for I reflected that it would shine out under the door, disclosing my presence to whatever evil thing might lurk outside. You that are still in the flesh, subject to horrors of the imagination, think what a monstrous fear that must be, which seeks in darkness security from malevolent existences of the night. That is to spring to close quarters with an unseen enemy, the strategy of despair. Extinguishing the lamp, I pulled the bedclothing about my head and lay trembling and silent, unable to shriek, forgetful to pray. In this pitiable state I must have lain for what you call hours. With us there are no hours. There is no time. At last it came, a soft, irregular sound of footfalls on the stairs. They were slow, hesitant, uncertain, as of something that did not see its way, to my disordered reason all the more terrifying for that, as the approach of some blind and mindless malevolence to which there is no appeal. I even thought that I must have left the hall lamp burning, and the groping of this creature proved it a monster of the night. This was foolish and inconsistent with my previous dread of the light, but what would you have? Fear has no brains. It is an idiot. The dismal witness that it bears and the cowardly counsel that it whispers are unrelated. We know this well, we who have passed into the realm of terror, who skulk in eternal dusk among the scenes of our former lives, invisible even to ourselves and one another, yet hiding forlorn in lonely places, yearning for speech with our loved ones, yet dumb and as fearful of them as they of us. Sometimes the disability is removed, the law suspended. By the deathless power of love or hate, we break the spell. We are seen by those whom we would warn, console, or punish. What form we seem to them to bear, we know not. We know only that we terrify even those whom we most wish to comfort, and from whom we most crave tenderness and sympathy. Forgive, I pray you, this inconsequent digression by what was once a woman. You who consult us in this imperfect way, you do not understand. You ask foolish questions about things unknown and things forbidden. Much that we know and could impart in our speech is meaningless in yours. We must communicate with you through a stammering intelligence in that small fraction of our language that you yourselves can speak. You think that we are of another world. No, we have knowledge of no world but yours, though for us it holds no sunlight, no warmth, no music, no laughter, no song of birds, nor any companionship. Oh God, what a thing it is to be a ghost, cowering and shivering in an altered world, a prey to apprehension and despair. No, I did not die of fright. The thing turned and went away. I heard it go down the stairs, hurriedly, I thought, as if itself in sudden fear. Then I rose to call for help. Hardly had my shaking hand found the doorknob when, merciful heaven, I heard it returning. Its footfalls as it remounted the stairs were rapid, heavy, and loud. They shook the house. I fled to an angle of the wall and crouched upon the floor. I tried to pray. I tried to call the name of my dear husband. Then I heard the door thrown open. There was an interval of unconsciousness, and when I revived, I felt a strangling clutch upon my throat, felt my arms feebly beating against something that bore me backward, felt my tongue thrusting itself from between my teeth. And then I passed into this life. No, I have no knowledge of what it was. The sum of what we knew at death is the measure of what we know afterward of all that went before. Of this existence we know many things, but no new light falls upon any page of that. In memory is written all of it that we can read. Here are no heights of truth overlooking the confused landscape of that dubitable domain. We still dwell in the valley of the shadow, lurk in its desolate places, peering from brambles and thickets at its mad, malign inhabitants. How should we have new knowledge of that fading past? What I am about to relate happened on a night. We know when it is night, for then you retire to your houses, and we can venture from our places of concealment to move unafraid about our old homes, to look in at the windows, even to enter and gaze upon your faces as you sleep. I had lingered long near the dwelling where I had been so cruelly changed to what I am, as we do while any that we love or hate remain. Vainly I had sought some method of manifestation, some way to make my continued existence and my great love and poignant pity understood by my husband and son. Always, if they slept, they would wake, or if, in my desperation, I dared approach them when they were awake, would turn toward me the terrible eyes of the living, frightening me by the glances that I sought from the purpose that I held. On this night I had searched for them without success, fearing to find them. They were nowhere in the house, nor about the moonlit dawn, for although the sun is lost to us forever, the moon, full-orbed or slender, remains to us. Sometimes it shines by night, sometimes by day, but always it rises and sets, as in that other life. I left the lawn and moved in the white light and silence along the road, aimless and sorrowing. Suddenly I heard the voice of my poor husband in exclamations of astonishment, with that of my son in reassurance and dissuasion. And there, by the shadow of a group of trees, they stood, near, so near. Their faces were toward me, the eyes of the elder man fixed upon mine. He saw me. At last, he saw me. In the consciousness of that, my terror fled as a cruel dream. The death spell was broken. Love had conquered law. Mad with exultation, I shouted. I must have shouted, "He sees! He sees! He will understand!" Then, controlling myself, I moved forward, smiling and consciously beautiful, to offer myself to his arms, to comfort him with endearments, and, with my son's hand in mine, to speak words that should restore the broken bonds between the living and the dead. Alas, alas, his face went white with fear. His eyes were as those of a hunted animal. He backed away from me as I advanced, and at last turned and fled into the wood, whither it is not given to me to know. To my poor boy, left doubly desolate, I have never been able to impart a sense of my presence. Soon he, too, must pass to this life invisible and be lost to me forever.
The Shadow by E. Nesbit, read by Anne Rosenfeld. This is not an artistically rounded-off ghost story, and nothing is explained in it, and there seems to be no reason why any of it should have happened. But that is no reason why it should not be told. You must have noticed that all the real ghost stories you have ever come close to are like this in these respects. No explanation, no logical coherence. Here is the story. There were 3 of us and another, but she had fainted suddenly at the second waltz of the Christmas dance, and had been put to bed in the dressing-room next to the room which we 3 shared. It had been one of those jolly old-fashioned dances, where nearly everybody stays the night, and the big country house is stretched to its utmost, guests harbouring on sofas, couches, settles, and even mattresses on floors. Some of the young men actually, I believe, slept on the great dining table. We had talked of our partners, as girls will, and then the stillness of the manor house, broken only by the whisper of the wind in the cedar branches and the scraping of their harsh fingers against our window panes, had pricked us to such a luxurious confidence in our surroundings of bright chintz and candle flame and firelight that we had dared to talk of ghosts, in which we all said we did not believe one bit. We had told the story of the phantom coach and the horribly strange bed, and the lady in the sack dress, and the house in Berkeley Square. We none of us believed in ghosts, but my heart at least seemed to leap to my throat and choke me there when a tap came to our door, a tap faint, not to be mistaken. "Who's there?" said the youngest of us, craning a lean neck towards the door. It opened slowly, and I give you my word the instant of suspense that followed is still reckoned among my life's least confident moments. Almost at once the door opened fully, and Miss Eastwich, my aunt's housekeeper, companion, and general standby, looked in on us. We all said, "Come in," but she stood there. She was, at all normal hours, the most silent woman I have ever known. She stood and looked at us, and shivered a little. So did we, for in those days corridors were not warmed by hot water pipes, and the air from the door was keen. "I saw your light," she said at last, "and I thought it was late for you to be up, after all this gaiety. I thought, perhaps—" Her glance turned towards the door of the dressing-room. "No," I said, "she's fast asleep." I should have added a good night, but the youngest of us forestalled my speech. She did not know Miss Eastwich as we others did not know how her persistent silence had built a wall round her, a wall that no one dared to break down with the commonplaces of talk or the littlenesses of mere human relationship. Miss Eastwich's silence had taught us to treat her as a machine, and as other than a machine we never dreamed of treating her. But the youngest of us had seen Miss Eastwich for the first time that day. She was young, crude, ill-balanced, subject to blind, calf-like impulses. She was also the heiress of a rich tallow chandler, but that has nothing to do with this part of the story. She jumped up from the hearthrug, her unsuitably rich, silk, lace-trimmed dressing-gown falling back from her thin collarbones, and ran to the door and put an arm round Miss Eastwich's prim neck. I gasped. I should as soon have dared to embrace a marble pillar. "Come in," said the youngest of us. "Come in and get warm. There's lots of cocoa left." She drew Miss Eastwich in and shut the door. The vivid light of pleasure in the housekeeper's pale eyes went through my heart like a knife. It would have been so easy to put an arm round her neck if one had only thought she wanted an arm there. But it was not I who had thought that, and indeed my arm might not have brought the light evoked by the thin arm of the youngest of us. "Now," the youngest went on eagerly, "you shall have the very biggest, nicest chair, and the cocoa pots here on the hob as hot, and we've all been telling ghost stories, only we don't believe in them a bit, and when you get warm you ought to tell one too." Miss Eastwich, that model of decorum and decently done duties, tell a ghost story? "You're sure I'm not in your way?" Miss Eastwich said, stretching her hands to the blaze. I wondered whether housekeepers have fires in their rooms, even at Christmas time. "Not a bit." I said it, and I hope I said it as warmly as I felt it. Miss Eastwich, I'd have asked you to come in other times, only I didn't think you'd care for girls' chatter." The third girl, who was really of no account, and that's why I have not said anything about her before, poured cocoa for our guest. I put my fleecy Madeira shawl round her shoulders. I could not think of anything else to do for her, and I found myself wishing desperately to do something. The smiles she gave us were quite pretty. People can smile prettily at 40 or 50, or even later, though girls don't realise this. It occurred to me, and this was another knife thrust, that I had never seen Miss Eastwich smile, a real smile, before. The pale smiles of dutiful acquiescence were not of the same blood as this dimpling, happy, transfiguring look. "This is very pleasant," she said, and it seemed to me that I had never before heard her real voice. It did not please me to think that at the cost of cocoa, a fire, and my arm round her neck, I might have heard this new voice any time these 6 years. "We've been telling ghost stories," I said. "The worst of it is we don't believe in ghosts. No one knows has ever seen one." "It's always what somebody told somebody who told somebody, you know," said the youngest of us. "And you can't believe that, can you?" "What the soldier said is not evidence," said Miss Eastwich. "Will it be believed that this little quotation from Dickens pierced one more keenly than the new smile or the new voice? And all the ghost stories are so beautifully rounded off. A murder committed on the spot, or a hidden treasure, or a warning. I think that makes them harder to believe. The most horrid ghost story I ever heard was one that was quite silly." "Tell it." "I can't. It doesn't sound anything to tell. Miss Eastwich ought to tell one." "Oh, do," said the youngest of us, and her salt cellars loomed dark as she stretched her neck eagerly and laid an entreating arm on our guest's knee. "The only thing that I ever knew of was hearsay," Miss Eastwich said slowly, "till just the end." I knew she would tell her story, and I knew she had never before told it, and I knew she was only telling it now because she was proud, and this seemed the only way to pay for the fire and the cocoa and the laying of that arm round her neck. "Don't tell it," I said suddenly. "I know you'd rather not." "I dare say it would bore you," she said meekly. And the youngest of us, who, after all, did not understand everything, glared resentfully at me. "We should just love it," she said. "Do tell us. Never mind if it isn't a real, proper, fixed-up story. I'm certain anything you think ghostly would be quite too beautifully horrid for anything." Miss Eastwich finished her cocoa and reached up to set the cup on the mantelpiece. "It can't do any harm," she said, half to herself. "They don't believe in ghosts. And it wasn't exactly a ghost either. And they're all over 20. They're not babies." There was a breathing time of hush and expectancy. The fire crackled, and the gas suddenly glared higher because the billiard lights had been put out. We heard the steps and voices of the men going along the corridors. "It is really hardly worth telling," Miss Eastwich said doubtfully, shading her faded face from the fire with her thin hand. We all said, "Oh, go on, do." "Well," she said, 20 years ago, and more than that, I had 2 friends, and I loved them more than anything in the world, and they married each other." She paused, and I knew just in what way she had loved each of them. The youngest of us said, "How awfully nice for you. Do go on." She patted the youngest's shoulder, and I was glad that I had understood and that the youngest of all hadn't. She went on. "Well, after they were married, I did not see much of them for a year or two, and then he wrote and asked me to come and stay, because his wife was ill and I should cheer her up, and cheer him up as well, for it was a gloomy house, and he himself was growing gloomy too." I knew, as she spoke, that she had every line of that letter by heart. Well, I went. The address was in Lee, near London. In those days there were streets and streets of new villa houses growing up round old brick mansions standing in their own grounds, with red walls round, you know, and a sort of flavour of coaching days and Blackheath highwaymen about them. He had said the house was gloomy, and it was called the Firs, and I imagined my cab going through a dark, winding shrubbery and drawing up in front of one of these sedate old square houses. Instead, we drew up in front of a large, smart villa with iron railings, gay encaustic tiles leading from the iron gate to the stained glass panelled door, and for shrubbery only a few stunted cypresses and laurels in the tiny front garden. But inside it was all warm and welcoming. He met me at the door. She was gazing into the fire, and I knew she had forgotten us. But the youngest girl of all still thought it was to us she was telling her story. "He met me at the door," she said again, "and thanked me for coming, and asked me to forgive the past." "What past?" said that high priestess of the inapropos, the youngest of all. "Oh, I suppose he meant because they hadn't invited me before, or something," said Miss Eastwich worriedly. "But it's a very dull story, I find, after all, and—" "Do go on," I said. Then I kicked the youngest of us and got up to rearrange Miss Eastwich's shawl and said in blatant dumb show over the shawled shoulder, "Shut up, you little idiot." After another silence, the housekeeper's new voice went on. They were very glad to see me, and I was very glad to be there. You girls now have such troops of friends, but these two were all I had ever had. Mabel wasn't exactly ill, only weak and excitable. I thought he seemed more ill than she did. She went to bed early, and before she went, she asked me to keep him company through his last pipe. So we went into the dining room and sat in the 2 armchairs on each side of the fireplace. They were covered with green leather, I remember. There were bronze groups of horses and a black marble clock on the mantelpiece, all wedding presents. He poured out some whisky for himself, but he hardly touched it. He sat looking into the fire. At last I said, "What's wrong? Mabel looks as well as you could expect." He said, "Yes, but I don't know from one day to another that she won't begin to notice something wrong. That's why I wanted you to come. You were always so sensible and strong-minded, and Mabel's like a little bird on a flower." I said, "Yes, of course," and waited for him to go on. I thought he must be in debt or in trouble of some sort. So I just waited. Presently he said, "Margaret, this is a very peculiar house." He always called me Margaret. You see, we'd been such old friends. I told him I thought the house was very pretty and fresh and homelike, only a little too new, but that fault would mend with time. He said, "It is new. Well, that's just it. We're the first people who've ever lived in it. If it were an old house, Margaret, I should think it was haunted." I asked if he had seen anything. "No," he said, "not yet." Heard, then? Said I. No, not heard either, he said. But there's a sort of feeling. I can't describe it. I've seen nothing and I've heard nothing, but I've been so near to seeing and hearing. Just near, that's all. And something follows me about. Only when I turn round, there's never anything. Only my shadow. And I always feel that I shall see the thing next minute, but I never do. Not quite. It's always just not visible. I thought he'd been working rather hard and tried to cheer him up by making light of all this. It was just nerves, I said. Then he said he had thought I could help him, and did I think anyone he had wronged could have laid a curse on him, and did I believe in curses? I said I didn't, and the only person anyone could have said he had wronged forgave him freely, I knew, if there was anything to forgive. So I told him this too. It was I, not the youngest of us, who knew the name of that person, wronged and forgiving. So then I said he ought to take Mabel away from the house and have a complete change. But he said no. Mabel had got everything in order, and he could never manage to get her away just now without explaining everything. And above all, he said, she mustn't guess there's anything wrong. I dare say I shan't feel quite such a lunatic now you're here. So we said good night.
Is that all the story?
Said the third girl, striving to convey that even as it stood it was a good story. That's only the beginning, said Miss Eastwich. Whenever I was alone with him, he used to tell me the same thing over and over again. And at first, when I began to notice things, I tried to think that it was his talk that had upset my nerves. The odd thing was that it wasn't only at night, but in broad daylight, and particularly on the stairs and passages. On the staircase, the feeling used to be so awful that I have had to bite my lips till they bled to keep myself from running upstairs at full speed. Only I knew if I did, I should go mad at the top. There was always something behind me, exactly as he had said. Something that one could just not see, and a sound that one could just not hear. There was a long corridor at the top of the house. I have sometimes almost seen something. You know how one sees things without looking, but if I turned round, it seemed as if the thing drooped and melted into my shadow. There was a little window at the end of the corridor. Downstairs there was another corridor, something like it, with a cupboard at one end and the kitchen at the other. One night I went down into the kitchen to heat some milk for Mabel. The servants had gone to bed. As I stood by the fire, waiting for the milk to boil, I glanced through the open door and along the passage. I never could keep my eyes on what I was doing in that house. The cupboard door was partly open. They used to keep empty boxes and things in it. And as I looked, I knew that now it was not going to be almost any more. Yet I said, Mabel, not because I thought it could be Mabel who was crouching down there, half in and half out of the cupboard. The thing was grey at first, and then it was black. And when I whispered, Mabel, it seemed to sink down till it lay like a pool of ink on the floor, and then its edges drew in, and it seemed to flow, like ink when you tilt up the paper you have spilt it on, and it flowed into the cupboard till it was all gathered into the shadow there. I saw it go quite plainly. The gas was full on in the kitchen. I screamed aloud, but even then, I'm thankful to say, I had enough sense to upset the boiling milk, so that when he came downstairs 3 steps at a time, I had the excuse for my scream of a scalded hand. The explanation satisfied Mabel, but next night he said, Why didn't you tell me? It was that cupboard. All the horror of the house comes out of that. Tell me, have you seen anything yet? Or is it only the nearly seeing and nearly hearing still? I said, You must tell me first what you've seen. He told me, and his eyes wandered as he spoke to the shadows by the curtains, and I turned up all 3 gas lights and lit the candles on the mantelpiece. Then we looked at each other and said we were both mad, and thanked God that Mabel at least was sane, for what he had seen was what I had seen. After that I hated to be alone with a shadow, because at any moment I might see something that would crouch and sink and lie like a black pool, and then slowly draw itself into the shadow that was nearest. Often that shadow was my own. The thing came first at night, but afterwards there was no hour safe from it. I saw it at dawn and at noon, in the dusk and in the firelight, and always it crouched and sank, and was a pool that flowed into some shadow and became part of it. And always I saw it with a straining of the eyes, a pricking and aching. It seemed as though I could only just see it, as if my sight, to see it, had to be strained to the uttermost. And still the sound was in the house, the sound that I could just not hear. At last, one morning early, I did hear it. It was close behind me, and it was only a sigh. It was worse than the thing that crept into the shadows. I don't know how I bore it. I couldn't have borne it if I hadn't been so fond of them both. But I knew in my heart that if he had no one to whom he could speak openly, he would go mad, or tell Mabel. His was not a very strong character, very sweet and kind and gentle, but not strong. He was always easily led. So I stayed on and bore up, and we were very cheerful and made little jokes and tried to be amusing when Mabel was with us. But when we were alone, we did not try to be amusing. And sometimes a day or 2 would go by without our seeing or hearing anything, and we should perhaps have fancied that we had fancied what we had seen and heard. Only there was always the feeling of there being something about the house that one could just not hear and not see. Sometimes we used to try not to talk about it, but generally we talked of nothing else at all. And the weeks went by, and Mabel's baby was born. The nurse and the doctor said that both mother and child were doing well. He and I sat late in the dining room that night. We had neither of us seen or heard anything for 3 days. Our anxiety about Mabel was lessened. We talked of the future. It seemed then so much brighter than the past. We arranged that the moment she was fit to be moved, he should take her away to the sea, and I should superintend the moving of their furniture into the new house he had already chosen. He was gayer than I had seen him since his marriage, almost like his old self. When I said good night to him, he said a lot of things about my having been a comfort to them both. I hadn't done anything much, of course, but still, I am glad he said them. Then I went upstairs, almost for the first time without that feeling of something following me. I listened at Mabel's door. Everything was quiet. I went on towards my own room, and in an instant I felt that there was something behind me. I turned. It was crouching there. It sank, and the black fluidness of it seemed to be sucked under the door of Mabel's room. I went back. I opened the door a listening inch. All was still, and then I heard a sigh close behind me. I opened the door and went in. The nurse and the baby were asleep. Mabel was asleep too. She looked so pretty, like a tired child. The baby was cuddled up into one of her arms with its tiny head against her side. I prayed then that Mabel might never know the terrors that he and I had known, that those little ears might never hear any but pretty sounds, those clear eyes never see any but pretty sights. I did not dare to pray for a long time after that, because my prayer was answered. She never saw, never heard anything more in this world. And now I could do nothing more for him or for her. When they had put her in her coffin, I lighted wax candles round her and laid the horrible white flowers that people will send near her, and then I saw he had followed me. I took his hand to lead him away. At the door we both turned. It seemed to us that we heard a sigh. He would have sprung to her side in I don't know what mad, glad hope. But at that instant we both saw it. Between us and the coffin, first grey, then black, it crouched an instant, then sank and liquefied, and was gathered together and drawn till it ran into the nearest shadow. And the nearest shadow was the shadow of Mabel's coffin. I left the next day. His mother came. She had never liked me. Miss Eastwich paused. I think she had quite forgotten us. "Didn't you see him again?" asked the youngest of us all. "Only once," Miss Eastwich answered, "and something black crouched then between him and me. But it was only his second wife, crying beside his coffin." It's not a cheerful story, is it? And it doesn't lead anywhere. I've never told anyone else. I think it was seeing his daughter that brought it all back. She looked towards the dressing-room door. Mabel's baby. Yes, and exactly like Mabel, only with his eyes. The youngest of all had Miss Eastwich's hands and was petting them. Suddenly, the woman wrenched her hands away and stood at her gaunt height, her hands clenched, eyes straining. She was looking at something that we could not see, and I know what the man in the Bible meant when he said, "The hair of my flesh stood up." What she saw seemed not quite to reach the height of the dressing-room door handle. Her eyes followed it down, down, widening and widening. Mine followed them. All the nerves of them seemed strained to the uttermost, and I almost saw, or did I quite see? I can't be certain. But we all heard the long-drawn, quivering sigh, and to each of us it seemed to be breathed just behind us. It was I who caught up the candle. It dripped all over my trembling hand, and was dragged by Miss Eastwich to the girl who had fainted during the second waltz. But it was the youngest of all whose lean arms were round the housekeeper when we turned away, and that have been round her many a time since in the new home where she keeps house for the youngest of us. The doctor who came in the morning said that Mabel's daughter had died of heart disease, which she had inherited from her mother. It was that had made her faint during the second waltz. But I have sometimes wondered whether she may not have inherited something from her father. I have never been able to forget the look on her dead face.
When the doorbell rings at 3 in the morning, it's never good news. Alex Ryder was woken by the first chime. The bell rang a second time, and he looked at the alarm clock glowing beside him. 3:02 a.m. He rolled out of bed and walked over to the open window. Alex was 14, already well-built and with the body of an athlete. His hair, cut short apart from 2 thick strands hanging over his forehead, was fair. His eyes were brown and serious. There was a police car parked outside. From his second-floor window, Alex could see the caps of the 2 men standing in front of the door. The porch light went on, and at the same time, the door opened. Mrs. Ryder. "No, I'm the housekeeper. What's happened?" "I wonder if we could come in." And Alex already knew. He knew from the tone of their voices. Funeral voices. He went to his door and opened it. He could hear the 2 policemen talking down in the hall, but only some of the words reached him. "A car accident. Call the ambulance. Intensive care. Nothing anyone could do. So sorry." It was only hours later, sitting in the kitchen, watching as the grey light of morning bled slowly through the West London streets, that Alex could make sense of what had happened. His uncle, Ian Ryder, was dead. Driving home, his car had been hit by a lorry at Old Street roundabout, and he'd been killed instantly. He hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, the police said, otherwise he might have had a chance. Alex thought of the man who'd been his only relation for as long as he could remember. He'd never known his parents. They had died in an accident, that one a plane crash, a few weeks after he'd been born. He had been brought up by his father's brother, but it was only now he realized just how little he knew about him. A banker, Ian Ryder was always travelling, a quiet, private man who liked good wine, classical music and books. He didn't seem to have any girlfriends. In fact, he didn't seem to have any friends at all. "Are you all right, Alex?" A young woman had come into the room. In her late 20s, she had a sprawl of red hair and a round, boyish face. Jack Starbright was American. She'd come to London as a student 7 years ago, rented a room in the house in return for light housework and babysitting duties, and had stayed on to become housekeeper and one of Alex's closest friends. "What do you think will happen?" said Alex. "To the house? To me? To you?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I guess Ian will have made a will. He'll have left instructions. Maybe we should look in his office." "Yes, but not today, Alex." Ian's office was a room running the full length of the house, high up at the top. It was the only room that was always locked. Alex had only been in there 3 or 4 times, never on his own. He turned to look at Jack. "The police said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. Doesn't that seem strange to you? You know how careful he was. He always wore his seatbelt." Jack shrugged. "Yeah, it's strange," she said. "But that must have been the way it was. Why would the police have lied?" The day dragged on. There were 4 visitors. A solicitor who knew nothing about a will but seemed to have been charged with organising the funeral, a funeral director, a vicar, tall, elderly, and finally a man from the bank. "All of us at the Royal and General are deeply shocked," he said. He was in his 30s, with the sort of face you forgot even while you were looking at it, and had introduced himself as Crawley from Personnel. "What will happen?" asked Alex for the second time that day. "You don't have to worry," said Crawley. "The bank will take care of everything. That's my job. You leave everything to me." Ian Ryder was buried in the Brompton Cemetery in the shadow of Chelsea football ground. About 30 people had turned up, but Alex recognised hardly any of them. As the service began, a black Rolls-Royce drew up and a man got out. Watching him walk forward, Alex shivered. There was something about the new arrival that made his skin crawl. Someone tapped Alex on the shoulder, and he turned to see Mr. Crawley. "That's Mr. Blunt," he whispered. "He's the chairman of the bank." Alex's eyes travelled past Blunt to the Rolls-Royce. 2 men had come with him, one of them the driver. They were wearing identical suits and, although it wasn't a particularly bright day, sunglasses. As the vicar finished his graveside address, Alex looked round hoping to find Jack, but instead he saw Blunt making his way towards him.
You must be Alex. My name is Alan Blunt. Your uncle often spoke about you.
That's funny, said Alex. He never mentioned you. The grey lips twitched briefly.
We'll miss him. He was a good man.
What was he good at? Asked Alex. He never talked about his work. Suddenly Crawley was there. Your uncle was overseas finance manager, Alex. He was responsible for our foreign branches. You must have known that. I know he travelled a lot, said Alex, and I know he was very careful about things like seat belts.
Well, sadly, said Blunt, he wasn't careful enough. I hope we'll meet again.
He turned and went back to his car. As he was getting in, the driver leaned across to open the back door, and his jacket fell open, revealing a leather holster with an automatic pistol strapped inside. Alex saw it. Blunt had seen it too. He turned and looked again at Alex. Something very close to an emotion slipped across his face. A gun at a funeral? Why? Why would bank managers carry guns? Alex and Jack decided to walk home. As they turned the corner into their street, Alex noticed a removals van parked in front of the house, the words Stryker and Son painted on its side. At that moment the van shot off, its wheels skidding over the surface of the road. While Jack was in the kitchen making tea, Alex looked quickly round the house. A letter that had been on the hall table now lay on the carpet. A door that had been half open was now closed. Tiny details, but Alex's eyes missed nothing. Somebody had been in the house. He was almost sure of it. But he wasn't certain until he got to the top floor. The door to the office that had always been locked was now unlocked. The room was empty. Ian Ryder had gone, and so had everything else. The desk drawers, the cupboards, the shelves, anything that might have told him about the dead man's work had been taken. Brooklyn School was a new comprehensive, red brick and glass. Alex could have gone to any of the smart private schools around Chelsea, but Ian Ryder had decided to send him here. He said it would be more of a challenge. Alex wondered how he was going to get through his lessons with so many questions churning through his mind. The gun at the funeral, the van with Stryker and Son on the side, the empty office, and the biggest question of all, the seat belt. Ian Ryder hadn't been wearing a seat belt. But the more Alex thought about it, the less he believed it. Suddenly he wished he could see the car. At least the wreckage would tell him that the accident had really happened. By the time the final bell rang, his mind was made up. He made his way to the secretary's office and borrowed a copy of Yellow Pages. "What are you looking for?" asked Jane Bedfordshire. She'd always had a soft spot for Alex. He flicked through the pages. Breakers' yards. If a car got smashed up near Old Street, they'd take it somewhere nearby, wouldn't they? Alex found the yards listed under car dismantlers. Dozens of them, fighting for attention over 4 pages. "This one's quite near Old Street," Miss Bedfordshire pointed at a corner of the page. "J.B. Stryker, Auto Breakers, Lambeth Walk, London," read Alex. J.B. Stryker. The van outside his house on the day of the funeral had had Stryker and Son on its side. A coincidence? Perhaps. But it was somewhere to start. J.B. Stryker's, the Auto Breakers, was a square of wasteland enclosed by a high brick wall topped with broken glass and razor wire. 2 wooden gates hung open, and from the other side of the road, Alex could see the piles of broken cars heaped on top of one another, waiting to be fed into the crusher. In a shed, a security guard sat reading the Sun. In the distance, a crane coughed into life, then roared down on a battered Ford Mondeo, its metal claw smashing through the window to scoop up the vehicle and carry it away. A telephone rang in the shed, and the guard turned to answer it. That was enough for Alex. Holding his bike and wheeling it along beside him, he sprinted through the gates. Inside, the roar of the engines was deafening. Alex watched as the crane swooped down, seized another car in a metallic grip, and dropped it into a crusher. The operator, sitting in a glass cabin at one end of the crusher, pressed a button. There was a great belch of black smoke as the walls closed in on the car, and then a grinding sound as it was crushed until it was no bigger than a rolled-up carpet. Then the operator threw a gear, and the car was squeezed out, metallic toothpaste being chopped up by a hidden blade. The slices tumbled onto the ground. Leaving his bike propped against the wall, Alex ran further into the yard, and then he saw it. His uncle's BMW parked a few meters away. At first glance, it looked absolutely fine. The metallic silver bodywork not even scratched. Certainly there was no way this car could have been involved in a fatal collision with a lorry or anything else. Alex made his way round the bonnet. When he reached the other side, he froze. Ian Ryder hadn't died in any accident. What had killed him was plain to see, even to someone who'd never seen such a thing before. A spray of bullets had caught the car full on the driver's side, punching into the side panels. Alex ran his fingers over the holes. But why? Why kill a bank manager? And why had the murder been covered up? It was the police who'd brought the news, so they must be part of it. None of it made sense. "You should have got rid of it 2 days ago. Do it now." The machines must have stopped for a moment, otherwise Alex would never have heard the men coming. There were 2 of them, both dressed in loose-fitting overalls. Alex had seen them before, at the funeral. One was the driver, the man he'd seen with the gun. Without thinking, Alex threw himself into the only hiding place available, the car itself. At the same time, he became aware that the machines had started again and he could no longer hear the men. A shadow fell across the window as they passed. And then something hit the BMW with such force that Alex cried out. 3 huge metal fingers tore through the skin of the car. One grazed the side of his head. Any closer and it would have cracked his skull. As blood trickled over his eye, the car was yanked off the ground and tilted high in the air. It had been picked up by the crane. It was going to be put inside the crusher, with him inside. His short flight across the breaker's yard ended with a bone-shattering crash as the crane deposited the car on the iron shelves of the crusher. Alex had seen a car being processed only a few minutes before. Any moment now, the operator would press a button and the 2 walls would close in. The car, with Alex inside it, would be crushed beyond recognition, and the broken metal and flesh would then be chopped into sections. Nobody would ever know what had happened. Alex felt the metalwork collapsing all around him. The back window exploded, and glass showered around his head. The engine tone of the crusher changed as it prepared for the final act. In a few seconds, the 2 metal walls would move towards each other, crumpling the BMW like a paper bag. Alex pulled with all his strength and was astonished when his leg came free. The only way out was the back window. With the glass gone, he could crawl through the frame, but only if he moved fast. The BMW screamed as 2 walls of solid steel relentlessly crushed it. The darkness closed in. Alex grabbed hold of what was left of the back seat. Ahead he could see a triangle of light, shrinking ever faster. He surged forward, feeling the weight of the 2 walls pressing down on him. His shoulders passed through the triangle and out into the light. If his foot snagged on something, he'd be squeezed into 2 pieces. Alex jerked his knee forward. His legs came clear, but at the last moment, one shoe caught on the closing triangle and disappeared back into the car. Clinging to the oily surface of the observation platform at the back of the crusher, he dragged himself clear and managed to stand up. He found himself face to face with the operator. The man's mouth fell open. In front of him was a boy in the rags of what had once been a school uniform, a whole sleeve torn away. But by the time he'd turned the machine off, Alex had gone. He clambered down the side of the crusher, landing on the one foot that still had a shoe. Half hopping, he made for his bike. Behind him, he heard someone call out, and a second man ran forward, stopping between Alex and his bike. It was the driver, the man he'd seen at the funeral. As the man's hand slid into his jacket, Alex remembered the gun and instantly, without even thinking, swung into action. Ian Ryder had taken Alex to a local karate club for his first lesson when he was 6 years old. He'd been going there once a week ever since. Over the years, he'd moved through the various Caillou, or student grades, but it was only the year before that he'd become a first-grade Dan, a black belt. Now Alex brought up one leg, twisted his body round and lashed out. The back kick, Ushiro Jerry, is said to be the most lethal in karate. His foot powered into the man's abdomen with such force that, with his hand still halfway into his jacket, he crumpled to the ground. Alex jumped over him, swung himself onto his bike and pedalled away as hard as he could. The bank rang the following day.
"This is John Crawley, remember me? Personnel manager at the Royal and General. We were wondering if you could come in this afternoon, say 4:30. We found some papers of your uncle's. We need to talk to you."
The Royal and General occupied a tall, antique-looking building with a Union Jack fluttering from a pole about 15 floors up. A security camera swiveled slowly over the pavement. In an office on the 17th floor, the image on the monitor flickered and changed as street camera 1 smoothly cut across to reception cameras 2 and 3, following Alex inside. "So that's the boy," said a middle-aged woman with black hair. She was dressed in a severe grey suit and was sucking a peppermint. "Are you sure about this, Alan?" she asked. Alan Blunt nodded. "Quite sure." He turned to the driver, who was standing uncomfortably. He'd been like that ever since he'd tried to stop Alex in the breaker's yard. "You know what to do?" "Yes, sir," replied the driver. Blunt's eyes never left the screen. "Then do it." On the 15th floor, Crawley ushered Alex out of the lift into a long corridor. They'd passed 3 doors when Alex stopped. A nameplate read, 1504 Ian Ryder. Crawley nodded. "This was where your uncle worked." "Can I go inside?" "I'm sorry," Crawley sighed. "The door will have been locked and I don't have the key. Another time, perhaps. My office is next door, just here." They went into 1505. It was a large, square room with 3 large windows. There was a flutter of red and blue outside, and Alex remembered the Union Jack he'd seen. The flagpole was right next to Crawley's office. "Please, Alex, sit down." The telephone rang and Crawley spoke for a few moments. "I'm very sorry, Alex. I have to go back down to reception. I'll be about 5 minutes." With a nod of apology, Crawley left. Alex waited a few seconds. Then he went out into the corridor and tried the handle of 1504. But Crawley had been telling the truth. It was locked. He went back into Crawley's office. He'd have given anything to spend a few minutes alone in Ian Ryder's office. Somebody thought the dead man's work important enough to break into his house and clean out everything in the office there. The next-door room might tell him why. What exactly had Ian Ryder been involved in? And was it the reason he'd been killed? Alex went over to the window. The flagpole jutted out of the building, exactly halfway between rooms 1504 and 1505. If he could reach it, He should be able to jump onto the ledge that ran along the side of the building outside room 1504. Of course, he was 15 floors up. If he jumped and missed, there'd be about 70 meters to fall. Alex opened the window and lowered himself onto the ledge outside Crawley's office. Cars and buses moved like toys far below. He took a deep breath, aimed at the flagpole, and jumped. A camera in an office across the road caught Alex as he launched himself into space. 2 floors above, Alan Blunt was sitting in front of his screen. He chuckled. "I told you. The boy's extraordinary." "The boy's quite mad," said the middle-aged woman with him. "You're just going to sit here and watch him kill himself?" "I'm going to sit here and hope he survives." Alex had miscalculated. He missed the flagpole by a centimetre and would have plunged down to the pavement if his hands hadn't caught hold of the Union Jack itself. Now, hanging with his feet in mid-air, his fingers hooked into the material, he slowly pulled himself up and managed to climb onto the pole. It was easier after that. He squatted on the pole, then threw himself across to the ledge outside Ian Ryder's office. He landed perfectly, and it was only then that he wondered if the window would be locked. It wasn't. Alex slid the window open, hoisted himself inside and sat at the desk. The first thing he saw was a photograph of himself, taken the summer before on the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe, where he'd gone diving. Alex glanced at his watch. About 3 minutes had passed. If he was going to find anything, he had to find it quickly. He pulled open a drawer. It contained 5 or 6 thick files. He saw at once that they had nothing to do with banking. The first was marked nerve poisons. Puzzled, Alex looked at the second. Assassinations, 4 case studies. He went to the last, simply labelled Stormbreaker. He was about to look inside when the door suddenly opened and 2 men walked in. One of them was Crawley. The other was the driver who carried a gun. Alex realised that the 2 men weren't surprised to see him there. "This isn't a bank," he said. "Who are you? Was my uncle working for you? Did you kill him?" "So many questions," said Crawley. "I'm afraid we're not authorised to give you the answers." The other man lifted his hand, and Alex saw that he was holding a gun. He stood up. "No!" he began. The man fired. There was no explosion, but Alex felt something slam into his heart. His legs buckled, the room twisted, and he fell back into nothing. When Alex opened his eyes, he was in pyjamas, lying on a bed in a large room with beams running across the ceiling. The building had to be somewhere in the country. There was no sound of traffic. Outside he could see trees. He reached for his watch on the bedside table. 12 o'clock. It had been 4:30 when he was shot with what must have been a drugged dart. He'd lost a whole night and half a day. A bathroom led off the bedroom, bright white tiles and a huge shower. Alex stripped off and stood for 5 minutes under a jet of steaming water. He felt better after that. He went back into the bedroom and opened the cupboard. All his clothes were here, neatly hung up. He took out a pair of Gap combat trousers, a Nike sweatshirt and trainers, got dressed, then sat on the bed and waited. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock and the door opened. A young Asian woman in a nurse's uniform came in, beaming. "Oh, you're dressed. How are you feeling? Not too groggy, I hope. Please, come this way. Mr. Blunt is expecting you for lunch." Alex followed her along a corridor and down a flight of stairs. The house was Elizabethan, with wooden panels and oil paintings of old bearded men in tunics and ruffs. The stairs led down into a tall, galleried room with a fireplace big enough to park a car in. A long table had been laid for 3. Alan Blunt and a dark, rather masculine woman were already sitting down. Blunt smiled briefly. "Alex, may I introduce my colleague, Mrs. Jones? Do sit down. It's good of you to join us." "You didn't give me a lot of choice." The woman nodded at Alex, but she said nothing. A waiter entered and served them with roast lamb and vegetables. When he'd left, Blunt began to speak. As I'm sure you've gathered, the Royal and General isn't a bank. It's nothing more than a cover. And it follows, of course, that your uncle had nothing to do with banking. He worked for me. I'm Chief Executive of the Special Operations Division of MI6, and your uncle was, for want of a better word, a spy, highly trained and very courageous. He successfully completed assignments in Iran, Washington, Hong Kong and Cairo, to name but a few. I imagine this must come as a bit of a shock to you. Alex thought about the dead man and what he'd known of him. His privacy, his long absences abroad, and the times he'd come home injured, a bandaged arm on one occasion, a bruised face another. Now it all made sense. "I'm not shocked," he said. "On his last mission," said Blunt, "Ian Ryder's luck ran out. He'd been working undercover here in England, in Cornwall, and was driving back to London to make a report when he was killed. You saw his car at the yard. Mrs. Jones here is head of our special operations. She gave your uncle his last assignment." "We're very sorry to have lost him, Alex." The woman spoke for the first time. She didn't sound very sorry at all. "Do you know who killed him?" "Yes." "Are you going to tell me?" "No, not now." Alex put down his knife and fork. He hadn't actually eaten anything. "My uncle was a spy. Thanks to you, he's dead. I found out too much, so you knocked me out and brought me here. Where am I, by the way?" "This is one of our training centres," said Mrs. Jones. "And we've brought you here, Alex, because we need your help." "My help?" said Alex. "Yes." Blunt paused. "Have you heard of a man called Herod Sale?" Alex thought for a moment. "I've seen his name in the newspapers. He's something to do with computers. And doesn't he own racehorses?" "Let me tell you his story, Alex. Herod Sale was born in poverty, one of 14 children in the back streets of Beirut. His father was a hairdresser. His mother took in washing. He never went to school, and he should have ended up unemployed, unable to read or write like the rest of his family. But when he was 7, something occurred that changed his life. He was in the street when he happened to see an upright piano fall out of a 14-story window. Apparently it was being moved. Anyway, a couple of American tourists were walking along the pavement below and would both have been crushed, no doubt about it, had Herod not thrown himself at them and pushed them out of the way. The piano missed them by a millimetre. Of course, they were enormously grateful, and it turned out they were very rich. They more or less adopted him, flew him out of Beirut and put him into a school over here, where he was a classmate of the man who'd grow up to become Prime Minister of Great Britain. I'll move quickly forward. After school, Sale went to Cambridge and then set out on a career that went from success to success. His own radio station, record label, computer software. But what drew him to our attention was his most recent invention, a quite revolutionary computer which he calls the Stormbreaker. Stormbreaker. Alex remembered the file he'd found in Ian Ryder's office. Things were beginning to come together. "The Stormbreaker is being manufactured by Sale Enterprises," said Mrs. Jones. "It doesn't only look different, it's based on a completely new technology." "The point is," said Blunt, "later today Sale Enterprises are going to make a quite remarkable announcement. They're planning to give a Stormbreaker to every secondary school in Britain. It's an unparalleled act of generosity, Sale's way of thanking the country that gave him a home. Of course, the government's cock-a-hoop. The computers are being assembled at the Sale plant down in Port Talon, Cornwall. They'll be shipped across the country at the end of this month, and on April 1st there's to be a special ceremony at the Science Museum in London. The Prime Minister is going to press the button that will bring all the computers online. And, this is top secret, by the way, Mr. Sale is to be rewarded with British citizenship, something apparently he's always wanted.
Well, I'm very happy for him, said Alex. But you still haven't told me what this has got to do with me. Blunt gazed at Mrs. Jones, who took over. For some time now, our department, Special Operations, has been concerned about Mr. Sale. I won't go into the details, Alex, but he has contacts in China and the former Soviet Union, and the security arrangements down at Port Talon worry us. He's more or less got his own private army. He's acting as if he's got something to hide. The problem is that the government's too keen to get their hands on these computers to listen to us. That's why we decided to send our own man down to the plant, supposedly to check on security. You're talking about my uncle, said Alex. Yes. He was there for 3 weeks, and, like us, he didn't exactly take to Mr. Sale. But he had to admit that everything seemed to be fine. Production was on schedule. The Stormbreakers were coming off the line, and everyone seemed to be happy. But then we got a message. Ryder couldn't say much because it was an open line, but he said he discovered something, and that the Stormbreakers mustn't leave the plant. He said he was coming up to London at once. He left Port Talon at 4 o'clock. He never even got to the motorway. He was ambushed in a quiet country lane. The local police found the car. We arranged for it to be brought up here.
Those computers, said Blunt, are being shipped out on the 31st of March, 2 weeks from now.
That's why, said Mrs. Jones, it's essential for us to send someone else to Port Talon, someone to continue where your uncle left off. Alex smiled queasily. I hope you're not looking at me. We can't just send in another agent. The enemy has shown his hand. He's killed Ryder. He'll be expecting a replacement. Somehow we have to trick him.
We have to send in someone who won't be noticed, said Blunt. By chance, an ideal opportunity has arisen. A few months ago, one of these computer magazines ran a competition. Be the first boy or girl to use the Stormbreaker, travel to Port Talon, and meet Herod Sale himself. That was the first prize. And it was won by some young chap who's a whiz-kid when it comes to computers, name of Felix Lester, 14 years old, the same age as you. He's expected down at Port Talon less than 2 weeks from now.
Wait a minute, said Alex.
You've already shown yourself to be extraordinarily brave and resourceful, said Blunt.
And what we're suggesting, said Mrs. Jones, is that you come and work for us. We have enough time to give you some basic training, and we can equip you with a few items that may help you with what we have in mind. Then we'll arrange for you to take the place of this other boy. You'll go to Sale Enterprises on the 29th of March and stay there until the 1st of April, which is the day of the ceremony. You'll be able to meet Herod Sale. Perhaps you'll also find out what it was that your uncle discovered and why he had to die. You shouldn't be in any danger. After all, who would suspect a 14-year-old boy of being a spy?
All we're asking, Blunt said, is 2 weeks of your time to serve your country. What do you say?
There was a long pause. No, said Alex. The whole thing was so preposterous he almost wanted to laugh. Why don't you ask this Felix Lester to snoop around for you?
We don't believe he'd be as resourceful as you.
Well, I'm sorry, said Alex. I'm just not interested.
That's a pity, said Blunt. Then we'd better move on to discuss your future. Like it or not, Alex, the Royal and General is now your legal guardian. Ian Ryder has, of course, left the house and all his money to you. However, he left it in trust until you're 21, and we control that trust. So there will, I'm afraid, have to be some changes. The American girl who looks after you, her visa has expired. She'll be returned to America. We propose to put the house on the market. Unfortunately, you have no relatives to look after you, so I'm afraid that also means you'll have to leave Brookland. You'll be sent to an institution. Not a very pleasant prospect, but I'm afraid there's no alternative.
You're blackmailing me, Alex exclaimed.
Not at all.
But if I agree to do what you ask...
Help us, and we'll help you.
Alex considered, but not for very long.
You talked about training, he said. Mrs. Jones nodded. That's why we brought you here, Alex. This is a training centre. If you agree to what we want, we can start at once. Blunt and Mrs. Jones were waiting for his answer. Yeah, all right. Doesn't look like I've got very much choice. After his lunch with Alan Blunt and Mrs. Jones, Alex was moved out of the manor house and into a crude wooden hut in the training camp a few miles away. There were 9 huts equipped with metal beds and lockers. 2 more huts painted a different colour were a mess hall and a shower hut with not a single hot tap in sight. On his first day there, Alex had been introduced to his training officer, an incredibly fit black sergeant. He was the sort of man who thought he'd seen everything, until he saw Alex. He had examined the new arrival for a long minute before speaking.
"It's not my job to ask questions," he said, "but if it was, I'd want to know what they're thinking of sending me children. Do you have any idea where you are, boy? This isn't Butlins. This isn't the Club Mediterranee."
"I didn't ask to be here," said Alex. Suddenly the sergeant was furious.
"You don't speak to me unless I give you permission, and when you speak to me you address me as Sergeant. Do you understand?"
"Yes, Sergeant."
"There are 5 units operational here at the moment. You'll join K Unit. If anyone asks you what you're doing, you tell them nothing. Some of the men may resent you being here. That's too bad. You'll just have to live with it. And there's something else you need to know. I can't make allowances for you. If you can't keep up, you'll be binned."
As the sergeant predicted, K Unit weren't exactly overjoyed to see Alex. Much of the training was based on SAS methods, and this included the numbers and makeup of each team. So there were 4 men, each with their own special skills, and 1 boy, seemingly with none. They were all in their mid-20s, spread out over the bunks in companionable silence. Each had been given a code name: Wolf, Fox, Eagle, and Snake. From now on, Alex would be known as Cub. The leader, Wolf, was short and muscular, with square shoulders and black, close-cropped hair. He was the first to speak.
"So who the hell do you think you are?"
"Cub," replied Alex.
"A bloody schoolboy! I don't believe it. 007. 00 nothing, more like."
The name stuck. 00 nothing was what they called him. In the days that followed, Alex shadowed the group, doing almost everything they did. He learned map reading, radio communication, and first aid. And then there was the assault course. 5 times he was shouted and bullied across the nightmare of nets and ladders, tunnels and ditches, swinging tightropes and towering walls. Alex thought of it as the adventure playground from hell. The first time he tried it, he fell off a rope and into a pit filled with freezing slime. Half drowned and filthy, he'd been sent back to the start by the sergeant. Alex thought he'd never get to the end. But the second time he finished it in 25 minutes, which he cut to 17 by the end of the week. Bruised and exhausted though he was quietly pleased with himself. Even Wolf only managed it in 12. The other 3 men simply ignored Alex, but Wolf did everything he could to taunt or humiliate him. It was as if Alex had somehow insulted him by being placed in the group. Then, on the 8th day, Wolf came close to finishing him altogether. It happened in the Killing House. The Killing House was a mock-up of an embassy used to train the SAS in the art of hostage release. Alex had twice watched K Unit go into the house, following their progress on closed-circuit TV. All 4 men were armed, smashing down the doors and using stun grenades to clear the rooms with deafening multiple blasts. Wolf, Fox, Eagle and Snake had successfully completed their mission both times. Then Alex had joined them. The Killing House had been booby-trapped. They weren't told how. All 5 of them were unarmed. Their job was simply to get from one end of the house to the other without being, quotes, killed. They almost made it. In the first room they found the pressure pads under the carpet and the infrared beams across the doors. For Alex it was an eerie experience, tiptoeing behind the other four, watching as they dismantled the two devices. In the hallway there was a motion detector which would have activated a machine gun hidden behind a screen. The third room was empty. The fourth had a set of French windows. A tripwire barely thicker than a human hair ran the entire width of the room, and the French windows were alarmed. While Snake dealt with the alarm, Fox and Eagle prepared to neutralize the tripwire. Wolf stopped them.
"Leave it. We're out of here."
At the same moment, Snake signalled. He deactivated the alarm. The French windows were open. Snake was the first out, then Fox and Eagle. Alex would have been the last to leave the room, but just as he reached the exit, he found Wolf blocking his way.
"Tough luck, 00
The next thing Alex knew, the heel of Wolf's palm had rammed into his chest, pushing him back with astonishing force. Taken by surprise, he lost his balance and fell, remembered the tripwire and tried to twist his body to avoid it. But it was hopeless. He hit the floor, pulling the wire with him, and the HRT stun grenade exploded at once, deafening Alex and shuddering through him as if it could rip out his heart. At the same time, the magnesium in it ignited, and the light was so blinding that even closing his eyes made no difference. Alex lay with his face against the hard wooden floor, unable to move, waiting for it to end. When 10 minutes later he staggered out into the open, Wolf was waiting for him with the others, his face blank. An angry sergeant walked over to him.
"You ruined the exercise. You could get the whole unit binned, so you better start telling me what went wrong."
Alex glanced at Wolf. Wolf looked the other way. What should he say? "Nothing happened, Sergeant," Alex said. "I wasn't looking where I was going. I stepped on something and there was an explosion."
"If that was real life, you'd be dead. What did I tell you? Sending me a child was a mistake, and a stupid, clumsy child who doesn't look where he's going, that's even worse."
Out of the corner of his eye he could see Wolf half smiling. The sergeant had seen it too.
"You think it's so funny, Wolf? You can go clean up in there. And tonight you better get some rest, all of you, because tomorrow you've got a 40-kilometre hike, survival rations. If you do survive, then maybe you'll have a reason to smile."
The exercise began at 6 o'clock in the morning. Wolf and the others were given 8 hours to complete the course. Allowing for his age, Alex had been given 12. It took him 11 of those hours to make it. As he rounded a corner, his feet scrunching on the gravel, the sergeant was standing ahead of him. He looked at his watch.
11 hours, 5 minutes. Not bad, Cub. But the others were here 3 hours ago.
Bully for them, Alex thought. He didn't say anything.
"Listen to me, Cub," said the sergeant. "I know what happened in the killing house."
Alex glanced up.
"Wolf forgot about the closed-circuit TV. We've got it all on film."
"Then why—"
"Did you make a complaint against him, Cub?"
"No, Sergeant."
"Do you want to make a complaint against him, Cub?"
A pause. "No, Sergeant."
"Good. I reckon you're about ready to go on whatever mission they've earmarked for you."
In the London office, Mrs. Jones sat waiting while Alan Blunt read the report.
"He's doing remarkably well," said Blunt.
"I wonder," said Mrs. Jones, "if it's occurred to you that Ryder may have been preparing him for this all along. I mean, ever since the boy was old enough to walk, he's been in training for intelligence work, but without knowing it. He's lived abroad, so he now speaks French, German and Spanish. He's been mountain climbing, diving and skiing. He's learned karate. I think Ryder wanted Alex to become a spy."
"But not so soon,"
said Blunt. "I agree. He's not ready. He's 14 years old. If we send him into Sale Enterprises, he's going to get himself killed. We can't do it."
"We have to," said Blunt.
We have no more time. Stop the training. Send him in. Alex sat hunched up in the back of the low-flying C-130 military aircraft. There were 8 men sitting around him, his own unit and another. The thought of jumping out of a plane with an oversized silk umbrella would have made Alex sick with fear, but only that morning he'd been told that he wouldn't in fact be jumping himself. A signal from London. They couldn't risk him breaking a leg, it said. Even so, he'd been taught how to pack a parachute, how to control it, how to exit a plane, and how to land, and at the end of the day the sergeant had instructed him to join the flight, just for the experience. Now, close to the drop zone, Alex heard the voice of the pilot over the speaker system, distant and metallic.
P-5.
Alex looked at the men shuffling into position, checking the cords that connected them to the static line. He was sitting next to Wolf. The man was quiet, unmoving. It was hard to tell in the half-darkness, but the look on his face could almost have been fear. There was a loud buzz and the red light turned green. The assistant pilot reached for a handle and pulled open a door set in the back of the aircraft. The cold air rushed in. Alex could see a single square of night. The green light began to flash. The assistant pilot tapped the first pair on their shoulders, and Alex watched them shuffle over to the side. For a moment, they were there, frozen in the doorway. Then they were gone, spun away by the wind. 2 more followed, then another 2, until only the final pair remained. Wolf seemed to be struggling with a piece of equipment. His partner was moving to the door without him, but still Wolf didn't look up. The other man jumped. "Move it!" shouted the assistant pilot above the roar of the engines. Wolf picked himself up. His eyes briefly met Alex's, and in that moment Alex knew. Wolf had a weak spot. Somehow he'd allowed this parachute jump to get to him, and he was too scared to move. He was frozen in the doorway, his arms rigid, staring out. Alex glanced back. The assistant pilot was looking the other way. If Wolf failed to make the jump, it would be the end of his training, and maybe even the end of his career. Alex thought for a moment. The assistant pilot was leaning down, stowing away a piece of equipment. Alex stood up and kicked out with all his strength. His foot slammed into Wolf's backside. Caught by surprise, Wolf plunged into the swirling night air. Mrs. Jones was sitting at a table, waiting for Alex when he walked into the hangar. "Alex," she said, "please sit down." Alex sat opposite her. "I've brought you some toys." "I'm too old for toys," said Alex. "Not these toys." She signalled, and a man appeared out of the shadows carrying a tray of equipment. The man was enormously fat and bald, with a black moustache and several chins. He wore a pinstriped suit, which must have used enough material to make a tent.
"Smithers," he said, nodding at Alex. "Very nice to meet you, old chap."
"What have you got for him?" said Mrs. Jones.
"We haven't had a great deal of time, Mrs. J," said Smithers. "The challenge was to think what a 14-year-old might carry with him and adapt it."
He picked the first object off the tray, a yo-yo. Alex shook his head. He couldn't believe any of this. "Don't tell me. It's some sort of secret weapon."
"Not exactly. I was told you weren't to have weapons. You're too young."
Smithers pulled out the string.
"However, this is a special sort of nylon, very advanced. There are 30 meters of it, and it can lift weights of up to 100 kilograms. The actual yo-yo is motorized and clips onto your belt. Very useful for climbing."
"Amazing." Alex was unimpressed.
"And then there's this."
Smithers produced a small tube. The side read, "Zit Clean, for healthier skin." Smithers squeezed some of the cream onto his finger.
"Completely harmless when you touch it, but bring it into contact with metal and it's quite another story."
He smeared the cream onto the surface of the table. For a moment nothing happened. Then a wisp of acrid smoke twisted upwards in the air. The metal sizzled and a jagged hole appeared.
"It'll do that to just about any metal," said Smithers. "Very useful if you need to break through a lock."
He took out a handkerchief and wiped his finger clean.
"And now for our pièce de résistance,"
He picked up a brightly coloured box that Alex recognised at once as a Nintendo Game Boy Color. "What teenager would be complete without one of these?" he asked. "This one comes with 4 games, and the beauty of it is, each game turns the computer into something quite different." He showed Alex the first game. "If you insert Nemesis, the computer becomes a fax-stroke photocopier which gives you direct contact with us. Exocet turns the computer into an X-ray device with an audio function. Speed Wars is a bug finder. I suggest you use it the moment you're shown to your room. And finally, Bomber Boy. This is actually a smoke bomb. Leave the game cartridge somewhere in a room and press start 3 times on the console and it'll go off." "Thank you, Smithers," said Mrs. Jones. She turned to Alex. "You leave tomorrow for Port Talon. You'll be going under the name of Felix Lester. We've sent the real Felix on holiday." She handed him a folder. "You'll find everything you need to know about him in here." Then she laid a photograph on the table. It showed a man in his late 20s with blonde, close-cropped hair, wearing a white T-shirt and jeans. "I want you to look at this," she said. "I'm looking." "His name is Yasin Gregorovich. He was born in Russia, but he now works for many countries. He's a contract killer, Alex. We believe he killed Ian Ryder." Alex stared at the photograph, trying to print it on his mind. "If you see him," said Mrs. Jones, "if Yasin is anywhere near Sale Enterprises, I want you to contact us at once. And then we'll pull you out. If Yasin finds out you're working for us, he'll kill you too. Remember, Alex Ryder, you're never too young to die." Alex stood and walked across the hangar. Ahead he saw that the parachutists back from their jump were coming towards him. He tried to step round them, but he found Wolf blocking his way. Wolf held out a hand. "I was wrong about you. I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time. One day it would be good to work with you." They shook hands. Alex said, "You never know." The silver-grey Mercedes SL 600 cruised down the motorway travelling south. Alex needed sleep. He was still exhausted from the training, so he closed his eyes and allowed the leather to suck him into sleep. It was the feeling of the car slowing down that woke him. As he opened his eyes, he saw a fishing village, the blue sea beyond. Seagulls swooped and cried overhead. A few fishermen and their wives stood around watching a tug pull into the quay. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the village was caught in the silvery, fragile light that comes at the end of a perfect spring day. "Port Talon," said the driver. He must have noticed Alex opening his eyes. They drove round the edge of the village and down a twisting lane. Alex saw the ruins of buildings, half-crumbling chimneys and rusting metal wheels, and knew that he was looking at an old tin mine. They'd mined tin in Cornwall for 3,000 years, until one day the tin had run out. Now all that was left was the holes. A couple of kilometres down the lane, a linked metal fence sprang up 10 metres high, topped with razor wire. Arc lamps on scaffolding towers stood at regular intervals, and there were huge signs, red on white. Sale Enterprises, strictly private. At the main gate there was a security cabin and an electronic barrier. A guard in a blue and grey uniform with SE printed on his jacket waved them through. And then they were following a long straight road with an airstrip on one side and a cluster of high-tech buildings on the other. The buildings were large, smoked glass and steel. The Mercedes came to a roundabout with a fountain at the centre, swept round it and continued up the driveway to stop at a fantastic, sprawling red brick house with domes and spires and at least 60 windows on its 5 floors. Alex and the driver went through the front door and into a hall dominated by a huge canvas. Judgment Day. A swirling mass of doomed souls and demons. There were works of art everywhere, all crowded together. Alex followed the driver into a vast room that was practically bare. "Mr. Sale will be here shortly," said the driver, and left. This was a modern room with a curving steel desk near the centre and a spiral staircase leading down from a perfect circle cut into the ceiling high above. One entire wall consisted of a single sheet of glass, and walking over to it, Alex realised that he was looking at a gigantic aquarium. He was surprised to see that the tank was empty, and then something moved in the shadows, and Alex gasped as the biggest jellyfish he'd ever seen drifted into view. The main body of the creature was a shimmering, pulsating mass of white and mauve. Beneath it, a mass of tentacles twisted in the water, at least 10 metres long, and covered with circular stingers. It was the most awesome and repulsive thing that Alex had ever seen. "Physalia physalis." The voice came from behind him, and Alex turned to see a man coming down the last of the stairs. Herod Sale was short. In his immaculate and expensive black suit with gold signet ring and brightly polished black shoes, he looked like a scaled-down model of a multi-millionaire businessman. He had a round, bald head and horrible eyes. The grey irises were too small, completely surrounded by white. Alex was reminded of tadpoles before they hatch. His eyes held less warmth than the jellyfish. "The Portuguese man-of-war," said Sale. "Beautiful, no?" "I wouldn't keep one as a pet," said Alex. "I came upon it when diving in the South China Sea. It reminds me of myself. It's an outsider, yet it demands respect. You see the nematocysts, Mr. Lester, the stinging cells. If you were to find yourself wrapped in those, it would be an exquisite death." "Call me Alex," said Alex. He'd meant to say Felix, but somehow it had slipped out. It was the most stupid mistake he could have made. But he'd been thrown by Sale and the slow, hypnotic dance of the jellyfish. "I thought your name was Felix." "My friends call me Alex, after Alex Ferguson. I'm a big fan of Manchester United." It was the first thing Alex could think of, but he'd read his background briefing on Felix Lester and knew that at least he'd chosen the right team. Sale smiled. "Alex it shall be. And I hope we'll be friends. You're very lucky. You won the competition, and you're going to be the first teenager to try out my Stormbreaker. I want you to tell me what you like about it, and what you don't." The eyes dipped away, and suddenly he was businesslike. "I'll have my man take you to your room, and tomorrow morning, first thing, you must get to work. All the software was developed here at Sale Enterprises. Of course, we've talked to children, we've gone to teachers, to education experts. But you, my dear Alex, you'll be worth more to me than all of them put together." The door opened. "Ah, here's my man now." A tall, thin man had come in, dressed in the black suit and tails of an old-fashioned butler. He had a thatch of ginger hair above a paper-white face. From a distance it looked as if he was smiling, but as he drew closer, Alex gasped. The man had 2 horrendous scars, one on each side of his mouth, twisting up all the way to his ears. "This is Mr. Greene," said Sale. "He changed his name after his accident." Accident? Alex found it hard not to stare at the terrible wounds. "Mr. Greene used to work in a circus. It was a knife-throwing act. For the climax, he used to catch a spinning knife between his teeth. But one night his elderly mother came to see the show. She waved to him from the front row, and he got his timing wrong. Don't try to talk with him, by the way. He has no tongue." said Mr. Greene. "Nice to meet you," muttered Alex. "Take him to the blue room," said Sale. He turned to Alex. "One of our nicest. It's just become vacant. We had a security man staying there, but he left us quite suddenly." "Oh?" said Alex. "Why was that?" "I've no idea. One moment he was here, the next he was gone." Mr. Greene gestured at the door, and leaving Herod Sale standing in front of his huge captive, Alex left. He was shown into a large room with a 4-poster bed and a window looking out onto the fountain. Night had fallen, and it was eerily illuminated by concealed lights. Next to the window was a table with an evening meal already laid out for him. His bag was lying on the bed. He went over and examined it. When he'd closed it up, he'd trapped 3 hairs in the zip. They were no longer there. The bag had been expertly and methodically searched. He took out the Game Boy Color, inserted the Speed Wars cartridge, and pressed the start button 3 times. At once the screen lit up with a green rectangle, the same shape as the room. He lifted the Game Boy up and swung it round him, following the line of the walls. A red flashing dot suddenly appeared on the screen. He walked forward, and the dot flashed faster until he reached a picture. Putting the Game Boy down, he carefully lifted it off the wall. The bug was taped behind it, a black disc about the size of a 10-pence piece. He ate his dinner, showered and got ready for bed. As he passed the window, he noticed activity near the fountain. There were lights shining out of the modern buildings. 3 men dressed in white overalls were driving towards the house in an open-top jeep. 2 security guards walked past carrying semi-automatic machine guns. He got into bed. The last person who'd slept here had been his uncle, Ian Ryder. Had he seen something looking out of the window? Had he heard something? What could have happened that meant he had to die? Alex saw it the moment he opened his eyes. It would have been obvious to anyone who had slept in the bed, but of course nobody had slept there since Ian Ryder had been killed. It was a triangle of white slipped into a fold in the canopy above the 4-poster bed. You had to be lying on your back to see it, like Alex was now. Wobbling on a chair that he had balanced on the mattress, he managed to pull out a square of paper folded twice. On it a strange design had been drawn, with what looked like a reference number beneath it. Alex recognized Ian Ryder's handwriting. But what did it mean? He went over to the table and quickly wrote a brief message. Found this in Ian Ryder's room. Can you make any sense of it? Then he inserted the Nemesis cartridge into the back of his Game Boy, turned it on and scanned first his message and then the design. Instantaneously, he knew a machine would click on in Mrs. Jones' office in London, and a copy of the 2 pages would scroll out of the back. Maybe she could work it out. Soon afterwards, Mr. Greene came to escort Alex across to one of the modern blocks. Long white corridors with metallic floors, halogen lights, another world. They were met by a broad-shouldered, severe woman in a white coat. The name tag pinned to the top pocket read, Vole. "You must be Felix," she said, "or is it now Alex? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fraulein Vole. You may call me Nadia." Mr. Greene left them, and Vole escorted Alex into a bare room with a chair and a desk. On it was the first actual stormbreaker he'd ever seen. It was a beautiful machine. Black apart from a white lightning bolt down one side, and the screen could have been a porthole into outer space. Alex turned it on. The computer booted itself instantly. A fork of animated lightning sliced across the screen, and then in burning red the letters SE, the logo of Sale Enterprises, formed. Seconds later, the desktop appeared with icons for maths, science, French, every subject ready to be accessed. Alex could feel the computer's speed and power, and Herod Sale was going to put one in every school in the country. It was an incredible gift. Vole left, and Alex lost himself in the state-of-the-art software of the Stormbreaker. The next time he looked at his watch, it was 1 o'clock. He'd been there for over 4 hours. He stretched and stood up. Then he opened the door and went out into the corridor. There was nobody in sight. Alex passed a number of offices and continued through a plexiglass walkway into the next block. Computer screens everywhere, glowing in cramped offices piled high with papers and printouts. Through to Block C, research. He was running out of time. Maybe the Vole woman would have checked up on him already. If he was going to find anything, it would have to be soon. In the glass passage that joined Block C and D, there was at last something different. The corridor was split in half, with a metal staircase leading down into what must have been some sort of basement. The clang of feet on metal. Alex shrank back, and a moment later Mr. Greene appeared, rising out of the floor like a vampire. The sun hit his dead-white face, and he blinked several times before walking off. What had he been doing? Where did the stairs go? Alex hurried down them. He was in another long passageway stretching back under the complex the way he'd come. It led to a single metal door, but there was something strange. The walls were unfinished. Dark brown rock streaked with what looked like metal. The floor was rough, and everything was lit by old-fashioned light bulbs hanging on wires. Somehow Alex knew that the door at the end of the passage would be locked. It was. He pressed his ear against the metal and listened. Was he imagining it? A sort of throbbing. Alex would have given anything to see through the metal, and suddenly he realized that he could. The Game Boy was in his pocket. He took it out, inserted the Exocet cartridge, turned it on and held it flat against the door. The screen flickered into life. A tiny window through the metal door. Alex was looking into a large room. There was something tall and barrel-shaped in the middle of it, and there were people, ghost-like, mere smudges on the screen moving back and forth. He took out the earphones. Still holding the Game Boy against the door, he pressed the wire into the socket and slipped them over his head. Voices came through, faint but audible. "We have 24 hours. It's not enough. It's all we have. They come in tonight at 0200. Greene overseeing the delivery." And then they were gone. Alex tried to piece together what he'd heard. Something was being delivered. 2 hours after midnight. Mr. Greene was arranging the delivery, but what? Why? He'd just turned off the Game Boy and put it back into his pocket when he heard behind him the squeak of a shoe. He turned and found himself facing Nadia Vole. "What are you doing, Alex?" "I'd been in the computer room all morning. I needed a break. And you came down here. I saw the stairs. I thought they might lead to the toilet." Silence. Then the woman nodded as if she'd decided to accept his story. "There is nothing down here. This door leads only to the generator room. I will take you back to the main house, yes? And later you must prepare for the dinner with Herr Sale. He wishes to know your first impressions of the Stormbreaker." Herod Sale was playing snooker when Alex was shown back into the room with the jellyfish. Mr. Greene was with him, carrying a footstool which Sale stood on for each shot. Otherwise he'd barely have been able to reach over the edge. "Good evening, Alex," said Sale. "Do you play snooker?" "Occasionally." "How would you like to play against me? There's only one red left, then the colors, but I'm willing to bet that you don't manage to score a single point." "How much?" Sale laughed. "I'd quite happily bet you £100 a point." "Then why don't you?" "Very well, why not? I like a gamble." Alex pulled a cue out of the rack and glanced at the table. The red was too close to the cushion, but in snooker there are other ways to win points, as Alex well knew. It was one of the many games he'd played with Ian Ryder. The two had belonged to a club in Chelsea, and Alex had represented the junior team. He carefully aimed at the red, then hit. "Nowhere near," said Sale. But then the white ball hit the cushion and rolled behind the pink. Perfect. Sale was snookered. He failed to break clear, but in trying he left the field open to Alex, who proceeded to clear the table. "I make that £4,100 you owe me," said Alex. He put down the cue. "Thank you very much." Sale's face had gone the colour of the last ball. 4,000. I wouldn't have gambled if I'd known you were this good." He went over to the wall and pressed a button. Part of the floor slid back, and as the entire billiard table disappeared into it, Sale gazed at Alex curiously. "You know, I have a strange feeling that you and I have met before. Your face is familiar to me. Mr. Greene, what do you think?" The butler twisted round to look at Alex.
Right,
he said. "Of course, Ian Ryder. The security man I mentioned. You look a lot like him. Quite a coincidence, don't you think?" Alex went cold inside. Was his cover about to be blown? Would he ever discover the secrets behind the Stormbreaker? The two of them sat at opposite ends of a long glass table while Mr. Greene served the meal. Sale said, "You spent some time with the Stormbreaker today." "It's great," said Alex, and meant it. "Do you have any criticisms?" Alex thought for a moment. "Did you consider a headset and integrated microphone?" Sale nodded. "Good idea. I'm sorry you've only come here for such a short time, Alex. Tomorrow we'll have to get you onto the Internet. The Stormbreakers are all connected to a master network controlled from here. It means they have free 24-hour access." "That's cool," said Alex. Sale's eyes were far away. "Tomorrow we start shipping the computers out. They'll go by plane, lorry, boat. It'll take just 1 day for them to reach every point of the country, and the day after, at 12 noon exactly, the Prime Minister will press the start button which will bring every one of my Stormbreakers online. At that moment, all the schools will be united. Think of it, Alex. Thousands of school children, hundreds of thousands, sitting in front of the screens suddenly together. North, south, east and west, one school, one family, and then they'll know me for what I am." He emptied his glass. "Now, this security man I mentioned, Ian Ryder, you do look a lot like him." Alex could feel danger getting closer. "You told me he left suddenly." "Yes. He was sent here to keep an eye on things, but he spent half his time in the village post office and the library. When he wasn't snooping around here, that is. Which reminds me, I'd advise you to go straight to your room after dinner and stay there. Security is very tight at the moment. I'd be inconsolable if you were accidentally shot in the darkness. Although it would, of course, save me the £4,000 you won off me at snooker. And now I must wish you good night." At 1:30 in the morning, Alex's eyes blinked open and he was instantly awake. He slipped out of bed and dressed quickly in his darkest clothes. Then he left the room and found his way down to the kitchen. There he found a side door, fortunately with the key still in the lock. Alex let himself out. As a last-minute precaution, he locked the door and kept the key. Now at least he had a way back in. He took 2 steps forward, then froze as a searchlight rolled past centimetres away. At the same time, 2 guards walked slowly across the garden, both armed. When they'd gone, he took the opposite direction, running along the side of the house. He reached the corner and looked round. In the distance, the airstrip was lit up and there were guards and technicians everywhere. One man he recognized, walking past the fountain towards a waiting truck. Mr. Greene. He was on his way to meet the night visitors. Throwing caution to the wind, he ran for the truck, hoping his clothes would keep him invisible. He was 50 meters away when a second figure appeared, Nadia Vole. It seemed she'd be driving. She climbed into the front. By the time Mr. Greene had walked round to the passenger door, Alex had reached the back of the truck. As it began to move, he clambered onto the tailgate and threw himself in. In all, a convoy of 5 vehicles left Sale Enterprises. As well as Mr. Greene and Nadia Vole, at least a dozen uniformed guards were making the journey. But to where? Alex felt the journey without seeing it. He was thrown across the metal floor as they sped round hairpin bends, and he only knew they'd left the main road when he suddenly found himself being bounced up and down. He sensed they were going downhill, following a rough track. And now he could hear something, even over the noise of the engine. Waves. They'd come down to the sea. The truck stopped. There was the opening and slamming of car doors, the scrunch of boots. Alex crouched down, afraid that one of the guards would throw back the tarpaulin and discover him. But the voices faded, and he found himself once again alone. Cautiously, he slipped out the back. He was right. The convoy had parked on a deserted beach. Mr. Greene and the others had gathered beside an old stone jetty that stretched out into the black water. He was carrying a torch. Alex saw him swing it in an arc. Alex crept forward and found a hiding place behind a cluster of boulders. He looked at his watch. It was exactly 2 o'clock. A few seconds later, Alex found himself staring out to sea, unable to believe quite what he was seeing. A submarine had emerged from the water. One moment there was nothing, and then there it was, ploughing towards the jetty. The submarine had no markings, but Alex thought he recognized a Chinese Han Class 404 SSN, nuclear-powered, armed also with nuclear weapons. But what was it doing here, off the coast of Cornwall? The tower opened and a man climbed out. Even without the half-moon, Alex would have recognized the man whose photograph he'd seen only a few days before. It was Yasen Gregorovich, the contract killer, the man who'd murdered Ian Ryder. Nadia Vole walked to the end of the jetty, and Yasen climbed down to join her. Yasen gave an order, and a large metallic silver box with a vacuum seal appeared, held by unseen hands at the top of the submarine's tower. Yasen himself passed it down to the first of the guards, who then passed it back up the line. About 40 more boxes followed, one after another. It took almost an hour to unload the submarine. By 3 o'clock they were almost finished. The boxes were now being packed into the back of the truck that Alex had vacated. When they were finished, Yasen got into the front with Nadia Vole. Mr. Greene went in one of the cars. Alex had to time his return carefully. As the truck picked up speed, rumbling back up towards the road, he left the cover of the rocks, ran forward and pulled himself in. The next day was the 31st of March, the day the computers were due to be shipped out. There was only 1 day to go until the ceremony at the Science Museum in London, but Alex had nothing to report, and the one piece of information that he'd sent, Ian Ryder's diagram, had also drawn a blank. When he got back to his room at 4 that morning, he turned on his Game Boy and a reply had been waiting for him. Unable to recognize diagram or letters/numbers. Possible map reference but unable to source map. Please transmit further observations. Alex had thought of transmitting the fact that he'd seen Yasen Gregorovich, but he decided against it. Mrs. Jones had promised to pull him out if Yasen showed up, and suddenly Alex wanted to see this through to the end. Something was going on at Sale Enterprises, that much was obvious, and he'd never forgive himself if he didn't find out what it was. He spent 3 hours toying with the Stormbreaker. Then, after lunch, he went out for a walk. As he emerged from the plant, he took a last look back. Mr. Greene had just come out of one of the buildings and was standing talking into a mobile phone. There was something unnerving about the sight. Why should he be making a telephone call now? And who could possibly understand a word he said? Once he'd left the plant, Alex was able to relax. Away from the fences and the armed guards, it was as if he was breathing fresh air for the first time in days. Alex found the footpath sign and turned off the road. Suddenly he found himself perched over a sparkling English channel. To one side, fields stretched into the distance. To the other, there was a fall of at least 50 metres to the rocks and water below. He came to a break in the path, and a much rougher track led away from the sea. A footpath sign pointed to the right. Wondering what was strange about the sign, Alex followed the path. It continued for about another quarter of a mile, then dipped down into a hollow. Here the grass was almost as tall as Alex, rising all around him a shimmering green cage. And then Alex heard the sound of an engine getting closer. A tractor? No, it was too high-pitched and moving too fast. A second later, a dark shape crashed through the grass. As he threw himself to one side, he knew too late now what had been wrong about that footpath sign. It had been brand new. The first sign had been weather-beaten and old. Someone had deliberately led him away from the correct path and brought him here. He hit the ground and rolled into a ditch. The vehicle burst through the grass. Alex caught a glimpse of a squat black thing with 4 fat tyres, a cross between a miniature tractor and a motorbike. It was being ridden by a hunched-up figure in grey leathers with helmet and goggles. Then it was gone, thudding down into the grass on the other side of him. Alex scrambled to his feet and began to run. There were 2 of them, and he knew what they were. He'd ridden similar things himself on holiday in the sand dunes of Death Valley, Nevada. Kawasaki 4x4s, powered by 400cc engines, quad bikes. They were circling him like wasps. A drone, then a scream, and the second bike was in front of him, roaring towards him, cutting a swathe through the grass. Alex hurled himself out of its path. He had to find somewhere to hide. Desperately, he fought through the grass, trying to find his way back to the main path. They were coming for him again. Together this time. Still running, Alex glanced over his shoulder and saw them, one on each side, seemingly about to overtake him. It was only the glint of the sun and the sight of the grass slicing itself in half that revealed the horrible truth. The 2 cyclists had stretched a length of cheese wire between them. Alex threw himself headfirst, landing flat on his stomach. The cheese wire whipped over him. If he'd still been standing up, it would have cut him in half. The quad bikes separated, arcing away from each other. Then there was a roar, and a billowing cloud of fire exploded over the grass. Alex felt it singe his shoulders, yelled and threw himself to one side. One of the riders was carrying a flamethrower. Choking, his face streaked with dirt and sweat, he ran blindly forward and realized he'd reached the edge of the field. An almost invisible electrified fence stretched as far as he could see. Alex stopped, turned and waited. 20 metres. 10. Now he was staring straight into the goggles of the rider, saw the man's uneven teeth as he smiled. The quad bike smashed down the last barrier of grass and leapt onto him, except that Alex was no longer there. He dived to one side, and, too late, the driver saw the fence and rocketed on, straight into it. The bike twisted in mid-air, then crashed down. Alex ran over. The man was unconscious, but behind him he heard the other bike closing on him. He ran over to the abandoned quad, heaved it up, jumped onto the seat and pressed the starter. Twisting the accelerator, Alex gripped the handlebars as the machine jolted him forward. And now he was slicing through the grass, back towards the footpath. Cutting through another green curtain, he savagely pulled on the handlebars to bring himself round. He was on the edge of the cliff. For a few seconds he sat there, the engine idling. That was when the other quad appeared. The second rider was facing Alex about 200 metres away. He was carrying a gun. Alex had no way to go but forward, even if that meant heading for a straight-on collision. The man gunned his engine and spurted forward. Alex did the same. Now they were racing towards each other, a bank of earth on one side and the edge of the cliff on the other. There wasn't enough room to pass. They could stop or they could crash. But if they were going to stop, they had to do it in the next 10 seconds. The noise of the other quad filled Alex's ears. One of them had to stop. One of them had to get out of the way. 3, 2, 1. It was the enemy who broke. Just when it seemed that a crash was inevitable, he twisted his quad and swerved off the path up onto the embankment. At the same time, he tried to fire his gun, but his quad was tipping over and the shot went wild. The man yelled out, fighting with the quad, trying to bring it back onto four wheels. It hit a rock and bounced upwards, landing briefly on the footpath, then continued over the edge of the cliff. Alex took the quad to the end of the path. The sun was still shining as he walked down into the little fishing village. The library was red-bricked Victorian. Alex pushed open the heavy swing door and went into a room with about 50 shelves fanning out from a central reception area. He went over to the desk. Beneath it, a smiling, round-faced woman sat reading Crime and Punishment. "Can I help you?" Alex had come here because of a chance remark made by Herod Sale. He'd been talking about Ian Ryder. Spent half his time in the village post office and library. Maybe Ryder had come here looking for information. Maybe the librarian would remember him. "I had a friend staying in the village," said Alex. "About 40, thin, fair hair. He drove a BMW. The librarian smiled. "Oh, yes. He did come here a couple of times. A nice man, very polite. He was interested in viruses." A computer virus. This might change everything. A computer virus was the perfect act of sabotage, invisible and instantaneous. A single blip written into the software, and every single piece of information in the Stormbreaker software could be destroyed at any time. But Herod Sale couldn't possibly want to damage his own creation. "I'm afraid I couldn't help him," said the librarian. "This is only a small library. Anyway, he said he'd get some books sent down from London. He told me he had a box at the post office." That made sense. Ian Ryder wouldn't have wanted information sent to Sale Enterprises. "Was that the last time you saw him?" said Alex. "No, he came back about a week later. This time he was interested in Cornish local history. Shelf CL," she pointed. At that moment, Alex remembered. He reached into his pocket and took out the square of paper he'd found in his bedroom. Sure enough, the letters were the same. CL. They weren't showing a grid reference. CL was the label on a book. Alex went over to the shelf the librarian had shown him. CL475/19 was the number Ian Ryder had written on his diagram. The book marked with that number was called Dosemary, the story of Cornwall's oldest mine. Alex carried it over to a table and quickly skimmed through it. The story was a familiar one. The tin mine had been owned by the Dosemary family for 11 generations. By the early 1990s, there were only 3 mines left in the whole of Cornwall. Finally, Dosemary had been closed down, and the family sold the land above it to Sale Enterprises. Flicking through the pages, Alex came to a map showing the layout of the tunnels at the time the mine was closed. Had Ian Ryder made his way into Dosemary? Alex remembered the corridor at the foot of the metal staircase. The dark brown unfinished walls and the light bulbs hanging on their wires had reminded him of something, and suddenly he knew what it was. The corridor must be nothing more than one of the tunnels from the old mine. Suppose Ian Ryder had also gone down the staircase. Like Alex, he had been confronted with the locked metal door and had been determined to find his way past it. But he had recognised the corridor for what it was, and perhaps that was why he'd come back to the library. He'd found a book on the Dosemary mine. This book and the map had shown him a way to the other side of the door. Alex took out the diagram that Ian Ryder had drawn and laid it on top of the printed map. Holding the 2 sheets together, he held them up to the light. The lines that Ryder had drawn fitted exactly over the shafts and tunnels of the mine, showing the way through. Alex was certain that if he could find the entrance to Dosemary, he could follow the map through to the other side of the metal door. 10 minutes later, he left the library with a photocopy of the page. He went down to the harbour and found a maritime store where he bought a powerful torch, a jersey, a length of rope and a box of chalk. Then he climbed back into the hills. Back on the quad, Alex raced across the cliff tops with the sun already sinking in the west. Ahead he could see the single chimney and crumbling tower that he hoped would mark the entrance to the Kernweck shaft. According to the map, this is where he should begin. Alex parked the quad next to the tower and went in through an arched doorway. His foot came down on something that clanged, and he saw that he was standing on a metal trapdoor set into the concrete floor. This must be the entrance to the shaft. It took all Alex's strength to pull it up. As the trapdoor clanged back, he found himself looking into a black hole that stretched further than the daylight could reach. Alex shone his torch into the hole. The beam went about 50 metres, but the shaft went further. A rusty ladder ran down the side. Alex looped the rope over his shoulder and shoved the torch into his belt. His shoulders had barely sunk beneath the level of the ground before the light was blotted out, and he felt himself being sucked into a total darkness. He had to feel his way. A hand, then a foot, descending further and ever further, until at last his heel struck the ground. Breathing heavily, trying to fight off the sense of claustrophobia, he pulled out the torch and flicked it on. The beam leapt out of his hand, pointing the way ahead. Alex was at the start of a long tunnel, the uneven walls and ceiling held back by wooden beams. He took 2 steps forward and immediately felt the weight of the solid rock bearing down on him. It was like being buried alive. After about 50 paces, he came to a second tunnel, branching off to the left. He took out the photocopied map. According to Ian Ryder, this was where he had to turn off. The tunnel slanted downwards, taking him deeper and deeper into the earth. He could feel the pressure pounding in his ears. Now he emerged into a circular chamber formed by the meeting of 6 different tunnels coming together in a star shape. Consulting the diagram, Alex made 2 chalk crosses, one on the wall of the tunnel he'd left, another in the one he was entering. This new tunnel became lower and narrower until Alex couldn't walk without crouching. It curved, then joined a railway line covered in rubble. Alex followed the metal tracks which reflected the beam of his torch all the way to a small round tunnel dipping steeply down. But after 10 metres, the tunnel simply stopped with what looked like a sheet of metal barring the way. Alex picked up a stone and threw it. There was a splash. Now he understood. The tunnel was completely submerged in water as black as ink. After all his hard work, after all the time he'd spent underground, there was no way forward. Alex turned to leave, but as he swung the torch round, the beam picked up something lying in a heap on the ground. He went over to it. It was a diver's dry suit, and it looked brand new. Alex walked back to the water's edge and examined it with his torch. This time he saw something else. A rope had been tied to a rock. It slanted diagonally into the water and disappeared. Alex knew what it meant. Ian Ryder had swum through the submerged tunnel. He'd worn a dry suit, and he'd managed to fix a rope to guide him through. Alex picked up the dry suit. It was too big for him, although it would probably keep out the worst of the chill. But the cold wasn't the only problem. The tunnel might run for 10 metres. It might run for 100. How could he be sure that Ian Ryder hadn't used scuba equipment to swim through? If Alex went down there into the water and ran out of breath halfway, he'd drown. At that moment, Alex wished he'd never heard of Alan Blunt, Sail Enterprises, or the Stormbreaker. But he couldn't go back. If his uncle had done it, so could he. Gritting his teeth, he pulled on the dry suit and zipped it up. It was loose in places, but he was sure it would keep the water out. Alex approached the water's edge. He reached out and took the rope in one hand. He took several deep breaths, hyperventilating and oxygenating his blood, knowing it would give him a few precious extra seconds. Then he plunged in. The cold was ferocious, a hammer blow that nearly forced the air out of his lungs. His fingers were instantly numb, but the dry suit was holding, sealing in at least some of his body warmth. Clinging to the rope, he kicked forward. Pull, kick, pull, kick. Alex had been underwater for less than a minute, but already his lungs were feeling the strain. He didn't dare slow down. Pull and kick. Pull and kick. How long had he been under? 90 seconds? 100? His breath was running out. He pulled himself forward along the rope. He must have been swimming for almost 2 minutes. He had to open his mouth and breathe, even if it was water that would rush into his throat. A silent scream exploded inside him. Pull, kick, pull, kick. And then the rope tilted upwards, and he felt his shoulders come clear, and his mouth was wrenched open in a great gasp as he breathed air, and knew that he had made it, perhaps with only seconds to spare. But made it to where? Alex couldn't see anything. He was floating in utter darkness. He'd followed the trail left by a dead man. It was only now that he realized it might lead only to the grave. As Alex clambered onto a rock, he became aware of a soft, throbbing sound. Remembering what he'd heard under Block D in front of the metal door, he knew that he'd arrived. He stripped off the dry suit. Fortunately, it had kept the water out, and followed the source of a dim light that was illuminating the tunnel. The throbbing got louder, and as Alex turned a corner, the rock on both sides gave way to new brick, with metal grills set at intervals just above the level of the floor. The light that had guided Alex was coming out of the grills. He knelt beside the first and looked through into a large white-tiled laboratory. It was empty. Alex continued up the tunnel. This next grill looked into a storage room fitted with the silver boxes that Alex had seen being delivered by the submarine the night before. He took this grill in both hands and pulled. It came away from the rock easily, and looking closer, he understood why. Ian Ryder had been here ahead of him. He'd cut through the bolts which had held it in place. Carefully, Alex began to squeeze through the rectangular hole and lower himself into the room. At the last minute, lying on his stomach with his feet dangling below, he reached for the grill and set it back in place. Then he dropped, landing cat-like on the balls of his feet. He went over to the nearest of the silver boxes. It clicked open in his hands, but when he looked inside, it was empty. Whatever had been delivered was already in use. He crossed to the door, opened it 1 centimetre at a time, and peered out. He saw a wide corridor with an automatic sliding door at each end and a rail running its length. It was an observation platform. He stole forward and looked down. He was peering into a huge chamber, the walls half-naked rock, half-polished steel lined with computer equipment. It was staffed by 40 or 50 people wearing armbands of different colours. Armed guards stood at each doorway. Stormbreakers were being slowly carried in a long, continuous line along a conveyor belt, past the various scientists and technicians. But the computers looked finished, and of course they had to be. They were actually being shipped out during the course of that day. So what last-minute adjustment was being made here in this secret factory? Looking more closely, Alex noticed something he hadn't seen when using his Stormbreaker. A strip of plastic had been drawn back in the casing above each of the screens to reveal a small compartment. The computers were passing under a machine which was feeding opaque silver test tubes into these compartments. Then the Stormbreakers were accelerated forward. A second machine closed and heat-sealed the plastic strips. By the time the computers reached the end of the line, the compartments were completely invisible. A voice rang out on the intercom.
Agent Gregorovich, report to the biocontainment zone.
A lean, fair-haired figure dressed in black detached himself from the assembly line and walked towards a door that slid open to receive him. What was going on? Alex thought back to the submarine and the vacuum-sealed boxes. Of course. Yassen had brought the test tubes that were even now being inserted into the computers. Back in Port Talon, the librarian had told him that Ian Ryder had been asking for books about viruses. Viruses, decontamination, the biocontainment zone. Understanding came, and with it something cold and solid jabbing into the back of his neck. Alex stiffened as a voice spoke softly into his ear. Stand up. Keep your hands by your sides. If you make any sudden moves, I'll shoot you in the head. Slowly he looked round. A single guard, a young man in his 20s, stood behind him, a gun in his hand. Alex had never seen him before, but more importantly, he'd never seen Alex. That might help. "Who are you?" said the guard. "What are you doing here?" "I'm staying with Mr. Sale," said Alex. He stared at the gun. "Why are you pointing that at me? I'm not doing anything wrong." The guard hesitated. At that moment, Alex struck. It was a classic karate blow. Twisting his body round and driving his elbow into the side of the guard's head just below his ear. The guard folded up. Quickly, Alex dragged him away from the railing. The guard wouldn't be unconscious long, and Alex knew he had to get out of the plant. He had to contact Mrs. Jones. He knew now that the Stormbreakers had been turned into killing machines. There were less than 17 hours until the launch at the Science Museum. Somehow Alex had to stop it from happening. He ran. The door at the end of the passage slid open and he found himself in a curving white corridor. He reached the end and the alarm went off, echoing everywhere. Overhead, a light began to flash red. As Alex dived headfirst through the nearest door, guards appeared, firing their machine guns. Bullets ricocheted along the passageway. Alex landed flat on his stomach and kicked out, slamming the door behind him. He straightened up, found a bolt and rammed it home. A second later there was an explosive hammering on the other side as the guards fired at the door, but it was solid metal. It would hold. He was standing on a gantry leading down to a tangle of pipes and cylinders. Alex leapt down the staircase 3 at a time and weaved in and out of the pipes. A door. He looked in. A laboratory with a second door leading out, and in the middle a glass tank shaped like a barrel. Alex had seen it before, as vague outlines on his Game Boy. He must have been standing on the other side of the second door. He ran over to it. It was locked from the inside, electronically by the glass identification plate against the wall. He'd never be able to open it. He was trapped. Footsteps approached. Alex just had time to hide himself underneath one of the work surfaces before the first door was thrown open and 2 guards ran in. "Not here," said one. "You better go up." One guard walked out. The other went over to the second door and placed his hand on the glass panel. A green glow, a buzz, the door opened, and the guard disappeared. Alex rolled forward as the door swung shut and just managed to get his hand into the crack. He waited a moment and pulled it open. As he'd hoped, he was looking into the passageway where he'd been surprised by Nadia Vole. Alex slipped out and made his way up the metal stairs and into the fresh air. The sun had already set, but on the brilliantly lit airstrip, Stormbreakers were being loaded into a dozen lorries parked next to each other. Alex ran into the house and up to his room. He snatched up the telephone. The line was dead. Never mind. He found his Game Boy, all 4 cartridges, his yo-yo and the zit cream, and crammed them into his pockets. Then he went back to the door and opened it. With a shock, he saw Mr. Greene standing in the hallway, looking hideous with his white face, his ginger hair and his mauve, twisted smile. Alex tried to avoid the blow, but Mr. Greene's fist hit him square on the jaw. He was spun into the bedroom, falling backwards. He never even remembered hitting the floor. Alex spent the night handcuffed to a radiator in a small, dark room with a single barred window. It was just before 9 when the door opened and 2 guards came in with Mr. Greene. The handcuffs were unlocked, and Alex was half dragged into the room with the aquarium. There was a high-backed wooden chair in front of it. Alex was forced to sit down. His hands were cuffed behind him again. The guards left. Mr. Greene remained. He heard the sound of feet on the spiral staircase. Then Herod Sale appeared, immaculate in a pale grey suit. 3 questions, he snapped. Who are you? Who sent you here? How much do you know? My name is Alex Ryder, said Alex. Ryder's son? His nephew. Who sent you here? The same people who sent him. There was no point lying. It didn't matter any more. The stakes had become too high.
MI6 send 14-year-old boys to do their dirty work. Not very English, I'd have said. Not cricket, what?
He walked forward and sat down behind the desk.
And what of my third question, Alex? How much have you found out?
All right. When my uncle was here, he got interested in viruses. He asked about them at the local library. I thought he was talking about computer viruses, but I was wrong. I saw what you were doing last night. Decontamination, biocontainment zones, that's biological warfare. You've got hold of some sort of real virus. It came here in test tubes, packed into silver boxes, and you've put them into the stormbreakers. I suppose when the computers are turned on, people die. They're in school, so it'll be school children, which means, Mr. Sale, you're a mass murderer, a psycho. Herod Sale clapped his hands together.
Very good, Alex, and it's appropriate that MI6 have sent me a real English schoolboy, because you see there's nothing in the world I hate more. Oh, yes.
For a moment Alex could see the madness alive in his eyes.
You snobs with your stuck-up schools and your stinking English superiority. But I'm going to show you all.
He walked over to Alex.
From the moment I entered school in this country, I was mocked and bullied, because of my size, because of the colour of my skin, because I couldn't speak English well, because I wasn't one of them. They called me names, they played tricks on me. Drawing pins on my chair, books stolen and defaced, my trousers ripped off me and hung out on the flagpole.
Lots of people are bullied at school, began Alex, and stopped, as Sale backhanded him viciously across the face.
I haven't finished. There were plenty of bullies in that school, but one was worse than them all. A smarmy shrimp of a boy, but his parents were rich and he had a way with the others. A politician even then. He had 1,000 ideas to make my life miserable, and he never stopped thinking up more. Do you know who that boy grew up to be? The Prime Minister.
Sale took out a white silk handkerchief and wiped his face.
For 40 years I've been planning my revenge, and now at last my time has come. The Stormbreakers are armed and ready, and yes, you're right, Alex, each one contains what you might call a computer virus. But the virus I'm talking about is a form of smallpox, genetically modified to make it faster, stronger, more lethal. A spoonful would destroy a city, and my Stormbreakers hold much, much more than that. At the moment it's quite safe, but this afternoon there's going to be a bit of a party at the Science Museum. Every school in Britain will be joining in, with the school children gathered round their nice, shiny new computers. And at midday, on the stroke of 12, my old friend, the Prime Minister, will make one of his smug speeches, and then he'll press a button. He thinks he'll be activating the computers, but pressing the button will release the virus. By midnight tonight, there'll be no more school children in Britain, and the Prime Minister will weep as he remembers the day he first bullied Herod Sale.
He went back to his desk.
Alex, you have no idea how much I loathe you. Even when you were playing snooker with me, I was thinking how much pleasure it would give me to kill you. You're just like the boys I was at school with. Nothing has changed. I'd like to watch you die. Unfortunately, I have a pressing engagement in London.
He turned to Mr. Greene.
You can walk with me to the helicopter, then come back here and kill the boy. Make it slow, make it painful.
They went out, and the door swung shut. Alex tried to reach the Zik cream that Smithers had given him. He knew it would burn through the handcuffs in seconds. He could actually feel it where he'd put it, in the zipped-up outer pocket of his combat trousers. But although his outstretched fingers were only a few centimetres away, try as he might, he couldn't reach it. After a while, he heard the clatter of a helicopter taking off, and knew that Herod Sale must be on his way to London. The multi-millionaire was completely insane. He was planning a mass murder that would destroy Britain for generations to come. It was going to happen in just a couple of hours' time, and Alex was the only person who could stop it. And here he was, tied down, unable to move. The door opened. Alex twisted round, expecting to see Mr. Greene. but it was Nadia Vole who hurried in, closing the door behind her. "Alex!" "What do you want?" Alex recoiled from her as she leaned over him. Then there was a click, and to his astonishment, his hands came free. He stood up, wondering what was going on. "Alex, listen to me," said Vole. "We do not have much time. I am here to help you. I worked with your uncle, Herr Ian Ryder." Alex stared at her in surprise. "Yes, I am on the same side as you." Alex was confused. "I saw you with the submarine. You knew what Sale was doing. There was nothing I could do, not then. It's too hard to explain. We do not have time to argue. You want to stop him, no?" "I need to find a phone. All the phones in the house are coded. You cannot use them. But I have a mobile in my office. Then let's go." Alex was still suspicious, but he had to trust her. He followed her out of the room and up a flight of stairs to a landing with a statue of some Greek goddess in the corner. Vole paused for a moment, resting her hand against the statue's arm. "I feel dizzy. You go on. It's the first door on the left." Alex went past her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her press down on the statue's arm. The arm moved. By the time he knew he'd been tricked, it was too late. The floor underneath him swung round on a hidden pivot, and he slid down into a black plastic tunnel which corkscrewed beneath him. As he went, he heard Nadia Vole laugh triumphantly. 5 seconds later, the corkscrew spat him out into cold water. For a moment he was blinded, fighting for air. Then he rose to the surface and found himself in a huge glass tank fitted with water and rocks. That was when he realized with horror exactly where he was. Vole had deposited him in the tank with the giant jellyfish. It was a miracle Alex didn't crash into the huge jellyfish. He could see it in the far corner of the tank, its dreadful tentacles with their hundreds of stinging cells twisting and spiralling in the water. The tank was huge, at least 10 meters deep and 20 or 30 meters long. The glass rose above the level of the water, far out of his reach. There was no way he could climb out. Looking down, distorted through the rippling water, he saw the door of Sale's office open and 2 figures walk in. Fraulein Vole and Mr. Greene. Vole was holding what looked like a mobile telephone.
"I hope you can hear me, Alex."
Her voice rang out from a speaker above his head.
"There is no way out of the tank. You can tread water maybe for 1 hour, maybe for 2, but soon you will get tired, Alex. You will drown. Or perhaps it will be fast, and you will drift into the embrace of our friend. It is not an embrace to be desired. It will kill you. The pain will be beyond imagination. It is a pity, Alex Ryder, that MI6 chose to send you here. They will not be seeing you again."
The voice clicked off. There was another blurred movement on the other side of the glass. Mr. Greene had left the room, but Vole had stayed behind. She wanted to watch him die. And then Alex remembered the cream. He ran a finger up the side of the aquarium. The tank was a marvel of engineering. Alex had no idea how much pressure the water was exerting on the huge plates of glass, but the whole thing was held together by a framework of iron girders that fitted round the corners on both the inside and outside of the glass. The metal faces held together by rivets. Treading water, he unzipped his pocket and took out the tube. There didn't seem to be very much of the cream given the thickness of the girders and the size of the tank, but Alex remembered the demonstration Smithers had given him, how little he had used. Alex held the tube against the metal corners at the front of the tank and did his best to squeeze a long line of cream all the way down the length of the metal, using his other hand to rub it in around the rivets. He propelled himself across to the other side. Nadia Vole was already aware that something was wrong. Alex saw that she was speaking into a phone, perhaps calling for help. He'd used half the tube on one side of the tank. He used the second half on the other. How long had he been underwater? And what would happen when the metal broke? He just had time to come up and take one breath before he found out. The cream had burned through the rivets on the inside of the tank. The glass had separated from the girders, and with nothing to hold it back, the huge pressure of water had smashed it open. Alex didn't see what happened. He didn't have time to think. The world spun, and he was thrown forward as helpless as a cork in a waterfall. The next few seconds were a twisting nightmare of rushing water and exploding glass. The front of the tank had blown off, and thousands of litres of water had cascaded into Herod Sale's office. The water had smashed the furniture and blown the windows out. Bruised and dazed, Alex stood up, water curling round his ankles. Where was the jellyfish? Nadia Vole, who'd been standing in front of the glass when the girders broke, was lying on her back. The Portuguese man-o'-war was all over her, and she seemed to be staring at Alex through the quivering mass of jelly. The tentacles were wrapped all around her, hundreds of stinging cells clinging to her arms and legs and chest. Feeling sick, Alex backed away to the door and staggered out into the corridor. What time was it? Almost 11 o'clock. At least his watch was still working. Just 1 hour left. But he was in Cornwall, a 5-hour drive from London. A telephone? No. Vole had probably been telling the truth when she'd said they were blocked. And anyway, how could he get in touch with Alan Blunt or Mrs. Jones at this late stage? They'd already be at the Science Museum. The alarm sirens were screeching. Outside, over the din, Alex heard another sound, the splutter and roar of a propeller. He looked out of the nearest window. Sure enough, the cargo plane was preparing to take off. Alex, soaking wet, battered and almost exhausted, knew what he had to do. He spun round and began to run. As he burst from the house, it looked like he was already too late. If he was going to reach the Science Museum in London in the 59 minutes left to him, he had to be on the cargo plane. But it was already rolling slowly away from its chocks. In a minute or two, it would take off. An army jeep was parked on the drive. There was a guard standing next to it, looking around to see what was happening, but looking the wrong way. Alex sprinted across the gravel. He'd snatched up one of Sale's harpoon guns as he'd left the room, but Alex could never shoot anyone in cold blood. The guard looked up as he approached and fumbled for the pistol on his belt. He never made it. Alex swung the handle of the harpoon up to hit him hard under the chin. The guard crumpled, the pistol falling out of his hand. Alex grabbed it and leapt into the jeep. He turned the keys and heard the engine start up. He knew how to drive. That was something else Ian Ryder had made sure he'd learned as soon as his legs were long enough to reach the pedals. Other cars were closing in on him. They must have seen him attack the guard. Now the plane had wheeled and was taxiing up to the start of the runway. He wasn't going to reach it in time. Maybe it was the danger closing in from all sides that sharpened his senses, but Alex didn't even have time to think. He reached into his pocket and took out the yo-yo that Smithers had given him. There was a metal stud on his belt, and he slammed the yo-yo against it, feeling it click into place. Then he rapidly tied the end of the nylon cord round the bolt of the harpoon. Finally, he tucked the pistol he'd taken from the guard into the back of his combats. He was ready. The plane was facing down the runway, its propellers at full speed. As Alex gunned the jeep forward, heading for the airstrip, there was a chatter of machine gun fire, and his wing mirror exploded. The plane had begun to move down the runway. Alex hit the tarmac and followed. Now the plane had left the ground. Alex glanced in his mirror. The car that had chased him from the house was right on his tail. 2 jeeps were ahead of him. He let go of the steering wheel, grabbed the harpoon gun and fired. The harpoon flashed through the air. The yo-yo attached to Alex's belt spun, trailing out 30 metres of specially designed advanced nylon. The pointed head of the harpoon buried itself in the underbelly of the plane. Alex felt himself almost being torn in half as he was yanked out of the jeep on the end of the cord. In seconds he was 40, 50 metres above the runway, dangling underneath the plane. Suspended from the plane by a single thin white cord, Alex twisted round and round, the belt cutting into his waist. He could hardly breathe. Desperately, he scrabbled for the control he wanted. The tiny, powerful motor inside the yo-yo on his belt began to turn, pulling in the cord. Very slowly, a centimetre at a time, Alex was drawn up towards the plane. There was a door at the back of the plane, but every time he got close to the handle, the wind tearing into his eyes drove him back. It took 3 tries before he was able to yank the handle down. The door swung open and he clambered into the hold. Alex unplugged the yo-yo, freeing himself. Then he reached into the waistband of his combats and took out the gun. The plane was empty, apart from a couple of bundles that Alex vaguely recognized. There was a single pilot at the controls, and something on his instrumentation must have told him the door was open, because he suddenly twisted round. Alex found himself face to face with Mr. Greene. Alex raised the gun. He doubted if he'd have had the courage to use it, but he wasn't going to let Mr. Greene know that. "All right, Mr. Greene," he shouted. "You'll fly this plane to London. We're going to the Science Museum in South Kensington. It can't take us more than half an hour to get there, and if you think about trying to trick me, I'll put a bullet in you. Do you understand?" Mr. Greene said nothing. Alex fired the gun. The bullet slammed into the floor just beside Mr. Greene's foot. Mr. Greene stared at Alex, then nodded slowly. He reached out and pulled the joystick. The plane dipped and began to head east. The midday sun brought the whole of London shining into view. The city stretched away on both sides, separated only by the bright silver crack in the landscape that was the River Thames. Alex looked out through the open door of the aircraft. When he'd got into the plane, Alex had intended to use its radio to call the police, but seeing Mr. Greene at the controls had changed all that. He knew he was safe enough in the cargo area with Mr. Greene strapped into the pilot's seat, but he didn't dare get any closer. Even with the gun, it would be too dangerous. Then, sitting hunched up in the cargo area, Alex had recognized the 2 bundles lying on the floor next to him. They'd told him exactly what he had to do. Mr. Greene twisted in his seat, and for the last time Alex saw the hideous smile that the circus knife had torn through his cheeks. "Thanks for the ride," said Alex, and jumped out of the open door. The bundles were parachutes. Alex had checked them out and strapped one to his back when they were still over Reading. He was glad that he'd spent a day on parachute training with the SAS. There was no other way to reach the Science Museum in the 7 minutes he had left. Once he was over the threshold, it wasn't so bad. He closed his eyes and forced himself to count to 3. The parachute blossomed open above him, and surprised by his sense of calm, he found himself dangling in the air underneath a comforting canopy of white silk. He felt as if he wasn't moving at all. He was almost enjoying himself. And then he heard the plane coming back, heading straight towards him. Mr. Greene wasn't going to let him get away so easily. He intended to cut him to shreds in mid-air. But Alex had been expecting it. He reached down and took out the Game Boy. While on the plane, he'd taken out Bomber Boy and slid it across the floor. That was where it was now, just behind Mr. Greene's seat. Alex pressed the start button 3 times. Inside the plane, the cartridge exploded. The plane wobbled, then plunged down. It began to twist, slowly at first, then faster and faster. The engines whined. Now, howling through the sky, the plane smashed into a deserted piece of dockland and disappeared in a ball of flame. Alex looked at his watch. 3 minutes to 12. Inside the East Hall of the Science Museum, Herod Sale was coming to the end of his speech. A podium had been set up in the centre. On it sat Sale, along with the Prime Minister and his officials. In front were 12 rows of chairs for journalists, teachers, and invited friends. Alan Blunt was in the front row, as emotionless as ever. Mrs. Jones, dressed in black with a large brooch on her lapel, was next to him. The hall was packed with another 200 or 300 people standing on first and second floor galleries. Television cameras were focusing in as Sale spoke. The speech was being broadcast live to schools throughout the country. As Sale finished, the Prime Minister took his place in front of the microphone. "I'm glad Mr. Sale has such happy memories of our school days together, and I'm glad that the 2 of us together today can make such a vital difference to our schools." On the table before him was a Stormbreaker computer, and next to it a mouse.
"This is the master control," said Sale. "Click on the mouse and the computers in all the schools in the country will come online."
"Right." The Prime Minister lifted his finger. Somewhere outside the museum, a clock began to strike. Alex pulled at the parachute, guiding himself forward. Somehow he managed to maneuver himself over the Science Museum roof. As he fell the last 200 feet, he heard the clock strike 12. Alex crashed into the glass roof feet first. It shattered. He continued straight through into an inner chamber, just missing a network of steel girders and maintenance ladders. His parachute caught on a beam. He jerked to a halt, swinging in mid-air inside the East Hall. Far below him, 300 people were staring up at him in shock. Some of those sitting on chairs directly underneath him had been hit. There was blood and broken glass. He saw the Stormbreaker. Then, with a sense of disbelief, he recognized the Prime Minister standing slack-jawed next to Herod Sale. The security men were the first to react. Suddenly they were everywhere, guns in hands that had been empty a moment before. Alex had also drawn his gun. Maybe he could explain why he was here before Sale or the Prime Minister activated the Stormbreakers, but he doubted it. Shoot first and ask questions later was a line from a bad film, but even bad films are sometimes right. He emptied the gun. People were screaming, punching and pushing as they fought for cover. The first bullet went nowhere. The second hit the Prime Minister in the hand, his finger less than a centimetre away from the mouse. Sale dived forward, determined to click on the mouse. The third shot blew the mouse into fragments. The fourth hit an electrical connection. The fifth and sixth bullets hit Sale. As soon as Alex had fired the last bullet, he dropped the gun and held up the palms of his hands. There were already a dozen guns pointing at him, and he had to show them he was no longer armed. Even so, he braced himself, waiting for the security men to open fire. He could almost imagine the hail of bullets tearing into him. As far as they were concerned, he was just some sort of crazy terrorist who'd just parachuted into the Science Museum and taken 6 shots at the Prime Minister. It was their job to kill him. The bullets never came. All the security men were equipped with radio headsets, and in the front row, Mrs. Jones had control. The moment she'd recognized Alex, she'd spoken urgently into her brooch.
"Don't shoot! Repeat, don't shoot! Await my command!"
On the podium, a plume of grey smoke rose out of the back of the broken, useless Stormbreaker. 2 security men had rushed to the Prime Minister, who was clutching his wrist, blood dripping from his hand. Journalists had begun to shout questions. Photographers' cameras were flashing, and the television cameras, too, had been swung round to focus in on the figure swaying high above. But there was no sign of Herod Sale. The head of Sale Enterprises had been shot twice, but somehow he'd disappeared. Late afternoon the following day, Alex was sitting in Alan Blunt's office at the Royal and General Building.
"You slightly spoiled things by shooting the Prime Minister," said Blunt, "but all in all you're to be congratulated, Alex. You not only lived up to our expectations, you far exceeded them."
Mrs. Jones was seated next to him. "You might like to know about the clearing-up operation. Well, don't expect to read the truth about any of this in the newspapers. We put a D notice on it, which means nobody's allowed to report what happened. The ceremony at the Science Museum was being televised live, but fortunately we were able to cut transmission before the cameras could focus on you. In fact, nobody knows that it was a 14-year-old boy who caused all the chaos."
"And we plan to keep it that way," muttered Blunt.
"The story we've put out," continued Mrs. Jones, "is that Sale was attacked by a hitherto unknown terrorist organisation and that he's gone into hiding." "Where is Sale?" asked Alex. "We don't know, but we'll find him. There's nowhere on earth he can hide from us.
As for the Stormbreakers, we've already announced that there's a dangerous product fault and that anyone turning them on could get electrocuted. They've all been recalled. "What about Yasen Gregorovich?" said Alex. "Well, I imagine he'll disappear. From what you've told us, it's clear that he wasn't actually working for Sale. He was working for the people who were sponsoring Sale, and I doubt they'll be very pleased with him." There was a long silence. It seemed that the two spy masters had said all they wanted, but there was one question that nobody had tackled. "What happens to me?" said Alex. "Well, you go back to school," replied Blunt. Mrs. Jones took out an envelope and handed it to Alex. "This is a letter from a doctor explaining that you've been away for 3 weeks with very bad flu. You shouldn't have any trouble." "You'll continue to live in your uncle's house," said Blunt. "That housekeeper of yours, Jack whatever, she'll look after you. And that way we'll know where you are if we need you again." Need you again. The words chilled Alex more than anything that had happened to him in the past 3 weeks. "You've got to be kidding," he said. "No." Blunt gazed at him quite coolly. Mrs. Jones said, "The Prime Minister himself asked us to pass on his thanks to you. And the fact of the matter is that it could be wonderfully useful to have someone as young and talented as you available to us from time to time." She held up a hand to ward off any argument. "Let's not talk about it now. But if ever another situation arises, perhaps we can get in touch then." As he took the lift down to the ground floor, Alex reflected that he should be feeling better. He'd saved thousands of schoolchildren. He'd beaten Herod Sale, and he hadn't been killed or even badly hurt. So what was there to be unhappy about? The answer was simple. Blunt had forced him into this. He'd never been given a choice. Nowadays, spies weren't employed. They were used. As he came out of the building, a cab drove along and he flagged it down. He was too tired for public transport. He slumped onto the back seat. "Cheney Walk, Chelsea," he said. The driver turned round. He was holding a gun. His face was paler than the last time Alex saw it, and the pain of 2 bullet wounds was drawn all over it, but impossibly it was Herod Sale. "If you try anything, I'll shoot you. Sit still. You're coming with me." The doors clicked shut, locking automatically. Herod Sale turned round and drove off. Alex thought about trying the window, but it wouldn't work. Sale would turn round and kill him. He had nothing to lose. They drove for 10 minutes. Finally, Sale pulled up in front of a modern glass-fronted skyscraper. "You and I will walk into the building. If you think about running, remember that this gun is pointing at your spine." Sale got out of the car first. His eyes never left Alex. His left hand was hanging limp, but the gun was in his right hand. It was perfectly steady. In. Alex found himself in a marble-clad hall. There was nobody about. Sale gestured with the gun, and Alex walked over to a bank of lifts. One of them was waiting. They got in. "The 29th floor," said Sale. Alex pressed the button. They stood in silence as they sped upwards. When the doors opened, Sale waved with the gun. "Turn left. You'll come to a door. Open it." Alex did as he was told. The door was marked Helipad. A flight of concrete steps led up. They climbed the steps and reached another door with a push bar. Alex pressed it and went through. He was outside, 30 floors up on a flat roof with a radio mast and a tall metal fence running round the perimeter. Alex turned to see a helicopter hovering in the air behind them. Where had it come from? "That's my ticket out of here," said Sale. "They'll never find me. And one day I'll be back, and you won't be here to stop me. This is the end for you. This is where you die." Sale raised the gun and took aim. There were 2 small explosive cracks. Alex looked down, expecting to see blood. Then Sale staggered and fell onto his back. There were 2 gaping holes in his chest. The helicopter landed, and out stepped Yasen Gregorovich. Still holding the gun that had killed Herod Sale, he walked over and examined the body. Satisfied, he nodded to himself,
tucking the gun away. He had switched off the engine, and behind him the blade slowed down and stopped. Alex stepped forward. "You're Yasin Gregorovich." The Russian nodded. It was impossible to tell what was going on in his head. His clear blue eyes gave nothing away. "Why did you kill him?" "Those were my instructions. He had become an embarrassment." "What about me?" The Russian ran his eyes over Alex. "I have no instructions concerning you." There was a pause. The two of them gazed at each other over the corpse of Herod Sale. "You killed Ian Ryder," said Alex. "He was my uncle." Yasin shrugged. "I kill a lot of people." "One day," said Alex, "I'll kill you." Yasin smiled. "A lot of people have tried. Go back to school, and the next time they ask you, say no. Killing is for grown-ups." He turned his back on Alex and climbed into the helicopter cabin. The blade started up, and a few seconds later the helicopter rose back into the air. For a moment it hovered, and Yasin raised his hand. A gesture of friendship? A salute? Alex raised his hand. The helicopter spun away. Alex stood where he was, watching it, until it had disappeared in the dying light.
They Do It With Mirrors by Agatha Christie. Ruth Van Rydok was beautifully dressed. Her face, with its expensive makeup, appeared almost girlish at a distance. Her hair was more blue than grey and perfectly styled. Everything that money could do for Mrs. Van Rydok had been done. Ruth Van Rydok smiled at her friend. "Do you think most people would guess, Jane, that you and I are the same age?" Miss Marple answered loyally,
"Not for a moment, I'm sure. I'm afraid, you know, that I look every day of my age."
Miss Marple was white-haired, with a soft pink and white wrinkled face and innocent blue eyes. She looked a very sweet old lady. Nobody would have called Mrs. Van Rydok a sweet old lady. "I guess you do, Jane," said Mrs. Van Rydok. She grinned suddenly. "And so do I, only not in the same way." She sat on a silk-covered chair. "Jane, I want to talk to you." Miss Marple leant forward to listen carefully. She looked out of place in this grand bedroom of an expensive hotel, dressed as she was in old-fashioned black and carrying a large shopping bag. "I'm worried, Jane, about Carrie Louise."
"Carrie Louise?"
Miss Marple repeated. Oh, the name took her a long way back, to the exciting days before the First World War, when she was a student in Florence, sharing an apartment with two American sisters. They had been very different to young Jane Marple, quietly brought up in a gentle English cathedral town. Ruth was tall and full of energy, while Carrie Louise was small, delicate and dreamy. But both had that direct American way of talking, and she had liked them at once. "When did you last see Carrie Louise, Jane?"
"Oh, not for many years. Of course, we still send cards at Christmas."
Such a strange thing, friendship. She, young Jane Marple, and the two Americans had separated after school, and yet the old affection was still there. And it was strange that Ruth, whose home, or rather homes, had been in America, was the sister Jane had seen more often. No, perhaps not strange. Every year or two, Ruth had come over to Europe, rushing from London to Paris, onto the Riviera, and back again, but she always saw her old friends. There had been many affectionate meetings like this one. However, Jane had not seen Carrie Louise for 20 years, although Carrie Louise lived in England. But this was natural, because when you live in the same country as an old friend, but have very different lives, you do not meet. The paths of Jane Marple and Carrie Louise did not cross. It was as simple as that.
"Why are you worried about Carrie Louise, Ruth?"
asked Miss Marple. In a way, that's what worries me most. I don't know.
"She's not ill?"
She's very delicate, always has been, but no worse than usual.
"Unhappy?"
Oh, no. No, it wouldn't be that, thought Miss Marple. It was difficult to imagine Carrie Louise being unhappy. Carrie Louise, said Ruth Van Rydock, has always believed that everyone is like her, good-natured and with a kind heart. She was always the one of us who had ideals. Of course, it was the fashion when we were young to have ideals. We all had them. It was the proper thing for young girls. You were going to nurse lepers, Jane, and I was going to be a nun. But we got over all that nonsense. Marriage certainly makes you face the real world. Still, marriage has worked well for me. That was true, thought Miss Marple. Ruth had been married 3 times, each time to a wealthy man, and each divorce had increased her bank balance without making her in the least bitter. Of course, said Miss Van Rydock, I've always been tough. I've not expected too much of men, and had no regrets. Tommy and I are still excellent friends, and Julius often asks me my opinion about business. She frowned. I believe that's what worries me about Carrie Louise. She's always had a tendency, you know, to marry cranks.
Cranks?
Adults with ideals. Carrie Louise was always impressed by ideals. There she was, as pretty as can be, just 17 and listening with her eyes wide to old Gulbranson, talking about his plans for the human race. He was over 50, and she married him, a widower with a family of grown-up children, all because of his philanthropic ideas. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. The name of Gulbranson was known internationally. A man who had earned a huge fortune and then used it to create many great charitable organizations. She didn't marry him for his money, you know, said Ruth. I would have, but not Carrie Louise. And then he died when she was 32. But then I really was happiest about Carrie Louise when she was married to Johnny Restarek. Of course, he did marry her for her money. Johnny was lazy and pleasure-loving, but that's so much safer than being a crank. All Johnny wanted was to live well and for Carrie Louise to enjoy herself. That kind of man is so very safe. Give him comfort and luxury and he'll purr like a cat. I never took that theatrical designing of his very seriously, but Carrie Louise loved it. She thought it was very artistic work and wanted him to go back into the theater, and then that terrible Yugoslavian woman got hold of him and took him away.
Was Carrie Louise very upset?
Asked Miss Marple. I don't believe she was. She was absolutely sweet about it. But then she is sweet. She gave Alex and Stephen, Johnny's sons by his first marriage, a home with her, and that Yugoslavian woman gave Johnny a terrible 6 months, and then, in a temper, drove him over a cliff in a car. Mrs. Van Rydock paused. And what does Carrie Louise do next? But marry this man, Louis Sericold, another crank, another man with ideals. Oh, he certainly loves her, but he also wants to improve everybody's lives for them. And really, you know, nobody can do that for you. You have to do it yourself. "I wonder," said Miss Marple. "Only, of course, there's a fashion in philanthropy, just like there is in clothes. It used to be education for all in Gulbranson's time, but that's out of date. The government does that now. Everyone expects education as a right and doesn't think much of it when they get it. Juvenile delinquency is the top fashion nowadays. All these young criminals, everyone's mad about them. You should see Louis Sericold's eyes shine behind those thick glasses of his, mad with enthusiasm. He is one of those men with huge willpower who likes living on a banana and a piece of toast and puts all their energies into a cause. And Carrie Louise loves it, just as she always did. But I don't like it, Jane. They've had meetings of the trustees, and Stonygates is now a training establishment for juvenile criminals, full of boys who aren't normal, with psychiatrists and psychologists and occupational therapists and teachers. Half of them quite mad. Cranks, the lot of them. And my little Carrie Louise is in the middle of it all." She paused and stared helplessly at Miss Marple. Miss Marple said,
"But you haven't told me yet, Ruth, what you are really afraid of."
"I tell you, I don't know, and that's what worries me. I've just been down to Stonygates, and I felt there was something wrong. But I don't know if it's these young criminals, or if it's something more personal. I can't say what it is. And I want you, Jane, to go down there right away and find out exactly what is wrong."
"Me?"
exclaimed Miss Marple.
"Why me?"
"Because you know about these things, Jane. Nothing has ever surprised you. You always believe the worst."
"The worst is so often true,"
said Miss Marple. "I can't think why you have such a poor opinion of human nature, living in that peaceful village of St. Mary Mead."
"Human nature, dear, is very much the same everywhere. The things that happen in a peaceful village would probably surprise you. It is more difficult to notice them in a city, that is all."
"My point is that they don't surprise you. So you will go down to Stonygates and find out what's wrong, won't you?"
"But, Ruth, dear, that would be most difficult."
"No, it wouldn't. I've thought it all out. Please don't be angry with me." Mrs. Van Rydock began a nervous explanation. "You'll admit, I'm sure, that things have been difficult since the war, for people with small fixed incomes, for people like you, Jane."
"Oh, yes, indeed. If it wasn't for the great generosity of my nephew Raymond, I really don't know how I would manage with money."
"Carrie Louise knows nothing about your nephew," said Mrs. Van Rydock. "The point, as I put it to Carrie Louise, is that it's just too bad about dear Jane. Sometimes she doesn't have enough to eat, and she's much too proud to ask old friends for anything. You couldn't offer her money, but a nice long rest in lovely surroundings with an old friend and with plenty of good food." Ruth Van Rydock paused and then added, "Now, go on. Be angry if you want." Miss Marple opened her blue eyes in gentle surprise.
"But why should I be angry at you, Ruth? It was a very good approach. I'm sure Carrie Louise responded."
"She's writing to you. Honestly, Jane, you don't mind?" She hesitated, and Miss Marple put her thoughts neatly into words.
"Going to Stonygates and pretending to be in need of charity? Not in the least. You think it is necessary, and I agree with you."
Mrs. Van Rydock stared at her. "But why? What have you heard?"
"I haven't heard anything. It's you that I trust, Ruth."
Chapter 3. Miss Marple got out of the train at Market Kindle Station, holding tightly a string bag and an old leather handbag, and looking more poorly dressed than usual. Miss Marple was looking around the windy station. There were no passengers or railway staff anywhere, when a young man came up to her.
"Miss Marple?"
His voice had an unexpectedly dramatic quality, as though he was playing a part in a theatre.
"I've come to meet you from Stonygates."
The personality of this young man did not match his voice. His loud voice was meant to make him seem important, when in fact he was almost nervous.
"Oh, thank you," said Miss Marple. "There's just this suitcase."
The young man raised a hand at a porter who was pushing some large boxes past on a handcart.
"Bring it out, please," he said, and added importantly, "for Stonygates." "I won't be long," the porter said cheerfully.
Miss Marple thought that the young man was not too pleased about this delay. Taking Miss Marple towards the exit, he said,
"I'm Edgar Lawson. Mrs. Sericold asked me to meet you. I help Mr. Sericold in his work."
He behaved as if he were a busy and important man who had, very charmingly, put important business on one side to be polite to his employer's wife. And again, it was not completely successful. It had a theatrical flavour. Miss Marple began to wonder about Edgar Lawson. They came out of the station to where a rather old Ford was standing. Just then, a new two-seater Rolls Bentley came into the station yard and stopped in front of the Ford. A beautiful young woman jumped out. The fact that she wore old trousers and a simple shirt seemed somehow to make it more obvious that she was not only beautiful, but expensive.
"There you are, Edgar. I see you've got Miss Marple. I came to meet her."
She smiled brilliantly at Miss Marple, showing lovely teeth in a sunburnt face.
"I'm Gina," she said, "Carrie Louise's granddaughter. What was your journey like? Simply horrible? What a nice string bag. I love string bags. I'll take it and you get in."
Edgar's face blushed red. He complained,
"Look here, Gina. I came to meet Miss Marple. It was all arranged."
Again that wide smile.
"Oh, I know, Edgar, but I suddenly thought it would be nice if I came. I'll take her with me, and you can wait and bring her cases."
She shut the door on Miss Marple, jumped in the driving seat, and they drove quickly out of the station. Miss Marple looked back at Edgar Lawson's face.
"I don't think, my dear," she said, "that Mr. Lawson is very pleased."
Gina laughed.
"Edgar's such a fool," she said. "Always so self-important. He really thinks he is important."
Miss Marple asked,
"Isn't he important?" "Edgar!"
There was a thoughtless cruelty in Gina's laugh.
"Oh, he's mad anyway."
"Mad?"
"Oh, you know," said Gina. "Crazy. They're all mad at Stonygates. I don't mean Lewis and Grandma and me and the boys. And not Miss Belliver, of course, but the others. Sometimes I feel I'm going a bit mad myself, living there."
Gina gave her a quick sideways look.
"You were at school with Grandma, weren't you?"
"Yes, indeed," said Miss Marple, thinking of being young and struggling with English literature.
"And it is a long time since I've seen her. I wonder if I'll find her much changed." "She walks with a stick because of her arthritis. It's got much worse lately." "Have you been to Stonygates before?" "No." "The house is pretty horrible, really," said Gina cheerfully. "And everything's very serious, with psychiatrists everywhere. But the young criminals are fun, some of them. One showed me how to open locks with a bit of wire, and one child taught me how to knock people out."
Miss Marple considered this thoughtfully.
"It's the violent ones I like best," said Gina. "I don't like the mad ones so much. Of course, Lewis and Dr. Maverick think they're all mad.
I mean, they think it's because they've had a bad home life, with mothers who ran away with soldiers and all that. I don't really agree, because some people have had terrible home lives and yet have managed to grow up all right.
I'm sure it is a difficult problem, said Miss Marple. The young man who met me at the station, is he Mr. Sericold's secretary?
Oh, Edgar hasn't got enough brains to be a secretary. He's mad, really. He used to stay at hotels and pretend he was an Air Force pilot with medals. He used to borrow money and then run off. I think he's just bad. But Louis makes them all feel one of the family and gives them jobs to do to encourage them to be responsible. I expect we'll be murdered by one of them one of these days.
Gina laughed happily. Miss Marple did not laugh. They turned through some large gates where a man was standing on duty and went up a drive with bushes on both sides. The drive and gardens were not at all cared for. Understanding Miss Marple's look, Gina said, "It does look terrible. There were no gardeners during the war, and since then we haven't spent any money on it." They came round a curve, and Stonygates appeared. It was huge, and as Gina had said, horrible.
"Ugly, isn't it?" said Gina affectionately. "There's Grandma on the terrace. I'll stop here, and you can go and meet her."
Miss Marple walked along the terrace towards her old friend. From a distance, the slim little figure looked girlish, even though she was leaning on a stick and moving slowly and painfully. It was as though a young girl was acting an old woman.
"Jane,"
said Mrs. Sericold.
"Dear Carrie Louise."
Yes, unmistakably Carrie Louise. Strangely unchanged still, although, unlike her sister, she used nothing artificial to make her look young. Her hair was grey, but it had always been silvery and had changed very little. Her skin was still pink and white, though now it was wrinkled. Her eyes still had their innocence. She had the slim figure of a girl and looked at the world with all the bright interest that her friend remembered.
"I do blame myself," said Carrie Louise in her sweet voice, "for letting it be so long. It has been years since I saw you, Jane dear. It's lovely that you've come here at last."
From the end of the terrace, Gina called,
"You ought to come in, Grandma. It's getting cold, and Jolly will be angry."
Carrie Louise gave her little musical laugh.
"They all take care of me as if I was an old woman."
"And you don't feel like one?"
"No, I don't, Jane. Even with all my pains, inside I still feel just like a young girl. Perhaps everyone does. It seems only a few months ago that we were in Florence. Do you remember Fräulein Schweich and her boots?"
The two women laughed together at events that had happened nearly half a century ago. They walked together to a side door, where a very thin elderly lady met them. She had a proud nose, a short haircut, and wore thick, well-made clothes. She said fiercely,
"It's so bad of you, Carrie Louise, to stay out so late. You just do not take care of yourself. What will Mr. Sericold say?"
"Please don't be angry, Jolly," said Carrie Louise.
She introduced Miss Marple.
"This is Miss Belliver, who is simply everything to me. Nurse, secretary, housekeeper, and very faithful friend."
Juliet Jolly Belliver sniffed, and the end of her big nose turned rather pink, a sign of emotion.
"I do what I can," she said in her deep voice. "This is a very unorganized household. You simply cannot arrange any kind of routine."
"Darling Jolly, where are you putting Miss Marple?"
"In the blue room. Shall I take her up?"
asked Miss Belliver.
"Yes, please do, Jolly, and then bring her down to tea in the hall."
The blue room had heavy curtains of a rich blue that must have been, Miss Marple thought, 50 years old.
The furniture was big and solid. Miss Belliver opened a door into a bathroom. This was unexpectedly modern.
John Restarrick had 10 bathrooms put into the house, Miss Belliver explained. That's about the only thing that's ever been modernised. Do you want a wash before tea?
Miss Belliver took Miss Marple down the big grim staircase and across a huge dark hall and into a room where bookshelves went up to the ceiling and a big window looked out over a lake. Carrie Louise was standing by the window, and Miss Marple joined her.
"What a large house this is," said Miss Marple. "I feel quite lost in it."
Yes, there were 14 living rooms, all huge. What can people do with more than one living room? And all those huge bedrooms, so much unnecessary space.
You haven't had it modernized?
Carrie Louise looked surprised. No, those things don't matter, do they? There are so many things that are much more important. We've just kept the great hall and the nearest rooms, but the east and west wings have been divided up so that we have offices and bedrooms for the teaching staff. The boys are all in the college building. You can see it from here. Miss Marple looked out to where large red brick buildings showed through some trees. Then her eyes fell on something nearer, and she smiled.
"What a beautiful girl Gina is," she said.
Carrie Louise's face lit up. "Yes, isn't she?" she said softly. "It's so lovely to have her back here again. I sent her to America at the beginning of the war, to Ruth. Poor Ruth. She was so upset about Gina's marriage. But I don't blame her. Ruth doesn't realize, as I do, that the old class differences are gone, or are going. Gina was doing her war work, and she met this young man, Walter Hudd. He was a Marine and had a very good war record. And a week later, they were married. It was all far too quick, of course. There was no time to find out if they were really suited to each other, but that's the way of things nowadays. We may think young people are unwise, but we have to accept their decisions. Ruth, though, was terribly upset.
She didn't think the young man was suitable?
He came from the Midwest of America and had no money and no profession. He wasn't Ruth's idea of what was right for Gina. However, the thing was done. I was so pleased when they accepted my invitation to come over here. There's so much going on here, jobs of every kind. If Walter wants to make a start in medicine or get a degree or anything, he could do it in this country. After all, this is Gina's home. It's delightful to have her back." Miss Marple nodded and looked out of the window again at the two young people standing near the lake.
"They're a very handsome couple, too," she said. "I'm not surprised Gina fell in love with him."
"Oh, but that isn't Walter. That's Steve, the younger of Johnny Restarrick's two boys. Steve is in charge of our drama now. We have a theater, you know, and plays. We encourage all the arts. Lewis says that so much of this juvenile crime is due to showing off. Most of the boys have had such an unhappy home life that their crimes make them feel like heroes. We encourage them to write their own plays and act in them, and design and paint their own scenery. Steve is in charge of the theater. It's wonderful. He's so enthusiastic."
"I see," said Miss Marple.
She did see, very clearly, the handsome face of Stephen Restarrick as he stood talking eagerly to Gina. Gina's face she could not see, but there was no mistaking Stephen's expression.
"I suppose you realize, Carrie Louise," said Miss Marple, "that he's in love with her."
"Oh, no." Carrie Louise looked troubled. "I do hope not." Chapter 4. Before Mrs. Sericold could say anything more, her husband came in from the hall, carrying some letters. Louis Sericold was a short man, but he had a strong personality. He was full of energy, and he concentrated completely on who he was speaking to.
"Bad news, dearest," he said. "That boy, Jackie Flint, he's in trouble again, and I really did think he meant to stay honest this time. He seemed so sincere about it. You know he always liked railways, and Dr. Maverick and I thought that if he got a railways job he would be good at it. But it's the same story. He's been stealing from the parcels office. We haven't got the answer to his troubles yet, but I'm not giving up."
"Louis, this is my old friend, Jane Marple."
"Oh, how do you do?"
said Mr. Sericold, not really noticing Jane.
"Jackie is a nice boy, too. Not too many brains, but a really nice boy. Terrible home he came from.
He suddenly gave all his attention to the guest.
"Why, Miss Marple, I'm delighted you've come to stay with us. It will make such a great difference to Carrie to have a friend from the old days she can exchange memories with. She has in many ways a bad time here. So much sadness in the stories of these poor children. We do hope you'll stay with us a long time."
Miss Marple could understand why her friend had been so attracted to this charming man. Though she was sure that Louis Sericold would always think that causes were more important than people. It might have made some women angry, but not Carrie Louise. Louis Sericold took out another letter.
"And we do have some good news. This is from the bank. Young Morris is doing extremely well. They're very satisfied with him and are promoting him. I knew that all he needed was responsibility. That and a thorough training in dealing with money."
He turned to Miss Marple.
"Half these boys don't know what money is. It means no more to them than buying cigarettes. Yet they're clever with numbers and find it exciting to use them. Well, I believe in training them, in accountancy, to show them how money works. Give them skill and then responsibility. Our greatest successes have been that way. Only 2 out of 38 have failed us. One is a head cashier, a really responsible position."
He broke off to say,
"Tea's already in the hall, dearest,"
to his wife. Carrie Louise linked her arm through Miss Marple's, and they went into the great hall. Tea seemed rather strange in these surroundings. The tea things were in a pile on a tray, inexpensive white cups mixed with the remains of some very good quality old tea services. There was a loaf of bread, 2 pots of jam, and some cheap-looking cakes. A plump middle-aged woman with grey hair sat behind the tea table, and Mrs. Sericold said,
"Jane, this is my daughter, Mildred. You haven't seen her since she was a tiny girl."
Mildred Street looked exactly like a canon's widow, wealthy, respectable, and slightly boring. She was a plain woman with a large face. She had been, Miss Marple remembered, a very plain little girl.
"And this is Walter Hudd, Gina's husband."
Walter was a big young man, with hair brushed up on his head and a bad-tempered expression. He nodded uncomfortably and continued putting cake into his mouth. Soon after, Gina came in with Stephen Restarek. They were both excited.
"Gina's got a wonderful idea for that scenery," said Stephen. "You know, Gina, you've got a talent for theatrical designing."
Gina laughed and looked pleased. Edgar Lawson came in and sat down by Louis Sericold. When Gina spoke to him, he did not answer. There were more people at dinner. A young Dr. Maverick, who was a psychiatrist, and whose detailed medical conversation was not easy to understand. There were also 2 young teachers, and a Mr. Baumgarten, who was an occupational therapist, and 3 very shy young men. When there were guests, a few boys were chosen to learn how to behave properly at the dinner table. One of them, a fair-haired boy with blue eyes, was, Gina whispered to her, the expert at knocking people out. The meal was badly cooked and badly served. After dinner, Louis Sericold went away with Dr. Maverick to his office. The therapist and the teachers went away to their own rooms. The 3 juvenile cases went back to the college. Gina and Stephen went to the college theatre. Mildred knitted and Miss Belliver repaired socks. Walter sat and stared at nothing. Carrie Louise and Miss Marple talked about the old days. Edgar Lawson seemed unable to stay still. He sat down and then got up.
"I wonder if I ought to go to Mr. Sericold," he said rather loudly. "He may need me."
Carrie Louise said gently, "I don't think so. He was going to talk over some cases with Dr. Maverick."
"Then I certainly won't interrupt. I won't go where I'm not wanted. I've already wasted time today, going down to the station, where Mrs. Hudd meant to go there herself."
"Gina should have told you," said Carrie Louise, "but I think she just decided at the last moment."
"You do understand, Mrs. Sericold, that she made me look a complete fool?"
No, said Carrie Louise, smiling. "You mustn't have these ideas."
"I know I'm not needed or wanted. I'm perfectly aware of that. If I had my proper place in life, things would be very different indeed. It's no fault of mine that I haven't got my proper place in life."
"Now, Edgar," said Carrie Louise, "don't get excited about nothing. Jane thinks it was very kind of you to meet her. Gina has these sudden ideas. She didn't mean to upset you."
"Oh, yes, she did. It was done on purpose, to make a fool of me."
"Oh, Edgar."
"You don't know half of what's going on, Mrs. Sericold. Well, I won't say any more now, except good night."
Edgar went out, shutting the door loudly. Miss Belliver sniffed.
"Terrible manners."
"He's so sensitive," said Carrie Louise. Mildred Street said sharply, "He is a horrible young man, Mother." "Louis says he can't help it." Walter Hudd spoke for the first time that evening.
"That guy's crazy. That's all there is to it. Crazy."
Chapter 5. The next morning, Miss Marple went out into the gardens. They were in a very bad way. The grass was long, the flower borders were full of weeds, and the paths were overgrown. The kitchen gardens, on the other hand, were full of vegetables, and a large part of what had once been lawn and flower garden was now tennis courts and a bowling green. As Miss Marple pulled up a weed, Edgar Lawson appeared in a neat dark suit. She called him, asking if he knew where any gardening tools were kept.
"It's such a pity to see this," said Miss Marple. "I do like gardens. Now, I don't suppose you ever think about gardens, Mr. Lawson. You have so much important work to do for Mr. Sericold. You must find it all most interesting."
He answered quickly,
Yes, it is interesting."
"And you must be of the greatest help to Mr. Sericold."
His face became troubled.
"I don't know. I can't be sure."
He broke off. There was a garden seat nearby, and Miss Marple sat down.
"I am sure," she said brightly, "that Mr. Sericold relies on you."
"I don't know," said Edgar. "I really don't."
He sat down beside her.
"I'm in a very difficult position."
"Of course," said Miss Marple.
"This is all highly confidential," he said.
"Of course," said Miss Marple.
"Actually, my father is a very important man. Nobody knows except Mr. Sericold. You see, it might do my father's position harm if the story got out."
He smiled, a sad, dignified smile.
"You see, I'm Winston Churchill's son."
"Oh," said Miss Marple, "I see."
And she did see. She remembered a rather sad story in St. Mary Mead, and what had happened afterwards. Edgar Lawson continued, and what he said seemed more like a young man acting on a stage than talking about his life.
There were reasons. My mother wasn't free. Her own husband was in a mental hospital. There could be no divorce. So there was no question of marriage. I don't really blame them. My father has always done everything he could, privately, of course. But the trouble is, he's got enemies, and they're against me too. They keep us apart. They watch me. Wherever I go, they spy on me, and they make things go wrong for me.
Miss Marple shook her head.
Dear, dear,
she said.
In London, I was studying to be a doctor. They changed my exam answers. They wanted me to fail. They followed me, told things about me to my landlady. They follow me wherever I go. Mr. Sericold brought me down here. He was very kind. But even here, you know, I'm not safe. They're here too, working against me, making the others dislike me. Mr. Sericold says that isn't true, but Mr. Sericold doesn't know. Or else, I wonder. Sometimes I've thought...
He got up.
This is all confidential. You do understand that, don't you? But if you notice anyone following me, spying, I mean, let me know who it is.
He went away, and Miss Marple watched him and wondered. There was something a little wrong about Edgar Lawson, perhaps more than a little, and Edgar Lawson reminded her of someone. A voice spoke.
Crazy. Just crazy.
Walter Hudd was standing beside her. He was frowning as he stared after Edgar.
What kind of a place is this anyway? He said. They're all crazy. That Edgar guy. What do you think about him? He says his father's really General Montgomery. He told Gina he was the heir to the Russian throne. Hell, doesn't the guy know who his father really was?
I should imagine not, said Miss Marple. That is probably the trouble.
Walter sat down beside her.
They're all crazy here.
You don't like Stonygates?
The young man frowned.
I simply don't understand. They're rich, these people, and look at the way they live. Old broken cups and plates and cheap stuff all mixed up. No proper servants. Curtains and chair covers falling to pieces. Mrs. Sericold just doesn't care. Look at that dress she was wearing last night. Nearly worn out, and yet she can buy what she likes. Money. They're so rich.
He paused, thinking.
There's nothing wrong with being poor if you're young and strong and ready to work. I had some money saved. Gina comes from a better family than me. But it didn't matter. We fell in love. We are mad about each other. We got married. We were going to open a garage back home. Gina was willing. Then that arrogant Aunt Ruth of Gina's started making trouble, and Gina wanted to come here to England to see her grandmother. Well, that seemed fair enough. It was her home, and I wanted to see England anyway. So we came. Just a visit, that's what I thought.
He became more angry.
But we got caught up in this crazy business. Why don't we stay here? That's what they say. Plenty of jobs for me. Jobs? I don't want a job feeding sweets to baby criminals. Don't people who've got money understand their luck? Don't they understand that most of the world can't have a great place like this? Isn't it crazy to turn your back on your luck when you've got it? I'll work the way I like, and at what I like. This place makes me feel I'm trapped. And Gina, I don't understand her anymore. I can't even talk to her now. Oh, hell.
Miss Marple said gently,
I quite see your point of view.
Walter gave her a look.
You're the only one I've talked to so far. I don't know what it is about you. I know you're English, but you do remind me of my Aunt Betsy back home.
Now that's very nice.
She had a lot of sense.
Walter continued thoughtfully.
She looked weak, but she was tough. Yes, ma'am,
I'll say she was tough. He got up. Sorry about talking to you in this way. For the first time, Miss Marple saw him smile. It was a very attractive smile, and Walter Hudd was suddenly changed from an awkward, bad-tempered boy into a handsome and charming young man. I had to say it, I suppose, but I wasn't right to worry you.
Not at all, my dear boy, said Miss Marple. I have a nephew of my own.
You've got other company coming, said Walter Hudd. That woman doesn't like me. Goodbye, ma'am. Thanks for the talk. He walked away, and Miss Marple watched Mildred Street coming across the lawn to join her. I see you've been bothered by that terrible young man, said Mrs. Street as she sat down. What a tragedy that is.
A tragedy?
Gina's marriage. I told Mother it was unwise to send her off to America.
It must have been difficult to decide what was right, said Miss Marple. Where children were concerned, I mean, with the possibility of a German invasion.
Nonsense, said Mrs. Street. I knew we would win the war, but Mother has always been unreasonable where Gina is concerned. The child was always spoilt. Oh, you've no idea, Aunt Jane, she cried suddenly. And then there's Mother's idealistic projects. This whole place is impossible. Lewis thinks of nothing but these horrible young criminals, and Mother thinks of nothing but him. Everything Lewis does is right. Look at the garden and the house. Nothing is done properly. There's more than enough money. It's just that nobody cares. Mother won't even buy herself proper clothes. If it were my house. She stopped and then said in surprise, Here is Lewis. How strange. He rarely comes into the garden. Mr. Sericold came towards them in the same single-minded way that he did everything. He appeared not to notice Mildred, because it was only Miss Marple who was in his mind. I'm so sorry, he said. I wanted to take you round and show you everything, but I must go to Liverpool to help Jackie Flint. If only we can get the police not to prosecute. Mildred Street got up and walked away. Louis Sericold did not notice. His earnest eyes looked at Miss Marple through thick glasses. You see, he said, the police nearly always take the wrong view. Prison is no good at all. Corrective training like we have here. Miss Marple interrupted him.
Mr. Sericold, she said, are you satisfied that young Mr. Lawson is quite normal?
A worried expression appeared on Louis Sericold's face. I do hope he's not getting worse again. What has he been saying?
He told me that he was Winston Churchill's son.
Of course, the usual statements. He's illegitimate, as you've probably guessed, poor boy, and from a very poor family. He hit a man in the street who he said was spying on him. It was all very typical. His father was a sailor. The mother didn't even know his name. The child started imagining things about his father and about himself. He wore uniform and medals that he had no right to wear. All very typical. But Dr. Maverick believes we can help give him self-confidence, make him understand that it's not a man's family background that is important, but what he is. There has been a great improvement. And now you say— He shook his head.
Could he be dangerous, Mr. Sericold? He talked to me of enemies, of persecution. Isn't that a dangerous sign?
I don't think so, but I'll speak to Maverick. So far, he has been very hopeful. He looked at his watch. I must go. Ah, here is our dear Jolly. She will look after you.
Miss Belliver arrived in a hurry.
The car is at the door, Mr. Sericold. I will take Miss Marple over to Dr. Maverick at the Institute.
Thank you. I must go.
Louis Sericold hurried away. Looking after him, Miss Belliver said,
Some day that man will simply fall down dead. He never rests. He is passionate about this cause,
said Miss Marple.
"He never thinks of anything else," said Miss Belliver grimly. "His wife is a sweet woman, as you know, Miss Marple, and she should have love and attention. But the only thing people here think about is a lot of dishonest boys who don't want to do any hard work. What about the good boys from good homes? Why isn't something done for them? Honesty just isn't interesting to cranks like Mr. Sericold and Dr. Maverick."
They crossed the garden and came to the grand gate, which Eric Gulbranson had built as an entrance to his ugly red-brick college building. Dr. Maverick, looking, Miss Marple decided, not normal himself, came out to meet them.
"Thank you, Miss Belliver," he said. "Now, Miss Marple, in our view, psychiatry is the answer. It's a medical problem. That's what we've got to get the police and the law courts to understand. Do look up. You'll see how we begin."
Miss Marple looked up over the doorway and read, "Recover hope, all you who enter here."
Isn't that just right? We don't want to punish these boys. We want to make them feel what fine young men they are.
"Like Edgar Lawson," said Miss Marple.
Interesting case, that. Have you been talking to him?
"He has been talking to me," said Miss Marple. "I wondered if, perhaps, he isn't a little mad."
Dr. Maverick laughed cheerfully.
"We're all mad, dear lady."
He hurried her in through the door.
"That's the secret. We're all a little mad."
Chapter 6. On the whole, it was rather an exhausting day. Enthusiasm can be extremely tiring, Miss Marple thought. She felt dissatisfied with herself. There was a pattern here, perhaps several patterns, and yet she could not get a clear view of them. Any worry she felt was centred round Edgar Lawson. Something was wrong about Edgar Lawson, something that went beyond the admitted facts. But Miss Marple could not see how that wrongness, whatever it was, affected her friend Carrie Louise. When, on the following morning, Carrie Louise came and sat down on the garden seat beside her and asked her what she was thinking about, Miss Marple replied,
"You, Carrie Louise."
"What about me?"
"Tell me honestly, is there anything here that worries you?"
"Worries me?" The woman raised clear blue eyes. "But Jane, what should worry me?"
"Well, most of us have worries."
Miss Marple's eyes were bright.
"I worry about things eating the vegetables I grow in my garden, getting sheets properly repaired. Oh, lots of little things. It seems unnatural that you shouldn't have any worries at all."
"I suppose I must have," said Mrs. Sericold. "Louis works too hard, and Stephen forgets his meals, working so hard at the theatre, and Gina is very nervous. But I've never been able to change people. I don't see how you can. So it wouldn't be any good worrying, would it?"
"Mildred's not very happy either, is she?"
"Oh, no," said Carrie Louise. "Mildred is never happy. She wasn't as a child. Quite unlike Pipper."
"Perhaps," suggested Miss Marple, "there was a reason for Mildred not to be happy."
Carrie Louise said quietly, "Because of being jealous? Yes, I suppose that could be true. But people don't really need a cause for feeling what they feel. They're just made that way. Don't you think so, Jane?" Miss Marple said,
"I expect you're right, Carrie Louise."
"Of course, not having any worries is partly because of Jolly. Dear Jolly, she takes care of me as though I were a baby. She would do anything for me. I really believe Jolly would murder someone for me, Jane. Isn't that a terrible thing to say?"
"She's certainly devoted," agreed Miss Marple.
"She would like me to buy wonderful clothes and every luxury, and she thinks everybody ought to take care of me." Mrs. Sericold's musical laugh rang out. "All our poor boys are, in her view, spoilt young criminals, and not worth the trouble. She thinks this place is bad for my arthritis, and I ought to go somewhere warm and dry.
Do you suffer much from arthritis?
It's got much worse lately. I find it difficult to walk. I get awful pains in my legs. Oh, well. Again there came that lovely smile. These things come with age. Miss Belliver came out of the French windows and hurried across to them.
A telegram has just come. Arriving this afternoon, Christian Gulbranson.
Christian? Carrie Louise looked surprised. I had no idea he was in England.
Shall I put him in the guest room?
Yes, please, Jolly. Then there will be no stairs. Miss Belliver returned to the house. Christian Gulbranson is my stepson, said Carrie Louise. My first husband's eldest son. Actually, he's 2 years older than I am. He's the main trustee of the Institute. How very annoying that Louis is away. Christian Gulbranson arrived that afternoon in time for tea. He was a big, heavy-featured man with a slow way of talking. He greeted Carrie Louise with every sign of affection.
And how is our little Carrie Louise? You don't look a day older.
His hands on her shoulders, he stood smiling down at her. A hand pulled his sleeve. Christian!
Ah, he turned. It is Mildred. How are you, Mildred?
Christian Gulbranson and his half-sister looked very much alike, although there was nearly 30 years' difference in age. Mildred seemed particularly pleased by his arrival.
And how is little Gina? Said Gulbranson, turning to her. You and your husband are still here, then?
Yes, we've quite settled down, haven't we, Walter?
It looks like it, said Walter, unfriendly as usual. So here I am with all the family again, said Gulbranson.
He spoke with a determined happiness, but in fact, Miss Marple thought, he was not happy. There was a grim look about him. Introduced to Miss Marple, he looked at her with careful attention. We had no idea you were in England, Christian, said Mrs. Saracold. It is too bad that Louis is away.
It is necessary that I see Louis. When will he be back?
Tomorrow afternoon. If only you had let us know.
My dear Carrie Louise, my arrangements were made very suddenly.
Miss Belliver said to Miss Marple,
Mr. Gulbranson and Mr. Saracold are trustees of the Gulbranson Institute. The others are the Bishop of Cromer and Mr. Guilfoy.
It appeared, then, that it was business that brought Christian Gulbranson to Stonygates. It seemed to be what everyone else thought, and yet Miss Marple wondered. Once or twice the old man looked at Carrie Louise in a way that puzzled Miss Marple. Then he moved his eyes to the others, making a sort of hidden judgment. After tea, Miss Marple tactfully left the family and went into the library. Rather to her surprise, when she had settled herself with her knitting, Christian Gulbranson came in and sat down beside her.
You are a very old friend, I think, of our dear Carrie Louise, he said. We were at school together in Italy, Mr. Gulbranson, many years ago. Ah, yes. And you are fond of her?
Yes, indeed, said Miss Marple warmly.
So, I think, is everyone, and it should be so, for she is a very dear and lovely person. I and my brothers have always loved her. She has been like a very dear sister. She was loyal to my father and to all his ideas. She has never thought of herself, but put the needs of others first.
She has always been an idealist, said Miss Marple.
An idealist? Yes, that is so, and therefore it may be that she does not truly understand the evil that there is in the world.
Miss Marple looked at him, surprised.
"Tell me," he said, "how is her health?"
Again Miss Marple felt surprised.
"She seems to me very well, apart from arthritis."
"Arthritis? Yes. And her heart? Her heart is good?"
"As far as I know, but until yesterday I had not seen her for many years. If you want to know the state of her health, you should ask somebody in the house here. Miss Belliver, for instance."
Christian Gulbranson was staring at her very hard.
"Sometimes," he said simply, "it is hard to know what is the best thing to do. I wish to act for the best. I am particularly anxious that no harm and no unhappiness should come to that dear lady. But it is not easy. Not easy at all."
Mrs. Street came into the room at that moment. "Christian, Dr. Maverick wants to know if you would like to discuss anything with him."
"No, I will wait until Lewis returns. But I will have a word with him."
Gulbranson hurried out. Mildred Street stared after him, and then stared at Miss Marple. "I wonder if anything is wrong. Christian is very unlike himself. Did he say anything?"
"He only asked me about your mother's health."
"Her health? Why would he ask you about that?" Mildred spoke sharply. Her large square face went red.
"I really don't know."
"Mother's health is perfectly good. Surprising for a woman of her age. I hope you told him so."
"I don't really know anything about it," said Miss Marple. "He asked me about her heart."
"There's nothing wrong with Mother's heart."
"I'm delighted to hear you say so, my dear."
What on earth put all these strange ideas into Christian's head?
"I've no idea," said Miss Marple.
Chapter 7. The next day seemed uneventful. Christian Gulbranson spent the morning with Dr. Maverick in the Institute. In the early afternoon, Gina took him for a drive, and after that he asked Miss Belliver to show him the gardens. It seemed to Miss Marple that he wanted a private talk with her. The only disturbing thing happened about 4 o'clock. Miss Marple had gone out in the garden to take a walk before tea. Coming round some overgrown bushes, she met Edgar Lawson, who was rushing along talking to himself, and who nearly ran into her. He said,
"I beg your pardon,"
but Miss Marple was startled by the strange, staring expression of his eyes.
"Aren't you feeling well, Mr. Lawson?"
"Well, I've had a shock. A terrible shock."
The young man gave a quick look past her, and then an uneasy look to either side.
"Shall I tell you?"
He looked at her doubtfully.
"I don't know. I don't really know. I've been spied on so much."
Miss Marple took him firmly by the arm.
"If we walk down this path, there now, there are no trees or bushes near. Nobody can overhear."
No, you're right."
He took a deep breath, bent his head, and almost whispered,
"I've made a terrible discovery."
Edgar Lawson began to shake. He was almost crying.
"I trusted someone. I believed them. But it was lies. All lies.
Lies to keep me from finding out the truth.
It's so cruel. You see, he was the one person I trusted. And now, to find out that all the time he's been my enemy. It's he who put spies to watch me. But he can't get away with it any more. I shall speak out. I shall tell him I know what he has been doing."
"Who is he?" demanded Miss Marple.
Edgar Lawson stood up straight.
"My father."
"Montgomery? Or do you mean Winston Churchill?"
Edgar gave her a disapproving look.
"They let me think that, just to keep me from learning the truth. But I know now. I've got a friend, a real friend who tells me the truth. Well, my father will have to face me.
I'll throw his lies in his face. We'll see what he's got to say to that."
And suddenly Edgar ran off. Her face serious, Miss Marple went back to the house. "We're all a little mad," Dr. Maverick had said. But it seemed to her that in Edgar's case it went further than that. Louis Sericold arrived back at 6:30. He stopped the car at the gates and walked to the house through the gardens. From her window, Miss Marple saw Christian Gulbranson go out to meet him, and the two men turned to walk along the terrace and back. Miss Marple had been careful to bring her bird-watching binoculars with her. She noticed, before lifting the binoculars to her eyes, that both men were looking very worried. Miss Marple leant out a little farther. Bits of conversation reached her now and then. If the men looked up, it would be obvious that an enthusiastic bird-watcher had her attention fixed far away from their conversation.
"How to save Carrie Louise from knowing,"
Gulbranson was saying. The next time they passed below, Louis Sericold was speaking.
"If it can be kept from her, I agree that we must consider her."
Other faint words came to the listener.
"Really serious."
"Too big a responsibility to take."
"We should take outside advice."
Finally, Miss Marple heard Christian Gulbranson say,
"It is getting cold. We must go inside."
Miss Marple drew her head in through the window. Whatever was wrong at Stoneygates, it definitely affected Carrie Louise. Dinner that evening was very quiet. Both Gulbranson and Louis were deep in their own thoughts. When they moved into the hall afterwards, Christian said he had an important letter to write.
"So, if you will forgive me, dear Carrie Louise, I will go to my room."
He left the great hall by the door which led past the main staircase and along a corridor, at the end of which was the guest room and bathroom. When he had gone, Carrie Louise said, "Aren't you going down to the theatre tonight, Gina?" The girl shook her head. She went over and sat by the window overlooking the front drive. Stephen sat down at the grand piano and started playing very quietly a sad little tune. The teachers and Dr. Maverick said good night and left. As Walter turned on a reading lamp, there was a loud bang and half the lights went out. He growled,
"That damn switch is faulty. I'll go and put a new fuse in."
He left the hall, and Carrie Louise said quietly, "Walter's so clever with electrical things. You remember how he fixed that toaster?" "Has Mother taken her medicine?" Mildred asked. Miss Belliver looked annoyed.
"I completely forgot."
She jumped up and went into the dining room, returning with a glass of rose-coloured medicine. Carrie Louise held out her hand. "It's such horrible stuff, and nobody lets me forget it," she said, making a face. And then, unexpectedly, Louis Sericold said,
"I don't think you should take it tonight, my dear. I'm not sure it's really good for you."
Quietly, but with that controlled energy always so obvious in him, he took the glass from Miss Belliver and put it down on the table.
"Really, Mr. Sericold," Miss Belliver said, "I can't agree with you. Mrs. Sericold has been very much better since—"
She broke off as the front door was pushed violently open with a bang. Edgar Lawson came into the big hall as if he were a star performer making a grand entry. He stood in the middle of the floor and said dramatically,
"So, I have found you, my enemy."
He said it to Louis Sericold. Mr. Sericold looked amazed.
"Why, Edgar, what is the matter?"
"You can say that to me. You who know. You've been lying to me, spying on me, working with my enemies against me."
Louis took him by the arm. Now, my dear boy, don't excite yourself. Tell me all about it quietly. Come into my study."
He led him across the hall and through a door on the right, closing it behind him. Then there was the sound of a key being turned in the lock. Miss Belliver looked at Miss Marple, the same idea in both their minds. It was not Louis Sericold who had turned the key. Miss Belliver said quickly,
"That young man is about to lose control of himself. It isn't safe."
Mildred said,
"He's unbalanced and ungrateful. You ought to have him locked up, Mother."
With a sigh, Carrie Louise said,
"There's no harm in him, really. He's very fond of Louis."
Miss Marple looked at her curiously. There had been no fondness in Edgar's expression, very far from it. Gina said sharply,
"Edgar was holding something in his pocket."
Stephen stopped playing.
"I think you know," Miss Marple said. "It was a gun."
From behind the door of Louis's office, the sound of voices was clear and loud. Edgar Lawson shouted while Louis Sericold's voice stayed calm.
"Lies! Lies! All lies! You're my father. I'm your son. You've deprived me of my rights. I should own this place. You hate me. You want to get rid of me."
There was a calming sound from Louis, and then the hysterical voice screamed out horrible swear words. Edgar seemed to be losing control of himself. Occasional words came from Louis.
"Calm. Just be calm. You know none of this is true."
But they seemed to anger the young man further. Everyone in the hall was silent, listening to what was happening behind the locked door of Louis's study.
"I'll make you listen to me," yelled Edgar. "I'll take that superior expression off your face. I'll have revenge for all you've made me suffer."
The other voice said sharply,
"Put that gun down."
Gina cried,
"Edgar will kill him. He's mad. Can't we get the police?"
Carrie Louise, still unmoved, said softly,
"There's no need to worry, Gina. Edgar loves Louis. He's just being dramatic, that's all."
Edgar laughed then, in a way that sounded mad to Miss Marple.
"Yes, I've got a gun. You started this conspiracy against me, and now you're going to pay for it."
What sounded like a gun firing made them all jump, but Carrie Louise said,
"It's all right. It's outside, in the park somewhere."
Edgar was screaming.
"Why don't you get down on your knees and beg for your life? I'm going to shoot, I tell you. I'm going to shoot you dead. I'm your son, your unacknowledged, hated son. You wanted me hidden away, out of the world altogether, perhaps. You set your spies to follow me. You conspired against me. You, my father, my father. You went on telling me lies, pretending to be kind to me, and all the time, you're not fit to live. I won't let you live."
Again, Edgar began screaming horrible swear words. At some point during the scene, Miss Marple was conscious of Miss Belliver saying,
"We must do something,"
and leaving the hall. Edgar seemed to pause for breath, and then he shouted out,
"You're going to die! To die! You're going to die now! Take that, you devil! And that!"
2 shots rang out, not in the park this time, but definitely behind the locked door. Mildred cried out,
"Oh no! What shall we do?"
There was a loud noise from inside the room, and then the sound of slow, heavy sobbing. Stephen Ristarek marched past Miss Marple and started knocking loudly on the door.
"Open the door! Open the door!" he shouted.
Miss Belliver came back into the hall, holding several keys.
"Try these," she said breathlessly.
At that moment, the lights came on again. Stephen Ristarek began trying the keys. They heard the inside key fall out as he did so, and that wild, desperate sobbing went on. Walter Hudd, coming lazily back into the hall, stopped and demanded,
What's going on?
Mildred said tearfully.
That awful mad young man has shot Mr. Sericold.
Please. It was Carrie Louise who spoke. She got up and came across to the study door. Gently, she pushed Stephen Restarek aside.
Let me speak to him.
She called very softly.
Edgar? Edgar, let me in, will you? Please, Edgar.
They heard the key put into the lock. It turned, and the door was opened. But it was not Edgar who opened it. It was Louis Sericold. He was breathing hard, as though he had been running. Otherwise he was not affected.
It's all right, dearest, he said. It's all right.
We thought you had been shot, said Miss Belliver, her relief obvious. Louis Sericold frowned. He said with a little show of anger,
Of course I haven't been shot.
They could see into the study by now. Edgar Lawson had fallen by the desk. He was sobbing and breathing heavily. The gun lay on the floor.
But we heard the shots, said Mildred. Oh, yes. He fired twice.
And he missed you?
Of course he missed me,
snapped Louis. No, no. Miss Marple did not consider those were the right words at all. The shots must have been fired at close range. Louis Sericold said irritably,
Where's Maverick? It's Maverick we need.
Miss Belliver said,
I'll get him. Shall I call the police as well? Police? Certainly not.
Of course we must call the police, said Mildred. He's dangerous.
Nonsense, said Louis Sericold. Poor boy. Does he look dangerous?
At that moment he looked young and helpless. His voice had lost its careful accent.
I didn't mean to do it, he groaned. I don't know what happened to me, saying all that stuff. I must have been mad. I didn't mean to. Please, Mr. Sericold, I really didn't mean to.
Louis Sericold patted him on the shoulder.
That's all right, my boy. No damage done. I might have killed you, Mr. Sericold.
Walter Hudd walked across the room and looked at the wall behind the desk.
The bullets went in here, and must have been a near miss, he said grimly. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought he'd taken away my rights. I thought...
Miss Marple asked the question she had been wanting to ask for some time.
Who told you that Mr. Sericold was your father?
Just for a second, a sly expression showed on Edgar's pain-filled face. It was there and gone in a second.
Nobody, he said. I just thought it.
Walter Hudd picked up the gun.
Where the hell did you get my gun? He demanded. You little thief! You took it out of my room.
Louis Sericold stepped between the frightened Edgar and the angry American.
Ah, here's Maverick. Take a look at him, will you?
Dr. Maverick came towards Edgar enthusiastically.
This is not acceptable, Edgar. You can't do this sort of thing, you know.
He's mad and dangerous, said Mildred. He's been shooting a gun at my stepfather. Edgar cried out in fear.
Careful, please, Mrs. Street, Dr. Maverick warned.
I'm sick of you all. I tell you this man's mad, Mildred insisted. Edgar pulled away from Dr. Maverick and fell to the floor at Sericold's feet.
Help me. Help me. Don't let them take me away and lock me up. Don't let them. You come with me, Edgar, said Dr. Maverick. You go to bed now, and we'll talk in the morning. Now you trust me, don't you?
Rising to his feet and shaking, Edgar looked doubtfully at the young doctor, and then at Mildred Street.
She said I was mad. No, you're not.
Miss Belliver came in, red-faced.
I've telephoned the police, she said grimly.
Jolly! Carrie Louise cried in dismay. Edgar began crying again.
I told you, Jolly, I did not want the police, Louis Sericold said angrily. This is a medical matter.
That may be so, said Miss Belliver, but I had to call the police. Mr. Gulbranson's been shot dead.
Chapter 8.
Christian shot? Dead? Carrie Louise said. That's impossible.
Go and look for yourselves,
said Miss Belliver angrily.
Louis Sericold put a hand on Carrie Louise's shoulder.
No, dearest, let me go.
He went out. Dr. Maverick and Miss Belliver followed him. Miss Marple gently led Carrie Louise to a chair. She sat down, her eyes looking hurt and shocked.
Christian, shot?
She said again. She sounded like a hurt, confused child.
But who could possibly want to shoot Christian?
Crazy,
Walter said quietly.
The whole lot of them.
Gina's young, startled face was the most vivid thing in the room. Suddenly, the front door opened, and together with a rush of cold air, a man in a big overcoat came in. His cheerful greeting seemed shocking.
Hello, everybody. A lot of fog on the road. I had to drive very slowly.
Miss Marple saw that this must be the other Astaric brother, Alex, but where Stephen was thin, the newcomer was a much bigger young man, handsome and with all the authority and good humour that success brings to some men. He said doubtfully,
You were expecting me, weren't you? You got my telegram?
He was speaking now to Carrie Louise. She put her hand out to him. He took it and kissed it gently with real affection.
Alex, dear, things have been happening.
My brother Christian, Mildred said with a grim relish that Miss Marple disliked, has been shot dead.
Good grief,
Alex said, clearly upset.
Suicide, do you mean? Oh, no, Carrie Louise said. It couldn't be suicide, not Christian.
Uncle Christian would never shoot himself, said Gina.
When did this happen?
Asked Alex. About, 3 or 4 minutes ago, I suppose, said Gina. Why, of course, we heard the shot, only we didn't notice it. You see, there were other things going on. Juliet Belliver came into the hall.
Mr. Sericold suggests that we all wait in the library for the police, except for Mrs. Sericold. You've had a shock, Carrie. I'll take you up to bed.
Rising, Carrie Louise shook her head.
I must see Christian first.
She looked round.
Come with me, will you, Jane?
The two women moved out through the door, past the main staircase in the dining room, past the side door to the terrace, and on to the guest room that had been given to Christian Gulbranson. It was furnished as a sitting room, more than a bedroom, with a bed on one side and a door leading into a dressing room and bathroom. Christian had been sitting at the desk with a typewriter in front of him. He sat there now, fallen sideways in the chair. Louis Sericold was standing by the window looking out into the night. He turned.
My dearest, you shouldn't have come.
Oh, yes, Louis. I had to see him. One has to know how things are.
She walked slowly towards the desk.
He was shot deliberately by someone? Murdered?
Oh, yes.
She stood looking down at the dead man. There was sadness and affection in her face.
Dear Christian,
she said.
He was always good to me.
Softly, she touched the top of his head with her fingers.
Bless you and thank you, dear Christian.
Louis Sericold said with more emotion than Miss Marple had seen in him before,
I wish I could have saved you from this.
His wife shook her head gently.
You can't really save anyone from anything, she said. Things always have to be faced sooner or later. And therefore, it had better be sooner.
Chapter 9. Inspector Curry and his sergeant found Miss Belliver alone in the great hall when they arrived. She came forward.
"I am Juliet Belliver, companion and secretary to Mrs. Sericold. Most of the household are in the library. Mr. Sericold remained in Mr. Gulbranson's room to see that nothing was touched. Dr. Maverick, who first examined the body, will be here soon. He had to take a case over to the Institute. Shall I lead the way?"
Please.
For the next 20 minutes, it was the routine of police procedure that was most important. The photographer took pictures. The police surgeon arrived and was joined by Dr. Maverick. Half an hour later, the ambulance took away Christian Gulbranson, and Inspector Curry started his official inquiry. He looked carefully round the people gathered there, making notes in his mind. An old lady with white hair, a middle-aged lady, the good-looking girl he had seen driving her car round the countryside, that American husband of hers. A couple of young men, the capable Miss Belliver, and Louis Sericold.
"I'm afraid this is all very upsetting to you," he said, "and I hope I will not keep you too long this evening. We can look at everything more thoroughly tomorrow. It was Miss Belliver who found Mr. Gulbranson dead, so I'll ask her to give me a description of the general situation. Mr. Sericold, if you want to go up to your wife, please do."
Miss Belliver arranged Inspector Curry, his sergeant and herself in Louis Sericold's study. Inspector Curry had a pleasant voice and manner. He looked quiet and serious.
"I've had the main facts from Mr. Sericold. Mr. Christian Gulbranson was one of the trustees here, and he arrived unexpectedly yesterday. That is correct?"
"Yes."
Inspector Curry was pleased by her short answer. He continued.
"Mr. Sericold was away in Liverpool. He returned this evening by the 6:30 train."
"Yes."
"After dinner, Mr. Gulbranson went to work in his own room, leaving the rest of the group here. Correct?"
"Yes."
"Now, Miss Belliver, please explain how you found him dead."
"Something unpleasant happened this evening. A young man became very unbalanced and threatened Mr. Sericold with a gun. They were locked in this room, and you can see the bullet holes in the wall there. Fortunately, Mr. Sericold was unhurt. After firing the shots, this young man was in such a bad condition that Mr. Sericold sent me to find Dr. Maverick. As I was coming back, I went to Mr. Gulbranson's room to ask if there was anything he would like before he went to bed. When I saw that Mr. Gulbranson was dead, I rang you."
"Could anyone have come into the house from outside, without being heard or seen?"
"Certainly. By the side door to the terrace. People come in and out that way to go to the college buildings."
"And you have, I believe, 250 juvenile delinquents in the college?"
"Yes, but the college buildings are locked and guarded. It is most unlikely that anyone could leave the college without permission."
"We shall check that, of course. What was the purpose of Mr. Gulbranson's visit?"
"I have no idea. His business here was with Mr. Sericold."
"Did he have a meeting with Mr. Sericold?"
"No, there was no time. Mr. Sericold arrived just before dinner, and after dinner Mr. Gulbranson said he had an important letter to write and went away to do so."
"He didn't suggest a meeting with Mr. Sericold?"
"No."
"Mr. Sericold did not go with him to his room?"
"No, Mr. Sericold stayed in the hall."
"And you have no idea at what time Mr. Gulbranson was killed?"
"I think it is possible that we heard the shot. If so, it was at 23 minutes past 9. Naturally, I looked at the clock."
"You heard a shot, and it did not frighten you?"
"The circumstances were already very frightening."
Miss Belliver explained in more detail the scene between Louis Sericold and Edgar Lawson, then added grimly,
You don't expect murder and attempted murder in the same house on the same night.
Inspector Curry agreed to the truth of that.
All the same, said Miss Belliver suddenly, you know, I believe that's what made me go along to Mr. Galbranson's room later, to reassure myself that everything was all right.
Inspector Curry stared at her for a moment.
What made you think it might not be all right?
The shot outside. It didn't mean anything at the time, and afterwards I told myself that it was only a backfire from Mr. Restarrick's car, but...
Mr. Restarrick's car?
Yes, Alex Restarrick arrived this evening, just after all this happened.
I see. When you discovered Mr. Galbranson's body, did you touch anything?
Of course not. Mr. Galbranson had been shot through the head, but there was no gun to be seen, so I knew it was murder and not suicide.
And just now, when you took us into the room, everything was the same as when you found the body?
Miss Belliver thought about it.
One thing was different, she said. There was nothing in the typewriter. Mr. Galbranson had been writing a letter. It must have been removed.
Thank you, Miss Belliver. Who else went into that room before we arrived?
Mr. Sericold, of course, and Mrs. Sericold and Miss Marple.
Which is Miss Marple? Inspector Curry asked.
The old lady with white hair. She was a school friend of Mrs. Sericold's. She arrived about 4 days ago.
Well, thank you, Miss Belliver. I'll have a word with Miss Marple next, then she can go off to bed. It's not kind to keep an old lady like that from her rest, said Inspector Curry. This must have been a shock to her.
I'll tell her, shall I?
Yes, please do.
Miss Belliver went out. Inspector Curry looked at the ceiling.
Why Galbranson, he said. 250 young delinquents here. Probably one of them did it. But why Galbranson, the stranger?
Sergeant Lake said,
Of course we don't know everything yet.
Inspector Curry said,
So far, we don't know anything at all.
He jumped up when Miss Marple came in and hurried to make her feel comfortable.
Now, don't upset yourself, Mum. This is all very worrying, I know, but we've just got to get the facts clear.
Oh, yes, I know, said Miss Marple. So difficult, isn't it? To be clear about anything, I mean, because if you're looking at one thing, you can't be looking at another. And one so often looks at the wrong thing, though whether because one happens to do so or because you're meant to, it's very hard to say. Misdirection, the magicians call it. So clever, aren't they?
Inspector Curry blinked a little.
Quite so. Now, Mum, Miss Belliver has told me what happened this evening. A most anxious time for all of you, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. It was all so dramatic, you know.
First, this argument between Mr. Sericold and Edgar Lawson.
A very strange young man, said Miss Marple. I have felt all along that there was something wrong about him.
I'm sure you have, said Inspector Curry. And then, after that excitement was over, there came Mr. Galbranson's death. I understand that you went with Mrs. Sericold to see the body.
Yes, I did. We are very old friends.
Quite so. And did you touch anything while you were in the room, either of you?
Oh, no.
Did you happen to notice, Mum, whether there was paper in the typewriter?
There wasn't, said Miss Marple. I noticed that at once, because it seemed strange. Mr. Galbranson was sitting at the typewriter, so he must have been typing something. Yes, I thought it very strange.
Inspector Curry looked at her sharply. He said,
Did you talk with Mr. Galbranson while he was here?
Very little.
Miss Marple thought.
He asked me about Mrs. Sericold's health, in particular about her heart.
Her heart? Is there something wrong with her heart?
Nothing whatsoever, I understand.
Inspector Curry was silent for a moment or two. Then he said,
Mr. Gulbranson left the group immediately after dinner, I understand.
Yes, he said he had a letter to write.
He didn't ask for a business meeting with Mr. Sericold?
No, Miss Marple added. You see, they had already had one.
They had? When? I understood that Mr. Sericold only returned home just before dinner.
That's quite true. But he walked through the gardens, and Mr. Gulbranson went out to meet him, and they walked up and down the terrace together.
Who else knows this?
I don't think anybody else, said Miss Marple. I just happened to be looking out of my window.
You didn't, Inspector Curry said delicately, happen to overhear anything of what they said? Innocent blue eyes met his.
Only bits, I'm afraid, said Miss Marple gently. I do not know the actual subject of their conversation, but they wanted to save Carrie Louise from knowing something. To save her. That was how Mr. Gulbranson put it. And Mr. Sericold said, I agree that we must consider her. They also mentioned a big responsibility, and that they should perhaps take outside advice.
She paused.
I think you should ask Mr. Sericold himself about all this.
We will do so, ma'am. Now, is there anything else that you thought unusual this evening?
Miss Marple thought for a moment.
It was all so unusual, if you know what I mean. But there was one thing. Mr. Sericold stopped Mrs. Sericold from taking her medicine. Miss Belliver was quite annoyed about it.
She smiled modestly.
But that, of course, is such a little thing.
Yes. Well, thank you, Miss Marple.
As Miss Marple went out of the room, Sergeant Lake said,
She's old, but she's very observant.
Chapter 10. Louis Sericold came into the study and sat down. Not in the chair Miss Marple had just left, but in his own chair behind the desk. He looked at the two police officers thoughtfully. He had the face of a man who was suffering badly in very difficult conditions, and it surprised Inspector Curry, because though Christian Gulbranson's death must have been a shock, Gulbranson had not been a close friend or relation. He was only a rather distant connection by marriage. Louis Sericold said with a sigh,
How difficult it is to know the right thing to do. I think we will be the judges of that, Mr. Sericold, said Inspector Curry. Now, Mr. Gulbranson arrived unexpectedly, I understand? He did. And you have no idea of why he came?
Louis Sericold said quietly,
Oh, yes. I know why he came. He told me. Business connected with the Gulbranson Institute, I suppose? Oh, no. It was nothing to do with the Gulbranson Institute.
Louis Sericold continued seriously.
I fully realise that with Gulbranson's murder, I have got to put all the facts before you. But I am worried about my wife's happiness and peace of mind. It is not for me to direct you, Inspector, but if you can find a way to keep certain things from her, I would be grateful. You see, Inspector Curry, Christian Gulbranson came here to tell me that he believed my wife was being slowly and cold-bloodedly poisoned.
What? Curry leaned forward, astonished. Sericold nodded.
Yes, it was, as you can imagine, a huge shock to me. I had no suspicion of such a thing myself, but as soon as Christian told me, I realized that the symptoms of arthritis that my wife had complained of lately, pain in the legs and sickness, were also the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. You definitely think, then, that Gulbranson's suspicions were correct? Oh, yes. He would not have come to me with such a suggestion unless he was sure of his facts. He was a careful man, and very thorough. What was his evidence? We had no time to discuss it. Our interview was hurried. It was only long enough to explain his visit and to come to an agreement that nothing should be said to my wife. And who did he suspect? He did not say, and I don't think he knew. But he must have suspected, otherwise why would he be killed? He mentioned no name to you? No. He suggested that we ask for the advice of Dr. Galbraith, the Bishop of Cromer. Dr. Galbraith is one of the trustees, a man of great wisdom and experience, who would support my wife if it was necessary to tell her of our suspicions.
How extraordinary, said Curry.
Gulbranson left us after dinner to write to Dr. Galbraith. He was actually typing the letter when he was shot.
How do you know?
Lewis said calmly, because I have the letter here.
He took out a folded typewritten sheet of paper and handed it to Curry. The inspector said sharply,
You shouldn't have touched anything. I know I was wrong to move this, but I had a very strong reason. I felt certain that my wife would insist on coming into the room, and I was afraid that she might read what is written here. And I would do anything to avoid my wife being unhappy.
Inspector Curry said no more for the moment. He read the typewritten sheet.
Dear Dr. Galbraith, please come to Stonygate as soon as you receive this. I am in the middle of an extraordinary crisis, and I do not know how to deal with it. I know how strong your affection is for our dear Carrie Louise, and how serious your concern will be for anything that affects her. How much does she have to know? How much can we keep from her? Those are the questions that I find difficult to answer. I have reason to believe that this sweet and innocent lady is being poisoned. I first suspected this when—
Here the letter stopped. Curry said,
But why on earth was this letter in the typewriter and not taken by the murderer? I can only guess that the murderer may have heard someone coming and only had time to escape. How do you think this poison is being given? It seems to me that the most likely answer is the medicine that my wife is taking. We all share the same food, but anyone could add arsenic to the medicine bottle. We must have the medicine tested, Lewis said quietly. I already have a sample. I took it this evening before dinner.
From a drawer in the desk, he took out a small bottle with a pink liquid in it. Inspector Curry said with a curious look, You think of everything, Mr. Sericold. I acted immediately. Tonight I stopped my wife from taking her usual dose. It is still in a glass in the hall. The bottle of medicine itself is in the dining room. Curry lowered his voice.
You'll excuse me, Mr. Sericold, but just why are you so anxious to keep this from your wife? Surely, for her own sake, it would be best if she were warned. Yes, that may well be so. But I don't think you understand. My wife, Inspector Curry, is an idealist, a completely trustful person. She has no idea of evil. She simply could not believe that someone would want to kill her. But it is not just someone. It is a case, surely you see that, of someone very near and dear to her. So that's what you think. We have got to face facts. Close by we have a couple of 100 young delinquents who have been violent, but none of them can be a suspect in this case. By the very nature of things, a slow poisoner is someone living in the family. Think of the people who are here in this house. Her husband, her daughter, her granddaughter and her husband, her stepson, whom she regards as her own son, Miss Belliver, her devoted friend, all very near and dear to her, and yet we must be suspicious that it is one of them.
Curry said slowly, There are outsiders.
Yes, Dr. Maverick and 1 or 2 of the staff are often with us, and the servants. But what possible motive could they have?
Inspector Curry said,
And there's young Edgar Lawson. Yes, but he has only been here a short time. But he's unbalanced. What about this attack on you tonight?
Sericold waved it aside impatiently.
He had no intention of harming me. It was play-acting, no more. Rather dangerous play-acting, Mr. Sericold? You really must talk to our psychiatrist, Dr. Maverick. He'll give you the professional view. Edgar will probably be quite normal tomorrow morning. You don't wish to bring a charge against him? That would be the worst thing possible. In any case, poor Edgar certainly did not shoot Gulbranson. He was in here threatening to shoot me. That's the point I was coming to, Mr. Sericold. Anyone, it seems, could have come in from outside and shot Mr. Gulbranson, as the terrace door was unlocked. But with what you have been telling me, the question is, who inside the house could have killed Mr. Gulbranson?
Louis Sericold said slowly,
I can only tell you that everyone except the servants was in the great hall when Christian left it, and whilst I was there, nobody left it. Nobody at all? I think...
Louis frowned.
Oh, yes. Some of the lights went out. Mr. Walter Hudd went to see to it. That's the young American gentleman? Yes. Of course, I don't know what took place after Edgar and I came in here. And you can't be clearer than that, Mr. Sericold?
Louis Sericold shook his head.
No. I'm afraid I can't help you. It's just not believable.
Inspector Curry sighed.
You can tell everyone that they can all go to bed. I'll talk to them tomorrow.
When Sericold had left the room, Inspector Curry said to Lake,
Well, what do you think? He knows, or thinks he knows, who did it, said Lake. Yes, I agree with you. And he doesn't like it at all.
Chapter 11. Gina greeted Miss Marple with a rush of words as she came down to breakfast the next morning.
The police are here again. They're in the library this time. They're going to speak to everybody. I think the whole thing's horrible. I hate it. And Jolly's very bad-tempered.
Holding on to her arm, Gina took Miss Marple into the dining room.
I think it's because the police are in charge, and Jolly can't manage them like she manages everybody else. Alex and Stephen, continued Gina severely, as she saw the two brothers finishing their breakfast, just don't care.
Gina, dearest, said Alex, you are most unkind. Good morning, Miss Marple. I care very much. Except for the fact that I hardly knew your Uncle Christian, I'm obviously the best suspect.
Why?
Well, I was driving up to the house at the right time, and they've been checking on things. It seems that I took too much time between the gate and the house. Time enough, apparently, to leave the car, run round the house, go in through the side door, shoot Christian, and rush back to the car again.
And what were you really doing?
I stood for several minutes looking at the fog in the car's headlights and thinking what I would use to get that effect on a stage for my new Limehouse ballet.
But you can tell them that.
Oh, you know what policemen are like. They have doubting minds. It would amuse me to see you in trouble, Alex, said Stephen with his rather cruel smile. Now, I'm all right. I never left the hall last night.
Gina cried.
But they couldn't possibly think it was one of us.
Her dark eyes were upset. Miss Belliver looked in at the door and said,
Miss Marple, when you have finished your breakfast, will you go to the library? Hey, what was that? asked Alex. I didn't hear anything, said Stephen. It was a gunshot.
They've been firing shots in the room where Uncle Christian was killed, said Gina. I don't know why. And outside, too.
Louis Sericold was standing by the window in the library. He turned and came forward to meet Miss Marple.
I hope, he said, that the shock has not made you ill. To be close to murder must be terrible for anyone who has not come in contact with such a thing before.
Modesty stopped Miss Marple from replying that she was, by now, used to murder. She said that life in St Mary Mead was not so quiet as outside people believed. Louis Sericold was not really listening. He said,
I want your help.
But of course, Mr Sericold.
I think that you have a real affection for my wife.
Yes, indeed. Everyone has.
That is what I believed. It seems that I am wrong. With the permission of Inspector Curry, I am going to tell you something that no one else knows. Or perhaps I should say what only one person knows.
He told her what he had told Inspector Curry the night before, about Carrie being poisoned. Miss Marple looked horrified.
I can't believe it, Mr Sericold. I really can't.
That is what I felt when Christian Gilbranson told me.
Surely dear Carrie Louise does not have an enemy in the world.
It seems impossible to believe that she does. But you understand, poisoning, slow poisoning, it must be one of our family.
If it is true...
The police tested Carrie Louise's medicine bottle and a separate sample of its contents. There was arsenic in both of them.
Miss Marple said softly,
So Ruth was right.
Ruth?
Louis Sericold sounded surprised. Miss Marple's face turned pink.
I did not come here by chance.
Louis Sericold listened, whilst Miss Marple told him of Ruth's concern. Then he said grimly,
Well, it seems she was right. Now, Miss Marple, you see my problem. Should I tell Carrie Louise?
Miss Marple said quickly,
Oh, no,
in an unhappy voice. Louis nodded.
So you feel as I do, as Christian Gilbranson did. Would we feel like that with an ordinary woman?
Carrie Louise is not an ordinary woman. Her trust in people controls her whole life. I do feel that until we know who...
Yes, but do you see, Miss Marple, that there is a risk in saying nothing?
And so you want me to watch over her?
You are the only person I can trust,
said Louis Sericold simply.
Because I only arrived a few days ago, said Miss Marple.
Louis Sericold smiled.
Exactly.
It is an unpleasant question, said Miss Marple apologetically, but who exactly would benefit if dear Carrie Louise were to die?
Money, said Louis bitterly. It always comes back to money, doesn't it?
Well, I think it must be in this case, because Carrie Louise is a lovely person, and one cannot imagine her having an enemy. But as you know, Mr Sericold, people will often do anything for money.
I suppose so, yes,
he continued.
Naturally, Inspector Curry has already taken up that point. Mr Guilfoy is coming down from London today. His company wrote both Carrie Louise's will and the original will of Eric Gilbranson. My understanding is that Eric Gilbranson, after financing the college and his other charitable works, left equal amounts to Mildred and Pippa. He left the remainder of his fortune in a trust fund, the income to be paid to Carrie Louise for her lifetime.
And after her death?
It was to be divided equally between Mildred and Pippa, or their children if they had died before Carrie Louise.
So it goes to Mrs. Street and to Gina?
Yes. Carrie Louise has also a large fortune of her own. Half of this she gave to me 4 years ago. Of the remaining amount, she left £10,000 to Juliet Belliver, and the rest equally divided between Alex and Stephen Restarrick, her 2 stepsons.
Oh dear, said Miss Marple. That means everyone in this house had a financial motive.
Yes, and yet, you know, I can't believe that any of these people would commit murder. I simply can't. Mildred is her daughter, and already well provided for. Gina is devoted to her grandmother. Jolly Belliver is totally devoted to Carrie. The 2 Restarricks care for Carrie Louise as though she were really their mother. And a lot of Carrie's income has been used to finance their theatrical work, especially so with Alex. I simply can't believe either of them would poison her. I just can't believe any of it, Miss Marple."
"Not that it helps," said Miss Marple, "but actually to commit a murder, I think you need courage as well. Or perhaps, more often, just conceit. Yes, conceit. I wondered—"
She broke off as Inspector Curry came into the room. Chapter 12. Lewis Sericold went away, and Inspector Curry sat down and gave Miss Marple a rather knowing smile.
"So, Mr. Sericold has been asking you to keep a close eye on his wife," he said.
"Well, yes. I hope you don't mind."
"I think it's a very good idea. Does Mr. Sericold know just how well qualified you are for the job?"
"I don't quite understand, Inspector."
"He thinks you're just a very nice elderly lady who was at school with his wife." He shook his head. "We know you're more than that, Miss Marple, aren't you? You're very familiar with crime. Mr. Sericold only knows one part of it, the beginners, these juvenile delinquents. It makes me sick. There are plenty of good young men about, boys who are working hard. A good start in life would make a lot of difference to them. But there it is. Honesty has to be its own reward. Millionaires don't leave trust funds to help the good young people. Well, I've seen boys and girls with everything against them. Bad homes, bad luck, every disadvantage. And they've had the determination to succeed, despite all their problems. That's the kind of person I will leave my fortune to, if I ever have one. But then, of course, I never will have a fortune. Just my pension and a nice bit of garden."
He nodded at Miss Marple.
"Superintendent Blacker told me about you last night. He said you've had a lot of experience of the bad side of human nature. Well now, let's have your view. Who killed Gulbranson? The American husband?"
"That," said Miss Marple, "would be very convenient for everybody."
Inspector Curry smiled to himself.
"And his manner doesn't help. So, who's been poisoning Mrs. Sericold?"
"Well," said Miss Marple, "my first idea, human nature being what it is to think of the husband. Or, if it's the husband being poisoned, then the wife. That is always the first thought, don't you think, in a poisoning case?"
"I agree with you every time," said Inspector Curry.
"But really, in this case—"
Miss Marple shook her head.
"No, I cannot seriously consider Mr. Sericold, because, you see, Inspector, he really is devoted to his wife. It's very quiet, but it's genuine. He loves his wife, and I'm certain that he wouldn't poison her."
"And he has no motive. She's given her money to him already."
"I'm really afraid—"
Miss Marple sounded rather sorry about it.
"We shall have to exclude him as a suspect."
"No easy answer for us," said the inspector, smiling. "And anyway, he couldn't have killed Gulbranson. It seems certain to me that whoever is poisoning Mrs. Sericold killed Gulbranson to prevent him talking. What we've got to decide now is who had an opportunity to kill Gulbranson. And our first suspect, there's no doubt about it, is young Walter Hudd. It was he who switched on a reading lamp which resulted in a fuse breaking, giving him the opportunity to leave the hall. It was while he was away from the Great Hall that the shot was heard. So that's suspect number 1.
"And suspect number 2?
asked Miss Marple.
"Alex Restarrick, who was alone in his car between the gate and the house and took too long getting there."
"Anybody else?"
Miss Marple leaned forward eagerly.
"Now that's where," said Inspector Curry, "I've got to ask you. You were there in the hall last night, and you can tell me who left it."
Yes, I ought to be able to tell you. But can I? You see, the circumstances...
You mean that you were all listening to the argument going on in Mr Sericold's study?
Miss Marple nodded in complete agreement.
Yes, we were all very frightened. Edgar Lawson really looked mad. Apart from Mrs Sericold, who was calm, we all feared that he would hurt Mr Sericold. He was shouting, you know, and saying the most terrible things. And what with that, and with most of the lights being out, I didn't really notice anything else.
You mean that whilst that scene was going on, anybody could have left the hall, shot Mr Gulbranson, and come back again?
I think it would have been possible, Miss Marple considered. But I can say that Mrs Sericold did not leave, because I was watching her. It surprised me, you know, that she was able to remain so calm.
And the others?
Miss Belliver went out, but I'm almost sure that was after the shot. Mrs Street, I really don't know. She was sitting behind me. Gina was over by the far window. I think she stayed there the whole time, but I cannot be sure. Stephen was at the piano, but he stopped playing when the argument began.
So we can only exclude those people who did not have the opportunity. That's Louis Sericold and young Edgar Lawson in the study, and Mrs Sericold in the hall. It's very unfortunate, of course, that Gulbranson should be shot on the same evening that this trouble happened between Sericold and young Lawson.
Just unfortunate, you think? Said Miss Marple.
Oh, what do you think?
I did wonder, said Miss Marple, if it had been planned.
So that's your idea?
Well, everybody seems to think it very strange that Edgar Lawson's condition should suddenly get worse. He says that Churchill, Montgomery, or any famous man he happens to think of is his unknown father. But suppose somebody suggested that it is Louis Sericold who is really his father, Louis Sericold who has been working against him, that he is really the heir to Stonygates. In his weak mental state, he would accept the idea, become more and more angry, and then make the kind of scene he did. And what a wonderful cover that would be! Everybody would have their attention fixed on the dangerous situation, especially if somebody had thoughtfully supplied him with a gun.
Yes, Walter Hudd's gun.
Oh, yes, said Miss Marple. I had thought of that. But, you know, Walter does not say much, and he's certainly bad-tempered. But I don't think he's stupid.
2 hours later, Inspector Curry pushed back his chair, stretched himself and sighed.
Well, he said, we've cleared a lot of people.
Sergeant Lake agreed.
The servants are not suspects. They were together at the time.
Curry nodded. He was tired. He had interviewed the therapists, the teachers, and the young delinquents who were eating with the family that night. All their stories matched. They had all given each other alibis. Dr. Maverick had agreed with his staff. There had been no breaks in the college security. Christian Gulbranson could not have been killed by any of the young patients, as Curry almost called them. It really was hard work holding on to good sense against the complete certainty of all these medical people. And it was not a lot easier dealing with the family. Chapter 13. Alex Restarrick talked a lot. He also waved his hands about.
I know. I'm the best suspect. I drove here alone, and on the way I had a creative thought. I do not expect you to understand. How could you?
I might, Curry said. But Alex Restarrick rushed on.
It's just one of those things. They come to you. There's no knowing when or how. An idea, and everything else goes out of your mind. I'm producing Limehouse Nights next month. Suddenly, last night, it was wonderful. The perfect lighting. Fog. The way the car headlights lit the fog so brightly, and yet there was nothing to be seen. The buildings just disappeared. Everything helped to create the right atmosphere. The shots, the running footsteps, and I thought, that's it. But how am I going to get these effects?
Inspector Curry interrupted.
You heard shots? Where? Out of the fog, Inspector.
Alex waved his hands.
Out of the fog. That was the wonderful part about it. You didn't think that anything was wrong? Wrong? Why should I?
Are shots so usual?
Ah, I knew you wouldn't understand. The shots fitted into the scene I was creating. I wanted shots, danger. What did I care what they were, really? Someone shooting rabbits? I was imagining myself in Limehouse, or rather in the theatre, looking at Limehouse.
How many shots?
I don't know, said Alex carelessly. 2 or 3? 2 close together, I do remember that.
Inspector Curry nodded. And the sound of running footsteps, where were they?
They came to me out of the fog, somewhere near the house.
Inspector Curry said gently, that would suggest that the murder of Christian Gulbranson came from outside.
Of course. Why not? You don't really suggest, do you, that he came from inside the house?
Still very gently, Inspector Curry said, we have to think of everything. Chapter 14. It was very difficult, Inspector Curry thought, to get a true understanding of someone from what other people said. Several people had described Edgar Lawson that morning, but looking at him now, Curry's own view was very different. Edgar did not seem strange to him, or dangerous, or self-important, or not normal. He seemed a very ordinary and rather sad young man, sorry for himself, and sorry for what he had done. He was only too anxious to apologize.
I've done wrong. I don't know what happened to me. Really, I don't. Making all that trouble, shooting off a gun. At Mr Sericold, too, who's been so good to me, and so patient, too.
He twisted his hands nervously, thin hands with bony wrists.
If I've got to go to prison, I deserve it. I'm guilty.
No charge has been made against you, said Inspector Curry. According to Mr Sericold, shooting the gun was an accident.
That's because he's so good. There never was a man as good as Mr Sericold. He's done everything for me, and I repay him by acting like this.
What made you act as you did? Edgar looked embarrassed.
I made a fool of myself.
Inspector Curry said,
So it seems. You told Mr Sericold that he was your father. Was that true? No, it wasn't.
What put that idea into your head? Did someone suggest it to you?
Well, it's hard to explain.
Inspector Curry said in a kindly voice, Suppose you try.
Well, you see, I had a rather hard time as a kid. The other boys were bad to me, because I don't have a father. Mum was usually drunk, and the house was always dirty. It was horrible. And then I started thinking, supposing my dad was not just some sailor, but someone important, and I started to make up things. Then I went to a new school and I tried it once or twice, saying things. I said my father was really an officer in the Navy. I started believing it myself. I didn't feel so bad then. I thought up some other ideas. I got all mixed up. I couldn't stop telling lies.
Inspector Curry nodded. He had already seen Edgar's police record.
Mr Sericold took me away from all that and brought me down here. He said he needed a secretary to help him, and I did help him. I really did. Only the others laughed at me. They were always laughing at me.
What others? Mrs Sericold?
No, she's lovely. She's always gentle and kind. No, but Gina treated me like dirt, and Stephen Restarrick, and Mrs. Street thought I was just a lying little thief. So did Miss Belliver.
Curry noted that he was becoming more excited. So you didn't find them very kind? Edgar said passionately.
If I had a proper father, they wouldn't have behaved like that.
So you took a couple of famous fathers? Edgar blushed red.
I always seem to end up telling lies.
And finally you said Mr. Sericold was your father. Why?
Because that would stop them, wouldn't it? If he was my father, they couldn't do anything to me.
Yes, but you told him he was your enemy.
I know. The boy rubbed his head. I got things all wrong. There are times when I don't get things right. I get mixed up.
And you took the gun from Mr. Hudd's room?
Edgar looked confused.
Did I? Don't you remember where you got it?
Edgar said, it was just childish stuff.
Inspector Curry said patiently, how did you get the gun?
You just said, out of Walter's room.
You remember doing that now?
I must have got it from his room. I couldn't have got it any other way, could I?
I don't know, said Inspector Curry. Somebody might have given it to you.
Edgar was silent, his face blank.
Is that how it happened?
Edgar said passionately, I don't remember. I was so angry. I walked around the garden in a terrible state. I thought people were watching me, trying to hurt me. I can't understand it all now. I feel I must have been mad. I don't remember where I was and what I was doing half the time.
Surely you remember who told you Mr. Sericold was your father?
Edgar gave the same blank stare. Nobody told me. It just came to me.
Inspector Curry sighed. He was not satisfied, but he judged he would get no more at the moment. As Edgar went, Inspector Curry shook his head.
Do you think he's mad, sir?
Sergeant Lake asked. Much less mad than I had imagined. Come on, Lake. I want to do a thorough reconstruction of the scene in the hall. That's a fact, then. Inspector Curry was sitting at the piano. Sergeant Lake was in a chair by the window, overlooking the lake. Curry went on. If I'm watching the study door, I can't see you. Sergeant Lake rose and went quietly through the door to the library. All this side of the room was dark. The only lights were the ones beside the study door. No, Lake, I didn't see you go. Once in the library, you could go out through the other door to the corridor. 2 minutes to run along, shoot Gulbranson, and come back to your chair by the window. And Mrs. Street, she was close to the door to the hall that leads to all the other rooms, and it's a very dark corner. She could have gone and come back. Yes, it's possible. Curry grinned suddenly. And I could go. He got off the music stool and went along the wall and out through the door. Coming back, he said, The only person who might notice I wasn't still at the piano would be Gina Hudd. And you remember what Gina told us? Stephen was at the piano to begin with. I don't know where he was later.
So you think it was Stephen?
I don't know who it was, said Curry. It wasn't Edgar Lawson, or Louis Sericold, or Mrs. Sericold, or Miss Jane Marple. But for the rest, he sighed, it's probably the American. Those fused lights were a bit too convenient. And yet, you know, I like him. The inspector was looking down at the old-fashioned music stool. He lifted the top. Still, that isn't evidence. He stopped. Lying on the pages of sheet music was a small automatic gun.
Stephen Restarrick,
said Sergeant Lake joyfully. Not so fast, Inspector Curry warned him. I believe that's just what we're meant to think. Chapter 15. As Carrie Louise came down the main staircase, 3 people met her. Gina, Miss Marple, and Juliet Belliver. Gina spoke first.
"Darling," she exclaimed passionately, "are you all right? The police haven't threatened you, have they?"
"Of course not, Gina. What a strange idea. Inspector Curry was most kind."
"So he should be," said Miss Belliver. "Now, Carrie, I've got all your letters here, and a parcel."
"Bring them into the library," said Carrie Louise. All 4 of them went into the library. Carrie Louise sat down and began opening her letters. There were about 20 or 30 of them. As she opened them, she handed them to Miss Belliver, who sorted them into piles, explaining to Miss Marple,
"There are 3 main types. 1, from relations of the boys. Those I give to Dr. Maverick. Letters asking for money I reply to myself, and the rest are personal, and Carrie gives me notes on how to deal with them."
The letters finished, Mrs. Sericold turned to the parcel. Inside was an attractive box of chocolates.
"Someone must think it's my birthday,"
said Mrs. Sericold with a smile. She opened the box. Inside was a visiting card. Carrie Louise looked at it in surprise. "With love from Alex," she read. "How strange for him to post me a box of chocolates on the day he was coming here."
Miss Marple felt a sudden uneasiness. She said quickly, "Wait, Carrie Louise. Don't eat one yet."
Mrs. Sericold looked even more surprised.
"Wait while I ask. Is Alex here, Gina?"
"He was in the hall just now, I think." She went across, opened the door, and called him. Alex Restaric appeared in the doorway.
"My darling, it is so good to see you looking as well as this."
He came across to Mrs. Sericold and kissed her gently on both cheeks.
Miss Marple said, "Carrie Louise wants to thank you for these chocolates."
Alex looked surprised.
"But I never sent you any chocolates, darling."
"The box has got your card in," said Miss Belliver.
Alex looked down.
"So it has. How very strange. I certainly didn't send them."
"They look very good," said Gina. "Look, Grandma, they're your favourite cherry liqueur ones."
Miss Marple gently took the box away from her. Without a word, she left the room and went to find Louis Sericold. She found him in Dr. Maverick's room in the college. She put the box on the table in front of him. As he listened to her, his face grew hard.
"We must get them tested for poison immediately," said Dr. Maverick.
"It seems incredible," said Miss Marple. "Everyone in the house might have been poisoned."
Louis nodded. His face was still white and hard.
"Yes, it is not human."
Miss Marple said quietly,
"If there is poison in these chocolates, then I'm afraid Carrie Louise will have to know what is going on. She must be warned."
Louis Sericold said heavily,
"Yes, she will have to know that someone wants to kill her. I think that she will find it almost impossible to believe."
Chapter 16.
"Miss, is it true, miss? There's a poisoner at work?"
Gina pushed the hair back from her face. There was paint on her cheek and on her trousers. She and her helpers had been busy on their next theatrical production. It was one of these helpers who was now asking the question. Ernie, the boy who had given her such valuable lessons in opening locks, was also a very good woodworker. His eyes now were bright with pleasure.
"Everyone's talking about it," he said. "But it wasn't one of us, miss. Not a thing like that. Nobody would hurt Mrs. Sericold. What poison was it, miss?"
"I don't know what you're talking about, Ernie." Ernie shut one eye in a wink.
"Oh, yes, miss. Mr. Alex it was who did it, so they say. He brought those chocolates down from London, but that's a lie. Mr. Alex wouldn't do a thing like that, would he, miss?"
"Of course he wouldn't," said Gina.
"You really see life here,"
Ernie said. Old Gulbranson murdered yesterday, and now a secret poisoner. Do you think it's the same person doing both? What would you say, miss, if I told you I know who it was who killed him?
You can't possibly know.
Oh, can't I? Supposing I was outside last night and saw something.
How could you have been out? The college is locked up at 7 after everybody has been checked in.
I can get out whenever I like, miss. Locks don't mean anything to me. I can get out and walk around the grounds just for the fun of it, I can.
Gina said, I wish you would stop telling lies, Ernie.
Who's telling lies?
You are. Telling stories about things you've never done at all.
That's what you say, miss. You wait till the police come round and ask me all about what I saw last night.
Well, what did you see?
Ah, said Ernie. Wouldn't you like to know?
Gina moved quickly to catch Ernie. Sensibly, Ernie ran off. The boys all seem to know about Grandma and the chocolates, Gina told Stephen as they walked back to the house that evening. And they knew about Alex's card. Surely it was stupid to put Alex's card in the box when he was actually coming here.
Yes, but who knew he was coming? It was a last-minute decision. Probably, by the time his telegram arrived, the box was posted. And it would have been a good idea, because he does send Carrie Louise chocolates, he went on slowly. What I simply can't understand is
why anyone would want to poison Grandma, Gina interrupted. I know. I just can't believe it. Absolutely everyone loves her.
Stephen did not answer. Gina looked at him sharply.
I know what you're thinking, Steve.
I wonder.
You're thinking that Walter isn't very happy with her. But Walter would never poison anyone. The idea's laughable.
Gina went on hurriedly.
Do you think Ernie was lying? He was pretending he was walking about in the fog last night, saying he could tell things about the murder. Do you think that might be true?
True? Of course not. You know he'll say anything to make himself important.
The setting sun lit the west side of the house with its terrace and steps leading down to the lawns.
Is this where you stopped your car last night?
Inspector Curry asked, looking towards the house.
Near enough,
Alex Rostarek agreed.
It's difficult to tell exactly because of the fog. Yes, I would say this was the place.
Coming out from a covering of thick bushes, the drive turned here in a slow curve through a line of trees, and then went on between the lake and the house.
Dodgett,
said Inspector Curry. Police Constable Dodgett started off immediately and ran as fast as he could across the lawn towards the house. Reaching the terrace, he went in by the side door. A few moments later, the curtains of one of the windows were violently shaken. Then Constable Dodgett reappeared out of the garden door and ran back to them, breathing very hard.
2 minutes and 42 seconds, said Inspector Curry, holding up his stopwatch. They don't take long, these things, do they?
His tone was pleasantly conversational.
I don't run as fast as your constable, said Alex. Are you timing my supposed movements? I'm just pointing out that you could have done the murder. That's all, Mr. Rostarek.
Alex Rostarek said kindly to Constable Dodgett, who was still not breathing normally,
I can't run as fast as you, but I believe I'm fitter. I had bronchitis last winter, said Dodgett.
Alex turned back to the inspector.
Seriously, in spite of trying to frighten me and watch my reactions, you can't believe I had anything to do with this.
Alex Rostarek obviously found the idea very funny.
I would not send a box of poisoned chocolates to Mrs. Sericold and put my card inside, would I? That might be what we are meant to think, Mr. Rostarek. Oh, I see. How clever. By the way, were those chocolates poisoned? Yes, they contained aconitine. Not one of my favourite poisons, Inspector. Personally, I prefer curare. Curare has to be put into the bloodstream, Mr. Rostarek, not into the stomach. How well-informed the police are, said Alex.
Inspector Curry looked sideways at the young man, seeing eyes that were full of laughter. A trickster with brains, that's how he would sum up Alex Restarek. In Inspector Curry's opinion, if Alex Restarek had murdered Gulbranson, he would be a very satisfactory criminal. But unfortunately, Curry did not think he had.
I moved the curtains as you told me, sir, Constable Dodgett said, having recovered his breath, and counted 30. I noticed a hole in the top of the curtains. It means you would see the light in the room from outside.
Inspector Curry said to Alex,
Did you notice light from that window last night? I couldn't see the house because of the fog, I told you. Well, the main part, that is. The gymnasium building being closer showed in a marvellous way. I could not see it as a solid building because of the fog, but I did see how I could use it to make a perfect illusion of dock warehouses. As I told you, I am putting on a show set in the London docks, Limehouse Ballet.
You told me, agreed Inspector Curry.
You know, because of my job, I do look at things from the point of view of a theatre stage set, rather than from the point of view of reality.
I'm sure you do. And yet a stage set is real enough, isn't it, Mr. Restarek?
I don't see what you mean, Inspector.
Well, it's made of real materials, cloth and wood and paint. The illusion is in the eye of the audience, not in the set itself. The set, as I say, is real enough, as real behind the scenes as it is in front. Alex stared at him.
Now that, you know, is a very interesting comment, Inspector. It's given me an idea.
For another ballet?
No, not for another ballet. Dear me, I wonder if we've all been rather stupid.
Chapter 17.
You say somebody has been trying to poison me?
Carrie Louise was simply unable to accept the idea.
You know, she said, I really can't believe it.
Louis said gently,
I wish I could have protected you from this, dearest.
She stretched out a hand to him, and he took it. Miss Marple, sitting close by, shook her head sympathetically.
Is it really true, Jane?
Carrie Louise asked.
I'm afraid so, my dear.
Then everything...
Carrie Louise stopped. She continued.
I've always thought I knew what was real and what was not. This doesn't seem real, but it is. So I may be wrong everywhere. But who could want to do such a thing to me? Nobody in this house could want to kill me.
That's what I would have thought, said Louis. I was wrong.
And Christian knew about it? That explains it.
Explains what? Asked Louis.
His behavior, said Carrie Louise. It was very strange, you know, not like him. He seemed upset about me. And he asked me if my heart was strong, and if I'd been well lately. But why not say something straight out? It's so much simpler.
He didn't want to cause you pain, Carrie.
Pain? But why? Oh, I see.
Her eyes widened.
So that's what you believe. But you're wrong, Louis, quite wrong. I am sure of that.
Her husband avoided her eyes.
I'm sorry, said Mrs. Sericold after a moment or two. But I can't believe anything that has happened lately is true. Edgar shooting at you, that silly box of chocolates. It just isn't true.
Nobody spoke. Caroline Louise Sericold sighed.
I suppose, she said, that I must have ignored everything but my own beliefs for a long time. Please, both of you, I think I would like to be alone. I've got to try to understand.
Miss Marple came down the stairs and into the great hall to find Alex Restarrick standing near the large entrance door with his hand held out in a theatrical way.
Come in, said Alex happily. I'm just thinking about last night.
Louis Sericold, who had followed Miss Marple down from Carrie Louise's sitting room, crossed the great hall to his study and shut the door.
Are you trying to reconstruct the crime?
Asked Miss Marple with pleasure.
No, not exactly, Alex said. I was looking at the whole thing from an entirely different point of view. I was thinking of this place like it was a theatre. Just come over here. Think of it as a stage set, with lights, actors entering and leaving, noises off stage. All very interesting. It wasn't all my own idea. The inspector gave it to me. I think he's rather a cruel man. He did his best to frighten me this morning.
And did he frighten you?
I'm not sure.
Alex described the inspector's experiment and the timing of the performance of the breathless Constable Dodgett.
Time, he said, is so very misleading. You think things take such a long time, but really, of course, they don't.
No, said Miss Marple. What had Carrie Louise meant, she wondered, when she had said to her husband, "So that's what you believe, but you're wrong, Louis."
I must say that was a very clear-sighted remark of the inspector's.
Alex's voice interrupted her thoughts.
About a stage set being real. Made of wood and cloth, and as real on the unpainted as on the painted side. The illusion, he pointed out, is in the eyes of the audience.
Like magicians,
Miss Marple said.
They do it with mirrors, is, I believe, what people say.
Stephen Restarrick came in, slightly out of breath.
"Hello, Alex," he said. "That little rat Ernie Gregg, remember him? He's been telling Gina that he gets out at night and wanders about the gardens. He says he was wandering round last night and he saw something."
Alex turned quickly.
"Saw what?" "He says he's not going to tell. Actually, I'm sure he's only trying to show off and get himself noticed. He does tell lies a lot. But I thought perhaps the police should question him."
Alex said sharply,
"Why don't we leave him for a bit and not let him think we're too interested?" "Perhaps. Yes, I think you may be right there. This evening, perhaps."
Stephen went on into the library. Miss Marple, walking gently round the hall, thinking of herself as an audience moving around a stage set, walked into Alex Restarrick as he stepped back suddenly. Miss Marple said,
"I'm so sorry."
Alex frowned at her, said in an absent-minded sort of way,
"I beg your pardon,"
and then added in a surprised voice,
"I was thinking of something else. That boy, Ernie."
He made strange movements with both hands. Then, with a sudden change of behaviour, he crossed the hall and went through the library door, shutting it behind him. The sound of voices came from behind the closed door, but Miss Marple hardly noticed them. She was not interested in Ernie. She was sure that Ernie had seen nothing at all. She did not believe for a moment that on a cold, foggy night like last night, Ernie would have used his abilities to open a lock so he could wander about in the gardens. It was most likely that he never got out at night. Showing off, that was all it had been.
Like Johnny Backhouse,
thought Miss Marple, who always had a parallel experience of life as an example, and all selected from the people of St. Mary Mead. "I saw you last night" had been Johnny Backhouse's unpleasant comment to all he thought it might affect. It had been a surprisingly successful remark. So many people, Miss Marple thought, have been in places where they are anxious not to be seen. She stopped thinking about Johnny and concentrated on something which Alex had said, thoughts which had begun with some comments by Inspector Curry. Those remarks had given Alex an idea. Had they given her an idea too? The same idea? Or a different one? She stood where Alex Restarrick had stood. She thought to herself, "This is not a real hall. This is only cloth and wood. This is a stage scene." Bits of phrases flashed across her mind. Illusion. In the eyes of the audience. They do it with mirrors. Yards of coloured ribbon. Vanishing ladies. All the show and misdirection. The magician's skill. Something came into her mind, a picture. Something that Alex had said. Something that he had described to her. Constable Dodgett trying to get his breath back. Something moved in her mind and came suddenly into focus.
"Why, of course," said Miss Marple. "That must be it."
Chapter 18. Miss Marple was standing at the place where Inspector Curry had made his experiment with Constable Dodgett. Miss Bellever's voice behind her startled her.
"You'll catch a cold, Miss Marple, standing about like that after the sun's gone down."
Miss Marple walked obediently alongside her, and they went quickly towards the house.
"I was thinking about magic tricks," said Miss Marple. "So difficult when you're watching them to see how they're done, and yet, once they are explained, so very simple. Did you ever see the lady who is cut in half? Such an exciting trick. It fascinated me when I was 11 years old, I remember, and I never could think how it was done. But the other day there was an article in some paper explaining exactly how they do it. I don't think a newspaper should do that, do you? It seems it's not one girl, but two. The head of one and the feet of the other. You think it's one girl, and it's really two. And the other way round would work equally well, wouldn't it?"
Miss Bellever looked at her with surprise. Miss Marple was not often so vague and unconnected as this.
"It's all been too much for the old lady," she thought. "When you only look at one side of a thing, you only see one side," continued Miss Marple. "But everything fits in perfectly well if you decide what is reality and what is illusion."
She added suddenly,
"Is Carrie Louise all right?"
"Yes," said Miss Bellever.
"She's all right, but it must have been a shock, you know, discovering that someone wanted to kill her. I mean, particularly a shock to her, because she doesn't understand violence."
"Carrie Louise understands some things that we don't," said Miss Marple thoughtfully. "She always has."
"I know what you mean, but she doesn't live in the real world, doesn't she?"
Miss Bellever looked at her in surprise. Just then, Edgar Lawson passed them, walking very fast. He gave a kind of embarrassed greeting, then looked away.
"I remember now who he reminds me of," said Miss Marple. "A young man called Leonard Wiley. His father was a dentist, but he got old and blind, and his hand used to shake, and so people preferred to go to the sun. But the old man was very miserable about it, said he was no good for anything any more. Leonard, who was very soft-hearted and rather foolish, began to pretend he drank more than he should. He always smelt of whiskey. His idea was that his patients would go back to the father again." "And did they?" "Of course not," said Miss Marple. "What happened was what anybody with any sense could have told him would happen. The patients went to Mr. Riley, the other dentist. So many people with good hearts have no sense. Besides, Leonard Wiley was so unconvincing. His idea of drunkenness wasn't in the least like real drunkenness, and he overdid the whiskey, spilling it on his clothes in an impossible way."
They went into the house by the side door. Chapter 19. They found the family in the library. Lewis was walking up and down, and there was a sense of tension.
"Is anything wrong?"
asked Miss Bellever. Lewis said,
"Ernie Gregg is missing. Maverick and some of the staff are searching the grounds. If we cannot find him, we must call the police."
"Grandma!" Gina ran over to carry Louise, worried by the whiteness of her face. "You look ill."
"I am so unhappy. The poor boy."
Lewis said,
"I was going to question him this evening, to find out if he had actually seen anything last night. I have the offer of a good job for him, and I thought that after discussing that, I would mention the other matter."
Miss Marple said softly,
"Foolish boy. Poor foolish boy."
She shook her head, and Mrs. Sericold said gently,
"So you think so too, Jane?"
Stephen Restarrick came in.
"Hello? What's happening?"
Lewis repeated his information, and as he finished speaking, Dr. Maverick came in with a fair-haired boy with pink cheeks and a suspiciously innocent expression. Miss Marple remembered him being at dinner on the night she had arrived at Stonygates.
"I've brought Arthur Jenkins along," said Dr. Maverick. "He seems to have been the last person to talk to Ernie." "Now, Arthur," said Lewis Sericold, "please help us if you can. Where has Ernie gone?"
"I don't know, sir. Honestly, I don't. He didn't say anything to me. He didn't. He was all excited about the play at the theatre, that's all."
"There's another thing, Arthur. Ernie said he was wandering about the grounds after lock-up last night. Was that true?"
"Never. What a liar. Ernie never goes out at night. He used to say he could, but he wasn't that good with locks. Anyway, he was in last night. That I do know."
The door was thrown open, and looking very pale and ill, Mr. Baumgarten, the occupational therapist, came in.
"We've found him. Them. It's horrible."
He sank down on a chair. Mildred Street said sharply, "What do you mean, found them?" Baumgarten was shaking.
"Down at the theatre," he said. "Their heads crushed. The big counterweight must have fallen on them. Alex Restarrick and that boy, Ernie Gregg. They're both dead."
Chapter 20.
"I've brought you a cup of soup, Carrie Louise," said Miss Marple. "Now please drink it."
Mrs. Sericold sat up in the big bed. She looked very small and childlike. Her cheeks had lost their pink flush, and her eyes seemed very far away. She took the soup obediently.
"First Christian,"
said Carrie Louise,
"and now Alex, and poor silly little Ernie. Did he really know anything?"
"I think he was just telling lies,"
Miss Marple said, as she sat down in a chair beside the bed.
"Making himself important by saying he had seen something. But somebody believed his lies."
Carrie Louise shivered. Her eyes went back to their faraway look.
"We meant to do so much for these boys. We did do something. Some of them have done wonderfully well. Several of them are in really responsible jobs. A few failed. That can't be helped. Modern life is so complicated. Too complicated for some simple and undeveloped characters. You know Lewis's great scheme. He always felt that transportation was a thing that had saved many criminals in the past. They were shipped overseas, and they made new lives in simpler surroundings. He wants to start a modern program like that. He wants to buy a group of islands, to finance it for some years, then make it a self-supporting cooperative, with everyone taking a share in it. But far away from the bad old ways of the cities. It's his dream. But it will take a lot of money."
Miss Marple picked up a little pair of scissors and looked at them closely.
"What a strange pair of scissors," she said. They've got 2 finger holes on one side and 1 on the other."
Carrie Louise's eyes came back from that frightening far distance.
"Alex gave them to me this morning," she said. "They're supposed to make it easier to cut your right-hand nails. Dear boy, he was so enthusiastic. He made me try them."
"And I suppose he collected the nail clippings and took them away," said Miss Marple.
"Yes," said Carrie Louise. She stopped. "Why did you say that?"
"I was thinking about Alex. He had brains. Yes, he had brains."
"You mean that's why he died?"
"I think so, yes."
"He and Ernie?"
And then Carrie Louise said quietly and unexpectedly,
"How much do you know, Jane?"
Miss Marple looked up quickly. The eyes of the 2 women met. Miss Marple said slowly,
"If I was quite sure—"
"I think you are sure, Jane."
"What do you want me to do?"
Jane Marple asked. Carrie leaned back against her pillows.
"It is in your hands, Jane. You'll do what you think right."
She closed her eyes.
"Tomorrow,"
Miss Marple hesitated,
"I shall have to try and talk to Inspector Curry, if he'll listen."
Chapter 21. Miss Marple stood in the great hall and asked the inspector to stand beside her.
"It's something I want to show you. Something Alex Restarek made me see. It's a question of magic tricks. They do it with mirrors, you know, that sort of thing, if you understand me."
Inspector Curry did not understand. He wondered if Miss Marple was quite right in the head.
"I want you to think of this place as a stage set, Inspector. As it was on the night Christian Gulbranson was killed. You're here in the audience, looking at the people on the stage. Mrs. Sericold and myself and Mrs. Street and Gina and Stephen. And just like on the stage, there are entrances and exits, and the characters go out to different places. Only, when you're in the audience, you don't think where they are really going. They go out to the front door, or to the kitchen, and when the door opens, you see a little bit of painted scenery. But really, of course, they go out to the sides of the stage, or the back of the stage with carpenters and electricians and other characters waiting to come on. They go out to a different world."
"I don't quite see, Miss Marple."
"Oh, I know. I suppose it sounds very silly. But if you think of this as a play, and the scene is the Great Hall at Stonygates, what exactly is behind the scene? I mean, what is behind the stage? The terrace, isn't it? The terrace and a lot of windows opening onto it. And that, you see, is how the magic trick was done. It was the trick of the lady cut in half that made me think of it."
"The lady cut in half?"
Inspector Curry was now quite sure that Miss Marple was mad.
"A most exciting magic trick. You must have seen it. Only not really one girl, but 2 girls. The head of one and the feet of the other. It looks like one person and is really 2. And so I thought it could equally be the other way about. 2 people could be really 1 person."
"2 people really 1?
Inspector Curry looked desperate.
"Yes, not for long. How long did your constable take in the garden to run to this house and back? 2 minutes and 45 seconds, wasn't it? This would be less than that. Well under 2 minutes.
"What was under 2 minutes?"
"The magic trick. the trick when it wasn't 2 people but 1 person. In there, in the study. We're only looking at the visible part of the stage. Behind the scenes, there is the terrace and a row of windows. So easy when there are 2 people in the study to open the study window, get out, run along the terrace, those footsteps Alex heard, in at the side door, shoot Christian Gulbranson, and run back. During that time, the other person in the study does both voices, so that we're all quite sure there are 2 people in there. And so there were, most of the time, but not for that little period of under 2 minutes.
Inspector Curry found his breath and his voice.
Do you mean that it was Edgar Lawson who ran along the terrace and shot Gulbranson? Edgar Lawson who poisoned Mrs. Sericold?
But you see, Inspector, no one has been poisoning Mrs. Sericold at all. That's where the misdirection comes in. Someone very cleverly used the fact that Mrs. Sericold's pains from arthritis were not unlike the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. It's the old magician's trick of forcing a card on you. It is easy to add arsenic to a bottle of medicine, easy to add a few lines to a typewritten letter. But the real reason for Mr. Gulbranson's coming here was the most likely reason. Something to do with the Gulbranson Trust. Money, in fact. Suppose that there had been embezzlement. Embezzlement on a very big scale. You see where that points? To just 1 person.
Inspector Curry gasped.
Louis Sericold,
he said in disbelief.
Louis Sericold,
said Miss Marple. Chapter 22. Part of a letter from Gina Hudd to her aunt, Mrs. Van Rydock.
And so you see, darling Aunt Ruth, the whole thing has been just like a nightmare, especially the end of it. I've told you all about this funny man, Edgar Lawson. He always behaved like a rabbit, and when the inspector began questioning him and breaking him down, he lost his nerve completely and ran like a rabbit. He'd jumped out of the window and ran round the house and down the drive, and there was a policeman waiting, and Edgar just turned to one side and ran full speed for the lake. He jumped into an old boat that has been lying there falling apart for years, and he pushed off. Quite a mad, senseless thing to do, of course, but as I say, he was just a rabbit in a panic. And then Louis gave a great shout and said, "That boat's got a hole in it," and raced off to the lake too. The boat went down, and there was Edgar struggling in the water. He couldn't swim. Louis jumped in and swam out to him. He got to him, but they were both in difficulty because they'd become caught among the reeds. One of the inspector's men went in with a rope round him, but he got trapped in the reeds too, and they had to pull him out. Aunt Mildred said, they'll drown, they'll both drown, in a silly sort of way, and Grandma just said, yes. I can't describe to you just how she made that one word sound. Just yes. And it went through you like a knife. Am I being silly and dramatic? I suppose I am, but it did sound like that. And then, when it was all over and they got them out, the inspector came to us and said to Grandma, "I'm afraid, Mrs. Sericold, there's no hope." Grandma said very quietly, "Thank you, Inspector." Then she looked at us all, me wanting to help but not knowing how, and Jolly looking grim and tender and ready to take care as usual, and Stephen reaching out his hands, and funny old Miss Marple looking so sad and tired, and even Walter looking upset. All so fond of her, and wanting to do something. But Grandma just said, Mildred, and Aunt Mildred said, Mother. And they went away together into the house, Grandma looking so small and frail and leaning on Aunt Mildred. I never realized until then how fond of each other they were. It didn't show much, you know, but it was there all the time.
Gina paused and sucked the end of her pen. She started again.
About me and Walter. We're coming back to the States as soon as we can.
Chapter 23.
What made you guess, Jane?
Miss Marple took her time before answering. She looked thoughtfully at the other two, Carrie Louise, thinner and frailer and yet strangely untouched, and the old man with the sweet smile and the thick white hair, Dr. Galbraith, Bishop of Cromer. The bishop took Carrie Louise's hand in his.
This has been a great sadness for you, my poor child, and a great shock.
Sadness, yes, but not really a shock.
No, said Miss Marple. That's what I discovered, you know. Everyone kept saying how Carrie Louise lived in another world from this and was out of touch with reality. But actually, Carrie Louise, it was reality you were in touch with, and not the illusion. You are never fooled by illusion like most of us are. When I suddenly understood that, I saw that I must trust what you thought and felt. You were quite sure that no one would try to poison you. You couldn't believe it. And you were quite right not to believe it, because it wasn't so. You never believed that Edgar would harm Louis, and again you were right. He never would have harmed Louis. So therefore, if I was to go by you, all the things that seemed to be true were only illusions, illusions created for a reason, in the same way that magicians create illusions to trick an audience. We were the audience. Alex Restarrick got an idea of the truth first, because he had the chance of seeing things from a different angle, from the outside angle. He was with the inspector in the drive, and he looked at the house and realized the possibilities of the windows. And he remembered the sound of running feet he had heard that night. And then the timing of the constable showed him what a very short time things take. The constable got very breathless, and later, thinking of that, I remembered that Louis Sericold was out of breath that night when he opened the study door. He had just been running hard, you see. But it was Edgar Lawson that was the centre of it all to me. There was always something wrong to me about Edgar Lawson. All the things he said and did were exactly right for what he was supposed to be. But he himself wasn't right, because he was actually a normal young man playing the part of a schizophrenic, and he was always a little more theatrical than is true to life. It must have all been very carefully planned. Louis must have realized when Christian last visited that something had made him suspicious, and he knew that if Christian suspected anything, then he would not stop until he had discovered the whole truth.
Carrie Louise said,
Yes, Christian was like that. I don't know what it was that had made him suspicious, but he started investigating, and he found out the truth.
The bishop said,
I blame myself for not having been a better trustee.
Nobody expected you to understand finance, said Carrie Louise. Louis's great financial experience gave him complete control, and it was a test of honesty that he failed.
The pink colour came up in her cheeks.
Louis was a great man, she said, a man of great vision and a passionate believer in what could be done with money. He didn't want it for himself Or at least not in the greedy sense. He did want the power of it. He wanted the power to do great good with it.
And so he embezzled the trust funds? Said Miss Marple.
Dr. Galbraith hesitated.
It wasn't only that.
Tell her, said Carrie Louise. She is my oldest friend.
The bishop said, Louis Sericold was what one might call a financial expert. In his years of highly technical accountancy, he had amused himself by working out various methods of embezzlement which were almost impossible to detect. This had just been a game for his own entertainment, but then he saw what could be done with a huge sum of money, and it stopped being a game. You see, he had some first-class material to use. Amongst the boys who passed through here, he chose a small, select group. They were boys who were naturally criminal, who loved excitement, and who were very intelligent. We still don't know everything, but it seems clear that this group was specially trained and were placed in key positions. By carrying out Louis's directions, very large sums of money were stolen without anybody being suspicious. I understand that the operations are so complicated that it will be months before they can all be uncovered. But the result seems to be that under various names and banking accounts and companies, Louis Sericold would have been able to control a huge sum of money. He was going to establish an overseas colony where juvenile delinquents would eventually come to own and rule the place as a cooperative. It may have been a wild dream.
It was a dream that might have come true, said Carrie Louise.
Yes, it might have come true. But the means Louis Sericold used were dishonest, and Christian Gulbranson discovered that. He was very upset, particularly by what the discovery and prosecution of Louis would mean to you, Carrie Louise.
That's why he asked me if my heart was strong, and seemed so worried about my health, said Carrie Louise. I couldn't understand it.
Then Louis Sericold returned, the bishop continued, and Christian met him outside the house and told him that he knew what was happening. Louis took it calmly, I think. Both men agreed they must do all they could to save you from the pain this knowledge would bring you. Christian said he would write to me and ask me to come here as a co-trustee to discuss the position.
But of course, said Miss Marple, Louis Sericold had already prepared for this emergency. It was all planned. He had brought the young man who was to play the part of Edgar Lawson to the house. There was a real Edgar Lawson, of course, in case the police looked up his record. This false Edgar knew exactly what he had to do. Act the part of a schizophrenic victim of persecution and give Louis Sericold an alibi for a few vital minutes. The next step had been carefully planned too. Louis's story that you, Carrie Louise, were being slowly poisoned was very clever. There was nobody but Louis who could say what Christian had told him. That, and a few lines he added on the typewriter while he was waiting for the police. It was easy to add arsenic to the medicine. No danger for you there, since he was ready to stop you drinking it. The chocolates were just an added touch. And of course the original chocolates weren't poisoned. Only those he poisoned before giving them to Inspector Curry.
And Alex guessed, said Carrie Louise.
Yes, that's why he collected your nail clippings. They would show if arsenic actually had been given over a long period.
Poor Alex, poor Ernie.
There was a moment's silence as the other two thought of Christian Gulbranson, of Alex Restarek, and of the boy Ernie, and the terrible act of murder. But surely, said the bishop, Louis was taking a big risk in persuading Edgar to be his accomplice, even if he had some power over him.
Carrie shook her head. It wasn't exactly a hold over him. Edgar was devoted to Louis.
Yes,
said Miss Marple.
I wonder perhaps if...
She paused delicately. You saw the likeness, I suppose, said Carrie Louise.
So you knew that all along?
I guessed. I knew Louis had once had an affair with an actress before he met me. I've no doubt at all that Edgar was actually Louis's son.
Yes, said Miss Marple. That explains everything.
And he gave his life for him in the end, said Carrie Louise. She looked at the bishop. He did, you know. There was a silence, and then Carrie Louise said, I'm glad it ended that way, with his life given in the hope of saving the boy from drowning. People who can be very good can be very bad, too. I always knew that was true about Louis, but he loved me very much, and I loved him.
Did you ever suspect him?
asked Miss Marple. No, said Carrie Louise, because I was puzzled by the poisoning. I knew Louis would never poison me, and yet that letter of Christian's said definitely that someone was poisoning me. So I thought that everything I knew about people must be wrong.
Miss Marple said, But when Alex and Ernie were found killed, you suspected then?
Yes, said Carrie Louise, because I didn't think anyone else but Louis would have dared. And I began to be afraid of what he might do next. She shivered. I admired Louis. I admired his, what shall I call it, his goodness? But I do see that if you're good, you have to be humble as well. Dr. Galbraith said gently, That, Carrie Louise, is what I have always admired in you, your humility. The lovely blue eyes opened wide in surprise. But I'm not particularly good. I can only admire goodness in other people.
Dear Carrie Louise,
said Miss Marple.